Chapter 1. Awaken from the brink of death. I am the cannon fodder in this novel. I am Junimo Shao, a lamentable time traveler. The male readers scorn me, the female readers despise me, and the esteemed audience wishes to hammer me. What should I do? I await your guidance, as time is of the essence. This book is set in a high martial arts, alternate universe, with a predominance of female characters. Gentlemen, please tread carefully. In the Du Empire, the imperial capital stands. On a day when the sun shines brightly, the temperature remains unknown. Not far away, an imposing palace rises majestically. The main hall of the palace is grand and magnificent, with golden ridges soaring high, adorned with exquisite dragon carvings and auspicious beast patterns, lifelike in their artistry. Within the main hall, a man reclines upon a bed, draped in an opulent dark robe embroidered with intricate dragon motifs and cloud patterns. He exudes an air of luxury. He slowly opens his eyes, and before him, the intricately carved bed curtains come into view. The delicate patterns and unfamiliar colors cause his heart to leap in astonishment. As his consciousness fully returns, he realizes he is in an entirely alien environment. Straining to prop himself up, he surveys his surroundings. The antique room is furnished with exquisite furniture and priceless artifacts. The calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls emit an aura of mystery. His heartbeat quickens uncontrollably as thoughts race through his mind regarding his predicament. Is this a dream? But everything feels so incredibly real. A whirlwind of shock, confusion, and unease intertwines, igniting a profound restlessness within him. He strives to calm himself, attempting to untangle this sudden upheaval. Suddenly, a piercing pain shoots through his mind, as if countless arrows had pierced his heart. A flood of memories bursts forth, overwhelming his consciousness. After half an hour, he barely manages to digest the influx of memories, feeling utterly bewildered. Junimo Shao. Am I truly Junimo Shao, that cannon fodder 6 prince? He murmurs the name softly, his voice akin to a flickering candle in the wind, faint and ethereal. Awaken from the brink of death. I am the cannon fodder in this novel. Indeed, he has traversed realms. To be precise, he has crossed over into a fragmented and incomplete novel, although the reasons for its disjointed narrative remain unclear to him. Perhaps the author, in a frenzied rush to meet deadlines, succumbed to exhaustion and ultimately suffered a fatal heart attack. After all, earning a few hundred in a month is hardly worth risking one's life. Or perhaps a reader sent the author a blade, compelling them into a dire situation, leading to a metaphorical self-inflicted demise with the very blade sent. Yet, none of this is of paramount importance. What truly matters now is the existence of a character type known as cannon fodder. These characters often harbor grand aspirations, such as becoming unparalleled heroes. However, after a decade of training, they find themselves unable to surpass even the little finger of the protagonist, who has only trained for a month. Each time, they charge valiantly towards the antagonist, much like a flock of lambs rushing towards a ravenous wolf. The scene seems to cry out, "Come forth, devour me," so that the protagonist may be enraged and unleash their latent power. The original character, Junimo Shao, is indeed the cannon fodder in the story. To be more precise, he is the chick used to warn the monkey. Of course, meeting his demise would be a matter for the narrative 10 years hence. As for now, the original character has perished from rage, and Junimo Shao from Earth has now taken his place. The original character also bears the name Junimo Shao, and is the current 6th prince of the Du Empire. At 18, he is deemed a waste prince, unable to cultivate. Yet, this so-called waste prince has not suffered neglect from the emperor. The reasons for this, of course, lie in his lineage. His grandfather, the formidable Jun Wudi, was once a celebrated general of the Dali Empire. Over 30 years ago, when the Dali Empire descended into chaos, Jun Wudi seized the opportunity to rebel. After overcoming countless trials and vanquishing numerous foes, he ultimately established the Du Empire. Wudi, a name that resonates as that of a great villain. Who would name a benevolent character with such a flamboyant title? Junjian Tian, the original character's father, was the 2nd prince of the Du Empire. 10 years prior, he orchestrated the assassination of his elder brother, the former crown prince, and imprisoned the old emperor, Junwu Di. Thus, he ascended the throne, becoming the reigning emperor of Du. The unfolding of this event seems to proclaim, do you believe being the great villain grants you unbridled freedom? Today, as the son of destiny, I shall defy fate. I, Jun Tian, shall truly battle the heavens today. The original character's mother was a revered little princess of the former Dali Empire. Regrettably, her talents were cut short 18 years ago before they could fully bloom. The specific reasons for her demise remain unelaborated in the original text. After all, in that particular novel, the original character is merely an inconsequential piece of canon fodder. The reason the original character has managed to live so carefreely until now is simple. Firstly, he is not the legitimate son of Jun Tian, but rather a mere illegitimate child. Secondly, from the moment of his birth, he was diagnosed with an innate inability to cultivate martial arts. This predetermined that he would never tread the path of cultivation, destined to remain a waste throughout his life. Reflecting on the original character's plight, Jun Xiao muses, I thought I had won the lottery, only to find out that the redemption period has expired. How truly reminiscent of that day when Yi Ping sought money from her father amidst the rain. The original character's background bears a striking resemblance to a certain dynasty in later historical periods. The difference lies in the fact that this world is a realm of high martial arts lacking profound martial skills renders one ineligible for the throne. As for the original character's demise from rage, that is a twist not present in the original narrative. Perhaps it is heaven's compassion for the original character's tragic fate that has allowed me to inhabit his form, Jun Xiao reflects with a sigh. In his youth, the original character had attempted to cultivate. Alas, without the martial artist's veins, it ultimately proved to be a futile endeavor. Disheartened, he became akin to a wild stallion, spending his days reveling in brothels and taverns. Sadly, the original character remains a virgin even now. In the eyes of the world, he is merely a waste prince, forever distanced from the throne. Yet, unbeknownst to the masses, it is the very waste prince, the 8th Prince Jun Jianwen, who will ascend the throne a decade later. Jun Jianwen, aged 8, is one of the male protagonists in the original tale. The original character is betrothed to a maiden named Lu Ruyin, to whom it is said, once in a century, Chen Yu Chu, a stunning beauty, Xiao Rongyu. One glance spans a millennium, Li Shiya unparalleled through the ages, Lu Ruyin. How formidable is the Empress of Smoke? One might say, with thousands of novels, ill not read without Lu Ruyin. Despite sharing the name Lu Ruyin, this one could not utter the grand proclamation. I am the Empress of Smoke, how dare a mere ant offend me? They shall be punished. In the original text, Lu Ruyin later marries the original character, yet remains entangled in ambiguous relations with another prince. It truly echoes the adage, heaven did not birth me, Lu Ruyin, and thus the world of scoundrels stretches into eternal night. The original character pays no heed to this, continuing to indulge in the pleasures of taverns. Little does he know that 10 years hence, he will be framed by none other than Lu Ruyin herself. The Lu family is a clan of warlords, controlling the Xianjiao army of the Du Empire. Lu Ruyin's father, Lu Zhengnan, a peak 9th grade martial artist, leads this formidable force. In this world, martial artists are akin to transcendent beings, possessing strength beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. With a single punch, they can shatter stone and split boulders. With a mere lift, they can bear immense weight, their agility and swiftness unparalleled. Having absorbed the memories, Jun Xiao inwardly sighs in resignation. Alas! Fortunately, only fragments of memory remain. I lack the original character's sensory experiences. Otherwise, I would surely weep. Yet now, having supplanted the original character, I am merely a human ticking down to my fate, akin to an hourglass. Despair engulfs me. My heart feels lifeless, the dying candle flickers, and my tears have run dry. For the realm, please refer to the author's notes. Chapter 2. Being the 6th prince at this moment, the female lead has likely yet to make her entrance, he mused to himself. Indeed, this is not merely a novel that has stalled in its updates, but rather, a tale intended for the female readership. According to Jun Maxiao's deductions, even after the abrupt halt in updates, the female protagonist should eventually ascend to that exalted throne. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a narrative of female empowerment? Although the original host S-body is incapable of cultivation, Jun Maxiao, having perused the entirety of the novel, is acutely aware that the reality is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. In a secluded corner of this world lies a mysterious and unfathomable technique. In the original text, the eighth prince, Jun Jiangwen, who was similarly regarded as a worthless being, rose to prominence through this very technique. A twist of fate descended upon him during an unexpected opportunity, and it was the eighth prince who stumbled upon the golden finger of destiny. At that time, Jun Jiangwen was nearing middle age. At 38, he seemed to awaken a miraculous physique. Within a mere 6 months, he transformed from an utterly inept emperor into an unparalleled master at the pinnacle of the earthly profound realm. Alas, his life took a roller coaster turn. That year, the eighth prince, Jun Jiangwen, faced an assassination attempt by 3 peak earthly profound masters. In a desperate bid for survival, he was compelled to engage in a fierce battle against these formidable foes. After successfully vanquishing the 3, he sustained grievous injuries and, a year later, departed this world. Once, there was a tomb raider, akin to a fortunate treasure seeker, who inadvertently entered a mysterious ancient tomb. Within it lay a skeleton radiating a golden light. As if a slumbering deity, nestled within the skeleton's embrace were 3 treasures: a sheepskin map, a ring, and a page made of a peculiar material. In the original narrative, these 3 artifacts resembled ethereal beings shrouded in mystery. The sheepskin map was, in fact, a precious treasure map. The ring was a magical spatial artifact, while the golden page contained a technique capable of transforming one's very essence. After the tomb raider exited the ancient tomb with these 3 treasures, he was captured for committing murder in a brothel and imprisoned. Thus began the wandering fate of these artifacts, while the page serendipitously found its way into a library. Jun Jiangwen, relying on the technique inscribed on this golden page, achieved an astonishing reversal from a waste to a peak master of the earthly profound realm in just 6 months. It is worth noting that masters of the earthly profound realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They are the few gentlemen among the multitude, akin to the solitary moon amidst the myriad stars. The known masters of the earthly profound realm are but a handful, with only 3 acknowledged, all of whom are current emperors of their respective nations. When Jun Maxiao encountered this passage, he could not help but chuckle in disbelief. How could a historical novel aimed at women involve fantastical elements such as spatial rings? It made him contemplate sending 66 blades to the author known as 2023. I have revived. This is not high martial arts. It is clearly fantasy. Yet, the author indeed wrote it this way. No wonder the updates ceased. However, now that Jun Maxiao has traversed into the narrative, regardless of its nature, he must devise a way to acquire these 3 treasures. As for a roller coaster life, he would rather avoid it. Since he has activated a god's perspective, he aims to emerge as the ultimate victor in life. Although I am but a fledgling, I aspire to be the mightiest chick. I, Jun Maxiao, will ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I shall become Jun Gao. Naturally, he did not intend to become a eunuch. Though merely a couple of inches, it is still quite precious. In the original text, the tomb raider's appearance was fleeting, occurring only a few days after Lu Ruian's broken engagement. And the location was none other than the recently popular brothel, Drunken Spring Pavilion. As for the female lead of the story, she is likely yet to appear. There is still time to plan. The whistle for the competition has not yet sounded, and the movie has not yet reached its conclusion. There is still ample opportunity. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge and understanding. Even if I cannot cultivate the technique, I must not allow myself to end up like the original host, ultimately hanging in the celestial prison. Analyzing this world with decades of experience from my past life and 10 years as a seasoned bookworm, it is clear that to survive until the end, one must endure. After all, those who leap out often meet with a tragic end. The 8th prince was formidable, facing 3 grandmasters of the earthly profound realm. Since I am the 6th prince, let me truly embody the essence of being the 6th. In Jun Maxiao's eyes, being the 6th prince is an art. It is an art that can preserve life. However, to become an outstanding 6th prince requires a high level of artistic skill. Firstly, There is the art of patience. Point one must be able to lurk in shadows or concealed places for extended periods without being discovered, akin to a patient hunter waiting for the opportune moment. Secondly, there is the art of disguise. One must appear as an ordinary existence, making it difficult for enemies to detect one's true nature. Furthermore, there is the art of seizing opportunity. One must strike when the enemy is at their most relaxed and vulnerable, delivering a fatal blow. In summary, being the sixth prince is not merely a strategy. It is an intricate art that combines patience, disguise, timing, and psychological warfare. Tio put it succinctly, do not be an obvious target. I will reap the benefits while you bear the blame. He. Just as Jun Maxiao was lost in his reverie, a voice echoed from the doorway. Your Highness? The door swung open, revealing a man of about 30. His appearance was unremarkable, clad in dark clothing, yet he emanated an ethereal and sharp aura. His name was Wu Ming, a member of the Shadow Guard, an extraordinary early stage master, and Jun Maxiao's personal bodyguard. Upon seeing Jun Maxiao unharmed, Wu Ming prepared to exit the room but was called back by Jun Maxiao. Wu Ming, how long have you been by my side? Since your Highness was 8 years old. It has now been a full decade. Wu Ming replied without hesitation. Thank you for these 10 years. Wu Ming was perplexed by Jun Maxiao's sentimentality. In their line of work, there exists a rule. Do not inquire as to why. He understood Jun Maxiao's character. He was never one to be overly sentimental. Others regarded Jun Maxiao as a frivolous, wasteful prince who squandered his time in brothels. However, Wu Ming knew that the sixth prince was not like the other princes, who were domineering and arrogant. Instead, he possessed a heart full of compassion and kindness, qualities seldom seen among his siblings. Yet today, Jun Maxiao's expression of gratitude astonished Wu Ming. Nothing to do today, just enjoying some music. The destination, Drunken Spring Pavilion, Chapter 3. Nothing to do today, just enjoying some music. Upon hearing this, a sense of helplessness quietly crept into Wu Ming's heart. Alas, even though His Highness is kind-hearted, what of it? He is still a wasteful prince. A prince unable to cultivate can only find temporary peace under the protection of His Majesty while he still lives. However, once His Majesty passes, His Highness will be left at the mercy of others. Wu Ming lamented inwardly but revealed not a trace of his feelings. Like a silent breeze, he quietly turned and left the room. As Wu Ming departed, Jun Maxiao smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to carry the wisdom of understanding everything. Wu Ming may not articulate his thoughts, but that fleeting moment of hesitation could not escape Jun Maxiao's keen perception. How could he fail to deduce Wu Ming's thoughts? Yet this individual still holds potential. At the very least, he can become one of his own in this complex world. Each person is like a traveler chasing after stars, each with their unique pursuits. As a member of the Shadow Guard, Wu Ming's duty is to obey orders, protecting Jun Maxiao like a loyal sentinel. However, who does not desire a bright and resplendent future? Following a prince deemed a waste may very well confine one to a life of obscurity. This is the true reflection of human nature. On the bustling street, a modest yet tidy carriage moved slowly forward. Inside sat Jun Maxiao, donned in a dark robe, his complexion pale as jade, his eyes exuding serenity. Outside the carriage, the citizens along the street bustled with life. A bun vendor cheerfully remarked to a nearby customer, "Look, that is our sixth prince. He is a truly good person." The customer nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the sixth prince is unparalleled in his kindness. Where could he be headed?" An elderly man, leaning on his cane, strolled leisurely, overhearing their conversation and chimed in, "The sixth prince is a kind-hearted man, but it seems he is headed towards Drunken Spring Pavilion." At that moment, a man suddenly interjected, "If it were up to me, I'd say the sixth prince should forego visiting the brothel and instead distribute the money he would spend there among the people." Although the others remained silent, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable yearning. Jun Maxiao, seated inside the carriage, caught wind of their dialogue, his brow furrowing momentarily before he shook his head, unperturbed. Though the original host held a decent reputation, in this high martial world, what does it truly matter for a wasteful prince? Perhaps it holds some value, or perhaps it is utterly meaningless. Jun Maxiao comprehended that various factions desired a useless prince, one who would not trouble them. From their discourse, he discerned that both the common folk and the high-ranking officials were inherently selfish. They might remember your kindness, yet they always yearn for more, such is human nature, where gratitude is often overshadowed by resentment. At this moment, several children frolicked by the roadside, rushing excitedly towards the sight of a carriage. "Greetings, Your Highness the Sixth Prince." Their melodious voices rang out, akin to the purest of notes dancing through the air. Within the carriage, Junimo Shao heard their joyful exclamations and, with a smile, lifted the curtain, retrieving some candies from a nearby box to hand to the children. "Take these and enjoy." The children gleefully accepted the sweets, cheering as they dashed away, their laughter echoing like silver bells along the street, adding a touch of innocence to the bustling world around them. Junimo Shao was not perturbed by such gestures. Perhaps, in this treacherous world of deceit, such pure moments were what his strained heart needed for a semblance of relief. A young maiden stood at the roadside, gazing wistfully in the direction the carriage had departed, softly murmuring to her companion, "How wonderful it would be to have the chance to marry His Highness the Sixth Prince. He is so kind. Even if he cannot cultivate, he would surely bring me happiness." Her companion chuckled teasingly, "Do not dream too fancifully. His Highness is beyond our reach." Her words, laced with jest, nonetheless betrayed a sense of resigned reality. The carriage continued its slow journey towards the Zue Chunlu, while Junimo Shao gently lowered the curtain, reclining lazily in his seat, slowly closing his eyes. His mind churned like a vast ocean. Contemplating how to acquire the three treasures from that tomb raider in that moment, he felt akin to a solitary boat tossed amidst a storm, devoid of any strength, relying solely on the enigmatic figure known as Wu Ming. Was Wu Ming truly trustworthy? How could he unobtrusively obtain the items? Junimo Shao pondered deeply. Lost in thought, the carriage unwittingly arrived at the entrance of Zue Chunlu. This establishment was not the most prestigious brothel in the imperial capital. Rather, it was an ordinary mid-range venue. However, on a typical day, a prince of Junimo Shao's stature making an appearance at Zue Chunlu would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Yet today was different. It was said that a new courtesan had arrived at Zue Chunlu, whose beauty was renowned, capable of eclipsing the moon and flowers, possessing a grace that could mesmerize any onlooker. Many young nobles of the capital had flocked to catch a glimpse of her. Thus, Junimo Shao's sudden arrival would not draw excessive attention, as he was already known as a frequent patron of such establishments. His absence would seem far more unusual, in the original narrative. The tomb raider had also come to Zue Chunlu with the intention of witnessing the courtesan's beauty. Everything seemed so natural, as if it were orchestrated by fate. Junimo Shao sat in a private booth, his gaze ostensibly fixed on the courtesan, yet in truth, he maintained a vigilant watch over the happenings in the hall. His eyes gleamed with sharpness and alertness, missing not a single subtle change. Soon, a commotion erupted in the hall. Upon closer inspection, he observed a middle-aged man, pale-faced with a slight scar on his forehead, short yet stout, embroiled in a heated dispute with a young gentleman. A mere glance was sufficient for Junimo Shao to ascertain that this man was undoubtedly the tomb raider. The pallor of his complexion, a result of prolonged absence from sunlight, resembled that of a specter dwelling in the depths of the earth, rather than a sign of illness. Furthermore, the faint scar on his forehead was likely a remnant from the hazards encountered during his tomb raiding exploits. Most critically, his voice lacked the ruggedness typical of men, instead carrying a slight rasp, indicative of a prolonged silence. A surge of excitement coursed through Junimo Shao, tempered by a hint of caution. "He has arrived," he murmured. His eyes sparkled, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. His heart raced, as if he could hear the call of his quarry. Chapter 4. Acquisition of the technique. This man must not escape. The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering the calm of his mind. Wu Ming. Apprehend that man and discreetly bring him back to the carriage. Remember, be inconspicuous. Junimo Zhao's voice was as gentle as a feather falling, yet bore the weight of a mountain, imbued with an undeniable firmness. Wu Ming appeared silently beside him like a ghost, his eyes revealing a flicker of doubt, as if silently inquiring, why? However, Junimo Shao's gaze was as deep as an abyss, offering no answers. For the first time in 10 years, he had issued such an order to Wu Ming. Merely to capture a man of 6th-grade cultivation stirred a measure of doubt within Wu Ming. Despite his bewilderment, he would not question the command but simply obey. The shadow guards, while primarily following orders from above, occasionally attended to the personal affairs of the princes, though the extent to which they could assist depended on the nature of their private relationships. Junimo Shao was acutely aware of Wu Ming's skepticism, Yet he felt powerless, for he was not a martial artist. Soon after, having witnessed the courtesan-esque performance, Jun Imoshao departed in haste. Like an arrow released from a bow, upon entering the carriage, he found a man lying within, bound hand and foot, wrapped tightly like a rice dumpling, already in a state of unconsciousness. This man was the Tomb Raider. Jun Imoshao scarcely glanced at him before immediately beginning to search his person. He was confident that Wu Ming would not allow him to fall into any peril. The Tomb Raider was surely beyond the point of resistance. Before long, he retrieved a piece of parchment from the man's bosom, along with a peculiar sheet of material that resembled neither gold nor wood. However, the ring he sought was nowhere to be found. Instinctively, he looked to the man's fingers and noticed a ring on the little finger, its material similar to that of the strange paper. Approaching, he removed the ring and placed it on his own middle finger, then urged the carriage to hasten towards his estate. Upon reaching a narrow alleyway, it was already midnight. The night was dark as ink, and the wind howled ominously. He spoke, "Wu Ming, dispose of it cleanly. Once the first time occurs, a second will inevitably follow." Wu Ming, naturally obeying, did not linger on the matter. He trusted that Wu Ming would handle such trivialities adeptly. Of course, there was no concern about how Wu Ming might proceed. After all, the man's throat had already been slit, and he had checked. He was dead. Only the dead can truly guard secrets, and they must be reduced to dust. Moments later, Wu Ming returned, reporting succinctly, "Cleaned up, not a trace left." Jun Imoshao nodded slightly, affirming, "This matter must not be known to a third party." The carriage continued its journey towards the residence of the sixth prince. Upon returning to the prince's estate, after ensuring that the nameless guard had secured the surroundings, he made his way directly to his chamber. Closing the door behind him, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings before finally opening the window to retrieve a sheet of golden paper. Inscribed upon the paper was a martial arts technique, one that required the shattering of meridians for cultivation. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fade. With great care, he placed the golden paper under the candlelight, treating it as if it were a rare treasure, allowing it to bask in the flame's embrace. Once the paper was thoroughly scorched, he delicately submerged it in water, as if bestowing it with a cleansing bath. At last, when he withdrew the paper, it appeared as pure and flawless as white jade, shimmering with a crystalline glow under the moonlight. Extracting a sharp dagger from his ankle, he unhesitatingly slashed his palm. Letting his blood fall like crimson pearls onto the golden paper, the ring, and the parchment in an instant, the three items seemed to be imbued with life, undergoing wondrous transformations. First, the golden paper gradually morphed into twinkling starlight. Akin to the constellations in the night sky, the radiant light, like a spirited sprite, penetrated his brow, and a strange force enveloped his entire being. Subsequently, as if having fulfilled its purpose, the golden paper turned to ash. Vanishing completely, yet a mysterious martial art now resided in his mind. The Zhao Hua Xian Shan Jing. This technique was uniquely distinct. Unlike any ordinary martial arts, it did not cultivate the internal energy of the meridians, but rather focused on the entire body's flesh, bones, and internal organs. Mastering this technique rendered one invincible in both offense and defense within the same realm. However, to advance in the Zhao Hua Xian Shan Jing, one would require abundant resources. Notably, regardless of the attributes of these resources, the Zhao Hua Xian Shan Jing could devour them to elevate one's cultivation. Among its most remarkable features, the text itself harbored 6 astonishing skills. Xian Shan Bai Bian. This skill allows one to alter their own flesh and bones, enabling the transformation of appearance, physique, and even voice at will, while also incorporating a return feature. Xian Shenbu. Like a bolt of lightning, it can traverse hundreds of meters in an instant, with each step containing the essence of martial arts. When executing this movement, there is no consumption of energy. Rather, it enhances one's overall strength. Xian Shin Shou. A wondrous skill akin to the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, allowing for effortless acquisition without leaving a trace. Xian Shen Yin. In simple terms, it can pierce through illusions, offering a degree of X-ray vision, slowing down an opponent's movements in one sight, and even discerning their martial prowess at a glance. Xian Shen Yin. This skill permits one to enter a state of invisibility for a short duration, as if vanishing from the world. Zhao Hua Sanjian. With the first strike, heads will fall. With the second, even deities will be astonished. With the third, heaven and earth will change color. After perusing these skill descriptions, a tumultuous wave surged within him. This was no mere world of martial arts. This technique bordered on the fantastical. Moreover, these skills were undeniably insidious. His gaze sharpened as he fixated on the golden ring, which, though unremarkable in appearance, resonated with him in subtle ways. Through this resonance, he glimpsed a vast expanse of space, stretching for thousands of square feet. A spatial ring? He nearly gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a spatial ring, far too fantastical for words. Continuing to scrutinize the parchment, he saw that it merely revealed a map. The arrow on the map pointed to an island in the sea, marked with a note stating that only those at the peak of Tianxian could venture there. After examining these three items, he found himself entranced, lost in contemplation. Was this truly a tale of political intrigue set in a high martial world? With a spatial ring appearing, it was no wonder the original work had been left incomplete. Most critically, aside from the three fierce sword techniques, the remaining 5 skills were all deceitful and cunning. He couldn't help but ponder whether the creator of the Zhao Hua Xian Shunjing was also a schemer. It was all very enigmatic, very surreal. Yet, he also considered a pressing question. With such a formidable technique, how could Jun Jiangwen have met his demise? It seemed the 8th prince was also a schemer. Regardless, the priority was to cultivate. Note: the 3 items are the highest artifacts from the original work. Aside from 1 sword, no other fantastical items remain, so readers need not worry. Chapter 5. The Pinnacle of Transcendence in the Silent, Still Chamber. Jun Imo Shao sat cross-legged on the floor, wholly engrossed in cultivating his flesh, bones, and internal organs. Initially, as he began to channel the technique, he felt a peculiar energy slowly permeating through his flesh and bones. As well as his internal organs, with each infusion of energy came a wave of agonizing pain, as if countless fine needles were simultaneously piercing through his body. As time flowed like a gently meandering stream, marvelous changes quietly unfolded. The nearly unbearable pain gradually transformed into a peculiar sense of comfort. This sensation resembled a warm stream coursing through his body, nourishing his mind and spirit, allowing him to become increasingly immersed in it, forgetting the torment he had previously endured. The following morning, Jun Imo Shao concluded his cultivation, and at this moment, astonishing changes began to manifest in his body. A faint layer of black impurities slowly exuded from his pores, enveloping him like a hazy mist. These impurities carried the stale and tainted essence from within, gradually detaching from his body, allowing his skin to radiate with a translucent glow. His visage underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. His already exquisite features became even more three-dimensional and profound, as if painstakingly sculpted by an exceptionally skilled artisan. His eyes sparkled with a deep, bright light, as if harboring the vastness of the starry sea. His high-bridged nose and elegantly contoured lips, combined with his fair, jade-like skin, exuded an otherworldly aura, strikingly handsome. Jun Imo Shao sensed the power coursing through him and murmured, "I shall be the foremost individual beneath the earthly realm. If you all are concealing your true abilities, then you may as well perish." Cackling softly, he rose with the grace of a long-dormant volcano, the potent and mysterious aura within him surging forth. As if he had undergone a rebirth through flames. However, should he stand before other martial artists at this moment, they would undoubtedly fail to detect any trace of his martial prowess, instead marveling at his strikingly handsome appearance. Pinnacle of Transcendence. After savoring this feeling, he summoned his attendants, issuing a series of commands before stepping into the bath. To transform a mere mortal into a transcendent being in just a single night was indeed a chilling prospect. Within the bath, he marveled at the miraculous nature of the technique. Of course, the primary credit belonged to the energy contained within that mysterious golden paper. Now, the golden paper had long since ceased to exist, and the energy within him had been exhausted. Henceforth, any further advancement would necessitate the search for other special treasures for cultivation. It was no wonder that everyone yearned to become a martial artist. The power was truly astonishing. I must not become complacent. I must remain cautious. He silently admonished himself. In truth, he was overthinking it. Even if martial artists were to examine his body now, they would inevitably conclude that he was still a mere wastrel. Although he had reached the pinnacle of transcendence, there remained an eerie absence of any martial meridians within him. Rising slowly, he began to methodically don his garments. He couldn't help but lament the original owner, this individual. A prince was surprisingly independent in many respects, an astonishing anomaly in the bustling imperial capital. It was rare for those privileged young masters to manage their own dressing and grooming. Most lived a life of ease, where clothing was brought to them and meals served, let alone a noble prince, of course. Exceptions existed among martial artists, who had their own lifestyles and habits. Stepping out of his chamber, his gaze immediately caught sight of the nameless figure. He noticed the nameless one quietly concealed in a shadowy corner, akin to a leopard lurking in the darkness, ever vigilant of the surroundings. Previously, he had believed that shadow guards could conceal themselves in the void, mysterious as phantoms, but the truth was otherwise. It turned out that shadow guards merely utilized unique techniques to blend their bodies with the surrounding environment. Much like soldiers clad in camouflage, they seamlessly integrated into their surroundings, making detection nearly impossible. Nameless, today there is no business. Let us revel in the melodies of the brothel. To the Zue Chun Lu, he issued a command, and with a graceful demeanor, he ascended the carriage. The carriage, as usual, glided smoothly out of the prince's manor, while the guards at the entrance bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the departing vehicle and the solemn and imposing imperial study of the palace. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Within this regal chamber sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned in a black dragon robe, seated behind a spacious desk. His gaze was profound and authoritative, yet tinged with a hint of weariness. Though his posture remained upright, the passage of time had etched subtle wrinkles upon his face. He held a memorial in his hand, furrowing his brow slightly as he pondered its contents. This man was none other than Jun Imo Zhao's father, Emperor of the Great Yu, Jun Zhantian, a man, around 40, clad in a black official's cap and a dark gray robe. With a leather belt cinched at his waist, stood respectfully beside the emperor, his demeanor grave. "Your Majesty, what is your opinion regarding the matters presented in this memorial?" he inquired in a low, steady tone. Breaking the stillness of the study, Jun Zhantian tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the man, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes, before responding softly, "Chunju, what are your thoughts on this matter?" This man, named Chinju, served as both the head eunuch of the palace and the leader of the shadow guards. Hastily lowering his head, Chinju replied with utmost respect, "This humble servant is dull-witted. But in my opinion, this matter is of great significance and requires careful deliberation." After a moment of silence, Jun Zhantian gently placed the memorial on the desk and rose to pace towards the window. Gazing at the palace towers outside, he spoke solemnly, "Am I unaware of this matter? The intricacies of its benefits and drawbacks are tangled and require cautious handling." Chunju promptly stepped closer to the emperor. Nodding in agreement, "Your Majesty is wise. The resurgence of the White Lotus sect surely indicates that certain individuals seek to stir trouble once more." The emperor turned to face Chinju, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "It has been 30 years since the fall of the Great Li, and they still refuse to relent." Suddenly, Chunju interjected, "Your Majesty, should the White Lotus sect seek out the sixth prince upon hearing this?" The emperor's expression twisted with fury. "They dare?" Yet, in but a moment, he composed himself, turning to the man. "What news do you have of the sixth prince?" Chapter 6. The Wind of Marriage Withdrawal from the Great Yu Emperor. Chunju slightly bowed, his voice grave, "Your Majesty, the sixth prince is well." After speaking, his expression suggested he had more to say. Sensing the unspoken tension, Jun Zhantian directed his gaze towards Chunju. With the emperor's prompting, he spoke candidly. "The other day, the daughter of the Liu family visited the sixth prince's residence, stating her intention to withdraw from the engagement. Oh? How did the sixth prince respond?" Jun Zhantian inquired, intrigued by Chunju's account. The sixth prince said nothing. He merely returned to his chamber and collapsed to the ground, not regaining consciousness until yesterday morning, Chunju respectfully replied. "He displayed no reaction?" Jun Zhantian questioned, turning his gaze. "None at all. Upon awakening, the sixth prince resumed his usual activities, even visiting the brothels until late at night before returning," Chunju reported. The emperor chuckled softly, then remarked, "Among all my sons, only the sixth resembles me the most. Yet, alas, it is a pity." He continued, the sixth, in terms of talent and character, is quite remarkable. However, he is inherently unable to cultivate and bears the bloodline of the fallen greatly. Even if all my other sons were to perish, it does not mean the sixth would ascend the throne. Is that truly the case? Let us not forget the current Junimo Shao, who has not only perused the entirety of the text but possesses an omniscient perspective, and moreover, he has reached the pinnacle of extraordinary strength. The emperor continued, as for the Lu family, we need not concern ourselves with them for now. Consider it a test for the sixth. As for the outcome, we shall observe the developments in the Eastern Palace. Within the main hall, a man appearing to be in his late 20s sat conversing with someone. He wore a distant traveler's cap and a resplendent crimson robe, with a wide jade belt at his waist and black knee-high boots. Draped over him was an elaborate cloak embroidered with celestial bodies and landscapes. This man was none other than Jun Changqian, the crown prince of the Great Yu Empire, now 28 years old, originally named Jun Yao. 10 years prior, upon his elevation to crown prince, Jun Zhantian bestowed upon him the name Jun Changqian, which signifies the inheritor of the empire. The other individual, around 40, donned a black official's cap and a deep gray robe, cinched with a leather belt, exuding a scholarly air. His name was Dongfang Shuo, an advisor to the crown prince and his trusted aide. Born to humble beginnings, Dongfang Shuo lacked the talent for cultivation, selling his land merely to pursue education and alter his destiny. Unfortunately, in this challenging world, individuals of his humble stature find it difficult to rise. It was only near the age of 40 that he caught the crown prince's eye. Dongfang, what is your perspective? Jun Changqian asked the seated Dongfang Shuo. Rising, Dongfang Shuo bowed to the crown prince and replied, "Water that is too clear has no fish. A discerning eye leaves no followers. Your Highness, there is no need for concern. Simply observe the changes." The crown prince's face bore a hint of skepticism, prompting Dongfang Shuo to elaborate. The Lu family's withdrawal from the engagement will inevitably bring calamity upon them. It is ill-advised for your Highness to seek their favor at this juncture. The crown prince retorted anxiously, but if the Lu family successfully withdraws, would they not lean towards the second prince? Such matters are not so simple. May I ask, your Highness, who was the sixth prince? Dongfang Shuo inquired with a subtle smile. The crown prince blurted, "The sixth is merely a waste of a prince." Dongfang Shuo shook his head and continued, "How can the sixth prince be deemed a waste? He is the emperor's own son, your Highness's brother, and a reflection of the royal family." The Lu family's actions undoubtedly slapped the royal face. Both the crown prince and Prince Chu are of royal blood. Should anyone at this moment attempt to court the Lu family, they would lose the emperor's favor and the dignity of the royal family. Although the Lu family commands the Xinjiao army, they remain a mere ordinary family. Courting them now is not worth the risk. Upon hearing Dongfang Shuo's insights, the crown prince sighed softly. "I am not unaware of this logic," he continued. "I am nearing 30, and with the second prince gaining my father's favor, I am genuinely anxious and restless." Dongfang Shuo, upon hearing this, inwardly empathized. His own situation was not dissimilar. To resist is to soar in the clouds, to suppress is to dwell in the depths, to use is to become a tiger, to refrain is to be a mouse. Dongfang Shuo mused. He clasped his hands and remarked, "Your Highness has reached the 8th rank, making you one of the finest among all princes. If you can break through to the extraordinary or even the earthly profound, many of your challenges will be effortlessly resolved. At that time, all that remains is to wait. Furthermore, the emperor, being advanced in years, is easier to placate. Frequent greetings and smiles will not lead to loss." With that, Dongfang Shuo exited the hall in the Lu family. Lu Zhengnan sat at the head of the table, while a woman stood before him. This lady possessed a graceful figure, tall and slender. Her complexion as fair as snow, and her skin as delicate as porcelain. Her brows resembled crescent moons, long and elegant. Her nose was petite and refined, her lips as luscious and red as cherries, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded naturally behind her, embodying the essence of beauty. This lady was none other than Lu Ruyin, the future fiancée of Junimo Shao, and one of the 10 most beautiful women in the imperial capital. Currently 18 years old, the engagement of Lu Ruyin to Junimo Shao dated back 6 months, when she attended the New Year banquet at the palace as the daughter of an official. Her beauty stood out, earning her widespread acclaim. The emperor, upon learning that she was unmarried and the only daughter of Lu Zhengnan, deemed her the most suitable match among all eligible princes. thus decreeing their engagement. As for the emperor's motivations, none could fathom. However, it was known that 2 years prior, after witnessing Prince Chu's formidable presence, Lu Ruyin had secretly fallen for him. Even though Prince Chu was already married with children, it did not deter her affections. Thus, the recent withdrawal of the engagement transpired. Naturally, Junimo Xiao was aware that Lu Ruyin had ties to Prince Chu, her heart already belonging to him. The earlier withdrawal was merely a ploy by Prince Chu to test Lu Ruyin's loyalty. In the original story, Junimo Xiao did not consent to the withdrawal, partly for Lu Ruyin's sake. In their marriage, the original character had never touched Lu Ruyin, even permitting her to pursue her true love. It is likely that the original character could never have anticipated that he would ultimately be falsely accused by Lu Ruyin, leading to his tragic end. As for the original character's actions, were they an exercise in restraint, or perhaps a manifestation of naivety? The text offers no clarity, as the original character merely serves as a pawn in the narrative. It is also possible that the abrupt turn of events caught the original character off guard, or perhaps the author intended to craft the character in such a manner. Now, Junimo Xiao has undergone a transformation. Henceforth, anything is possible. Chapter 7. The arrival of Lu Jing in and are you Yin? I must ask you, was it your own decision to withdraw from the engagement with the sixth prince? Lu Jingnan's countenance was grave, resembling a formidable statue as he sternly inquired, Father, why must I, your daughter, be wed to such a worthless individual as Jun Ma Xiao? Lu Ruyin lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a fierce defiance akin to a blazing flame, her voice resonating with indignation. Lu Zhengnan could only utter a single syllable, yet it felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to allow Lu Ruyin to withdraw. However, the fact that Lu Zhengnan had ascended to the position of a military commander indicated that his journey had not been straightforward. Lu Ruyin harbored an affection for King Chu, Jun Wudao, a truth Lu Zhengnan was acutely aware of. Had this been 6 months prior, he might have been inclined to support her desires, for after all, as a father who had lost his beloved wife and possessed but one precious daughter, granting her freedom to choose her own love seemed only right. The Lu family had neither the backing of any noble clan nor the favor of the royal household. This was primarily because he had never engaged in power struggles, understanding that only those who could be utilized held any value. The Xuanjia army, despite its ostensible strength, was merely a fade. Simply put, any of the 4 royal armies could easily annihilate numerous Xuanjia troops as if sweeping autumn leaves. Even a single earthly realm expert from any esteemed family would render the Xuanjia army nothing more than a target, enduring a few strikes. The sixth prince, though perceived as a useless royal, would not be easily trifled with as long as Emperor Jun Zhantian reigned. Lu Zhengnan comprehended this astutely. The sixth prince was, in fact, the best choice for the Lu family. It must be said that Lu Jingnan's ability to maintain control of the Xuanjia army amidst various factions was indeed remarkable. Demonstrating a keen understanding of the intricacies at play in the original narrative, the Lu family had initially allied with Jun Ma Xiao, only to later pivot towards King Chu, Jun Wudao. Shortly after the ascension of the 8th prince, Jun Jianwen, the Lu family met its demise along with King Chu's downfall, a turn of events orchestrated, in part, by the heroine's cunning. The venomous supporting character, Lu Ruyin, also perished alongside King Chu, her spirit extinguished as she departed for the underworld. At the Zue Chun Lu, evening had arrived, the setting sun casting a golden veil over the establishment. Jun Ma Xiao leisurely savored the graceful dance of the courtesan. Unnamed entered steadily, directing his gaze toward Jun Ma Xiao. Your Highness, the head of the Lu family has come to pay a visit. Upon hearing this, Jun Ma Xiao remained unperturbed, continuing to relish his fine wine. The liquid swirled within the cup, gleaming like amber, exuding an enticing fragrance, while he leisurely nibbled on delicacies. The exquisite snacks seemed to complement his current leisure, as though he had not heard Unname's report at all. In reality, he had anticipated Lu Jingnan's arrival. As per the original storyline, seeking to pledge allegiance. Alas, I fear I may disappoint General Lu, Jun Ma Xiao mused to himself with a tinge of regret. Lu Jingnan's visit undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for him. All eyes would be upon this encounter, as it symbolized the convergence of power. Moreover, it served as a test and probe from his father, the emperor. Accepting Lu Jingnan's allegiance would suggest to all that he harbored ambitions for the throne. a notion that would unsettle various factions, in the original tale. The protagonist was constrained in the imperial capital for a decade due to his acceptance of the Liu family's support, unable to serve in any official capacity or pursue his ambitions. For Jun Maxiao in the present, there was no question of accepting this allegiance. Instead, he would consider steering the Liu family towards the Chu royal household. At this moment, I must not entangle myself with military power, lest I invite suspicion from all sides. Furthermore, did the Liu family not betray their previous allegiance after they pledged their support? The emperor's marriage proposals are hardly simple. Jun Maxiao pondered the storyline while musing inwardly. The old emperor currently supported King Chu, both to cultivate the princes and to entangle certain noble families in his schemes. Life within the royal family is indeed harsh. The dynamics between ruler and subject, father and son, are far from the pure and unblemished nature of my past life. He silently lamented. Then, he rose slowly, brushing the dust from his garments as if to rid himself of worldly concerns. With steady strides, he descended the staircase, with unnamed closely following, mirroring his movements until they exited. By the time they returned to the sixth prince's residence, it was already late into the night. The moonlight bathed the courtyard in a silvery glow, enveloping everything in a veil of ethereal mist. In the grand hall of the sixth prince's residence, Jun Maxiao encountered a middle-aged man seated with an air of solemnity, clad in deep gray attire. The man sat upright in his chair, resembling a towering mountain, steadfast and resolute. His posture was as erect as a pine tree, his spine straight as an ancient cypress, his feet firmly planted on the ground, knees slightly apart, as if rooted in the earth, solid and unwavering. His hands rested naturally on the armrests, fingers long and powerful, his visage stern and resolute, with deep-set eyes filled with an enigmatic depth that obscured his inner turmoil. Upon noticing Jun Maxiao's presence, he immediately rose, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to His Highness, the sixth prince. Jun Maxiao did not exhibit excessive warmth. Instead, he waved his hand lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "General Liu, there is no need for such formalities." He then gracefully took his seat at the head of the table, elegantly lifting a cup of freshly brewed tea. The steam rose in delicate tendrils, akin to swirling clouds. After savoring a sip, relishing the aroma that unfolded on his palate, he set the cup down and inquired of Liu Zhengnan, "Pray tell, what brings you to visit at such a late hour?" At this moment, Liu Zhengnan was scrutinizing Jun Maxiao with keen eyes, experiencing this close encounter for the first time. He observed Jun Maxiao's tall and upright stature, akin to a resilient poplar, his complexion fair yet imbued with a healthy glow. With brows like swords and eyes like stars, they sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of the brilliant constellations in the night sky, exuding an air of quiet confidence and tranquility, combined with a touch of serenity, truly a figure of striking presence. Inwardly, Liu Zhengnan pondered. Why did Rian overlook the sixth prince, instead favoring King Chu? While he had encountered King Chu before, he had not found anything particularly remarkable about him. Upon hearing Jun Maxiao's question, Liu Zhengnan returned to the present, stating, "I have come to discuss matters concerning my daughter, Ruyan." Chapter 8. The Furious King Chuo? Jun Maxiao raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes as his demeanor subtly shifted. Seated in the main position, sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting dappled shadows, while he feigned ignorance regarding the matter of Liu Ruyan's betrothal. Observing this, Liu Zhengnan's brows furrowed, his expression darkening, his heart burdened with frustration as the atmosphere grew tense. He clenched his teeth in silence, the flames of anger nearly erupting forth, contemplating. I had expected the sixth prince to create a scene, yet he remains composed. After suppressing his fury, he forced a bitter smile. His eyes icy, and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, my daughter is young and inexperienced, acting rashly. I hope you can show mercy and forgive her. In the future, the Liu family and the Xuanjia army will surely follow your lead." Jun Maxiao's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze narrowing as he regarded Liu Zhengnan, speaking calmly, "General Liu, why bother with such formalities?" With this, a glint of sharpness crossed his eyes. "Surely, you must understand that this decision to break the engagement is not solely within her control. Miss Liu is already 18. Matters concerning her are hardly trivial." He furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. I have heard that she harbors affections for King Chu. If that is the case, I am willing to facilitate this. His demeanor remained unperturbed as he waved his hand lightly. Moreover, the Xuanjia army belongs to His Majesty. I would not dare overstep my boundaries. General Liu, do you believe I am mistaken? With that, he fixed Lu Zhengnan with an unwavering gaze, a hint of provocation glimmering in his eyes. Having spoken, he settled back into his sandalwood chair, took a sip of tea, then set the cup down. Lifting his gaze to Lu Zhengnan, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lu Zhengnan felt as though struck by lightning, his body jolting as he widened his eyes in disbelief. He exclaimed, "Your Highness, how can you act in such a manner without fearing the ridicule of the world?" "You underestimate the situation," Jun Maxiao replied with a self-deprecating smile, a glimmer of stubbornness evident in his expression. "I am already seen as a waste in the imperial capital. Can my circumstances possibly worsen? It would be best for the general to focus on the Lu family rather than concern yourself with me." Lu Zhengnan's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he asked gravely, "Might I inquire?" "Your Highness, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter?" Jun Maxiao remained silent, merely sipping his tea, his expression calm and indifferent. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhengnan's face darkened, and he sighed heavily before departing in dejection. The following day, on the streets of the imperial capital, sunlight bathed the thoroughfares, and a gentle breeze rustled the willows. Whispering secrets, a piece of news swept through the city like a tempest, the clamor of voices and footsteps intertwining in a symphony of sound. A passerby leaned close to another, eyes gleaming with intrigue, whispering, "Have you heard? The sixth prince has been jilted." The second passerby furrowed his brows, fury evident on his face as he nearly collided with a street vendor. Exclaiming that Miss Lu truly lacks discernment. The sixth prince is so kind and gentle. How could she act in such a manner? A third passerby squeezed through the throng, indignation written all over his face. Indeed, the sixth prince, Your Highness, is known for his magnanimity. Given the recent injustices he has faced, one might ponder whether there are those who have orchestrated these trials with malice. A passerby named Ding, perched upon a stone pillar by the street, nodded with conviction, stating, "I have heard whispers that the Prince of Chu is the one pulling the strings, consumed by envy towards the sixth prince." In the bustling market nearby, a customer frowned at a vendor, exclaiming, "Look at Lu Ruyan. How outrageous! The sixth prince is so admirable, yet she has the audacity to break off their engagement." The vendor, nearly dropping his wares in his haste to agree, responded, "Indeed. This is tantamount to defying imperial orders. Is she not fearful of the emperor's wrath?" An elderly woman at the vegetable stall, having overheard the conversation, set down her produce with a scowl and chimed in, "It is undoubtedly the work of the Prince of Chu. For his selfish desires, he has compelled Lu Ruyan to end the engagement, openly defying the emperor." Nearby customers, stirred by her words, echoed their outrage, causing a few leaves from their vegetables to scatter. Exactly. The Prince of Chu seeks to usurp the sixth prince's fiancée. The sixth prince is utterly innocent. An old man, leaning heavily on his cane, passed by, his face flushed with indignation as he trembled and remarked, "How despicable of the Prince of Chu to disregard brotherly bonds in such a vile manner. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from further discussion." "We must not invite trouble," interrupted a scholarly figure. News spread rapidly, taking on various forms, with rumors of Lu Ruyan's broken engagement and accusations of the Prince of Chu's involvement circulating widely. The Prince of Chu, Jun Maxiao, and Lu Ruyan became the focal points of heated discussions, the atmosphere on the streets thick with tension and speculation. But where do these rumors originate? Naturally, they stem from the machinations of the sixth prince, who at this very moment has already entered the palace. Jun Maxiao walked toward the royal residence, his solitary figure receding into the distance, the stone beasts lining the path seeming to lament his fate. The sun cast a warm glow, yet it only served to illuminate his sorrow. A young eunuch approached him, bowing swiftly and inquiring softly, "Your Highness, the sixth prince, where are you headed?" Jun Maxiao shook his head slightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am on my way to see father. There are matters I must explain to him, and I hope he does not hold too much anger against me." At the Prince of Chu's residence, the atmosphere in the grand hall was stifling. The Prince of Chu paced restlessly, each step heavy enough to cause the ground to tremble. His brow was furrowed, his gaze filled with the wrath of a cornered beast, as if flames of fury might consume the very hall. Adorned with the crown of a distinguished scholar, its jewels sparkled coldly, while the elaborate dragon robes he wore, though lacking a claw, still exuded authority, the fabric rustling as if whispering his dissatisfaction. The hall lay in disarray, with debris and overturned furniture littering the floor, resembling the aftermath of a brutal battle. The Prince of Chu bellowed, "Fools!" His eyes bulged, bloodshot and furious, his face flushed with rage, veins protruding like a demon unleashed. "A pack of imbeciles. All of you are utterly foolish." He waved his arms wildly, his expression fierce, as if striving to break free from the confines of the hall. After venting his fury, he sank back into his chair, which creaked in protest. His emotions began to settle, yet his gaze remained dark and menacing as he muttered, "Old Six, you are truly ruthless to scheme against me. You are nothing but a mad dog. Humph. Merely a worthless fool." A slight frown crossed his brow, remorse flickering in his eyes for having provoked Jun Maxiao. As if he had plunged into a dark abyss, he barked at his attendants, "I have truly miscalculated. I never anticipated that Old Six possessed such cunning. What do I do now?" The attendant, trembling, whispered, "Your Highness, we should first observe the Emperor's movements." The Prince of Chu waved his hand in irritation. "Humph, it seems we have no choice." Just then, hurried footsteps outside shattered the silence of the hall, and a eunuch called out in a high-pitched voice, "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace." The voice echoed in the hall like the tolling of fate's bell. The Prince of Chu took a deep breath to compose himself, turning sharply to his attendant, instructing, "Quickly check my attire. It must be impeccable. I cannot allow father to find fault with me, or you shall bear the consequences." The attendant hurriedly checked and adjusted the prince's attire as he walked through the hall with a solemn expression. Sunlight streamed in, elongating his shadow, as if he bore a heavy burden, each step laden with complex emotions. In the imperial study, the atmosphere was heavy with gravity. Emperor Jun Zhantian sat with imposing authority behind a desk piled high with memorials. His expression was solemn, and his gaze piercing as he perused the documents, each one seemingly a tome of fate. Jun Maxiao had knelt for 2 hours, his legs numb, yet he maintained an upright posture, as steadfast as a monument. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat trickling down. His eyes, unwavering as a lighthouse, radiated resilience. Qianzhu entered quietly, akin to a cat wary of disturbing the atmosphere. He bowed respectfully and whispered to the emperor, his voice barely audible before retreating, casting a lingering glance at Jun Maxiao, his expression a blend of sympathy and admiration, as if laden with unspoken words. The emperor nodded, setting aside the memorials, and turned his gaze to Jun Maxiao, his eyes deep and complex. "Old Six, is this path you tread truly worth it?" His voice resonated in the study, akin to a thunderous bell, striking the very core of one's being. "Worth it? Or not?" Jun Maxiao's pallid visage twisted into a bitter smile, a smile that concealed the heartache of inevitability, his eyes momentarily reflecting the serenity that follows a tempest, as fleeting as a shooting star. "Father, I have merely done what I believe is right. As for the outcome, I have made my peace, with no regrets." "Oh?" The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, curiosity flickering in his gaze, as if he sought to unravel a profound mystery. "Speak." Leaning back into his chair, the emperor exuded a languid yet authoritative demeanor, akin to a deity commanding the realm, his every gesture imbued with an air of dominance. Jun Maxiao had prepared his words along the way, knowing that one could not deceive the emperor at the heart of power. "Father, your wisdom surely sees through the entanglement with Lu Ruyan and the Prince of Chu. The marriage arrangement is but a stratagem. I am but a pawn in the game of power, moved by the hands of destiny. Father, I am self-aware, cognizant that some matters are destined to elude me. Thus, I have found contentment in my current state. I wish not to be embroiled in senseless disputes. I only hope to contribute my modest efforts for you, in gratitude for your kindness, and to bring peace to the common folk." Jun Maxiao's expression was placid, his eyes reflecting a sense of liberation, as if a caged bird had broken free, soaring toward the open sky. The emperor let out a soft hum, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction passing through his eyes. Like a ripple beneath a tranquil lake's surface. To be a solitary figure, would you be willing, Father, for me, to serve to you as a privilege? Even if I must stand alone, I shall not waver. Jun Maxiao lifted his gaze, looking steadfastly at the emperor, his eyes burning with fervor, radiating the light of conviction. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly, from tomorrow onward. You shall be assigned to the supervisory court. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, his demeanor frantic as if startled, his forehead glistening with sweat, leaving a trail of hurried footprints as he gasped out, Your Majesty, the Prince of Chu has arrived. Chapter 9. A cornucopia of royal intrigue. Jun Maxiao outwits the flustered Prince of Chu. Let him enter. The voice of Jun Zhantian resounded with undeniable authority, reverberating powerfully within the study. Before long, the Prince of Chu stepped confidently through the door, his stature tall yet betraying a hint of unease. He knelt respectfully before the emperor, saying, Your humble son pays his respects to Father. The emperor merely acknowledged him with a curt hum, his tone as calm as a placid lake disturbed only by a slight ripple, laden with authority, after which he fell silent. Jun Maxiao, however, performed a courteous gesture towards the Prince of Chu. Maintaining a serene expression as he greeted, I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Chu. The Prince of Chu nodded slightly in response, offering no further comment, for Jun Maxiao had addressed him with a formal title. Not the familiar endearment of second brother. This subtle difference in address seemed to hint at the delicate dynamics between them. The emperor's gaze inadvertently flicked toward the two. His eyes were deep as the ocean, seemingly calm yet teeming with intricate emotions beneath the surface. Since I have granted old Six a marriage to Lu Ruyan, I have my designs. Can you not see, second brother? If the engagement were to be annulled without your instigation, how would the Lu family dare to act so boldly? What is it? Are you so intolerant of even a brother who is deemed worthless? Is this how you wish to test the waters? To use my face as your gauge? At this moment, the emperor's inner thoughts were rife with scorn for the Prince of Chu. Shifting his gaze, we find ourselves in the prince's residence. In a tranquil estate, two men sat upon stone benches in a pavilion. A chessboard lay before them, the black and white pieces scattered like stars in the night sky, as they engaged in a silent competition. Each move a testament to their strategic prowess. The younger man broke the silence, inquiring, Dongfang, what do you suppose the second prince will do after suffering such a significant setback? The middle-aged man replied with calm assurance, Your Highness, I believe the Prince of Chu will not act rashly. And why is that? The crown prince furrowed his brows slightly, his expression revealing his inner contemplation. Dongfang Shu, not one to withhold his thoughts, pondered briefly before responding, Given your intelligence, Your Highness, you must surely deduce it. However, you find yourself ensnared in a conundrum. The emperor supports the Prince of Chu not merely as a means to incite competition with you, but perhaps with even deeper intentions. However, the Prince of Chu has erred by failing to sever ties after the emperor has bestowed Lu Ruyan upon the sixth prince. Instead, he has chosen to covertly probe old Six, which is a grave miscalculation. This action not only tarnishes the royal reputation but also disrupts the emperor's designs. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's eyes glimmered with contemplation, his gaze reminiscent of a vast starry sky, sparkling with wisdom. After a moment, he sighed, Alas, who can truly fathom the emperor's mind? Upon uttering these words, Dongfang Shua felt a stir within his heart. The thoughts of His Majesty were indeed as intricate and unfathomable as a labyrinth. Leaving one perplexed, the depths of his mind were akin to an endless abyss that instilled fear. This situation is a reflection of the adage that one's position dictates one's perspective, unless one occupies that esteemed position. It is nearly impossible to discern their intentions. The emperor persistently fosters the prince's competition, akin to nurturing a venomous creature, meticulously cultivating the strongest heir. The betrothal of Jun Maxiao was not without this consideration. The second layer of this scheme was, of course, to drag the aristocratic families into the fray, with the princes serving merely as a grand banner in the later chapters of the original novel. Before the emperor's demise, the noble families had been reduced to but a handful. As for the third implication, it likely pertains to preparations for war. After all, The confiscation of estates and extermination of clans not only consolidates centralized power but also brings swift financial gain. Notably, these noble families are a collection of traitors. Returning to the imperial study, since the arrival of King Chu, the two had remained kneeling for an entire hour. King Chu appeared relatively well, his posture still upright, though a hint of fatigue was evident in his expression. Conversely, Junimo Shao was already drenched in fine beads of sweat upon his forehead, resembling the dew on grass blades in the early morning. His complexion as pallid as paper, as if that ghostly hue might consume him whole at any moment. "Very well, you may leave," the emperor's voice resonated softly, as though traversing a lengthy temporal tunnel. Imbued with a trace of exhaustion and resignation, upon hearing this, the two respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Father Emperor." However, as they rose, Junimo Zhao's legs involuntarily trembled, weakening as if he were a reed swaying in the wind. On the verge of collapsing, the emperor's eyelid twitched slightly, and an inexplicable sense of guilt towards Junimo Shao burgeoned within him. Stepping outside, King Chu strode purposefully towards the palace exit, his steps resolute and vigorous. As if eager to escape something, in contrast, Junimo Shao limped awkwardly toward the palace gates, his gait unsteady, each step appearing exceedingly arduous, akin to a traveler struggling through mire. Upon reaching the palace gates, King Chu had already been waiting in the carriage for quite some time, only to witness Junimo Shao emerge slowly, limping. King Chu couldn't help but have his eyes twitch in irritation. Inwardly deriding, thinking, "A waste is indeed a waste." As Junimo Shao glanced at King Chu's carriage, King Chu fortuitously drew back the curtain and with a mocking tone proclaimed, "Sixth brother, what a masterstroke." Junimo Shao forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, retorting, "Heh, second brother, the sixth brother is but a waste." The emperor's decree might merely be a piece of cloth after all. King Chu's pupils constricted, suddenly realizing that he had unwittingly breached a taboo. Why would he test someone he deemed a waste? Was it to compel him to his demise? The betrothal to Lu Ruyan was sanctioned by the emperor. Thus, he too was essentially defying the imperial will. Junimo Shao had astutely pinpointed these nuances, and was thus able to act as he did, effectively placing the knife in Junimo Zhao's hands. In the residence of the sixth prince, Junimo Shao dragged his weary form into his chamber, feeling a weight lift as he sank into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. He quietly reflected on the entire affair, his mind racing through a carousel of details, pondering deeply, ensuring he had overlooked nothing, internally lamenting, acting is truly exhausting. The reason for his apparent fatigue was, in fact, to elicit the emperor's sympathy and guilt. The emperor's heart brimmed with contradictions. He personally forced his sons into the arena of power struggles, only to shatter their hopes, yet within him lingered a glimmer of paternal tenderness. The eighth prince was favored for similar reasons. Having lost his mother at a young age and being the emperor's youngest son, the emperor naturally poured a portion of his paternal affection onto the eighth prince. As Junimo Shao found himself lost in thought, an unnamed figure entered the room and softly announced, "Your Highness, someone has arrived from the palace." Chapter 10. In the Supervisory Bureau, Jun Huan Shao. In the residence of King Chu, Jun Ku Hao. Upon hearing this, Junimo Shao slowly rose, his movements burdened as though shackled, limping toward the reception hall. This divine creation of fate, aptly named the nerve of destiny, can indeed simulate the appearance of injury at will, feeling pain when desired, and healing when desired, as one wishes. Yet, one must ponder, what kind of person possesses such extraordinary neurosis to create something so profoundly intricate? Along the way, Junimo Shao was filled with reflections. This moment, in the reception hall, 3 eunuchs stood silently. One of the eunuchs stepped forward briskly, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please accept the imperial edict." Junimo Zhao's expression grew solemn as he respectfully knelt before the exalted edict. The eunuch pronounced with clarity, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. I observe the rise and fall of the nation. Therefore, I hereby appoint the 6th Prince Junimo Shao as the left assistant censor of the Supervisory Bureau. A 4th-rank official. You must prioritize the nation's welfare and the happiness of the people, and do not betray my expectations, nor neglect your supervisory duties." Once the edict was read, the 3 eunuchs fluttered forward like butterflies, their faces adorned with smiles as they congratulated Junimo Shao. Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations. Junimo Shao, well-versed in the imperial etiquette, methodically presented his gifts. After the eunuchs departed, he slowly turned his gaze toward the edict, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he fell into deep contemplation. The Supervisory Bureau, left Assistant Censor, the Emperor is indeed generous. He wishes for me to become a blade. A sword has a tomb, but a knife has none, only solitude. A faint smile graced his lips, tinged with bitterness, as if countless thoughts lay hidden behind that smile. The primary responsibility of the Supervisory Bureau in the Great Yu Empire is to oversee officials, uphold court discipline, participate in judicial trials, and advise the Emperor. The Supervisory Bureau is considered a crucial judicial institution, second only to the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice handles case investigations, apprehensions, and detentions. The Dali Temple is responsible for trials, adjudications, detentions, and safeguarding the dignity and fairness of Great Yu's laws. The Supervisory Bureau, while primarily focused on monitoring officials, may also partake in the adjudication of other cases. It hangs like a sword of Damocles, perpetually intimidating those with treacherous intentions. The left assistant censor is a fourth-rank official, equivalent to a senior departmental position in modern times. While this role wields significant power, it is also a position fraught with potential to offend. Am I to become the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau now? Truly, I am favored by fate. To be the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau at the age of 18 on Earth, what a thought. What a thought, however. The Supervisory Bureau of Great Yu is indeed somewhat unique. Let us see how I, Junimo Shao, wield the sword of Damocles, undefeated and unassailable, invincible in all endeavors. My fate is dictated by my own will. For I am the supervisor, destined to suppress all foes. Junimo Shao returned to his chamber, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. The matter of Lu Ruyan's broken engagement could be trivial or significant. If he chose to disregard it, the issue could easily be swept under the rug, and all would feign ignorance. On a minor scale, it was merely youthful folly, a loss of face. On a grander scale, Lu Ruyan could not escape the consequences of defying the imperial will, as this matter pertained to the royal dignity. Yet, once King Chu was involved, the situation transformed dramatically, evolving into a conflict between brothers, with King Chu defying the emperor and Lu Ruyan being coerced. Junimo Zhao's decision to lower himself to address this matter, even amplifying it, led to the current situation. He could rid himself of Lu Ruyan, retaliate against King Chu, and receive compensation from the emperor. A trifecta of benefits, with only minor face lost. As the saying goes, he who does not care for face is invincible in the world. Within the residence of King Chu, after returning home, he sat slumped in his chair, as if his soul had departed. His thoughts remained ensnared by Junimo Zhao's words, a wave of apprehension swelling within him. He was acutely aware that the emperor would hardly favor one who could not tolerate his brothers. Moreover, the sixth prince was perceived as an inconsequential waste by the masses, coupled with the matter of defying the emperor's will. It had originally been Lu Ruyan's rebellion, but now it had become his own. Though the emperor had not uttered a word, the silence was far more chilling, akin to a mountain on the verge of collapse, ready to crush him at any moment. Now, the Lu family felt like a hot potato to him, placing him in a dilemma. If he accepted the Lu family, the rumors would solidify, and he would bear the infamous title of defying the emperor's orders and seizing Junimo Zhao's fiancée. A King Chu who fights over the fiancée of a wasteful brother would surely be scorned by all. Yet, if he rejected them, he would appear cold-hearted, losing even more, and his supporters would deem him ungrateful, thus sowing discord. As for Lu Ruyan, in his mind, she had become as detestable as a demon, and he wished for her to meet her doom. A seemingly trivial test had quietly determined the fates of many. A testament to the brutal nature of royal rivalries. Truly, the gears of fate had begun to turn, and none could escape their grasp. The following morning, within the residence of the sixth prince, Junimo Shao completed his morning rituals. Donned in a brand-new official robe, akin to a warrior preparing for battle, he strode steadily toward the Supervisory Bureau. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, seemingly bearing a tremendous weight yet standing proud and unyielding. His gaze calm and imbued with fearlessness, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would forge ahead regardless of the multitude. Approaching the grand entrance of the supervisory bureau, the guards stood at attention like upright spears. Respectfully saluting, "We pay our respects to your excellency." Junimo Shao nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze piercing as it swept over the guards' odd faces, before he confidently entered the courtyard at that moment. An official in his 40s, with a kind demeanor, hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in greeting. This humble official, Linda, pays his respects to His Highness the Sixth Prince. With a courteous smile, Junimo Shao returned the greeting. "Lord Lin, you are too kind. Your Highness has just arrived today, and I have come to welcome you. Please, this way, I shall guide you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings of the courtyard," Linda busily stated. Having spoken, Linda led the way ahead like a faithful guide, leading Junimo Shao through the front courtyard. Subsequently, Linda took Junimo Shao on a tour of the Inspection Institute, before finally bringing him to the office of the left censor. Inside, Junimo Shao took a seat at the desk and surveyed the surroundings. The room was adorned in a simple and elegant manner, with the desk arranged with the 4 treasures of the study and several piles of official documents. Linda stood by and remarked, "Your Highness, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Junimo Shao nodded, replying, "Thank you, Lord Lin. Please, go about your duties." After Linda departed, Junimo Shao fell into deep contemplation, recalling the figures associated with the Inspection Institute. Though the original text did not elaborate on the matters of the Inspection Institute, one individual certainly warranted attention: current left censor Shangguan Luan. This man was a formidable figure of the earthly profound realm and a venerable elder of strong principles. The Great Yu Inspection Institute was quite unique. Even the emperor could not interfere with its affairs unless there were significant issues at hand. This distinction marked the most profound difference between this dynasty and the historical dynasties of Earth. Shangguan Luan was not affiliated with any faction, and it was precisely for this reason that he could hold the position of left censor for such an extended period. However, what truly captured Junimo Zhao's interest was Shangguan Luan's daughter. Shangguan Wan'er, Chapter 11. The Arduous Path to Court, in the Simplicity of Loyalty and Foolishness. Shangguan Wan'er was a crucial assistant to the female protagonist in the latter part of the story, playing an indispensable role in the stabilization of the Great Yu Empire. These 2 women were indeed the cornerstones of the empire's stability, and the future tranquility of the Great Yu Empire hinged upon their contributions. The Inspection Institute was akin to a double-edged sword. If wielded properly, it could become a weapon of harm; if misused, it could inflict injury upon itself. The emperor's generous allowance for him to enter the Inspection Institute hinted at a possibly profound intention to ultimately subdue it. Much like a meticulously crafted chess game, each move contained deep meanings and strategies. The Great Yu Empire, while seemingly a grand realm, had internal structures that greatly differed from those of ordinary historical dynasties. It housed powerful families, akin to ancient and vast familial systems, deeply entrenched in the expansive lands of the empire. There were also bureaucratic factions, intricately woven into the power structures of the empire, creating a complex web that was difficult to untangle. Individual powers dotted the empire like stars, each shining with its unique brilliance. Moreover, there existed other hidden forces, such as enigmatic assassin organizations and certain sects, whose depths remained inscrutable to the common folk. Yet among all these factions, the most formidable was undoubtedly the royal power. Otherwise, how could they maintain their seat upon the imperial throne, ruling over such vast mountains and rivers? In terms of factional classification, the Inspection Institute could indeed be categorized under individual power, with Shangguan Luan at its helm, forming a unique strength. Although it belonged to the 3 departments, it was markedly different from the Criminal Department and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was akin to a sharp sword tightly grasped in the emperor's hand, fully under his control. Its actions and decisions strictly adhered to the emperor's will, serving as a direct embodiment of his power in the judicial realm. The Criminal Department, on the other hand, was exceedingly complex, with various forces intermingling like a convoluted labyrinth, ensnaring those within its intricate networks. The Inspection Institute, however, was dictated by Shangguan Luan, a man of formidable strength who commanded respect and acted solely based on factual evidence, embodying integrity and righteousness. Furthermore, the personnel selection mechanism of the entire Inspection Institute was independent, making it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, for other factions to insert themselves into its ranks. He had entered the Inspection Institute, yet he could not fathom what sort of transaction had transpired between the emperor and Shangguan Luan. However, it was certain that the conditions of such a transaction must be exceedingly stringent. He speculated that perhaps the emperor placed him in this position with the hope that he could become a figure akin to Shangguan Luan, though this possibility was relatively slim. After all, he lacked substantial martial force to support him publicly. Thus, only one possibility remained: to seek Shangguan Luan's protection while enduring various trials himself. Alas, it was regrettable that this old fellow would meet his demise in a few years. A fate that truly evoked pity, Junimo Shao could not help but exclaim. Had this old man lived longer, the original host might not have faced false accusations and ultimately a tragic end by hanging. His thoughts drifted far away. 30 years hence, old Eight's death, though possibly feigned, raised the question of why he would need to pretend to die. There was only one possibility. A powerful foe had set their sights on old Eight, forcing him into a state of feigned death to evade danger. The only force capable of dispatching three-peak earthly profound warriors was likely those three. How could the author, in the midst of a well-structured narrative, leave behind so many pitfalls? Junimo Shao lamented inwardly. If the book were complete, he would not have to rack his brain with speculation. He could simply possess all knowledge and power. Sighing, he murmured softly, "As the saying goes, when you are strong, I endure. When I am strong, I shine. The ability to bend and stretch is the mark of a true gentleman." Thus, he sat before the desk, much like a contemplative scholar, immersed in thoughts of the court's dynamics and his own circumstances, remaining in this state for an entire day until the shift change arrived. Upon returning to the residence of the sixth prince, he indulged in a soothing hot bath, the warm water seemingly washing away the weariness and thoughts of the day. He felt as if a clear stream were cleansing the grime from the stones, refreshing both body and mind, and soon he drifted into a deep slumber. As for visiting the brothel, having finally attained the status of a fourth-grade official, how could he possibly frequent such places? He was, after all, a judicial officer of the Great Yu Empire. Was he to learn a foreign language as well? Moreover, he needed to attend court early the next morning. The following day, before dawn, Wu Ming knocked on the door. "Your Highness, it is almost the hour of the rabbit. We must enter the palace." Hearing Wu Ming's voice, he groggily opened his eyes, noting the still dim light of dawn, feeling a sense of helplessness. Rising, he washed up and then boarded the carriage, slowly departing the residence. In the carriage, he could not help but voice his grievances about the tropes in novels where characters return to ancient times as princes or emperors. He wished the authors could experience firsthand what it meant to attend court, what it meant to be a prince. The hour of the rabbit was roughly equivalent to the modern early morning from 5 to 7. A time designated for clocking in at work rather than leaving home. One could say that from departure to the Grand Palace, it would take at least an hour, and officials had to rise by 4 in the morning. Fortunately, most people of this era retired by 9 in the evening. Otherwise, enduring such labor would be quite the challenge. Having finished his complaints, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of Wu Ming. He observed Wu Ming, brimming with energy and enthusiasm, as if he had been infused with a surge of vitality, resembling a warrior ready to charge into battle, full of spirit and vigor. Upon reflection, he understood the reason. Merely the sight of his master achieving success filled Wu Ming's heart with hope and anticipation. Little did he know, if Wu Ming were aware that he had to conceal his own strength, would it not infuriate him to the point of bloodshed? The carriage proceeded steadily until it reached the palace gates. Within the palace, save for the emperor and the consorts, carriages were generally prohibited from entering. Thus, everyone dismounted at the palace gates and proceeded on foot. As Wu Ming, serving as a personal guard, could not enter the palace gates. He could only wait outside. Dismounting from the carriage, he glanced back, catching Wu Ming's fervent gaze as he watched him enter the palace gates, akin to a father looking upon his child entering the university. Filled with expectation and concern, witnessing Wu Ming's expression left Junimo Shao momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet he understood Wu Ming's unwavering loyalty and earnest hopes. Chapter 12. Shangguan's cunning plan reveals intentions. The Inspection Institute investigates the chaos. When the time for court arrived, the officials entered in orderly fashion, and Junimo Shao found himself among them. Many officials noticed Junimo Shao. Although he was merely a fourth-grade official, the Inspection Institute's distinctiveness, coupled with his status as a prince, meant that no one engaged in unnecessary pleasantries. Such was the scene in the Great Yu Court. Unless one was granted a noble title or had vested interest with others, everyone simply carried out their respective duties. The court meeting unfolded much as previously anticipated, discussing necessary disaster relief efforts and anti-bandit initiatives, with little relevance to the Inspection Institute. However, just as Junimo Shao was listening to these largely inconsequential discussions, the emperor suddenly declared, a few days ago, the magistrate of Qinghe County was murdered, and the culprit is suspected to be from the White Lotus sect. What are your thoughts, my esteemed ministers? Upon the utterance of this statement, a tumultuous uproar erupted beneath the court. Leaving Junimo Shao momentarily stunned, he lifted his gaze, only to find the collective eyes of the assembly directed towards his position. Unfazed, he feigned a look of bewilderment, conveying his complete ignorance of the matter at hand. On the surface, the White Lotus sect appeared to be a mere grassroots organization, proficient in assassination, bribery, and inciting civil unrest. However, these aspects were not the crux of the issue. The pivotal point lay in his awareness that this organization was composed of remnants from the fallen dynasty. Initially established by the crown prince of the Great Li and a few elder figures akin to shadow guards, with the intent of avenging the fallen emperor and restoring the Great Li. Yet, since the demise of the earliest batch of elders, the organization had undergone significant transformation. It seems a trial has arrived, he mused inwardly. The grand court session concluded swiftly, and as anticipated, the emperor issued a decree mandating the supervisory court to investigate the case. After the court's adjournment, he returned to the supervisory court, entered his office, and began contemplating his strategy for addressing the situation. Luo Wunyan, shall you make your appearance? Perhaps it is time to refer to you as Situ Rue Yin. My cousin. Indeed, the female protagonist from the original narrative was poised to make her entrance. Situ Rue Yin, the saintess of the White Lotus sect, was his cousin and the most pivotal female lead, simultaneously embodying the greatest antagonist. Luo Wunyan was the name she would later adopt. Yet, he was acutely aware that this woman was not truly his cousin. His uncle was incapable of fathering children. Being a eunuch, however, at this moment, he feared his days were numbered. Just as he was reflecting on the plot, a series of footsteps approached, followed by a knock on the door. My lord. Lord Shangwan requests your presence in the council chamber. He nodded and exited his office, following the messenger to the council chamber. Upon arrival, he beheld Shangwan Luan seated solemnly in the main seat, the atmosphere within the chamber thick with tension. Noticing his entrance, Shangwan Luan raised a hand slightly to signal him to sit, then spoke directly. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that the supervisory court investigate the assassination of the magistrate of Qinghe County. What insights do you have on this matter? Junimo Shao nodded, his expression grave as he replied. As I am newly appointed to the supervisory court, I possess no unique perspective on this matter. I shall defer to Lord Shangwan's arrangements. Shangwan Luan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before stating, in my humble opinion, we ought to dispatch the most agile and quick-witted young talents from our court to conduct an investigation in Qinghe County. Upon hearing Shangwan Luan's words, Junimo Shao inwardly pondered. Why not simply say you want me to go instead of beating around the bush? Ordinarily, when an official is murdered, the investigation should first be conducted by the Ministry of Justice, which would then hand the case over to the Supreme Court for verification, thus concluding the matter. The supervisory court typically intervenes only when it pertains to issues involving officials themselves, or if the Ministry of Justice directly transfers the case to the supervisory court. However, the Emperor's decision to assign this case directly to the supervisory court, rather than the Ministry of Justice, clearly indicated that he intended for Junimo Shao to be responsible for the investigation. The motive behind this was simple. The founder of the White Lotus sect was the Crown Prince Situ Hong of the fallen Great Li dynasty, who was also his maternal uncle. The Emperor's maneuver is akin to a dance of swords, aimed to mock me, he lamented inwardly. Another trial awaits. The original narrative indeed described this case, alleging that the magistrate of Qinghe County had severely exploited the populace, resulting in widespread discontent and suffering among the people. In a bid to win the hearts of the citizenry, the White Lotus sect had directly sent assassins to eliminate the magistrate, seeking to enhance their reputation. The White Lotus sect had sought contact with the original protagonist years later, intending to support him in seizing the throne, but he had declined their assistance. Naturally, the protagonist was no fool. He understood the futility of such an endeavor. One reason was that he bore blood ties to the fallen dynasty, and those officials who had betrayed the previous regime would undoubtedly oppose his ascension to the throne. Furthermore, the aristocracy posed an obstacle, for the downfall of the Great Li dynasty had been orchestrated by these very clans. The Great Li dynasty had merely been a puppet for the aristocracy. If the puppet failed to obey, they would simply dispose of it and replace it. The emperor of the Great Li dynasty, his own grandfather, was that disobedient puppet, and only after his death did the rebellion occur, giving rise to the current Dayu Empire. Thus, the aristocracy remained the greatest threat to the Dayu Empire, their influence deeply entrenched, where pulling one thread could unravel the entire web. Naturally, the emperor was intent on suppressing the aristocracy. But what answer did the emperor truly seek? The original narrative indicated that this case would lead to the downfall of the White Lotus sect. What response should he provide? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it for now. Returning to the present, he turned to Shangguan Luan and declared, Lord Shangguan, I am willing to travel to Qinghe County to investigate this case. Shangguan Luan narrowed his eyes slightly before speaking slowly, Your Highness is of noble lineage. Should any misfortune befall you on this journey, I would find it difficult to explain to the emperor. He was well aware of the old man's intentions. It was merely a formality, as he had already resolved to send him. However, he did not fall into that trap. You are so considerate of me, my lord, that I am truly humbled, though I wonder whom you plan to send along. Upon hearing Junimo Zhao's words, Shangguan Luan's gaze sharpened. Contemplating inwardly how unexpectedly decisive this sixth prince is, yet, he merely replied, Since your highness is willing to relieve the emperor's concerns, I shall not disappoint your goodwill. This investigation will be entrusted entirely to you, and I shall also dispatch individuals to assist you. Junimo Zhao thought to himself, how curious that he previously referred to himself as this old man but now calls himself this official, and to send assistance. Surely, it is primarily for surveillance and reporting. This cunning old fox, he could not help but lament, whether one finds themselves amidst corrupt officials or upright ones like Shangguan Luan. Their words always seem so roundabout and euphemistic. Nonetheless, he responded, Thank you for your support, my lord. Chapter 13. Imo Xiao encounters a fair maiden while investigating, uncovers the White Lotus concealment. After Junimo Xiao departed, a middle-aged man, wearing a look of doubt, inquired, My lord, do you truly intend to let the sixth prince take full responsibility for this case? Shangguan Luan, with one hand behind his back and the other gently stroking his beard, replied slowly, He will investigate his affairs while we handle ours in due time. We shall present both sets of results to the emperor. As for other matters, that is beyond the purview of our supervisory court. Understood, my lord, the official responded. Very well, go and make the necessary arrangements, Shangguan Luan instructed the official. Qinghe County lay over 500 miles from the imperial capital. Traveling by carriage would take approximately 7 days, whereas riding a horse would allow one to arrive in just 2 days. Junimo Xiao had a strong inclination to opt for the carriage. Firstly, to buy time. It was not difficult to deduce that since this was a trial, Shangguan Luan would undoubtedly arrange for another group to go as well. In that case, there would surely be 2 sets of results, and the remaining issues would not be his concern. However, in order to grasp the specific circumstances in advance, he ultimately chose to ride to Qinghe County to in a tavern within Qinghe County. Junimo Xiao sat by the window, observing the bustling pedestrians on the street, deep in thought about the entire case. The assassination of the magistrate of Qinghe County was not particularly challenging to investigate on the surface. It merely required an autopsy. The real difficulty lay in tracing the whereabouts of the White Lotus sect and identifying the murderer. He had already visited the crime scene, and based on the condition of the corpse, he had formed a preliminary judgment. The magistrate had been decapitated with a single sword strike, the wound smooth and precise. And given that the magistrate himself possessed a 4th-tier cultivation level, it was reasonable to conclude that the assailant was a martial artist of at least 4th-tier caliber. The assailant must have descended from the rooftop, able to behead the magistrate without alarming anyone, indicating that their lightness skill was exceptional. Additionally, the assailant's swordsmanship was exceedingly refined, coupled with the family members' descriptions of the scene and the absence of any stolen valuables. Along with the message left behind proclaiming the White Lotus sect's commitment to the people, it became evident that the White Lotus sect acted solely to garner the goodwill of the populace in Qinghe County. They sought neither wealth nor riches, but rather reputation to attract followers. One could not help but admire the shrewdness of their calculations, Was it truly as simple as that? Damn. I feel somewhat like Di Renjia here. Alas, what am I thinking? Did not Di Renjia's father also go by the name Di Jishuan? I wonder if this world will ever see another Di Renjia. On this business trip, I have only managed to acquire a sword. What of the promised inheritance? He could not help but sigh inwardly. The magistrate's embezzled funds would naturally have to be properly accounted for. He had once entertained the thought of secretly stashing away some money, as he possessed a spatial ring and could surely make the wealth vanish. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea, settling for merely taking a long sword. Firstly, he had no immediate need to build a faction. At least not at this stage. Furthermore, the other group from the supervisory court would undoubtedly uncover the financial situation, making it unnecessary for him to take that risk. As for the higher-ups of the White Lotus sect, Junimo Shao was well aware of their identities, having read the original narrative. Yet to identify the murderer among the vast sea of people was indeed a formidable challenge, for the assailant might very well flee. Well then, he could only observe and sift through those martial artists who had recently appeared in Qinghe County, armed with swords. As for whether that individual has already fled from Qinghe County, it can only be left to fate after doing all that one can. Junimo Shao pondered quietly. During his days in Qinghe County, he would stroll through the city each day. Occasionally, he would engage in casual conversations with the townsfolk on the streets, seemingly nonchalantly gathering bits of information. At other times, he would sit quietly in tea houses, listening intently to the chatter of the patrons, hoping to catch a hint related to the case. On this particular day, as was his custom, he sat at the tea table in the inn where he resided. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the street below. Upon closer inspection, he saw a crowd gathered around a female street performer. The woman moved with agility, wielding a long sword, her dance stirring the air with a fierce energy, her swordsmanship exuding both grace and sharpness. Intrigued, he began to observe her closely. Firstly, her swordplay bore a resemblance to the style of the presumed culprit he had hypothesized. Secondly, she had only recently appeared in Qinghe County, having not been seen previously. Thirdly, she was an 8th-tier martial artist, as nimble as a swallow, and also utilized a sword. It was almost certain that she was indeed the murderer. Goodness, such audacity in broad daylight. Who knows whose subordinate from the White Lotus sect this is? The key point is, she actually dares to come before Xiao Gu. I see this just asking for trouble? Junimo Shao mused to himself. Alas, but wait, why would she be performing? Does the White Lotus sect also require street performances for sustenance? Never mind, keeping a watchful eye is paramount. This woman was astonishingly bold, brazenly appearing in Qinghe County. Did she truly believe everyone else to be a fool? If he could deduce this, surely others could as well. He estimated that, at this moment, the personnel from the Supervisory Institute had likely already set their sights on her, perhaps even laying a trap. Remaining discreet, he continued to observe, and after her performance concluded, he dismissed the nameless figure following him, breaking free from the watchful eyes of the shadows, and silently trailed her. The woman entered an inn, and Junimo Shao altered his appearance, securing a room conveniently adjacent to hers. As night fell, he lay in bed, his ears attuned to the movements next door. Finally, in the depths of the night, he heard soft sounds emanating from the adjacent room. He sprang up immediately, employing the mystical concealment technique, feeling himself merge with the surrounding space. A testament to the technique's remarkable prowess, he gently opened his door and followed her. In the darkness, the woman moved with practiced ease, seemingly well acquainted with the roads of Qinghe County. He carefully kept his distance behind her. Although he was concealed by the mystical concealment, caution was still advisable. The woman arrived at the entrance of an abandoned courtyard, paused to scan her surroundings, and then entered one of the rooms within. Junimo Shao hid outside the courtyard wall, quietly vaulting over and stealthily approaching the building. Inside, he could hear subdued voices. Pressing closer to the window, he listened intently to the conversation between two individuals. The mission has been executed satisfactorily, but we cannot afford to be complacent. The personnel from the Dayu Supervisory Institute have arrived. A man's voice stated. What is there to fear? What can they uncover? Our plan is flawless, responded the woman's voice, unmistakably that of the street performer. Do not be careless. The 6th prince has come, the man warned. The woman scoffed. Junimo Shao. Isn't he just a worthless fool? What is there to fear? Hearing her words, the man frowned but continued. be cautious in all matters. Do not underestimate the situation. Originally, he had intended to inform her of the imminent arrival of the saintess. But upon seeing her demeanor, he refrained. After all, the fewer who knew, the safer the saintess would be. Outside the window, Jun and Mo Xiao listened intently to their exchange, his heart racing as he reflected. It seems my conjectures were correct. The people of the White Lotus sect are already aware of my presence in Qinghe County. Is their next step to make contact with me? He did not require the White Lotus sect to initiate contact. After all, any actions they took in Qinghe County would inevitably attract the attention of the Supervisory Institute. In truth, Qinghe County had been a grand scheme from the outset. The murder of the county magistrate was merely a pretext. The magistrate's tyranny had stirred public outrage over time. Such animosity could not have arisen overnight. Indeed, there must be deeper intrigues at play. Jun and Mo Xiao thought to himself. When the emperor decreed the Supervisory Institute to investigate the case, he began to comprehend certain underlying reasons. Chapter 14. The bloodshed in Qinghe. Mysteries unveiled. Jun Zhao's ingenious schemes unraveled. Time rewinds to just before Jun and Mo Xiao's departure for Qinghe County. He had long harbored doubts about the conditions under which the emperor allowed him to enter the Supervisory Institute. The crux of the matter lay in this very case of Qinghe County. Indeed, the magistrate had long oppressed the people, inciting public fury, only to be acknowledged by the imperial capital after his demise. What, then, was the Supervisory Institute in Yuzhou doing? The situation had reached such a point that it could only indicate the officials in Yuzhou were thoroughly corrupt, with the magistrate receiving protection from a higher power. As Jun and Mo Xiao contemplated the case, he muttered to himself, "The Dayu Empire consists of 1 capital and 13 provinces, each equipped with its own independent Supervisory Institute, tasked with monitoring local officials. They are not subject to local governance but operate directly under the auspices of the Supervisory Institute, responsible for overseeing the discipline of local officials. Qinghe County falls under the jurisdiction of Hejuan and Yuzhou, which has its Supervisory Institute and Bureau. The magistrate of Qinghe County was able to act with such impunity, continuously oppressing the populace and provoking resentment. This undoubtedly signified a grave dereliction of duty within the oversight system. Moreover, the fact that this matter only came to light following the magistrate's murder, while the Supervisory Institute in the imperial capital remained unaware, was inherently illogical. This could only imply that the Imperial Supervisory Institute had received no feedback whatsoever regarding the magistrate of Qinghe County. In other words, the entire supervisory apparatus of Yuzhou had become utterly rotten. Jun and Mo Xiao continued to analyze the underlying connections in his mind. So, the emperor leveraged this critical point to facilitate my entry into the Supervisory Institute? Since you are ineffective in your oversight, it seems reasonable for me, as the emperor's appointed representative, to step in and assist as for the issues within the Supervisory Institute of Yuzhou. I need not concern myself. After all, I embody the will of the emperor. Since Shangguan Luan agreed to my entry into the Supervisory Institute, it implies that the emperor would not directly intervene in the internal corruption of the Supervisory Institute. The emperor's non-interference naturally meant that Shangguan Luan would conduct his own investigation, which also served as a condition of their agreement. Otherwise, the emperor could easily employ other means to thoroughly investigate the issues within the Supervisory Institute. Thus, the Supervisory Institute would gradually become infiltrated by the emperor. Shangguan Luan, of course, would not wish to see such a scenario unfold, which is why he acquiesced to the emperor's request, allowing me to enter the Supervisory Institute as the 4th-rank left deputy censor. After all, in the eyes of the public, I am merely a good-for-nothing, and even if I were granted an official position, Shangguan Luan would likely anticipate that I would not create significant waves. Alas, this bureaucratic landscape in the Dayu Empire is merely a marketplace of transactions. Is it so easy to dismiss me, Xiao Gu? Having unraveled the sequence of events, Jun and Mo Xiao sighed inwardly, returning to the present moment. Inside the room, the woman had departed, leaving only the man behind. Jun and Mo Xiao appeared like a specter, silently manifesting within the chamber. "Who are you?" the man exclaimed in shock, staring at Jun and Mo Xiao before him. Clad in black, with his face obscured, the man's features were entirely concealed. The man was filled with trepidation, yet he dared not make a rash move. This person had appeared without a sound, and he was clearly no match for him. "Deliver a message to Situ Rue Yin for me. Tell her to meet me 3 days hence at the hour of the rat, 10 miles outside the city at the wind-watching cliff." Furthermore, a word of caution. That woman has already been monitored. It would be best to dispose of her. Otherwise, your stronghold in Qinghe County will face annihilation. Junimo Shao spoke with a calm yet authoritative tone. Having finished speaking, he exited the room, vanishing into the night as swiftly as a shadow, leaving the man stunned in place. With the task completed, he departed without a trace, concealing his identity and name. Remarkably, the current Junimo Shao indeed possessed a semblance of an imposing figure. Who exactly is that person? Not only does he know the true name of the saintess, but he is also aware of her impending arrival in Qinghe County. And yet, he harbors no malice. The man muttered softly to himself. The aura emanating from that individual was incredibly sharp, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, instilling fear into the hearts of those who beheld it. As an initial stage extraordinary martial artist, I found myself utterly suppressed before him, unable to move. Why does such a mysterious figure appear in Qinghe County? The man pondered quietly, considering Junimo Zhao's words. He realized that this location might have already been exposed, and he needed to escape quickly. At this point, attempting to eliminate her would likely be too late. As soon as he revealed himself, he would undoubtedly face the encroaching net of the Supervisory Institute. The man quietly rejoiced that he had not disclosed the news regarding the saintess's arrival to the woman. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon contemplating his thoughts, the man promptly opened the door, his figure swiftly merging into the night like a specter, vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to him, prior to his departure, a shadow had already succumbed to silence in the garden. Junimo Shao returned to the original tavern, where at that moment, Wu Ming had yet to return. Before long, Wu Ming appeared at the door, and upon seeing Junimo Shao safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. Your Highness, Junimo Shao acknowledged with a sound, then inquired, how did the matter proceed? Wu Ming, upon hearing Junimo Shao mention this, could not help but feel a slight admiration for him. Though the prince often indulged in idleness, his intellect was almost uncanny. It was a pity that he could not cultivate. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. Wu Ming collected his thoughts and respectfully reported. As you anticipated, numerous officials from the Imperial Capital's Supervisory Bureau have appeared in the vicinity of Hejun, seemingly investigating something. Junimo Shao softly acknowledged, then turned to enter the room, his step steady and resolute. He was acutely aware that at this moment, Yuzhou was likely in a state of alarm, as the Supervisory Bureau's self-investigation would undoubtedly be a grand affair. This spectacle was intended for all in the Imperial Capital to witness, showcasing the Supervisory Bureau's determination and strength in rectifying itself. Furthermore, it served to intimidate the officials of other provinces, acting as a warning. Yet, this was merely the visible action. Behind the scenes, they had likely already gathered all the necessary information. Inside the room, he stood quietly by the window, his gaze profound as he pondered the peculiarities of Qinghe. The original text merely stated that the magistrate of Qinghe was slain by the White Lotus sect. And subsequently, the sect's stronghold in Qinghe was uprooted. As for other circumstances, not a single word was mentioned. Truly, as the saying goes, in the depths of the white clouds, there are households. Matters with twists await your investigation. From now on, I, Junimo Shao, shall become the secret agent known as Ling Ling Shao. A wave of self-indulgent thoughts washed over him. However, at this moment, it was likely that the members of the White Lotus sect in Qinghe had already retreated quietly. Of course, this matter no longer concerned him greatly. He merely needed to capture that woman, and everything else was irrelevant. No one would suspect that he had informed the White Lotus sect in everyone's eyes. He possessed no such capability to act under the watchful gaze of the Dark Guards. Wu Ming was even less likely to be implicated, as the Shadow Guards adhered to strict discipline. Even if assigned such tasks, they would report faithfully. Yet, who could know that there existed a technique capable of rendering one invisible? TSK, my primary strategy is to take advantage of your ignorance. This time, even if your Uncle Zheng were here, he would have to submit to my authority. Ha ha ha. Another wave of self-indulgent thoughts washed over him. The Emperor and Shangguan Luan wished to gauge his attitude towards the White Lotus sect. They anticipated that once he arrived in Qinghe, the sect would surely send someone to make contact with him. He chuckled to himself, pondering how the Emperor would react if he were to learn that the White Lotus sect had not contacted him at all. He was quite looking forward to it. A slight smile crept upon his lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. What secrets lay hidden in Qinghe? Why would the White Lotus sect risk exposure for the sake of reputation? And what was C2 Ruiyan's purpose for coming to Qinghe? Junimo Shao contemplated deeply. As he considered these questions, his brow furrowed once more. These queries weighed heavily upon him, akin to a stone pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Damn. So that's how it is, Junimo Shao exclaimed suddenly, as if unraveling a certain enigma. Chapter 15. The storm of the Qinghe selection. The female protagonist's schemes unfold. His heart brimmed with endless questions regarding the various circumstances in Qinghe. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not discern a coherent explanation, and a sense of dejection crept into his heart. In truth, in this world, intelligent individuals abound. If you believe others to be foolish, it is highly likely that you are the most foolish of them all. Just like Lu Ruyan, who is often labeled as a love-struck individual in later generations. Indeed quite rare. Although he possessed knowledge, experiences, and myriad creative ideas from Earth, ultimately, these were merely tools. The following morning, Junimo Shao rose early. On the way back last night, he had employed the Xian Shun step, and he sensed a slight improvement in his cultivation. If all went well, he should be able to break through to the Dixian realm in just over 2 months. For martial artists, once they reach the extraordinary realm, it signifies that they possess abilities beyond those of mere mortals. The phrase "a single punch can kill a bull" does not truly reflect the capabilities of the extraordinary realm. In this realm, a single punch could obliterate the bull into dust. As for the Dixian realm, anything associated with the word Xian must possess some transcendent abilities. However, he remained unaware of the specific nature of these abilities. Stepping outside, he made his way toward the county office. Along the journey, he continued to ponder the various descriptions concerning Qinghe. Upon arriving at the entrance of the county office, before he could enter, he overheard discussions within. "Have you heard? The daughter of the Wang family has been selected. Don't spout nonsense. That was merely the preliminary selection. There will be a state selection afterward. That daughter of the Wang family is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Her selection is quite normal." Junimo Shao entered with a smile, and upon seeing him, everyone immediately rose to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to the Lord." They all spoke in unison, each bowing in deference. He merely smiled slightly, acknowledged them with a sound, and then, as if struck by a thought, asked, "I just heard you mention that there are individuals being selected in Qinghe?" One of the older officials stepped forward to respond, "Indeed, my lord. The daughter of the Wang family is renowned as the first beauty of Qinghe. She participated in the selection 6 months ago, and news arrived yesterday that she has been selected." After hearing the official's account, Junimo Shao nodded and said, "Very well, you may continue with your duties." Upon hearing this, all the officials promptly withdrew. Despite having only a single attendant, this lord was a 4th-rank official of the Supervisory Bureau, and they dared not provoke him, hastily making their exit. Once they had departed, Junimo Shao sat down in a chair, where a fresh pot of tea awaited him on the table. He lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. Must be said that the magistrate of Qinghe was living quite comfortably. The tea was indeed of excellent quality, and this magistrate knew how to indulge. Of course, these were minor matters. What truly captured his interest was the selection process. The selection was a royal endeavor to choose talented and beautiful women from various regions to enter the palace. Those fortunate enough and adept at manipulating circumstances might secure a position as a maid. If one were lucky enough to catch the emperor's eye, it would be akin to soaring to great heights and transforming into a phoenix. However, the majority would merely become attendants, responsible for menial tasks like serving tea, washing clothes, and fetching water, indistinguishable from common servants. Some might even be arranged to learn various skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and dance, akin to a royal arts troupe. Although they were all servants, being royal servants inherently bestowed a different status compared to common folk. The crux of the matter was that the selection of beauties was akin to a lottery. No one could predict whether they would capture the emperor's attention. Yet, even for such an opportunity to become a servant, acquiring the qualification to participate was exceedingly challenging, much like an entrance examination. It involved 4 rounds of selections: county, prefecture, state, and imperial, palace selections. Not only would the candidates' figures and appearances be scrutinized, but their education, talents, virtues, and family backgrounds would also be assessed. Reflecting on this, he could not help but smile wryly. Although it was merely a straightforward selection of beauties, many complexities had been woven into the process. Moreover, Behind the selection lay immense interests being exchanged in the world, aside from a few prominent families and powerful factions that did not place much importance on such matters. For others, this was an exceptional opportunity to ascend to prominence. With this thought, he suddenly paused. The White Lotus sect, the magistrate of Qinghe, the supervisory bureau, Yuzhou, and the selection. Everything aligned perfectly, and he understood. He murmured to himself. The original text merely mentioned that the female protagonist was selected from Yuzhou to enter the palace. It described her as coming from a small family and recounted events after her entry into the palace. However, it did not clarify how she was selected. Thus, Qinghe harbored no secrets. It was merely a focal point. From the moment the magistrate of Qinghe was killed, everything that followed was merely a scheme. All the machinations were aimed at ensuring the female protagonist's smooth entry into the palace, which was her fundamental objective. The magistrate of Qinghe exploited the common folk and was subsequently murdered. With the assailants being the White Lotus sect, this would inevitably draw some attention from the imperial capital towards Qinghe and the political scene in Yuzhou. The supervisory bureau's negligence would prompt a self-investigation, and they would also monitor the officials of Yuzhou. During the supervisory bureau's presence, no one in Yuzhou would dare to act out of line. However, a normal selection process was far from simple. Even if a woman's qualifications were adequate, without a background or proper maneuvering, she would likely be eliminated. Some women might even be directly dismissed by local officials. The female protagonist's secondary identity was merely that of the eldest daughter of the Luo family in the county. The Luo family was merely a small clan, not much better off than the family of the Wang girl mentioned by the officials. Given the female protagonist's background and conditions, how could she possibly navigate the selection successfully? Through monetary bribes. This indeed requires a substantial amount of money. For a family like the Luo clan, it is simply impossible for them to produce such funds under normal circumstances. Even resorting to the finances of the White Lotus sect would not suffice. Some money, even if possessed, cannot be used openly. Such is the reality. I estimate that the Luo family, upon dispersing a significant sum today, will find themselves under the watchful gaze of countless eyes by nightfall. Ill-gotten gains, there are numerous ways to compel you to disclose their origins, or even to extract them from you directly. Moreover, the background of the Luo family is virtually non-existent. A family of such limited connections and financial resources would have found it exceedingly difficult to pass the selection for the talented maidens in previous circumstances. However, the situation has now changed. Everyone must adhere to the rules, and even if you attempt to manipulate the system with money, no one dares to open the door for you. After all, the supervisory court is closely monitoring the situation. To orchestrate a selection, they have managed to involve the supervisory court and the officialdom of Yuzhou. Even I, who hold the position of a fourth-grade left assistant censor, have benefited from the influence of the female protagonist. TSK, it seems you are not to be underestimated, Junimo Shao mused inwardly. Oh dear protagonist sister, you have already caught the attention of Jun Lao Lu. Junimo Shao indulged in a moment of daydreaming. Chapter 16. Jun Zhao's ingenious schemes attract attention. Encountering the goddess at Wind-Viewing Cliff. After contemplating everything thoroughly, he felt a refreshing clarity, the previous sense of oppression dissipating entirely. Wuming, Junimo Shao said calmly. What orders do you have, Your Highness? Wuming stepped forward, his expression inscrutable, waiting for Junimo Zhao's instructions. Bring back that woman who was performing in the streets yesterday. If you encounter anyone from the supervisory court attempting to obstruct her, you need not concern yourself further. After speaking, he produced his insignia as the left assistant censor of the supervisory court and handed it to Wuming. Wuming accepted the insignia and promptly left the county office. Having Wuming handle this matter was merely a formality. Although the people from the supervisory court might intervene, his objectives had already been achieved. What the emperor and Shangguan Luan wished to see was merely his connection with the White Lotus sect. Everything else was trivial, however. Those few individuals covertly monitoring the situation would likely return empty-handed. With his possession of the Xianxin concealment technique, neither the supervisory court nor the dark guards could detect his movements. He merely scoffed at the several peak 9th-grade dark guards. The dark guards, subordinate to the emperor, report directly to him and are responsible for surveillance, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. It could be said that every prince has dark guards by their side. And even a mere concubine of yours might be one. Is this not akin to the genie way of the Dayu Empire? He mused to himself. Of course, the dark guards differ from the shadow guards. They do not interfere in any affairs but merely report what they observe. Thus, while both are aware of each other's existence, they do not interfere with one another. One cannot help but acknowledge that his rather unremarkable father is indeed a formidable emperor. Had it not been for that incident, the Dayu Empire might have already unified the other two nations. Before long, Wu Ming returned, a hint of resentment on his face. Your Highness, the person was taken away by others from the supervisory court. Looking at Wu Ming, he smiled and said, well done. Not wishing to elaborate further, he noticed Wu Ming still seemed discontent and continued, this was to be expected. Why dwell on it? Your heart is troubled, as a qualified guard. One should remain unperturbed amidst chaos, as if a mountain were collapsing before them. You may leave now. He had anticipated this outcome and was not angered. Although he was a fourth-grade left assistant censor, he understood the distinction between power and strength. If you wish for others to heed your commands immediately, even if your official rank is higher, without sufficient strength, why should they listen to you? Unless you can provide them with adequate benefits. Last night, he had dealt with a member of the supervisory court, which would surely provoke tension and suspicion among the others. They would undoubtedly act quickly to tighten their net early that day, for they had already startled the snake, hadn't they? However, it is likely that the fish have already fled. Tsk, as for that woman. Ha, she is merely an arrogant fool. Whether she lives or dies, it is of her own making. Yet, he was uncertain how much she knew about the protagonist. If she knew too much, she would ultimately become a nuisance. Suddenly, he recalled the protagonist's sister and felt reassured. If she cannot even handle this minor affair, then she does not deserve the attention of one as significant as me, and she might as well return to playing in the mud. Junimo Shao pondered. 3 days swiftly passed, to the hour of the rat. Wind-viewing cliff. This place is named Wind-viewing cliff because it is a barren precipice with a massive evergreen pine tree growing atop it. Whenever the mountain wind blows, the pine emits a whistling sound, making Listening Wind Cliff perhaps a more fitting name. The most remarkable feature of Wind-viewing cliff is that aside from this pine tree, there are no other trees, making it impossible to set an ambush here, thus rendering it a rare meeting place. Beside the pine stood a figure, tall and clad in black, with a black cloth covering their face. This individual was none other than Junimo Shao. Having altered his appearance and form, come forth, he spoke softly, gazing at a large rock. Moments later, a woman appeared beside the stone, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features unclear. However, for one possessing the Xianxian eye, how could he fail to see through it? He slightly parted his lips, appearing somewhat dazed, exclaiming, "Wow, Goddess Lu!" There was no helping it. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Goddess Lu from the perfect world, a true-to-life cosplayer, and it was no wonder Junimo Shao gasped in astonishment. Immediately, he closed his mouth and feigned a serious demeanor. Not only did he discern the woman's true visage beneath the veil, but he also saw through her disguise. It was precisely because he recognized her that he felt at ease. Her demeanor and appearance confirmed that she was indeed the protagonist herself. Others would find it impossible to imitate her. Moreover, who would be bored enough to don both a veil and a disguise? The woman's true features were reminiscent of distant mountains, neither overly bold nor too faint, perfectly framed upon her fair forehead. As if imbued with a hint of ephemeral melancholy, coupled with a touch of ethereal charm. Her eyes resembled a clear and profound autumn lake, sparkling with a lively light. When she gazed at you, it felt as though your soul could be drawn into an endless whirlpool of gentleness. Her elegant nose stood proud in the center of her exquisite face, lending her an air of nobility. Her lips, naturally rosy, appeared ripe and alluring, with the corners of her mouth subtly upturned as if poised to blossom into an intoxicating smile, captivating anyone who beheld her. Her skin was fairer than snow, delicate as porcelain, exuding a soft luster akin to moonlight cascading upon a tranquil lake, breathtakingly beautiful. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, enhancing her ethereal presence, a beauty so captivating it rendered all else in the world pale in comparison. Indeed, it must be said that this woman was not only stunningly beautiful but also possessed a curvaceous figure. He mused to himself, this is not merely the protagonist. She is none other than the Goddess Lu from the perfect world. I am truly fortunate, especially since it is Goddess Lu. I am smitten. At this moment, the woman shivered involuntarily, sensing that something ominous was afoot. However, after observing her surroundings and finding no one else present, she relaxed. "How did you discover me?" was her first question, not even acknowledging the man's earlier display of surprise. Junimo Xiao, aware of the woman's cultivation method, the hidden killing technique passed down from the greatly, was adept at concealment, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to discern her presence. However, for him, detecting a ninth-grade cultivator was a trivial task, yet he chose not to reveal this, merely stating, "I was merely testing the waters." Who would have thought I would actually find someone? Hearing this, the woman believed him to some extent but remained skeptical. She did not dwell on the matter and instead spoke, "Thank you for your earlier assistance in advising us to withdraw." Junimo Xiao understood she referred to the warning to retreat. Smiling slightly, he replied, "As allies, it is only right." Then, a cold voice emerged from beneath the veil. "You summoned me here at such a late hour. Please speak plainly." Chapter 17. Jun Zhao's affection for the goddess, forming an alliance to uncover a world-shocking secret. "I have come to propose an alliance with you. It is you personally, not the White Lotus sect." Faced with such an astute woman, there was no need for elaborate subterfuge. It was best to state the matter directly. The woman slightly furrowed her brow, yet her tone remained as calm as water. "Oh, what qualities does this humble girl possess that have captured your favor?" Junimo Xiao chuckled. "You are quite the person." He was candid, openly expressing that it was her person he admired, without any pretense. He then added, "In my eyes, the White Lotus sect is merely a troupe of clowns, while you are entirely different." The woman's brow furrowed even tighter, as if lost in deep contemplation. After a moment, she slowly inquired, "Have you and I ever crossed paths?" Junimo Xiao gazed at the woman with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. "Indeed, to secure your entry into the palace, you have meticulously plotted against the White Lotus sect, eliminated the county magistrate, and stirred the political landscape of Yu province into turmoil. Such tactics are truly admirable," he remarked, giving her a thumbs up upon hearing his words. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The calmness they once held shattered in an instant, her pupils constricting slightly as her lips parted as if to speak. Soon after, her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling in a rhythm that betrayed her composure. An aura of chilling intent emanating from her. Junimo Xiao perceptively sensed this coldness, fully aware that she harbored murderous intent. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable pressure, a manifestation of his extraordinary prowess. The chilling aura surrounding her was immediately subdued, rendering her immobile under his overwhelming presence. At that moment, she recalled that the man before her was also a formidable warrior, compelling her to suppress her murderous thoughts. Besides, they were alone in this place. Any rash actions would only lead her to ruin. "I have said it before, we are allies, not enemies." Junimo Xiao seemed to discern her thoughts and offered an explanation. The tumult within the woman's heart gradually settled, allowing her to refocus on Junimo Xiao. Unfortunately, lacking the mystic eye, she could not discern his appearance. Yet, she surmised from his voice that he must be a young man. Curiosity stirred within her. Who could this remarkably powerful young man be in the vast realm of Diyu? However, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Junimo Xiao's voice interrupted again. "The moment you feel that flicker of curiosity towards a man, you, like an unsuspecting lamb, have unwittingly stepped into a mysterious and alluring abyss." The cheeks of the woman, hidden beneath her mask, flushed slightly, causing Junimo Xiao to momentarily lose his focus, caught off guard. Realizing he needed to fortify his position further, lest he struggle to maintain control over her, he continued, "Moreover, I might as well reveal a few more secrets." The woman, now visibly intrigued, had shed her initial tranquility and awaited his next words in silence. However, after stating this, he abruptly fell silent, leaving her to inquire with a hint of impatience in her tone. "What secrets?" He couldn't help but smile slightly, then resumed, "So, you two can be curious at times?" The woman shot him a glare, falling silent thereafter. He mused internally, even the heroine has such an endearing side. Nevertheless, he refrained from further teasing her and spoke earnestly. Si-Tu Hong has been devoid of humanity for the past 20 years. This revelation was one she would have discovered only after entering the palace. Yet Junimo Xiao had divulged it prematurely. Si-Tu Rue Yin had always believed Si-Tu Hong to be her father, a bloodline of the Great Li, which was not the case. Had Si-Tu Hong not coerced her, she would never have entered the palace, nor conceived of overthrowing Du. This would eventually come to light for the heroine. But by then, it might be too late. Once she entered the depths of the imperial palace, escaping would not be a simple matter. The tumult within her heart surged, struggling to assimilate this shocking information. Disbelief evident in her eyes, Junimo Xiao continued, 20 years ago, the Great Li dynasty was utterly annihilated. At that time, Si-Tu Hong, the leader of the White Lotus sect, was castrated under the cover of night. To conceal his disability, 18 years ago, Si-Tu Hong exterminated a wealthy family of the Luo clan in Qingfeng County and took away a female infant. Subsequently, he secretly fostered that infant in a Luo household and named her Luo Wunyin. Wunyin, which coincidentally is the name of Empress Dugu. Now, do you understand? All along, you have merely been a pawn in this grand game. The woman's body stiffened as though struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief and shock. Yet, after absorbing his words, she was nearly convinced of their truth, for only Si-Tu Hong and she knew of her other identity. No one else was aware that she was the eldest daughter of the Luo family in Wuyang County. Luo Wunyin. Yet, mere moments later, her astonishment was replaced by a resolute calm. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms, yet she felt no pain. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to voice something. But she swallowed her words. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, her spine erect, a flicker of pain crossing her gaze before it was quickly masked by determination. She bit her lip and tilted her head slightly, refusing to let the tears that threatened to spill fall. Observing this, Junimo Xiao couldn't help but admire her fortitude. No wonder she could be the heroine. However, at that moment, the woman suddenly sprang into action. Swiftly drawing a long sword from an unknown source and charging at him with fierce intent. Junimo Xiao, bewildered, thought, "Wait, what does this have to do with me?" Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly drew his own sword from the spatial ring to block her assault. After a while, once he perceived that she had vented her frustrations, he decided to truly unleash his prowess, not through the divine transformation 3 swords. In one swift motion, he disarmed her long sword and restrained her arms behind her back, rendering her immobile. However, the position felt overly intimate, and sensing the impropriety, he quickly released her. Internally, he exclaimed, "How soft, wait, no, why have I become so lewd? Umitba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form." Even the most beautiful woman must relieve herself. After muttering this several times, Junimo Xiao finally dispelled his errant thoughts. At this point, after being released, the woman did not pursue the confrontation but simply uttered, "Thank you." She understood that Junimo Xiao had deliberately given her the opportunity to express her emotions. After all, his strength far surpassed hers. Had he been serious, she might not have been able to withstand even a single strike from him. He chose not to jest further, instead inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you feeling better now?" The woman nodded slightly, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Why did you tell me all this?" Chapter 18. Junimo Xiao's schemes and the palace's turmoil. Upon hearing her question, Junimo Xiao hesitated for a moment. He certainly couldn't candidly state his intention to make her one of his own, lest he provoke her to strike at him. After a moment of reflection, he slowly replied, "I simply cannot bear to see such a clever woman entangle her fate in such a tragic plight." The woman, of course, did not believe him entirely, but she straightforwardly asked, "State your conditions." He recognized that the goals of the evening had largely been achieved, and he awaited her inquiry. Thus, he articulated, "Firstly, you must not enter the palace. Secondly, you shall sever all ties with the White Lotus sect. Thirdly, I want you to be my strategist." The woman furrowed her brows in contemplation, her expression gradually relaxing as she finally responded, "After confirming a few matters, I will give you an answer." Junimo Xiao smiled slightly and replied with a simple, "All right." He then prepared to depart but reminded her, "Do not place yourself in peril. Handle your affairs and come find me in the imperial capital." With that, he executed the divine transformation step, swiftly departing from Guanfeng Cliff. The woman watched Junimo Xiao vanish into the distance, astonished. His movements were shrouded in mystery, appearing to transcend space, making him utterly elusive. Yet, recalling the earlier scene where she was restrained, a faint blush crept across her cheeks beneath the mask. Meanwhile, having activated the mystic concealment, Junimo shall return to his room at the inn, where Wu Ming and the dark guards remained vigilantly stationed. He paid them no mind and collapsed onto the bed. Reflecting on the events of the night, he could not deny that Luo Wu Nian possessed remarkable intelligence and martial prowess. At merely 18 years of age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, a level akin to that of a small army general. In contrast, Prince Jun Chengqian, at 28, still lingered at the 8th rank, and others were even less noteworthy, and no wonder she was the heroine of the story. Her brilliance, beauty, and martial skills were unparalleled, coupled with the endearing charm of a delicate woman, rendering her nearly perfect. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Gu's Lu Shun. Chuckling to himself, Junimo Xiao mused. Well, the 3 conditions I proposed are essentially foolproof, for what I have stated are the undeniable truths. Waiting for Luo Wunian to verify, the truth shall soon be revealed. Given her intelligence, this is hardly a daunting task. As for the last 2 statements he made, their implications are quite apparent. The first expresses concern while simultaneously serving as a reminder. The second clarifies his identity, which, with the heroine's acumen, she will undoubtedly deduce. Coming from the capital and being a young man, despite having altered his appearance, she will surely recognize who he is. The capital, the supervisory bureau, and various prior hints will allow her to infer his identity with ease. Regarding his martial prowess, well, it remains to be seen how she perceives it. The reason for severing her ties with the White Lotus sect is rather straightforward. Should the sect provoke him, he would not hesitate to eradicate it. Furthermore, this outcome aligns with the emperor's expectations and those of the entire court. As for his opportunistic uncle, well, in the original narrative, he is soon to lose his life. Moreover, his biological mother's death may very well be connected to that same uncle. Can a sister, who bore a child for the enemy and is not even a full-blooded sibling, truly possess any familial affection? Wunian, the schemes from 18 years ago, did they not coincide with the moment of his birth? Additionally, he recalls hearing from palace insiders that the then-empress had once been poisoned. Originally, he assumed it would be someone left behind by Dali in the court who would take action. However, it seems that may not be the case. As for the future of the White Lotus sect, to him, it is merely a worthless An empire can only pursue development when stability is attained. And the White Lotus sect is indeed one of the obstacles to that stability. After contemplating all these matters, he soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, he exited the tavern with Wu Ming, and the 2 swiftly mounted their horses. Galloping towards the imperial capital in the palace, within the imperial study, the emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials at his desk when a young eunuch hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, His Highness the 6th Prince has arrived." The emperor paused for a few seconds, his eyes still on the memorials, before responding. "Let him in." The little eunuch dashed out, and shortly thereafter, Jun Maxiao entered the imperial study, respectfully bowing. Son pays respects to father. The emperor did not lift his gaze, continuing to scrutinize the documents, and inquired, "Why is the 6th Prince here, instead of fulfilling his duties at the supervisory bureau?" Upon hearing the emperor's question, he inwardly cursed, for who better than the emperor himself knew the reason for his visit? However, neither would reveal the truth, and he feigned ignorance, saying, "Father, while investigating the murder of the magistrate of Qinghe County, I discovered some circumstances that necessitated my direct report to you." The emperor, intrigued by Jun Maxiao's words, pondered what he had uncovered, compelling enough to bypass the supervisory bureau and report directly to him. Oh, what circumstances could be serious enough to warrant such a report? He then divulged everything regarding the selection process and the murder of the magistrate, as well as his various speculations about the supervisory bureau. Upon hearing Jun Maxiao's deductions, the emperor furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at him, his eyes reflecting both approval and resignation. The emperor slowly spoke. "To think of this, well done, you may leave." Jun Maxiao bowed respectfully and exited. The rationale behind his decision to report this matter to the emperor was quite simple. Firstly, if the heroine were to enter the palace, they would inevitably become adversaries, obstructing her path into the imperial court. Once she entered, she would likely harbor suspicions and surveillance. Naturally, even if she were captured and accusations of him being an informant arose, it would matter little. Who would believe such claims? He could withstand scrutiny, particularly with the presence of hidden guards and shadow guards. Though they were ostensibly monitoring him, at times, they could serve as the most compelling witnesses. leading others to perceive it as a malicious slander from the heroine rather than genuine accusations against him. Secondly, even if the heroine did not enter the palace, he would suffer no loss. Rather, he might gain her allegiance. Furthermore, the heroine would certainly lay down a few hidden pieces on the board. It was entirely possible that among the selected maidens, there were members of the White Lotus sect. However, from the emperor's demeanor, Jun Maxiao discerned that the emperor was already aware of some clues, for he would not appear so composed otherwise. This crafty father of his truly was a schemer. Jun Maxiao mused. After Jun Maxiao's departure, a shadow emerged from behind the screen in the imperial study, bowing before the emperor. The emperor casually lifted his eyes and inquired, "Old Six, what actions have transpired in Qinghe County?" "In response to your majesty, everything in Qinghe County remains as usual," the shadow replied in a low voice, succinct and to the point. Upon hearing this report, the emperor slightly frowned and remarked, "The selection process requires the shadow guards to remain vigilant." With that, the emperor returned his gaze to the memorials, while the shadow bowed once more before swiftly vanishing from sight. After the shadow departed, the emperor finished reading the memorials, gently placing them down, and fell into deep contemplation. In truth, the emperor was acutely aware that during every selection, various factions aimed to infiltrate the palace, and undoubtedly, members of the White Lotus sect would not be absent. As he had anticipated, in the original narrative, following this selection, several individuals from the White Lotus sect were indeed apprehended within the palace. After the heroine entered the palace, she too became embroiled in this incident. While no one aside from Situ Hong knew of her identity as the saintess of the White Lotus sect, she was nonetheless affected by the selection, as the maidens entering the palace were subjected to varying degrees of scrutiny and investigation. Jun Maxiao's revelations to the emperor, although merely embellishments, proved to be remarkably effective at times. Although he aspired to maintain a low profile in certain aspects, that was only in relation to enemies. The emperor was not among them. Firstly, the emperor would not easily take his life. In fact, he would, to a certain extent, provide protection. This was not only the emperor's duty as a father, but also his responsibility as the sovereign of the empire. Embodying both magnanimity and resolve, traits that Jun Zhantian possessed in the original tale, numerous princes revolted, and although they faced failure and their families were relegated to commoners, the emperor did not impose harsher penalties. Of course, this situation was not unconnected to the emperor, as he was the one who had pushed these princes onto the stage of power struggles. For instance, after the Crown Prince's rebellion failed, he chose to take his own life, and the same was true for the third and seventh princes, in the original narrative. Only he and the eighth prince appeared to be uninvolved, but had the eighth prince truly abstained from participation? It seemed only the original protagonist had genuinely remained uninvolved, perhaps intending to enter the fray at the last moment, but found it too late. After all, no one could predict the emperor's premature demise. The lifespan of a Guxian realm expert is typically around a century. While the exact duration is difficult to ascertain, the original narrative rarely mentions Guxian experts living to such an age. However, it does reference 3 Tianxian realm experts, who should now be nearing 2 centuries in age. These 3 individuals are akin to observers hidden behind the annals of history, silently witnessing the world's tumultuous changes. Jun Maxiao returned to the supervisory bureau and made his way directly to Shangguan Luan's office. Jun Maxiao, pay my respects to Lord Shangguan. Shangguan Luan, having anticipated Jun Maxiao's arrival, rose and said, "You flatter me. Sir Jun, please, have a seat." Pointing to a chair, Shangguan Luan gestured for Jun Maxiao to sit. Jun Maxiao took his seat without hesitation, for in the bureaucratic realm, despite being a prince, he too had to adhere to official protocols. Observing the old man, Shangguan Luan, who spoke of flattery yet simply said "sit," rather than "please take a seat," revealed much about the intricate dynamics at play. Once Jun Maxiao was seated, Shangguan Luan began. "Might I inquire if your trip to Qinghe County has been fruitful?" Though this question ostensibly pertained to the case, it served as a subtle reminder that in this moment, Jun Maxiao was not acting in his capacity as a prince, but as a subordinate to Shangguan Luan. Jun Maxiao cupped his hands in response. "Respected Inspector, the journey has been relatively smooth. The magistrate of Qinghe County was indeed killed by a woman from the White Lotus sect. However," Jun Maxiao hesitated. Choosing not to elaborate further, Shangguan Luan then remarked, "As you are newly appointed, it's only natural for you to be concerned about such a significant case. I dispatched someone to assist you in this matter. The woman responsible for the magistrate's death has confessed, and the evidence is irrefutable. She has already been imprisoned in the Great Li Temple's dungeon. Upon hearing this, Jun Ma Xiao bowed respectfully to Shangguan Luan. Then I can rest easy. I am grateful for your lordship's consideration. Recognizing the underlying dissatisfaction in Jun Ma Xiao's words, Shangguan Luan chose not to dwell on it, instead saying, Your contributions to solving this case are substantial. I will report to His Majesty and seek commendation for you. Jun Ma Xiao rose and bowed. I am thankful for your lordship's support. This is merely my duty. I take my leave now. After speaking, he exited the office and returned to his own quarters as a left assistant censor. Seated at his desk, he couldn't help but marvel at the high emotional intelligence displayed by ancient officials. Where a few words and titles served as sharp yet subtle blades, to think that he, a prince, must refer to himself as a subordinate. How lamentable! The meaning of Shangguan Luan is quite explicit, implying that as a newcomer, it is best for him to be prudent and to simply bide his time, as the emperor will report to him. Indeed, sometimes it is unnecessary to overly concern oneself with who is aligned with whom. Certain individuals, even if adversaries, can be utilized to achieve one's own ends. The recent slap in the face dealt to the supervisory office by the White Lotus sect leaves one wondering how it will retaliate. For now, I shall remain in this chamber, awaiting developments in the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince is currently sifting through various messages that have arrived. Suddenly, footsteps can be heard at the entrance, and a servant approaches to report. I pay my respects to your highness, the Crown Prince, my lord. Lord Dugu has arrived and is awaiting you in the reception hall. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince incinerates the messages, then rises and strides out of the room, heading directly to the reception hall. Inside the reception hall, 2 rows of chairs are arranged side by side, with a small table between every pair to hold teacups, pastries, and the like. Seated in one of the chairs is a man in his 50s. His hair is partially gray, his countenance slightly shadowed, yet his eyes are exceedingly sharp. This man is none other than the current national uncle, Dugu Wuji, the left chancellor of Dayu, and also the maternal uncle of the Crown Prince. Prince Chu, and the 8th Prince. The high-ranking system of the Dayu Empire employs a structure of 3 provinces and 6 ministries. The left chancellor of Dayu is, in fact, the left minister of the Department of State Affairs. The 3 provinces consist of the Central Secretariat, responsible for drafting edicts in accordance with the emperor's wishes and serving as the decision-making body, staffed by 2 central secretaries, who oversee various officials involved in decision-making and edict composition. The Department of State Affairs is tasked with reviewing the edicts drafted by the Central Secretariat and possesses the authority to approve or reject them, with one official serving as the Grand Secretary, alongside other officials such as the Yellow Gate Attendant and Censor. The Ministry of Works serves as the executive body, charged with executing the edicts passed by both the Central Secretariat and the Department of State Affairs, with 2 ministers overseeing it and various officials beneath them. Naturally, Dayu also has independent institutions beyond the 3 provinces, such as the Supervisory Office, the Court of Judicial Review, the Military Affairs Office, the House of Imperial Relatives, and the Internal Affairs Office, amongst others. As for their functions, they will be introduced in due course. Each of the 5 chief officials of the 3 provinces holds a rank of the 2nd grade, while Dugu Wuji additionally possesses the title of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, a 1st-grade title, meaning he is effectively half a teacher to the Crown Prince. Just as the man is lost in contemplation, Crown Prince Jun Chengqian enters through the door, his voice preceding his arrival. Uncle, what brings you here? Chapter 20. The Crown Prince covets the position of the governor of Yuzhou. Dugu Wujing worries about the dire situation. The elderly minister bows deeply to the Crown Prince. Dugu Wuji rises and greets him with a voice steady and filled with respect. The Crown Prince hastens forward, supporting Dugu Wuji with both hands, and warmly remarks, Uncle need not be so formal. He then assists Dugu Wuji, and they both take their seats. Once seated, Dugu Wuji slowly begins, Your Highness, I presume you are already aware of the news from Yuzhou? The Crown Prince responds directly, Indeed. I have received word from my subordinates that the governor of Yuzhou has been dismissed and is under investigation. Dugu Wuji slightly tilts his head, his expression grave, and he sighs deeply before articulating, A storm is brewing, and the winds are filling the tower. His words seem to reflect on the delicate and tense nature of the situation. However, to the Crown Prince's ears, they carry a different connotation. The Crown Prince's eyes gleam with anticipation, and a hint of eagerness appears on his face as he inquires, What do you think, Uncle? about the position of the governor of Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Dugu Wuji's brow furrows deeply. The crown prince's question reveals to him that the crown prince can no longer suppress his inner desires. Yet, he keenly senses that this matter is far from straightforward. The position of governor oversees the administration of an entire province and is of the third-grade rank. Such a significant position cannot be easily acquired. Moreover, he feels an invisible hand is manipulating events behind the scenes, concealing a deeper conspiracy and scheme. One must say that Dugu Wuji possesses a sharp acumen. This matter is fraught with difficulty, and in my opinion, His Majesty has likely already made arrangements. Dugu Wuji articulates his concerns, his voice tinged with resignation and caution. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's expression dims with disappointment, yet he stubbornly persists. Is there truly no opportunity at all? The urgency and reluctance in his tone are palpable. Dugu Wuji shakes his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. He understands that the current situation is intricate and convoluted, akin to a complex chess game, where every move must be executed with utmost caution. Regarding the position of the governor of Yuzhou, it is likely only the emperor who holds the ultimate power to decide the direction of this game. In the Dayu dynasty, the selection of regional officials, especially those overseeing an entire province, is an exceedingly strict and complicated process. Typically, this position must be jointly recommended by the three provinces, Central Secretariat, Department of State Affairs, and Ministry of Works. Following this, the candidate must undergo rigorous assessments by the Ministry of Personnel, and finally, receive the emperor's decree for confirmation before officially being appointed. With 5 officials presiding over the 3 provinces, Dugu Wuji is merely one among them. Thus the difficulty in obtaining this position is considerable. Of course, nothing in the world is absolute. Rather, the cost to attain it is significantly greater. Additionally, other prominent families will also propose their candidates to participate in the competition, making the contest exceedingly fierce. Furthermore, in Dugu Wuji's view, the importance of the position of governor pales in comparison to that of a military commissioner, who, as the military leader of a province, is responsible for the training and deployment of local soldiers, wielding greater power and influence. However, these are not the most critical issues at hand. The most pressing concern is the crown prince's eagerness to intervene in the appointment of local officials, which raises Dugu Wuji's apprehensions. He believes that, at present, with the emperor in good health, the crown prince need only patiently await his ascension to the throne. During this interim, he ought to maintain a low profile and avoid excessive interference in political matters to prevent unnecessary troubles. After all, premature involvement in the appointment of local officials could easily awaken vigilance and dissatisfaction among various factions. Sometimes, certain actions may be taken, but the timing must be judiciously considered. In the bustling capital, there stands a grandiose residence known as the Shao Manor. This estate occupies an expansive area with an elegant and solemn architectural style, featuring flying eaves and intricately carved beams, all of which reflect the esteemed status of its owner. Within the study of Shao Manor, a man appearing to be around 60 years old, clad in a simple yet elegant robe, is seated before a spacious writing desk. His expression is kind, and his gaze is focused and steady, exuding a wisdom honed by the passage of time. At this moment, he is engrossed in writing, seemingly impervious to the clamor of the outside world. After completing a line, the elder pauses, scrutinizing the characters he has just inscribed. A hint of satisfaction flickers in his gaze, and a slight smile graces his lips. Just as he prepares to continue his writing, a soft knock at the door disrupts his thoughts. The elder furrows his brow slightly, a look of displeasure crossing his face as he sets down his pen and softly commands, "Come in." His voice, though gentle, carries an undeniable authority. The door opens gently, and a man resembling a steward enters. He bows respectfully to the elder and announces, "My lord, the Prince of Chu has come to visit. He is currently in the hall." The elder's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind as he contemplates. "Why has the Prince of Chu come so suddenly?" he inquires with a hint of detachment. "How long has the Prince of Chu been here?" The steward promptly responds, "Reporting to my lord, the Prince of Chu has only just arrived and is waiting in the hall." The elder nods in acknowledgement, standing up to adjust his attire, akin to a general preparing his armor for battle. He then strides with measured steps out of the study and towards the hall. This elder is named Xiao Zhang, the Right Minister of the Department of State Affairs in the current court, also known as the Right Chancellor. he not only occupies a high position, wielding significant power, but he is also the spokesperson for the Shao family. The Shao family is the de facto ruler of Yangzhou and Jiangnan and one of the 7 prominent families in the court. Shao Zheng is highly esteemed by the emperor for his exceptional political acumen and decisive decision-making. Of course, none are aware that, despite appearing as the representative of the Shao family, he is, in fact, an agent of the emperor. As Shao Zheng steps into the hall, the Prince of Chu immediately rises to greet him, his face adorned with a broad smile, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency and anticipation. "I apologize for visiting unannounced, esteemed Chancellor. I hope you do not take offense." Shao Zheng nods slightly, offering a gesture of courtesy as he replies, "Your Highness, you flatter me. Please, take a seat." He gestures for the Prince of Chu to sit, then takes a seat beside him. The steward serves them freshly brewed tea, and Shao Zheng delicately lifts his cup, stirring the tea with the lid, his movements exuding grace. After taking a sip of tea, Shao Zheng remains silent, patiently awaiting the Prince of Chu to reveal the purpose of his visit. The prince, having needs of his own, straightforwardly states his intent. "I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter." Shao Zheng had already surmised the reason for the prince's visit while in his study. He and the prince had little interaction, so the sudden visit must pertain to the position of governor of Yuzhou. However, Shao Zheng naturally does not articulate this, merely inquiring, "Might I ask, what brings your highness here?" Without preamble, the Prince of Chu states succinctly, "Yuzhou." Upon hearing this, Shao Zheng fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons of the situation. The hall was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the faint sound of breathing. Then, he spoke slowly. "King Chu, this matter is of great significance. Allow this old man some time to contemplate." His voice was steady and resolute, conveying a sense of caution and deliberation. King Chu nodded in understanding, fully aware that Shao Zheng's decision was crucial to his aspirations for the position of governor of Yuzhou. After King Chu departed, Shao Zheng entered the palace. Chapter 21. In the tumultuous era of the Dayu dynasty, the power struggles were as intricate and unpredictable as the shifting clouds. In Yuzhou, chaos brewed beneath the surface. The Dayu Empire, vast and sprawling, was home to the 7 great families, towering like majestic peaks across the empire. The Shao family of Yangzhou, the Lin family of Jiaozhou, the Zhang family of Shuzhou, the Wang family of Langjia in Yuzhou, the Xie family of Qinjun in Yuzhou, the Duamu family of Qingzhou, and the Ouyang family of Yuzhou. Despite the empire's 13 provinces, these 7 families wielded immense power, collectively controlling half of the Dayu. The remaining 7 provinces, Yizhou, Jingzhou, Yanzhou, Bingzhou, Silizhou, Liangzhou, and Jizhou, were firmly under the dominion of the formidable Jun family, the largest among them all. Hence, the Dayu Empire was a complex tapestry of influence, akin to a meticulously crafted chess game, interweaving the interests of noble families, bureaucratic factions, unparalleled warriors, and the royal house. The various factions intertwined and balanced one another, creating a complexity far beyond that of any historical state. Although these families ostensibly submitted to the imperial authority, they had their own calculations regarding appointments. More often than not, they preferred to elevate their own kin to positions of power, safeguarding their family interests and influence. Yuzhou, however, was a peculiar domain. While the position of governor typically favored candidates from the Ouyang family, this family was the smallest among the 7, thus the court retained significant authority in appointments. Otherwise, the supervisory court would not have been able to carry out purges within the bureaucratic ranks so easily. The last cleansing operation must have been executed under the clandestine agreement between the emperor and Shangguan Luan. After his duties concluded, Junimo shall leisurely return to the residence of the 6th prince. Within the prince's abode stood a tranquil pavilion, where he sat in quietude, basking in the gentle moonlight. The moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping him in a silvery veil, creating an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere. Yet, he knew all too well that this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion, soon to be shattered. Regarding the affairs of Yuzhou, he was well informed. He understood that this situation was akin to a fuse, poised to ignite the rivalry between King Chu and the crown prince, Teohim. It seemed as if all was preordained, like pieces on a chessboard, struggling within the game, yet their trajectories largely determined. As a mere observer, why should he burden himself with undue worry? In the original narrative, the fierce contention for the position of governor of Yuzhou ultimately culminated in King Chu's victory, underpinned by the profound intentions of a certain figure within the palace. This was all aimed at augmenting King Chu's power, establishing a balance between the forces of the Crown Prince and King Chu, much like two tigers vying for supremacy, thus formally commencing this contest for power. Of course, the eventual outcome remained one of mutual destruction. The Ouyang family fell entirely into the vortex of this struggle, resulting in the transformation of the 7 great families into merely 6. The reason these families could maintain their aloofness within the Dayu Empire was twofold. First, they had formidable masters of the earthly profound realms securing their foundations. Second, they adeptly monopolized pathways for the ascension of the lower strata. While the Dayu did possess a civil service examination system, ostensibly providing a route for talent to rise, this system merely selected individuals without particularly favoring commoners like Dongfang Shuo. For a commoner, life was akin to a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean, fraught with challenges. One could either submit to a noble family, becoming their vassal, or seek refuge under the royal aegis. As for why Dongfang Shuo remained a commoner, it could only be attributed to unfortunate timing. Had he been born 20 years later, with his talent, he would undoubtedly have secured a place among the governors today. However, he was currently suppressed by the Crown Prince. And even if opportunities arose for him to shine, they would require the Crown Prince's nod of approval, akin to a bird bound by chains, struggling to take flight. The Ouyang family? As Junimo Shao pondered the Ouyang family, his thoughts drifted to their eldest daughter, Ouyang Yao, hailed as one of the 10 beauties of the imperial capital. She was now the consort of King Sichu in the original tale. She was not only exceptionally beautiful but also possessed remarkable talents. Akin to a resplendent flower in bloom. Regrettably, her fate was fraught with hardships and tragedy. She bore King Chu a son and a daughter, binding the entire Ouyang family to his chariot of power. Yet, ultimately, she became a casualty in the power struggles of King Chu. Nevertheless, the Ouyang family of Yuzhou concealed a treasure, the Mango Zhuha. This creature, known as the King of Poisons, resembled a massive toad, its body a deep crimson, reminiscent of flames, and its eyes gleaming like precious gems. If only he could devour the Mango Zhuha like Duanyu, his cultivation would surely ascend 2 levels. Junimo Shao mused inwardly, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes. Yet, reality was unforgiving. Knowing of this treasure yet being unable to claim it was indeed disheartening. He let out a bitter laugh, recalling that after the fall of the Ouyang family, the Mango Zhuha seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. It seemed he must remain vigilant. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to slumber beneath the moonlit canopy. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the Grand Court Assembly arrived. In ancient times, court meetings did not occur daily as depicted in films. More often than not, officials diligently attended to their duties. One could imagine that the morning roll call was at 5 o'clock, with officials rising at 3 to prepare, if court meetings were daily. The high-ranking officials of the Dayu Empire would surely be overwhelmed, perhaps even resigning from their posts. Typically, the Dayu convened a court assembly every 10 days. Should extraordinary events arise, prior notice would be given to convene the assembly. On the following morning, Junimo Shao awoke early, and after completing his morning rituals, hurried towards the imperial palace. Along the way, his mind raced, contemplating the forthcoming assembly. He surmised that the agenda would likely revolve around the issues of Yuzhou. It is once again time to watch the drama unfold. Junimo Shao muttered softly, eager to witness how the Crown Prince and King Chu would clash in this courtly contest. Before long, he arrived at the palace gates, where imposing imperial guards stood at attention along the grand avenue leading to the palace. Clad in resplendent armor and wielding sharp weapons, they exuded an aura of solemnity, resembling statues of iron and steel, instilling a sense of reverence. Most of these soldiers possessed the strength of the 3rd grade, while the commanding officer at the entrance was a peak 9th grade warrior, exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect. The square outside the palace was already filled with officials from various regions. They were arranged according to their ranks, each donned in formal court attire, quietly awaiting the commencement of the assembly. Some appeared calm, yet harbored secret calculations, while others engaged in hushed conversations with their colleagues, exchanging views on the upcoming assembly. A melodious bell chimed, heralding the commencement of a significant event. The Grand Court Assembly officially began. The officials entered the palace in an orderly fashion, their steps synchronized. Upon entering, they took their places according to rank, facing the dragon throne. and respectfully performed the courtly rites. Junimo Shao stood behind the prominent figures of the supervisory court, who were the vice-chief supervisors. At the forefront of the assembly, a row of chairs was prepared for the high-ranking officials of the court: the left chancellor Jun Daozong, the right chancellor Duanmu Rue, the minister of the interior Xiebi Hue, the left minister Duga Wujin, and the right minister Xiao Zheng. Shangguan Luan occupied the foremost chair, being the chief supervisor and wielding considerable power. These ministers were all of the second rank, each a master of the earthly profound realm, their words carrying the weight to influence the empire's decisions and direction. Unlike the previous assembly, today saw all the prominent figures gathered. In this solemn court, the emperor sat high upon the dragon throne, his gaze piercing and authoritative as he surveyed the ministers below. His eyes radiated a confidence and composure that suggested he held dominion over all proceedings. The emperor spoke slowly. "My esteemed ministers, today we convene to discuss a matter of great importance. The position of governor of Yuzhou is vacant, a role pivotal to the welfare of the people and the stability of the realm. I wish to select a capable individual to undertake this responsibility. Do any of you have suitable candidates to recommend?" An elderly minister stepped forward first, bowing respectfully before speaking in a resonant voice. "Your Majesty, I believe Lord Li Ji is well suited for this position. He has served for many years, achieving remarkable results, and is known for his integrity and fairness, ensuring he can govern Yuzhou effectively." At that moment, another minister hastily rose to interject, stating, "Your Majesty, I must respectfully disagree. Although Lord Li has made certain achievements, the situation in Yuzhou is intricate and constantly shifting, necessitating a person of audacity and adeptness in managing complex scenarios. In my humble opinion, General Wang Kai would be far more suitable. With extensive battlefield experience, he possesses both valor and strategy. Should he be appointed as the governor of Yuzhou, he would undoubtedly instill fear in wrongdoers and ensure the region's safety." An elder minister, slightly furrowing his brow, responded, "While General Wang is indeed talented in military affairs, governing a region is fundamentally different from leading troops in battle. Yuzhou, being a place of cultural prosperity and flourishing civilization, requires an individual endowed with rich governance experience and scholarly attributes. Lord Li, with his extensive experience in civil administration, is better suited to oversee Yuzhou." The court was immediately abuzz with discussion, as ministers voiced their opinions. Some favored Li Ji, others supported Wang Kai, while others proposed alternative candidates. Amidst the heated debate between the two, a young official stepped forward and remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe Scholar Zhang Li should also be considered. Scholar Zhang is erudite and possesses a genuine concern for the populace. If appointed as the governor of Yuzhou, he would surely promote education and nurture talented individuals for our great empire." Dissenting voices quickly arose. Though Scholar Zhang is knowledgeable, he lacks practical experience in local governance. What Yuzhou currently requires is someone capable of swiftly addressing real issues and stabilizing the situation, rather than an individual who merely excels in theoretical discourse. Various candidates were proposed, as all present at the court were entitled to nominate individuals. However, once nominations were made, the subsequent discussions would not be easily swayed. The emperor listened silently to the minister's arguments, his expression as calm as a still pond, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Yet, within his heart, he had already formulated his own plans, merely waiting for the crown prince and the Chu Wang's factions to declare their positions. At this juncture, the previously silent Xiao Jing slowly rose from his seat, adjusted his attire, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Yuzhou has been murdered, and the White Lotus sect is rampant. I believe it is essential to dispatch a minister with military experience to collaborate with the regional governor to ensure Yuzhou's safety." However, just as Xiao Zhang concluded his statement, a voice interjected, "Father, I find this proposal unsatisfactory." Chapter 22. Xiao Zheng speaks, the Chu Wang gains, the crown prince loses. "Oh? What do you find unsatisfactory, my crown prince?" The emperor's demeanor resembled that of a tranquil deep pool, revealing no signs of emotion as he casually inquired. "Father, it is well known that the magistrate of Qinghe County has oppressed the people, leading to a deplorable moral decay throughout Yuzhou. Therefore, it is imperative that the position of governor be filled by a person of integrity and righteousness. I believe Lord Li Ji, with his upright character and incorruptible governance, is the best choice." The crown prince articulated his views earnestly, his gaze resolute. Just as he finished speaking, the Chu Wang stepped forward steadily. bowing respectfully to the emperor and the 6 esteemed ministers, saying, "Father, esteemed ministers, I believe the chaos in Yuzhou is primarily due to the machinations of the White Lotus sect. I propose that the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War collaborate to apprehend them. Furthermore, to prevent the White Lotus sect from causing further disturbances, I believe it is essential to appoint someone with military experience to work alongside the regional governor in governing Yuzhou. Hence, I contend that General Wang Kai is the more suitable candidate." The fierce debate regarding the position of Yuzhou's governor commenced, resembling a war devoid of gunpowder, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the court. While both parties engaged in verbal sparring, the emperor finally interjected. "Enough of your disputes." He then cast a penetrating gaze toward the 6 ministers and slowly articulated, "Esteemed ministers, who do you believe is more suitable between Li Ji and Wang Kai?" The emperor's inquiry, seemingly casual, concealed profound implications. It was clear that he was presenting a binary choice, leaving no room for alternative deliberations. The 6 ministers fell into a contemplative silence, none daring to speak first. After all, the court's dynamics were ever-shifting, and none could fathom the emperor's true intentions. This matter had not been communicated to them previously. Ordinarily, the appointment and dismissal of a third-rank official would require deliberation by the Central Secretariat. However, from the dismissal of the previous governor to the direct proposal of candidates, the entire process had unfolded without the involvement of the Central Secretariat, laden with significance. The left minister, Jun Daozong, being a member of the royal family, would naturally support the emperor's decisions. Duanmu Rue represented the Duanmu family, while Xie Bihue undoubtedly represented the interests of the Xie family. Yet, although Xie Bihue, as a minister of the inner court, possessed the right to suggest and reject, he lacked decision-making authority, rendering his vote relatively insignificant. It was evident that the dismissal of the Yuzhou governor was a strategic collaboration between the emperor and Shangguan Luan. The supervisory court required this opportunity to instill fear within the bureaucratic system, while the emperor sought to incite rivalry among various factions, including the crown prince and the Chu Wang. Thus, the 6 ministers remained silent, with only Xiao Zheng gradually rising to state, "Your Majesty, I believe General Wang Kai is indeed more suitable." After hearing Xiao Zheng's words, the emperor turned his gaze toward the other 4 ministers, deliberately overlooking Shangguan Luan. After all, the supervisory court's independence hinged on refraining from meddling in such affairs. Otherwise, no faction would acquiesce. Meanwhile, the crown prince anxiously glanced at Dugu Wujia, repeatedly signaling him with his eyes. Yet, Dugu Wujia appeared oblivious, showing no response. The other 4 ministers, observing this, merely nodded slightly, entirely indifferent to the crown prince's perspective, fully aware that this was the emperor's decree. The emperor then addressed the assembly with authority, declaring, "Since it appears that all present agree that Wang Kai is more suitable, let the Ministry of Personnel conduct an assessment. Following this, the Central Secretariat shall draft an edict to appoint Wang Kai as the governor of Yuzhou." With the emperor's decisive proclamation, the matter was thus concluded, and the grand court session came to an end. Jun Maxiao returned to the residence of the 6th prince, his mind replaying the various scenes from the court meeting. Feeling utterly incredulous as for the reasons behind such developments, he perceived the situation as deceptively simple yet replete with drama. Was this truly how the crown prince and the Chu Wang contended for power? It seemed rather juvenile. The struggle for the position of Yuzhou's governor had not revealed a fierce clash of wits, merely a seemingly straightforward exchange. But was it really as simple as it appeared? Observing the attitudes of the prominent ministers, it was evident that they had discerned something and were reluctant to involve themselves in this matter. What seemed like a farce was, in reality, a compromise and collaboration among various factions. Thus, it was likely that the prominent ministers would soon begin to divide the spoils. As the representative of the Xiao family from Yangzhou, Xiao Zheng had supported the Chu Wang, a move undoubtedly orchestrated by the emperor. Since the murder of the magistrate of Qinghe County, the emperor had already begun to strategize. The emperor's plans could not be so shallow and simplistic. The core of this layout undoubtedly revolved around the Ouyang family. Although the Ouyang family ranked lowest among the 7 great families, it still held the greatest influence in Yuzhou, as the regional governor was still a member of the Ouyang family. The emperor's intentions were therefore unmistakable. First, the Xiao family and the royal family were joining forces to suppress the Ouyang family. Second, they aimed to recruit other families, as positions in Yuzhou were not limited to the governorship. There were also positions for district governors available for other noble families. As other noble families entered Yuzhou, conflicts with the Ouyang family's influence were inevitable, leading to a united front against the Ouyang family. The major families would welcome this, as the pie was only so large. With the Ouyang family diminished, they could claim a larger share. Third, appointing a member of the Chu Wang's faction as the governor of Yuzhou would be relatively more acceptable to the Ouyang family, especially since the Chu Wang was the Ouyang family's son-in-law. If another individual were to take up the position, the Ouyang family's backlash would likely be fierce, but the Chu Wang was a different case. Thus, from any perspective, the position of Yuzhou's governor was unlikely to fall into the hands of the crown prince. Having unraveled all this, Jun Maxiao smiled lightly, reflecting, it seems the Ouyang family may have already placed their bets on the Chu Wang. Rather than being gradually consumed by the noble families, they might as well take a bold gamble. As the saying goes, when the world is uncertain, we are all dark horses. As for the crown prince, despite his status, the emperor is still vigorous and strong, and given the current circumstances, he has decades of rule ahead of him. When the emperor passes, the throne may very well be taken by the next generation. Whether it will be the crown prince or not remains to be seen. Whether the next generation will be the crown prince's son or the Chu Wang's son depends on fortune and effort. Moreover, the Chu Wang's legitimate son is none other than the Ouyang family's grandson, who might also ascend to that position in due time. It truly is a case of the emperor takes turns. Next year it will be my family's turn. However, this is merely Jun Maxiao's speculation. He cannot ascertain the Ouyang family's precise thoughts. Nonetheless, based on the subsequent performance of the Ouyang family in the original narrative, it is likely to be quite similar. The upcoming days will undoubtedly see Yuzhou become a colossal vortex, with various factions vying for dominance. Once again, it is a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, Jun Maxiao mused. Should the Ouyang family fall, the Chu Wang would lose his eligibility for that position unless he could assert control through military might. So, who will the emperor arrange to formally enter the fray next? Chapter 23. The Crown Prince's fury at the court, the Eastern ministers' accompanying schemes. In the grand halls of the Eastern Palace, an atmosphere of oppression and gloom pervaded. The Crown Prince, with a sullen expression, hurried his steps, returning to the palace with the swiftness of the wind. Upon crossing the threshold of the palace gates, he violently hurled the jade tablet that symbolized his status to the ground, its crisp sound reverberating in the silent space. The sound startled the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids, causing them to kneel in fear, rendered speechless, not daring to breathe. Humph! The King of Chu has clearly gained the favor of Father Emperor. Today in the court, it is evident that they are deliberately targeting me. The Crown Prince shouted in anger, his voice brimming with indignation and resentment. At that moment, Dongfang Shua rushed in, bowing respectfully before speaking with composure. Your Highness, do temper your anger. There may be more to today's events than meets the eye. The Crown Prince glared at Dongfang Shua, his eyes ablaze. What more could there be? It is clear that Father Emperor intends to support the King of Chu and suppress me. Dongfang Shua pondered for a moment before slowly replying, Your Highness, consider this. Since the position of the governor of Yuzhou became vacant, everything has unfolded with alarming ease. The King of Chu appoints Wang Kai as the governor. Several ministers echo him, and Prime Minister Xiao even steps forward in support of the King of Chu. There may be deeper machinations at play here. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously within the hall. Like a caged beast, are you suggesting that Father Emperor and they are conspiring? Dongfang Shua nodded. It is not without possibility. The Crown Prince halted, a glint of cold determination flashing in his gaze. Like a flickering star in the night sky. Then tell me, what should I do? Dongfang Shua leaned closer, lowering his voice. Your Highness, if you are intent on retaliating, you might consider starting with the Ouyang family. The Crown Prince nodded slightly. Pray, elaborate. Thus, the two began to converse in hushed tones, their voices like buzzing insects, yet laden with the scent of conspiracy in that dimly lit study. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the walls. The Crown Prince and Dongfang Shua sat across from each other, the Crown Prince occasionally furrowing his brows, as if mountains were locked in his expression. Times, he would nod slightly, like a faint glimmer in the dark, discussing every crucial detail with Dongfang Shua. Just then, the sound of soft footsteps approached from outside, followed by a servant's timid report. Your Highness, a servant comes to inform you that Lord Dugu has arrived and is awaiting you in the hall. The Crown Prince and Dongfang Shua exchanged surprised glances, a flicker of astonishment passing between them. However, the Crown Prince felt that Lord Duga's visit was not unexpected. He quickly straightened his posture, the anger on his face fleeting, and walked to the window, gazing into the profound night as he spoke. "Ha ha, has my uncle come to explain himself to me?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shua furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he quietly asked, "Your Highness, has something occurred?" The Crown Prince looked out the window, recounting how he had signaled to Lord Dugu during the court proceedings. Once he finished, Dongfang Shua's frown deepened, reinforcing his belief that the situation regarding the governor of Yuzhou was indeed unusual. He turned his gaze to the Crown Prince and spoke softly. "Based on what your Highness has said, this matter is indeed intriguing." The Crown Prince, perhaps not fully grasping Dongfang Shua's implication, continued, "What is there to find intriguing? I see it's simply that my uncle wishes to hedge his bets on both sides. I and the King of Chu are both his nephews. If I were to fall, would he not still have the King of Chu? Trying to please both sides is not so simple." Observing the Crown Prince's vehement response, Dongfang Shua was perplexed. Why had the Crown Prince changed so much recently? In Dongfang Shua's view, Jun Chengqian, as the Crown Prince of Dayu, should simply remain calm and await his time. Even if the Crown Prince were to be suppressed to the point of having no power, as long as he remained the Crown Prince, the Emperor would not designate another in his place. The Crown Prince was not a foolish individual. He had been remarkably astute since childhood and was already at the 8th rank. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, he would likely break through to the 9th rank within 2 years, and perhaps even reach the transcendent realm within 5. Such a Crown Prince, among all the princes in the empire, was already among the elite. Furthermore, the Emperor, in the prime of his youth, had not yet reached the true contest for the throne. Yet, who could know the Crown Prince's concerns? Firstly, in terms of cultivation, the Crown Prince was not significantly stronger than the King of Chu. He did not possess the overwhelming advantage. This dictated that he could only rely on his influence for political maneuvering. Lacking martial prowess, he must compensate with power. After all, no one else is like Jun Maxiao. A unique anomaly in terms of cultivation in this world. Aside from Jun Maxiao, does not everyone else also practice diligently to ascend? Secondly, rumors in the world claimed that Jun Zhantian had killed the former Crown Prince. Yet the Crown Prince knew this was not the case. 10 years ago, the Crown Prince had witnessed his uncle, the former Crown Prince, take his own life before the palace gates. He had watched helplessly as the former Crown Prince perished. A sense of powerlessness inherent to royalty. Even if Jun Zhantian did not kill him, he ultimately met his end, did he not? After Jun Chengqian was appointed Crown Prince, that scene had turned into his nightmare. His current predicament mirrored that of the former Crown Prince, and he feared that the same fate might befall him. Moreover, at 28, nearing 30, his father remained in the prime of his life. Was he destined to remain a mere Crown Prince for eternity? History often exhibits startling similarities. Jun Zhantian, repressed by the former Crown Prince, ultimately seized power through rebellion. But was the situation truly the same? Back then, Jun Zhantian had already broken through to the earthly profound realm, while the Grand Emperor was merely in the earthly profound realm, which facilitated his successful coup. Now, however, it was different. Jun Zhantian's strength had reached the pinnacle of the earthly profound realm, placing him among the top powers in the world. Anyone attempting a rebellion now would surely meet a grim fate. Having finished his thoughts, the Crown Prince rose and made his way to the main hall. "Uncle, what brings you here at this hour?" Despite the anger simmering within, respect was still due, for he was the Left Chancellor of the Ministry of Personnel. "Haha, Your Highness, I fear you still harbor resentment regarding today's court matters." Lord Dugu, a cunning old fox, also served as a half-mentor to the Crown Prince. How could he not discern the thoughts in the Crown Prince's heart? "Uncle, you jest. How could Chengqian harbor any ill will towards you?" Lord Dugu paid no mind to this, for he had come late at night to discuss urgent matters with the Crown Prince and directly stated, "I have come at this late hour to advise Your Highness against intervening in the Yuzhou affairs." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's eyes widened in disbelief, cursing inwardly. "You old lantern, not only do you refuse to help, but you also urge me not to interfere. Are you fully siding with the King of Chu now?" Nevertheless, while he thought this, he did not reveal his feelings, merely furrowing his brow and asking, "Oh? Uncle, why is that?" Observing the Crown Prince, Lord Dugu offered no further explanation, simply advising, "Your Highness, remember my words." This matter is far from simple. No one knew why Lord Dugu refrained from detailing the circumstances, offering only this terse warning. Yet, this served as a well-meaning caution. However, precisely because of this, the Crown Prince's suspicions towards Lord Dugu deepened. He doubted that Lord Dugu had ceased to assist him, and had indeed shifted his allegiance to the King of It. Must be said that prejudice is a formidable mountain, and suspicion another. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it becomes exceedingly difficult to uproot. Not just between the Crown Prince and Lord Dugu, but with anyone, miscommunication often leads to such discrepancies. The two continued to exchange trivial pleasantries before Lord Dugu took his leave. However, unbeknownst to the departing Lord Dugu, his visit only served to deepen the rift between the Crown Prince and the King of Chu. Truly, I had intended my heart towards the bright moon. Yet the moon only illuminates the ditches. Chapter 24. In the King of Chu's residence, joy abounds. Triumphant and proud, the king's spirit shines, in contrast to the shadowy gloom enveloping the Crown Prince's residence. The atmosphere in the King of Chu's abode was entirely different. The King of Chu, beaming with delight, strode into his palace with an air of triumph and victory. Upon entering the gates, he erupted into hearty laughter. Embodying the archetype of the small-minded man relishing his success, today in court, I have finally expressed my grievances, feeling utterly liberated. His laughter resonated like thunder, echoing through the palace courtyard, while the servants bowed in trepidation, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. The King of Chu made his way directly to the main hall, his steps light and buoyant, as if the very ground beneath him propelled him forward. His exuberance unmistakable. Upon entering the main hall, he elegantly flicked his sleeve and confidently settled into the main seat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That Crown Prince, who usually carries himself with such arrogance and disdain, has finally been successfully suppressed by me in this pivotal matter regarding the governor of Yuzhou. The King of Chu mused to himself, his smile becoming ever more brilliant, akin to a flourishing blossom. He leisurely picked up the teacup that had been meticulously prepared for him, took a sip, and continued to speak with exuberance. With Wang Kai assuming the position of governor of Yuzhou, I shall have my own influence firmly established there. I look forward to seeing how that Crown Prince intends to contend with me. At this moment, the advisors and confidants of the prince arrived in droves to offer their congratulations. Much like a rising tide, today, the prince truly commanded respect in the court, exuding an imposing aura that swept away the Crown Prince with a single stroke, a triumph that delighted the hearts of the people. A diminutive advisor, his face awash with sycophancy, proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing such flattering words, the Prince of Chu felt increasingly elated, bursting into hearty laughter. I have bided my time for long, and today, I have finally reaped significant rewards. From now on, I shall ensure that the Crown Prince understands he is merely 2 years my senior. Compared to me, he is utterly inconsequential, nothing more than a trifling matter. Within the halls of the Chu Palace, laughter and cheers echoed, as everyone reveled in the atmosphere of victory, unable to extricate themselves from its embrace. The Prince of Chu, seated in a position of authority, indulged in grand visions of the future. As if he had already witnessed the glorious moment of his ascendance to the pinnacle of power, his aspirations burning fiercely within him like a raging fire. However, the Princess of Chu, who was just entering, furrowed her brow tightly. She was acutely aware of the intricacies of the situation. The prince had personally visited Prime Minister Xiao to negotiate for the position of governor of Yuzhou, engaging in a trade of interests. Although he had exchanged for merely a county magistrate's position in Jingzhou, the reality was that such a role was not significantly inferior to that of the governor of Yuzhou. Moreover, regardless of how the governor of Yuzhou was appointed, it would invariably lean towards members of the Ouyang family, which could be considered half an ally of the prince. This was a losing proposition. Was it truly worth such exuberance? A sense of confusion gripped Ouyang Yao, as she pondered whether the emperor and the Ouyang family had reached some form of agreement, or if the Ouyang family had made a decisive choice. Yet, she keenly sensed that this matter was far from simple. It must be said, the Princess of Chu was indeed an extraordinary woman. She would not hastily draw conclusions about matters. It was precisely for this reason that the prince had not been stripped of his title before the emperor's demise. As Jun Mo Xiao would put it, without Ouyang Yao, the Prince of Chu would amount to nothing, of course. Although the original work was categorized as a female-oriented narrative, the early stages were characterized by fierce confrontations among men. And Ouyang Yao's intelligence was far from limited. The following morning, just as Junimo Shao was about to rise, an inexplicable wave of pain surged through his entire body. Startled, he contemplated that this might be a sign of impending breakthrough. Without delay, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Zhao Hua Xian Shun Jing. The technique flowed through him. The piercing sensation within intensified. With a muffled thud, a wave of comfort washed over him, and his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Though he still possessed the same high nose and sharp brows, the ethereal aura surrounding him grew increasingly profound and rich. He had reached the initial stage of the earth, profound realm. Feeling the powerful surge of energy within him, Junimo Shao beamed with delight, akin to a man long plagued by impotence suddenly finding a cure, radiating joy. From this day forth, I, Jun Lao Lu, can be considered a significant figure, can I? At 18 years of age, having attained the earth profound realm, if any members of the aristocracy were to learn of this, they would likely dispatch individuals to eliminate him immediately. Although this world was inhabited by martial practitioners, he was merely at the initial stage of the earth profound realm, which was not particularly astonishing. Moreover, on the surface, there were only about a dozen individuals at this level, seemingly rare as phoenix feathers. Yet, each aristocratic family harbored a few individuals of legendary status. Otherwise, how could Jun Zhantian single-handedly dismantle these families without intricate plotting? In the original work, those powerful practitioners in the earth profound realm only began to reveal themselves decades later. Yet who could say how many concealed their prowess now? Based on his decade of experience as a bookworm, he surmised that each family likely harbored several individuals at the earth profound realm. And the Jun family was no exception. Perhaps one of the Jun family's ancestors was an elusive figure at the heaven profound realm. Otherwise, how could the Jun family dominate the realm? Wait, something was amiss. The energy within his body had completely vanished. Junimo Shao carefully assessed the situation and suddenly realized why he had been able to break through the earth profound realm so swiftly. It turned out that the energy from his previous breakthrough to the peak of the transcendent realm had not truly been exhausted but lay dormant within him. This time, his breakthrough was facilitated by the residual energy. He had mistakenly believed that the previous energy had been entirely depleted. It was merely that his prior level had not yet reached the earth profound realm, preventing him from sensing it. Now, he genuinely felt that the energy had completely dissipated. Upon further reflection, given his current cultivation, it would be impossible to reach the peak of the earth profound realm without at least 10 to 8 years of diligent practice. It seemed that in the original work, the character known as Lao Ba had managed to advance so rapidly due to some valuable treasures. Alas, the inability to procure such treasures was indeed a source of frustration. This Jun could not afford to be lethargic. He must strategize. If Junimo Shao were aware that in the original narrative, Lao Ba, Jun Zhangwen, had depleted an entire imperial treasury's worth of treasures just to barely reach the peak of the earth profound realm, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. It is worth noting that when Jun Zhangwen ascended to power, the empire had eradicated 3 aristocratic families, and their resources surely resided within the treasury. Now, it seemed the treasury was likely bare. Wuming, fetch some water. I require a bath, he shouted towards a certain direction. Ever since Junimo Zhao's arrival in this world, Wuming, who had seldom been commanded by the original owner, was now treated as a steward by him. As for whether Wuming would feel indignant, he could not ascertain. It was likely that no one would believe that a member of the Shadow Guard, a practitioner at the initial stage of the transcendent realm, was being treated as a servant. Before long, several attendants entered the room carrying buckets of water, yet Wuming was conspicuously absent. Junimo Shao smiled slightly, activating his Xian Shenai, and spotted a man in black attire lurking in a corner of the garden. Although the man was not weeping, the haunted expression on his face left Junimo Shao intrigued. Chapter 25. Secret Affairs of the Court, Waves of Tragedy and Love in Yuzhou, in the Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial study, the Emperor remained as focused as ever, diligently reviewing memorials. A shadow flitted in like a wraith, yet the Emperor seemed oblivious, engrossed in the contents of the documents. After a moment, having finished reading, the Emperor slowly spoke. Speak. The shadow wasted no time, stating directly, among the talented women of Yuzhou, there are indeed hidden agents of the White Lotus sect. The emperor's eyes remained unperturbed, and the shadow continued to report. In addition to the White Lotus sect members, those from the Shadow-Killing Hall have also infiltrated. Furthermore, Situ Hong has recently been afflicted by a potent poison and is gravely ill, though the nature of the poison remains unknown. Once the shadow had conveyed all the information, the emperor lifted his weary gaze, appearing deep in thought, and then spoke. Compile a list and send it to the supervisory court. Additionally, ensure that Situ Hong's condition is thoroughly investigated. As the emperor finished speaking and was about to dismiss the shadow, he seemed to recall something and spoke again. How goes it with Lao Lu? The shadow, clearly aware of whom the emperor referred to, replied. All is well. No members of the White Lotus sect have appeared. Upon hearing this, the emperor closed his eyes, gently tilted his head back, and after a moment of stretching his stiff neck, said, You may leave. As soon as the emperor's words fell, the shadow vanished without a trace. Shortly after the shadow disappeared, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly, and he murmured, Another poison? Is it Gongsun or Ouyang? Or perhaps Zhuge? The emperor appeared to be ensnared in some profound contemplation, or perhaps he was lost in the depths of a memory. The reason behind the emperor's musings remained shrouded in mystery. Were Junimo Shao to be privy to the emperor's inquiries, he would undoubtedly enlighten him that it pertains to the manifestation of the goo poison. This goo poison, enigmatic and terrifying, lurks within the human body in the form of goo insects. Initially difficult to detect, once it erupts, the insects swiftly devour the body's meridians, causing a dramatic decline in the martial artist's realm. The afflicted suffer as if their bodies are being gnawed by countless ants, enduring excruciating pain. Moreover, this goo poison is notoriously challenging to eradicate. One must seek out exceedingly rare antidotes or rely on formidable inner strength to expel it from the body. The most dreadful aspect of this poison lies in the fact that once it truly manifests, the victim can only await death, with no alternatives available. Of course, this poison poses no threat to Junimo Shao, who has cultivated the Tao Transformation Mystic Meridian. As for the emperor's mention of again, it actually refers to the demise of both Dugu Wunyan and Situyu, both of whom perished due to the poison. The haunting dream of illness lurks like a concealed demon, stealthily consuming one's life. Initially, the poisoned may merely experience occasional fatigue and diminished vitality. However, as the toxins accumulate, they will frequently feel lethargic, lacking the spirit to engage in any endeavor. Gradually, their bodies will begin to emaciate and their complexions will turn pale. Over the span of several years, the bodily functions of the poisoned will incessantly decline, and their memory will gradually fade, as if trapped in an unending nightmare, ultimately departing this world in weakness and despair. These two poisons are extraordinarily formidable, frequently referenced in the original text. However, the circumstances surrounding Situyu's death are not elaborated upon in detail. Only the emperor is aware that Dugu Wunyan's seemingly natural death was, in fact, also a consequence of poisoning. In truth, the emperor's fondness for Junimo Shao is partly due to Situyue.as. For the truth of that year, it is likely that only the emperor and Chanju possess knowledge of the specific circumstances. Regarding the emperor's mention of Ouyang, Zhuge, and Gongsun, these are naturally family surnames, with the latter two families being true titans. The Zhuge and Gongsun clans do not participate in state affairs, yet their members remain concealed within the court. No one knows who these individuals are. Perhaps only Junimo Shao, having read the original text, is aware. In the province of Yuzhou, while the emperor was lost in thought, events were also unfolding in a certain corner. Within a dimly lit secret chamber, an atmosphere of oppression and despair pervaded. Situ Hong, the former prince of the previous dynasty and the leader of the White Lotus sect, lay upon the bed. His complexion as pale as parchment, his breath barely a whisper. Having surpassed the age of discernment, his once sharp and spirited eyes now appeared dull and lifeless. His lips were chapped and devoid of color, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, leaving him to struggle on the precipice of death. Beside him, Luo Wunyan vigilantly kept watch. Her gaze was a tapestry of complex emotions: anger, sorrow, confusion, and an indescribable pity. She had come to know the cruel truth. Upon her return from Qinghe County, she ventured to Wuyang County to investigate, and the information she uncovered was consistent with what Junimo Shao had revealed. Moreover, the man lying on the bed, unable to perform the most basic human functions, was a conclusion she had drawn from various clues, aligning with Junimo Xiao's assertions. With great difficulty, Situ Hong opened his eyes and gazed at Luo Wunyan. A flicker of guilt and helplessness passing through his gaze. Summoning all his strength, he weakly uttered, "Wunyan, I know you are aware of everything." He began to cough violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Luo Wunyan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she coldly replied, "Is it worth it? All for that elusive dream of restoring the nation?" Situ Hong gasped, his bloodshot eyes betraying his anguish, and stammered, "I am already a broken man. It is they, the Jun family, who have forced me into this state, and it is the Jun family who has certainly, the nameless one would not succumb to melancholy. Since returning from Qinghe County, the sixth prince has been exerting his domineering influence over him daily, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. Although he occasionally contemplates refusal, the weight of his duty to protect Jun Maxiao compels him to relent. At this moment, he resembles a modern-day office worker from the 21st century, burdened by lofty promises from his boss. Despite his inner reluctance, he feels he must press on, driven by his obligations. Reluctantly, he sauntered to Jun Maxiao's side and inquired, "Your Highness, what are your commands?" Jun Maxiao regarded him with an expression that suggested he was aware of the turmoil within him, and a mischievous impulse surged within him as he asked, "Are you a virgin?" In this era, the concept of virginity is not articulated in such terms. When discussing whether a woman or man has engaged in intimate relations, one would refer to phrases like uninitiated youth or innocent maiden. The nameless one, oblivious to the meaning of virgin, looked perplexed and asked, "May I inquire, Your Highness, what constitutes a virgin?" Jun Maxiao chuckled heartily and declared, "It is a man who has not been handled by a woman." With that, he strode out, boarding his carriage and settled within, awaiting the nameless one's arrival. Before long, the nameless one leapt onto the carriage's front, taking a seat beside the driver, though his countenance bore a hint of melancholy. He had just begun to comprehend that Jun Maxiao's question regarding virginity was merely an inquiry into his innocence. Recently, Jun Maxiao had even begun to question the nameless one's gender. It was indeed a rare sight to see a man exhibiting such a feminine air of sorrow. In the original narrative, it was never mentioned that the nameless one was not male until his demise, which inevitably stirred doubts in Jun Maxiao's mind. However, the ultimate revelation left Jun Maxiao utterly astonished. The nameless one appeared as a man from every angle. Though handsome, it was not until Jun Maxiao reached the Earth's profound realm that, aided by his mystic vision, he discerned that the nameless one, despite possessing an Adam's apple, was, in truth, a woman. Crucially, the nameless one was not a transgender. Had it not been for his mystic vision, coupled with his ascension to the Earth's profound realm, Jun Maxiao might never have realized that the nameless one was. In fact, of the female persuasion, it seemed the nameless one had cultivated some peculiar technique capable of altering her appearance. While the mystic vision could pierce illusions, it was not powerful enough to unveil transformation techniques, which differ from mere disguise. Clearly, the nameless one was no ordinary individual. This was one of the reasons why Jun Maxiao frequently issued commands to her of late. "Maxiang Pavilion," Jun Maxiao uttered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this name, the nameless one trembled and turned to caution, "Your Highness, that is a pleasure house." Jun Maxiao, well aware of the implications, merely smiled and replied, "I know. We shall go there." Maxiang Pavilion is a renowned establishment in the imperial city. Not quite the pinnacle of its kind, but certainly among the top three. The other two establishments are Yushu Tower and Yayun Pavilion, which, in Jun Maxiao's view, are scarcely different in quality. Within Maxiang Pavilion, not only are there captivating performances, but the women there are also skilled in calligraphy, painting, and poetry. The air is infused with the scent of ink, making it a favored haunt for scholars and literati. Should a modern individual suddenly find themselves here without understanding the local customs, they might inadvertently make a fool of themselves. In ancient times, the terms Gulan, Qinglu, and Jiyuan referred to three distinctly different concepts. Gulan serves as a venue for various performances, equipped with a stage and seating for audiences, primarily showcasing operas, acrobatics, and storytelling. It is akin to a modern opera house or theater, devoid of any illicit transactions. Those who confuse Gulan with a brothel likely know only of the fictional exploits of Wei Xiaobao in The Deer and the Cauldron and have not delved into historical narratives. Qinglu, on the other hand, is elegantly adorned, with serene surroundings, where the women are often exceptionally talented, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and dance. They not only possess beauty but can also engage with cultured gentlemen in poetry and prose, providing companionship and intellectual delight. Naturally, there are also some less reputable establishments that feature both performances and illicit services. In this era, however, genuine brothels are not permitted to exist. Thus, should one make improper requests in a place like Mahjong Pavilion, they would likely find themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament. The nameless one cautioned him, as he currently held the position of left deputy censor in the supervisory bureau and must be mindful of his influence. Nevertheless, Jun Maxiao believed that while he needed to be somewhat cautious upon his initial entry into the supervisory bureau, he no longer required such restraint. After all, the old man Shangguan had stated that he should indulge in pleasures as he wished. Even if he never entered a pleasure house in his lifetime, it was unlikely that circumstances would significantly change. As Jun Maxiao indulged in these thoughts, the nameless one's voice came from outside the carriage. "Your Highness, we have arrived." Chapter 27. Gong Sun Waner. Enchanting as a celestial being, her alluring skills are as dangerous as whips. Outside Mahjong Pavilion, the bustling crowds and lively atmosphere were palpable. Upon hearing the nameless one's voice, Jun Maxiao stepped down from the carriage, surveying his surroundings. He mused that although he was a frequent visitor to Guilin, today marked his first venture into Mahjong Pavilion. The architecture here was unique, with flying eaves and intricate carvings, exuding an aura of antiquity and elegance. Above the crimson entrance hung a gilded plaque inscribed with the characters Mahjong Pavilion, radiating a palpable cultural essence. Clad in splendid attire, Jun Maxiao, accompanied by the nameless one, approached the grand entrance. The attendant at the door, recognizing their distinguished demeanor, hurried forward to greet them respectfully. "Young master, please enter." Upon entering Mahjong Pavilion, a spacious hall greeted them. Adorned with exquisite decor, the walls were adorned with fine artworks. Majestic landscapes and intricate calligraphy evoked a sense of grandeur. In the center of the hall, several delicate tables and chairs were arranged, where a few patrons were savoring tea, admiring art, and engaging in soft conversation. A woman, resembling an elderly matron, approached with a beaming smile and slightly bowed. "This young master appears unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Mahjong Pavilion?" Although Mahjong Pavilion was a place of refinement, this woman truly resembled a madam from a film. Jun Maxiao understood her demeanor. After all, they were in the business of hospitality. This was what one would call service, what one might refer to as professionalism. Jun Maxiao offered a slight smile and nodded. "I have heard tales of Mahjong Pavilion's renown, and today I have come to witness it firsthand." The matron's eyes brightened, and she enthusiastically replied, "You have come to the right place. The ladies here are exceptionally talented. Would you prefer to listen to some music, enjoy a dance, or engage in poetic discourse with the ladies?" As the matron extolled the virtues of her establishment, Jun Maxiao felt as though he had been transported back to the modern world, where sales clerks fervently promoted their wares in shopping malls. Looking around the space, Jun Maxiao replied casually, "Let us peruse at our leisure." The matron promptly guided him deeper into the pavilion, traversing the hall until they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was lush with flora, with a small pond adorned with lotus leaves, where fish frolicked, creating a serene and pleasant ambience. Surrounding the courtyard were elegant chambers, from which melodious strains of stringed instruments and the laughter of women occasionally wafted. Upon entering one of the chambers, it was warm and inviting, with a complete set of writing implements arranged neatly on the table, and shelves brimming with books. The woman dressed in a pink gown was engaged in painting at the table. Noticing someone enter, she paused, stood, and greeted, "Greetings, young master." Jun Maxiao approached, admiring the artwork on the table, and praised, "Your painting skills are remarkable, truly impressive." The woman smiled gently and replied, "You honor me, young master. I merely dabble in the art of brush and ink." "Do you share an interest in calligraphy and painting?" Jun Maxiao chuckled and said, "I am not skilled in those elegant arts. I am here merely to indulge in the aesthetic." The woman's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Yet she refrained from pressing further, likely assuming it was a polite dismissal. At tea that moment, the matron returned, accompanied by several young ladies, each holding an instrument, some cradling pianos, others with gushings, and some wielding flutes. The matron beamed and suggested, "Young master, shall we have the ladies perform a piece for you?" Jun Ma Xiao nodded in agreement. The young ladies took their positions and began to play. Instantly, the chamber resonated with melodious tunes, the melodies flowing gracefully like a gentle stream. Jun Ma Xiao sat quietly, ostensibly savoring the performance, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of curiosity. He had come to Ma Xiang Pavilion out of a desire to discover the true appearance of the pavilion's master, Gongsun Wan'er, one of the 10 beauties. While many knew of Ma Xiang Pavilion, few realized it was an enterprise of the Gongsun family. Gongsun Wan'er is the granddaughter of a formidable figure in the heavenly profound realm, with her father also a powerful individual in the earth profound realm. Just as Jun Ma Xiao was lost in contemplation, the music concluded, prompting him to enthusiastically applaud, "Exquisite, exquisite." Indeed, the ladies possessed extraordinary talents. One could imagine modern internet celebrities would exclaim, "Goddess, please accept my reverence." The ladies gathered around, some pouring tea for Jun Ma Xiao, while others engaged him in light conversation. One young lady, proficient in poetry, asked, "Young master, might I challenge you to a poetic exchange?" Jun Ma Xiao rubbed his nose, smiling as he replied, "I am the embodiment of intermittent ambition and perpetual idleness. I wish I could shake my head at my own lack of poetic knowledge." "Miss Xie, your kindness is greatly appreciated." At that moment, the young lady burst into a delightful laugh. Just as she was about to speak, a woman's voice interjected, "His Highness the 6th Prince is indeed amusing. I wonder if my ladies here have managed to satisfy him." The voice was reminiscent of a nightingale's song, melodious and enchanting, with every note resembling a delicate butterfly dancing gracefully in the air, gently stirring the strings of one's heart. Jun Ma Xiao turned to follow the sound, and saw a woman clad in purple, gliding towards him like a blooming rose. Her long, raven-black hair was casually tied back, with a few playful strands cascading onto her porcelain cheek, adding an air of languorous charm. Beneath her elegantly arched brows lay a pair of mesmerizing eyes, slightly upturned, sparkling as though thousands of stars flickered within them. A mere glance could ensnare one's soul, drawing one into their profound depths. Her nose was petite and straight, while her lips, ripe and red as cherries, bore a hint of a smile, evoking both youthful shyness and mature allure, compelling one to yearn for a taste of her sweetness. Dressed in a flowing purple gown with a slightly open neckline, her skin was as white as snow, revealing a delicate collarbone. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her movements, and her waist was so slender it could scarcely be grasped, as if a gentle breeze could topple her. Jun Ma Xiao focused his mind, dispelling distracting thoughts. What a formidable charm she possesses. He mused silently, acknowledging that had it not been for his unique training, he might have already fallen under her spell. He couldn't help but glance at the nameless figure beside him, who appeared wary and ever alert to the woman's presence. Turning his gaze back to the lady in purple, his heart raced. Could she be the celestial fox? What a remarkable coincidence. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial fox. Had he perhaps stepped into a realm of perfection? With the enchanting Lu goddess in front and the celestial fox behind, he soon regained his composure, assessing the woman's cultivation level. He had to admit, despite her youth, she was at the initial stage of the transcendence realm, which was indeed impressive. However, her cultivation was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the overwhelming allure she wielded over men, a force that was utterly domineering. Alas, he reflected, I have grown rather complacent lately. I nearly stumbled into a pitfall. He admonished himself internally. Pray tell, fair maiden, who might you be? Jun Ma Xiao inquired with a smile. Upon hearing his question, the lady in purple paused momentarily, and when she regained her composure, she smiled gently. I am Sun Wan'er, the head of the Xiang Pavilion. I was unaware of His Highness the 6th Prince's visit today. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. With a soft giggle, she added, I hope His Highness can pardon my shortcomings. Sun Wan'er? Surely there should be a title missing, Jun Ma Xiao thought to himself. Yet, he dared not confront this formidable enchantress, so he smiled and replied, Today is a day of leisure, and I simply wish to come here and experience the ambience. Indeed, this place is quite remarkable. The ladies here possess both beauty and virtue. He, does His Highness find me beautiful? Before Jun Ma Xiao could finish, Sun Wan'er interrupted him. Without hesitation, he replied, The beauty of the fair maiden is undoubtedly captivating. akin to a rare gem that could enthrall an entire kingdom. Should you venture into the streets? I fear the townsfolk would be utterly entranced, causing traffic to halt and businesses to close, all for the mere chance to behold your exquisite visage. Such beauty is a rarity in the world. How could one possibly deny it? Upon hearing his words, the lady erupted into another round of delightful laughter, then playfully inquired, "Hee hee, and who do you think is more beautiful, myself or the Liu family's young lady?" Junimo Shao felt a pang of dismay. This was yet another perilous question. Why is it that women are always inclined to compare beauty? Nevertheless, he steeled himself and replied, "Miss Sun, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Comparing your beauty to that of the Liu family's young lady is akin to choosing the brighter of two dazzling pearls. My eyes are nearly blinded by their brilliance, rendering me incapable of making a choice. However, at this moment, the way you smile before me shines like the warm sun, illuminating my heart, making me almost forget what the Liu family's young lady looks like." Ha ha ha. After he spoke, noticing that Sun Wanner was about to ask another question, he promptly interjected, "Miss Sun, I apologize for my intrusion today. I must take my leave, as I have some broth simmering at home that requires my attention." With a respectful gesture, he bid farewell to Sun Wanner and, taking the nameless individual by the arm, made his way out of the Mo Xiang Pavilion. Hee hee hee, how amusing! Chapter 28. Junimo Shao flees the Mo Xiang Pavilion. Wanner's venomous charm is unforgiving. Junimo Zhao's face held a look of terror as he dashed out of the Mo Xiang Pavilion, resembling a startled bird fleeing in panic, while onlookers remained oblivious to the woman's dreadfulness. He was all too aware of her formidable nature. In the original tale, the third prince nearly met his end at her hands. Junimo Shao, however, was not fearful of Sun Wanner's martial prowess or her enchanting allure. What truly concerned him was her backing, a powerful faction that could easily summon reinforcements, rendering the situation quite perplexing. You read that correctly. Sun Wanner was the type to call upon her family in times of trouble. The reason the original work was categorized as a female-centric narrative primarily stemmed from the 10 renowned beauties within its pages. Each possessed unique charms, including Lu Ruyin. However, Lu Ruyin seemed to have lost her wits after encountering Prince Chu Jun Wu Dao, leading to her increasingly absurd behavior. Among the 10 beauties, some were gentle and considerate, like the girl next door, while others were born with an icy demeanor, as cold as the celestial snow lotus. Some were delicate like a jade maiden, others wise like a regal woman, and still others possessed hearts as treacherous as a serpent's. Nevertheless, among these 10 beauties, Sun Wanner and Zhuge Qingshui were particularly unique. In the original text, Sun Wanner was aptly described as having a heart as cold as a viper, earning her the moniker of the Purple Demoness. She resembled a striking yet lethal poppy blooming in the dark of night. With a beauty that could rival nations, her visage shone like the full moon, rendering the stars dull by comparison. She was well versed in the art of seduction, akin to a cunning fox, adept at navigating the affections of men with her beauty and charm. She toyed with these men like mere pawns, provoking jealousy among them, even inciting them to commit acts of violence against one another. Her methods shockingly ruthless. Beneath her flower-like exterior lay a heart devoid of compassion, capable of taking lives without a flicker of remorse, showing no reverence for existence. She reveled in the manipulation of human emotions, much like a demon surveying the masses. She took pleasure in watching men writhe in pain under her control. She was akin to a demoness from hell, stirring chaos and bloodshed in the world with her beauty and cunning. To be targeted by her was undoubtedly to invite immense trouble. Yet, Junimo Shao understood that she too was a pitiable soul. Her father was a powerful figure of the earthly profound realm, and her grandfather was a heavenly profound realm expert. While her background appeared formidable, her life was steeped in tragedy. The original text recounts a harrowing tale. Her mother was slain by her father's own hand, a horrific event that transformed her character. The root of her sorrow lay in the Gongsun family's unique martial arts, which followed a path devoid of affection. One must deeply love someone before personally slaying them to transcend the boundaries of their martial capabilities. Such a peculiar practice bore more resemblance to the methods of a cultivator than a typical martial artist, yet it was indeed a warrior's technique. Perhaps the author of that tale crafted such a distinctive martial art to elucidate Sun Wanner's character. Furthermore, there was an oddity within the narrative. The higher the cultivation level, the more challenging it became to bear offspring. Sun Wanner's grandfather was 90 when he fathered her father, who was 70 when he had her. Now, Sun Wanner was approximately 26 or 27 years old. Curiously, all 10 renowned beauties were the sole daughters of their families, each being the sole heir, a rather peculiar circumstance. In contrast, his father, Jun Tian, as a powerful figure of the earthly profound realm, fathered 8 sons, a situation that was quite perplexing. If Jun Tian were to have another child, it would surely lead to a real-life spectacle of the 9 dragons vying for supremacy. However, it seemed there were no illegitimate children, as none had surfaced in the past 30 years, and it was unlikely any would appear in the future. While there were no illegitimate children, the female lead gained an additional companion. As she was not among the 10 renowned beauties, at this moment, atop the highest level of the Mo Xiang Pavilion, a different scene unfolded. Why, lady, why are you so intrigued by this 6th prince? He appears to be rather unremarkable, inquired an elderly woman standing beside Sun Wanner, her expression filled with confusion. Sun Wanner's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, yet also conveyed a sense of helplessness as she replied, Aunt Kai, one must never underestimate anyone, or you may find yourself unaware of how you met your demise in the future. Sun Wanner felt a deep sense of exasperation. Aunt Kai had cared for her since childhood, with a nurturing touch that was nothing short of meticulous, yet she often bore an air of condescension. It was the kind of attitude that looked down on others. Upon hearing this, Aunt Kai was jolted. Realizing this was the first time her lady had spoken so sternly to her, and she hurriedly responded, I will remember. Thank you for the lesson, my lady. Sun Wanner continued. This individual managed to cleverly counterattack while facing a broken engagement, rendering the Liu family's daughter incapacitated, and left the Chu prince in a precarious position, unable to extricate himself, while securing practical compensation from the emperor. The cunning methods employed by this individual. Does Granny Kai still perceive him as ordinary? Moreover, when I first entered and unleashed my charm technique, he seemed largely unaffected. Upon hearing this, Granny Kai nearly gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, How can this be? This young man possesses no cultivation, yet he can withstand the allure of the young lady's charm. Gong Sun Wanner was well aware of the potency of her enchantment. Even someone at a significantly higher realm would find it challenging to resist its seductive pull, invariably succumbing to its enchantment and becoming obedient. However, Junimo Xiao was able to react swiftly, leaving only 2 possibilities. First, he may not be a man, but the evidence clearly indicates that Junimo Xiao is indeed male. Therefore, the remaining possibility is that he simply does not favor women. As for the notion that Junimo Xiao possesses a higher realm than her, that is absurd. Yet, she remains oblivious to the existence of a unique martial art in this world, one that does not cultivate meridians. The most remarkable aspect of this technique is that as long as one refrains from making a move, one would never know if the other is a martial artist. In Junimo Xiao's own words, as long as I do not draw my 40-meter-long blade, you will never fathom my true prowess. As for the guard beside him, it is likely that even Junimo Xiao is unaware that this individual is, in fact, a woman. After all, only a woman would exhibit no reaction to this technique. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, my 6th prince. Gong Sun Wanner licked her lips, her demeanor akin to that of a hunter who has discovered a fascinating prey. Her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. At this moment, Granny Kai interjected, My lady, shall I discreetly keep an eye on him? Gong Sun Wanner shook her head, her gaze radiating confidence, as if she believed that Junimo Xiao would soon kneel at her feet. However, unbeknownst to Junimo Xiao, he has already become the target of the ravenous Gong Sun Wanner. Were he to realize this, he would likely be distressed to the point of spitting blood. Yet, if one were to truly engage, it would be difficult to discern who the hunter is and who the prey may be. There is a saying that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her downfall. An exceptional hunter often presents themselves in the guise of prey. The residence of the 6th prince, Junimo Xiao slowly descended from the carriage, casting occasional glances at the nameless figure. What do you think of that young lady, son? The nameless one pondered for a moment, a rare seriousness reflecting in her eyes, and replied, Your Highness, this woman gives me an extraordinary impression. She is exceedingly dangerous. Junimo Xiao mused inwardly. It would indeed be strange if she weren't dangerous. She possesses both cultivation and a formidable background. and that charm technique is undeniably tyrannical. However, he did not express his thoughts aloud, but instead glanced at the nameless figure once more and smiled, saying, "Oh, did you not sense anything unusual upon meeting that young lady?" The nameless one fell into contemplation again, and after a while, looked at Junimo Shao with confusion and asked, "Is there something amiss, Your Highness?" Junimo Shao felt an urge to roll his eyes, but refrained from doing so. Considering that the nameless one was indeed a woman, and thus chose to remain silent as he entered the residence, he held no particular thoughts regarding the 10 renowned beauties. He was merely curious about them. As the 10 beauties in the original narrative were indeed breathtaking, he believed that having won the affection of Luo Wunyin was already his greatest honor. Chapter 29. A Shao enters the office to receive orders and investigate the White Lotus Shadow Killers. On this day, Junimo Shao proceeded as usual, stepping through the gates of the inspection office, internally lamenting, "Ah, yet another day of toiling away. Workers toil, and toil is the spirit of workers. To labor is to rise above others." Upon entering his assigned room and settling in, an official from the inspection office soon approached to report. The individual bowed to Junimo Shao and said, "Your Highness, the Grand Censor requests your presence." Junimo Shao lifted his head and replied, "I understand. Thank you for your trouble." However, the individual did not depart but instead waited quietly outside the door. Junimo Shao quickly realized that this was likely a deliberate arrangement by Shangguan Luan to summon him. Otherwise, this person would not be lingering. Thus, he wasted no time and stood up to exit. He turned to the individual and inquired, "Do you know what Grand Censor seeks from me?" The individual turned back, slightly bowing as he replied, "I do not know. I am merely following orders. What specific matter it pertains to is beyond my knowledge, but besides Your Highness, 2 Vice Grand Censors have also arrived." "Very well, let us proceed." Throughout the journey, Junimo Shao pondered the nature of this matter. In the original narrative, there had been no necessity for the inspection office to intervene recently. Could it be related to my visit to the Emosiang Pavilion? That would be utterly absurd. Thus, he mused, lost in thought, until he unknowingly arrived at the designated location. However, this time, it was not Shangguan Luan's private office, but rather the deliberation hall of the inspection office. Upon entering the hall, he found 4 individuals already in attendance. At the head sat Grand Censor Shangguan Luan, with 3 others seated below him: left Vice Grand Censor Diji Sun, right Vice Grand Censor Feng Cheng, and right Assistant Grand Censor Zhou Qingyuan. Upon entering, Junimo Shao greeted the 3 and exchanged a nod with Zhou Qingyuan, considering them equals, though he held a slightly higher status due to the ancient custom of left being esteemed over right, symbolizing rank even if their levels were the same. Upon noticing that Junimo Shao had arrived, Shangguan Luan beckoned him to sit and began, "Yesterday, a letter of complaint was delivered. Let us all take a look." After speaking, Shangguan Luan handed the letter to the others for review, and Junimo Shao observed Diji Sun and Feng Qing exchanging peculiar glances after perusing its contents. Junimo Shao felt puzzled. Before long, the letter was passed to him. Upon reading its contents, his expression mirrored theirs, strange at first, but soon revealing a look of understanding. He then passed the letter to Zhou Qingyuan. Once Zhou Qingyuan had finished reading, Shangguan Luan spoke again. "I presume you are all aware of the content of this letter. However, I have called you here because I have already consulted His Majesty regarding this matter, and His Majesty has ordered the inspection office to take charge of it." The 3 individuals simultaneously turned their gazes toward Junimo Shao. Internally, Junimo Shao thought, "Have I stumbled into the targeted alliance?" The content of the letter was rather straightforward, indicating the presence of members from the White Lotus sect and the Shadow Killers during the selection of candidates. Such matters, which do not directly involve officials, would typically be submitted to the criminal department and would not reach the inspection office. Moreover, the most critical point was that the Emperor had specifically requested the inspection office to investigate this matter, which was highly unusual, clearly aimed at Junimo Shao. Thus, the others turned their attention to him. In the original narrative, this issue was only discovered after the selection of the beauties had concluded, prompting an investigation. However, due to his previous warning, the event had unfolded prematurely. In the original tale, the criminal department conducted the investigation based on the information of the 3 selected beauties, without the involvement of the inspection office. Naturally, the internal palace cleansing was not the concern of the criminal department or the inspection office, but rather the direct responsibility of the Internal Affairs Office, which manages all palace affairs and possesses its own supervisory authority. thus requiring no oversight from the criminal department or the inspection office. The emperor's directive for the inspection office to investigate this matter was self-evident. He intended for Junimo Shao to probe the White Lotus sect, serving as a test and trial for him. "Let us all share our thoughts," Shangguan said, looking toward the others. No sooner had he finished speaking than Diji Sun remarked, "This matter is intricate and likely involves certain officials behind the scenes. The shadow killers do not belong to our use forces, so we must proceed with caution." After stating this, Diji Sun fell silent and turned to Feng Cheng, clearly indicating that he would not take on the responsibility of naming the individuals involved. Feng Cheng understood and spoke up. "In the last case from Qinghe County, the left assistant grand censor handled it exceptionally well, and this case is merely a remnant from the last incident in Yu Province. In my view, let the left assistant grand censor take the lead, and we old fellows will assist from the sidelines. This case will surely succeed." Having said this, Feng Cheng ceased speaking, awaiting Shangguan decision. Shangguan turned his gaze toward Junimo Shao, who naturally understood his intention. He immediately stood up and declared, "I volunteer to lead the investigation into this case. I vow not to return to the capital until the case is resolved." However, internally, he mused, "I am being driven by the whip of fate. What a jest. They are all waiting for my response, and rather than being arranged by others, it is better to take the initiative. It would also leave a better impression on everyone." Though he feigned cheerfulness, his mind was besieged by countless wild steeds galloping past. Shangguan chuckled heartily. "Your Highness, the sixth prince, is truly a model for all princes. I had intended to deliberate, but since you have taken the initiative, I shall entrust this matter to you. Furthermore, Lord Zhou will assist you in this investigation. Any required support may be directed to me." Upon hearing Shangguan words, Junimo Shao reflected, "Life is but a play, wholly reliant on performance. You are the Oscar-winning actor." Once Shangguan had finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Junimo Shao returned to his quarters, brewed a pot of fragrant tea for himself, and settled into a chair to begin organizing the information. The case concerning the White Lotus sect was not particularly difficult to investigate, as it merely stemmed from the remnants of the previous incident in Qinghe County. The Shadow Palace was also not hard to scrutinize. All related individuals had undoubtedly been monitored in secret. The Shadow Palace, in truth, was merely a minor organization, yet its influence did not lie within Dayu but rather in the Qi kingdom. Surrounding Dayu were two other nations, the northern Qi and the western Da, and although these two nations may not possess the strength of Dayu, when united, they surpassed it slightly. The Shadow Palace could be considered a hidden thorn of Qi within Dayu, and it was entirely normal for the Shadow Palace to send representatives to the imperial court via selection. Who could guarantee that the emperor had not embedded spies in the other two nations? After all, the emperor was known to be rather cunning. However, these matters were not the crux of the issue. The pivotal question was what objectives the emperor sought to achieve. Did he intend to eradicate the White Lotus sect directly? Or did he harbor other plans? Junimo Shao pondered for a moment before suddenly feeling a spark of realization, only to be enveloped by a wave of frustration. Once again, it appeared that the intentions behind the scenes were not as straightforward as they seemed. Was it truly written on Junimo Zhao's face that read, "Please conspire against me"? Typically, forces like the Shadow Palace, which involved foreign nations, would be dealt with by the Dark Guards and the Ministry of Justice. While the investigation of the White Lotus sect also fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Yet, the report had somehow reached the Inspection Institute, the implications of which were clear. The emperor seemed indifferent to the fate of the White Lotus sect. Junimo Shao even suspected that the majority of the sect's member list was in the emperor's possession, for the lack of a decisive purge of the White Lotus sect. It was perhaps due to a lack of interest in meddling, for sometimes, visible enemies are more reliable than those lurking in the shadows. However, the specifics eluded him, and the original text provided no clarity on that front. The empire was never devoid of foes, yet at times, those foes could be managed, much like how Junimo Shao understood that the entire prince's residence was under constant surveillance, yet remained undisturbed. Thus, the emperor's intentions this time were likely to revolve around a few key points. Firstly, to gauge Junimo Zhao's stance regarding the White Lotus sect, particularly since the emperor had failed to elicit a response previously. Secondly, to repay Shangguan favor. The incident involving the murdered county magistrate had been instigated by the White Lotus sect, and the emperor had maneuvered the entire Yu province through this case. The Inspection Institute had been publicly humiliated by the White Lotus sect, and naturally, they wished to retaliate. Thirdly, it seemed that the emperor sought to utilize this case to fulfill certain objectives, though Junimo Shao could not yet discern what those might be. He would have to proceed step by step. The city is fraught with complexities. I long for the simplicity of rural life. Yet, the roads of the countryside are slippery, and human hearts are even more intricate. Junimo Shao sighed inwardly. Chapter 30. A night in the brothel to gather information, rich in surprises in the tranquil and picturesque imperial garden. An air of serenity prevailed. A finely crafted pavilion stood proudly amidst a riot of blossoms and lush greenery. Surrounded by shade-giving trees, with the faint scent of flowers wafting through the air. Occasionally, the gentle chirping of birds added a touch of ethereal charm. Emperor Jun Tian, clad in a black, dragon-patterned robe, adorned with golden threads that vividly depicted dragons as if they were poised to soar, exuded an aura of supreme nobility and commanding presence. He sat quietly on a stone bench in the pavilion, gazing into the clear lake that mirrored the sky. In his hand, he held a finely crafted fishing rod, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface, his demeanor radiating calm composure as if the entire world lay within his grasp. A soft breeze ruffled the hem of his robe and tousled his hair, yet he remained as steadfast as a rock, maintaining his focus. Occasionally, fish would leap from the water's depths, creating ripples that disturbed the tranquility. Yet these moments infused the scene with vitality. Just then, the surrounding trees rustled slightly, and the emperor, seemingly oblivious, spoke in a tranquil voice. "Speak, C2 Hong and C2 Ruiyin are dead. The news has been confirmed multiple times." A voice emerged from behind the trees. The emperor's tranquil gaze lifted slightly as he uttered two words, "Elaborate." Without hesitation, the voice continued. C2 Hong fell victim to a transformation poison, while C2 Ruiyin sought revenge from the Grand Elder, perishing in a sea of flames, leaving only charred bones. The emperor inquired, "The 10,000 Poisons sect?" "Indeed, the Grand Elder is indeed a member of the 10,000 Poisons sect," the voice affirmed. The emperor fell silent, gently tugging at the fishing line, and the voice from behind the trees faded into silence. "Shadow Palace, 10,000 Poisons sect, Tuoba Shao, Gal Dong. Have you all reached your limits?" After speaking, the emperor lifted his fishing rod, and a large fish struggled against the hook, yet ultimately, it was in vain. Tuoba Shao was the name of the emperor of Dachi, while Gal Dong held the title of emperor of Dun. The three of them could be regarded as the most formidable figures in this world. Amidst the emperor's reflections, Junimo Shao, savoring fragrant tea, felt no pressure after comprehending the intricacies of the situation. He awaited news of the female protagonist's demise, suspecting that no one would voluntarily inform him. Junimo Shao decided to set off the following day, heading directly to Yu Province, intending to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the female protagonist before making the most prudent arrangements. As for the emperor's schemes, he could hardly be bothered to ponder them. He was well aware of most of the White Lotus sect strongholds, as well as those of the Shadow Palace. However, knowing certain things was not enough. There had to be a reasonable process, lest it appear too sinister. After all, a performance was still necessary. One could not simply act recklessly, for the next to suffer would be oneself. The following morning, a group convened at the entrance of the Inspection Institute. Once all personnel had arrived, the members of the Inspection Institute set off for Yu Province. This journey involved 11 individuals from the Imperial Inspection Institute, including Junimo Shao, with the other 9 led by Zhou Qingyuan. Among the 10, Zhou Qingyuan was an extraordinary early-stage martial artist, while the remaining 9 varied from 7th to 9th rank. Although they were merely extraordinary, such martial artists were already quite formidable. A typical 3rd-rank official would usually be an extraordinary martial artist, and of course, there were also individuals without any martial prowess who held 3rd-rank positions. But they were accompanied by specially assigned protectors from the Empire. After all, one could not guarantee that all martial artists would be adept at governance. Many exceptionally talented individuals lacked martial strength. Including Wu Ming, a total of 12 individuals sped through the journey for a day and a night, finally arriving at the Yu Province Yang'an County Inspection Division. Yang'an County served as the capital of Yu Province. Much like a provincial seat, the name was given by the Ouyang family and was self-explanatory. At this moment, for beautiful maidens were under surveillance but had not yet been captured, for everyone feared alerting the prey. Junimo Shao turned to Zhou Qingyuan and inquired, "May I ask what arrangements you have, Lord Zhou?" Upon hearing Junimo Zhao's question, Zhou Qingyuan understood his intent and replied, before arriving. I received orders from the Grand Inspector. This case will be entirely at your Highness's discretion. Junimo Shao smiled faintly and said, very well, as we are weary and it is not easy to act. My plan is to first take a moment to rest, by evening. I would trouble Lord Zhou to coordinate with the Yu Province Inspection Division, and we shall conduct our arrests and interrogations under the cover of night. Additionally, I would appreciate it if Lord Zhou could inform the Yu Province Governor, for we may need their assistance. Zhou Qingyuan, upon hearing Junimo Zhao's words, found them reasonable and clasped his fists, saying, I shall follow your Highness's orders. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Zhou. Junimo shall return the gesture. With arrangements made, the group dispersed to rest. Junimo Shao likewise entered his room. As soon as he stepped in, he instructed Wu Ming to prepare hot water, adding, Wu Ming, I am in urgent need of your gentle touch to rescue my back, lest it feel neglected. Wu Ming, upon hearing Junimo Zhao's words, was momentarily taken aback before comprehending. A hint of awkwardness crossed his face, and he did not approach, merely stating, Your Highness, my duty is to ensure your safety. I am not responsible for other matters. Junimo Shao anticipated this response from Wu Ming and said, Very well, then you may leave. Ensure that no one approaches the room. I shall bathe and then catch up on some sleep. After speaking, Junimo Shao closed the door. Inside the room, Junimo Shao surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Wu Ming and the shadow guards, no one else was watching. He retrieved a set of plain, ordinary clothes from his spatial ring, changed his appearance, activated the Xian Shun concealment and Xian Shun step, and made his way into the city. Dian and Yang City, within a brothel, a figure silently appeared in the room of the brothel's proprietor. At that moment, the proprietor was deep in slumber, for those in the brothel typically did not open their doors at dawn. The proprietor seemed to sense someone entering, and as a martial artist, his instincts were keen. He opened his eyes to find the tip of a sword pressed against his throat. Move, and you shall die. Came a cold voice from the man. The proprietor, bewildered, asked, What grievance do I hold against you? The man did not answer but instead inquired, Who is in charge of the White Lotus sect now? The proprietor answered honestly, It is the Grand Elder. And what of the Saintess? The Saintess and the sect leader are both dead. And how did they die? It is said that the master met his demise through poison, while the Saintess engaged in a fierce battle with the Grand Elder, ultimately perishing in a sea of flames, leaving behind only a few charred bones. Upon hearing this, Junimo Shao could not help but exclaim inwardly. The intelligence of the female protagonist is so elevated that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Einstein. He proceeded to open the storeroom. Once the storeroom was unlocked, the man swiftly rendered the steward unconscious and slipped into the depths of the storeroom. Moments later, with a smile gracing his face, he emerged from the storeroom, glanced at the steward sprawled on the ground, and vanished without a trace. After returning to his chamber, Junimo Shao discreetly examined the treasures within his ring, exclaiming in astonishment, I, Junimo Shao, have inadvertently unlocked the code to wealth and become fabulously rich overnight. Initially, he had been too preoccupied with collecting to scrutinize closely. Now that he looked again, he found over 1 million taels of silver, hundreds of thousands of taels of gold, and a precious sword. As he drew forth the sword, he noticed a name inscribed upon it, causing his heart to skip a beat. The Nameless Sword? Chapter 31. I am responsible for plucking the peaches. You are responsible for bearing the tree. Indeed, it must be the Nameless Sword. Junimo Shao mused silently. After a thorough investigation, he felt he had roughly identified this sword, yet further confirmation was required. Had I truly opened the door to a mysterious treasure, with the treasures presenting themselves unbidden? In the original narrative, there are 10 renowned swords in the world, though they lack a specific ranking. However, the most enigmatic among them is undoubtedly this Nameless Sword. The other 9 legendary swords each have their own masters, such as the Tian Gang Sword, which belongs to my father, the Emperor. The Nameless Sword? I am the legendary little transparent, walking among the crowd with an inherent invisibility effect. This sword suits me remarkably well. The Nameless Sword is shrouded in mystery precisely because no one has ever been able to claim it as their own. Furthermore, there are rumors that those who possess the Nameless Sword ultimately meet with a bizarre fate. Of course, this is merely a legend, as the Nameless Sword has never truly revealed itself to the world. Junimo Shao was able to recognize this sword as the Nameless Sword solely because there was a blood groove upon it, inscribed with a name. This detail is as described in the original work. He dripped a drop of his own blood onto the blood groove of the nameless sword in an instant. It seemed as if the nameless sword had established a psychic connection with him. Akin to the storage ring on his hand, it truly is the nameless sword. This is like a little cow flying in an airplane. It's truly astonishing. With the drop of blood, the connection was established, revealing that the nameless sword contained 3 formidable sword techniques: the breaking sword technique, the breaking chi technique, and the breaking body technique. These techniques can dismantle any swordplay, nullify any martial artist's inner energy, and penetrate any defense. Ha ha ha. Is this not a perfect compliment to the eye of the mysterious god? Wow, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Wait, could it be that no one had ever dripped blood onto it before? That seems unlikely, unless the blood refined through the mysterious god's essence is particularly special. Could it be that I have transformed into a miraculous elixir? No more pondering. Ha ha ha, I, Junimo Shao, will soon be invincible in this world, and that day is fast approaching. Junimo Shao reveled in self-indulgence within his chamber. Unbeknownst to him, had he arrived just a few days later, these treasures would not have been his. For that storeroom was the lifelong collection of Situ Hong. Although Situ Hong had fallen victim to an underhanded plot, ultimately, the Grand Elder would discover the storeroom. The nameless sword was placed within the storeroom precisely because Situ Hong was unable to wield it. Another peculiarity of this sword is that even if one possesses it, until it recognizes its master, it can only be treated as an ordinary weapon. Otherwise, it would not have languished in the storeroom. As for the over 1,000,000 taels of silver and gold, Junimo Shao could only express his gratitude. Thank you, uncle, for sending this wealth rocket my way. Now he has departed to a place free of worries, sparing himself the trials of this world. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha. In this realm, although martial artists can cultivate, they remain a minority compared to the populace. Among 100 individuals, only 1 or 2 may possess the ability to cultivate, while the majority remain unable. This is partly due to innate talent, and partly due to the availability of resources. As for why noble families and royalty have so many cultivators, it is simply because they control the resources. For instance, they possess special treasures, inheritances of cultivation techniques, and various vital elixirs, among others. However, the entire world still conducts transactions using gold, silver, and jewels. Of course, those special treasures cannot be purchased with mere gold and silver. To ordinary people, such items are as rare and mysterious as the tears of a unicorn. No amount of wealth can procure even a drop. Treasures such as the Tianshan snow lotus, century-old ginseng, and the 10,000 poisons herb are virtually unattainable unless someone willingly offers gold and silver in exchange. 1,000,000 taels of silver may seem considerable, but it is all relative. For example, the annual revenue of Dayu is approximately 20 million taels of silver, which is already the highest among the 3 kingdoms. For martial artists to cultivate, they must enlist the assistance of others to plant and nurture medicinal herbs, which can take years or even decades. This also requires ordinary people to engage in the process and necessitates the expenditure of gold and silver. Therefore, gold and silver are foundational commodities, in other words. While money may not be omnipotent, the absence of it is utterly debilitating, akin to a phone running out of battery, rendering all its functions inoperative. Ultimately, the reason Junimo Shao chose not to eliminate the steward was due to specific considerations. Firstly, the steward would likely be apprehended that very night. As for escape, the current Yang'an city is secretly besieged, with no room for escape. To attempt such a feat would be pure folly. Moreover, by taking those treasures, he left no trace. It would not do to vanish without a cause. Thus, he would rely on the steward to bear the blame, leaving him entirely unscathed. In simpler terms, it is as if I am responsible for picking the peaches while you bear the weight of the tree. As evening approached, everyone gathered at the inspection bureau. Junimo Shao entered the bureau and began methodically laying out plans. Lord Zhou, after nightfall, apprehend the 4 talented women in secrecy. We shall interrogate them overnight. Additionally, send word to the brothers to remain vigilant. It seems we shall face a formidable challenge as night falls. Upon hearing Junimo Zhao's arrangements, Zhou Qingyuan clasped his fists and replied, "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements." With that, Zhou Qingyuan exited the main hall of the inspection bureau to implement the plan, while Junimo Shao took a seat, deep in thought. Ordinarily, he would have personally overseen the arrangements, but the former inspector had been reassigned to the imperial capital, and the current inspector had yet to arrive, so there was no need for Junimo Xiao to take the lead. Furthermore, he had no desire to draw the attention of Shangguan Luan. Should he be dispatched to Yuzhou as an inspector, it would be quite uncomfortable. Nowadays, Yuzhou is filled with all sorts of malefactors. The position of inspector there should be left to Zhou Qing'e. At this moment, Junimo Xiao wished to say to Zhou Qing'e, "Hey brother, allow me to fuel your little train of life. As you aim for the position of inspector in Yuzhou, go forth." Moreover, Zhou Qingyuan, in his 40s, assuming the position of a third-grade inspector, aligns with common sense, and perhaps this was also why Shangguan Luan summoned him for assistance. Half an hour later, a staff member from the inspection bureau approached with a report. "My lord, Lord Zhou has sent me to inform you that the 4 talented women have been brought to the prison." "Good, I understand," Junimo Xiao replied, making his way toward the prison of the inspection bureau. Within the prison, the 4 talented women were confined in separate cells, each possessing a strikingly beautiful appearance, truly rare beauties. Rather than entering the cells where the talented women were held, Junimo Xiao proceeded to the interrogation room. Upon entering, he found the room dimly lit, with only a few feeble candlelight rays struggling to penetrate through the narrow window slits. His gaze fell upon the walls of the interrogation room, which bore remnants of faded blood stains and scratches. In the center of the room stood an interrogation table, its surface similarly marred by scratches and stains. Before the interrogation table was a specially designed chair, equipped with handcuffs and leg shackles. In one corner of the interrogation room lay an array of various torture instruments: heavy shackles, iron pincers, torture stools, wooden donkeys, clamping tools, sharp blades, spiked clubs, and searing branding irons, among others. Upon entering, witnessing these scenes and inhaling the unique scent, Junimo Xiao felt as if he had been struck by a package of grotesque aromas, a blend of blood and filth, violently assailing his senses. The horrific concoction surged through him, inducing a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. When that distinguished maiden was escorted here by the personnel of the inspection department, Junimo Xiao paid her no heed. Instead, he took it upon himself to drag over a chair, brew a cup of hot tea, and quietly assumed the role of a spectator in the front row. In his own words, he regarded himself as a curious child, stating that wherever there was a commotion to behold, he would buzz around like a bee drawn to nectar. The reason for Junimo Xiao's behavior stemmed from unavoidable circumstances, primarily to acclimatize to this peculiar environment. He resorted to tea to dilute certain unpleasant odors. Although he had already taken 2 lives since arriving in this world, the mingled stench of the prison cell was something he needed to adapt to. Otherwise, he might genuinely succumb to nausea. Furthermore, he wished to observe firsthand how the inspection department conducted its interrogations. By witnessing the interrogation processes of others, he would be better prepared for his own eventual turn, thus avoiding any potential blunders. What could this be called? This is termed prudence, akin to a seasoned driver navigating a vehicle with steady hands. After observing for quite some time, Junimo Xiao finally exited the interrogation room. Initially, he had anticipated that the inspection department's methods would unveil some novel tactics. However, he was met with the same old routine of coercion, bribery, and torture, leaving him sorely disappointed. Soon, the interrogation of the White Lotus cult maidens swiftly concluded. These 3 maidens were merely peripheral members of the White Lotus cult, possessing scant knowledge. It was exceedingly difficult to extract any significant breakthrough from them. The pressing concern now was how to swiftly identify a bigger fish, which could then lead to the complete eradication of the White Lotus cult. Yet, none of the 3 maidens had mentioned that particular brothel during their testimonies, a situation that left Junimo Xiao profoundly troubled. He could not simply declare that he was aware of the brothel, for that would raise suspicions about himself. No, he needed to devise a method to steer the clues toward that establishment. Otherwise, he would lose his scapegoat. Junimo Xiao was well aware that the scapegoat was a major player. Capturing this individual would allow the inspection department to follow the trail and uproot the White Lotus cult entirely. This was what one might call utilizing others to accomplish one's own ends. But how could he redirect the clues toward that brothel? Junimo Xiao rapped his knuckles against the prison wall with one hand while cradling his teacup in the other. His brow furrowed in concentration. If only the female lead were here, he mused to himself, he wouldn't have to waste his brain cells. He had to admit, the mind was a remarkable asset, though regrettably He had forgotten to bring it with him when he traversed into this realm. Of course, it was also possible that his mind had simply run away from home today. If he were to apprehend and interrogate each of the three maidens based on the clues they provided, it would undoubtedly prolong the timeline and risk alerting the enemy. He did not possess the luxury of time to wait, and moreover, his purpose for coming to Yu Prefecture was to obliterate the White Lotus cult once and for all. Not only for himself, but also for Luo Wunyan. The testimonies revealed that the talents and martial skills of the three maidens were imparted through one-on-one training by designated members of the White Lotus cult, leaving no room for breakthroughs. Furthermore, each time they visited the White Lotus cult's hideouts, they were blindfolded and deafened. Although martial artists possess a certain degree of perceptive ability, these three maidens were merely sixth-tier cultivators, incapable of discerning their surroundings solely through intuition. Wait a moment, teaching of talents? Eureka! Someone! Junimo Shao called out loudly toward the interrogation room. A few members of the inspection department rushed in hastily, bowing respectfully before Junimo Shao and saying, "Please, my lord, give your orders. You lot, swiftly bring in the dashing young masters from Yang'an City, particularly those who frequent brothels and pleasure houses. We shall obey your command." My lord. After issuing his instructions, Junimo Shao observed the group depart immediately to carry out his orders. Zhou Qingyuan, witnessing Junimo Shao instructing the inspection department personnel to seek out regular patrons of pleasure houses, couldn't he help but display a peculiar expression. He was well aware that this sixth prince was a frequent visitor to such establishments, yet at this moment, the prince was engaged in a serious investigation. One would think such an invitation should not be extended at this time. However, Zhou Qingyuan refrained from voicing any objections. Not long after, the members of the inspection department returned, leading a dozen young masters into the room. Upon seeing their arrival, Junimo Shao shared his thoughts with Zhou Qingyuan before stepping out of the prison. After more than 2 hours had passed, Zhou Qingyuan emerged from the prison holding a list. The contents of the list were the names of various brothels in Yang'an City, along with notes on the signature talents of each courtesan. Zhou Darren, thank you for your efforts. At the appointed time, let them identify the courtesans by their voices and dances. Additionally, there may be hidden masters of the White Lotus cult within the brothels. Ensure you bring along ample manpower. The White Lotus cult was not lacking in formidable fighters, and Junimo Shao naturally dispatched Wu Ming to assist. He also instructed Wu Ming to safely bring all the proprietors of the brothels to the prison, as for whether the scapegoat would arrive. Junimo Shao held no concerns. If the scapegoat could still take their own life in front of Wu Ming, then Wu Ming would indeed have no future in this line of work and might as well be remade anew. At this juncture, Zhou Qingyuan, who was on his way to apprehend individuals, had shed any lingering disdain for Junimo Shao. He was genuinely impressed that Junimo Shao had thought to gather a group of patrons to observe the courtesan performances, using their talents to sift through potential leads on their mentors. Such a strategy was undeniably astute. Zhou Qingyuan couldn't help but marvel at the kinship among frequenters of pleasure houses. Realizing that those who frequented such places truly understood one another, of course, had Junimo Shao known Zhou Qingyuan's thoughts, he might have quipped, "Zhou Gu, this is what one might call finding a kindred spirit amidst the mountains and streams." In truth, this matter was not particularly daunting. In this era, entertainment options were limited, and each form of dance or talent required meticulous practice. As courtesans, they were expected to master various dances and skills, and it was precisely these talents that would reveal the identities of their instructors. Beyond Yang'an City, there were likely no others capable of teaching such maidens. This era differed markedly from the future. Every dance and art form possessed distinct regional characteristics. Dance itself demanded extensive time for creation and practice. Without personal instruction, self-learning was exceedingly challenging. One could assert that each form of dance and skill held invisible copyrights, much like the peacock dance of later generations, which, due to its high difficulty, was easily identifiable. One could say that if these maidens were to arrive in the future, they would undoubtedly be akin to the unsung heroes of the art world. Naturally, if the dance techniques here were as commonplace as in later generations, where everyone possessed a smattering of knowledge, then Junimo Shao would be left floundering. Yet, it was likely that these individuals were hiding within the brothels. Furthermore, even if he could not identify these individuals, he had arranged for Wu Ming to investigate. When the scapegoat arrived at the prison, Junimo Shao had countless methods at his disposal to extract information. An hour later, the personnel of the inspection department returned, bearing signs of their struggles. Just as Junimo Xiao was about to seek out Zhou Qingyuan, the latter's voice echoed from afar. Haha. Jun Darren, I have not disappointed the expectations. Zhou Darren, how fares the situation? Junimo Xiao inquired, noticing the expression on Zhou Qingyuan's face, which hinted at extraordinary findings. Zhou Qingyuan's countenance initially radiated joy, but then shifted to a slight regret as he gradually recounted. Indeed, there exists a hideout of the White Lotus cult within that brothel. Regrettably, one individual managed to escape. Junimo Xiao's brow furrowed in confusion. Oh? Zhou Qingyuan, without any concealment, began to narrate the details of the capture as if unfurling a scroll. It turned out that due to the deaths of Situ Hong and Situ Ruian, the White Lotus cult had succumbed to internal strife. Numerous members of the cult had gathered in Yang'an City, which inadvertently benefited Zhou Qingyuan, allowing him to successfully uncover two hideouts of the White Lotus cult. One of these brothels was indeed the hideout of the scapegoat, while the other was the renowned Yimeng Xianfang. At Yimeng Xianfang, they encountered a man with a face full of pockmarks. Despite the tacit cooperation between Wu Ming and Zhou Qingyuan, the man managed to escape. Naturally, Junimo Xiao recognized that the pockmarked man was the Grand Elder of the White Lotus cult. What puzzled Junimo Xiao was that this Grand Elder was at the peak of extraordinary cultivation. How was it that Zhou Qingyuan had emerged unscathed? However, upon hearing the name Yimeng Xianfang, it struck Junimo Xiao like a heavy hammer, interrupting his train of thought. Yimeng. Junimo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "My companions and I are utterly astonished." The reason was that this Yimeng pertained to the name of another individual. Gao'er Yimeng, the little princess of the Dan kingdom, was known as the immortal of Yimeng. Though she was not one of the 10 most beautiful women, her fearsome reputation could rival that of the purple demoness. Indeed, this Grand Elder of the White Lotus cult was, in fact, a member of the Wan Poison cult, which was the very faction associated with this immortal Yimeng. It seemed that once again, he had unwittingly attracted misfortune upon himself. Junimo Xiao sighed deeply. I have dug a deep pit for myself and then merrily jumped right in. Standing beside him, Zhou Qingyuan, hearing Junimo Xiao's lament, inquired in confusion, Jun Darren, what do you mean? What pit? What jump? Observing Zhou Qingyuan's bewildered expression, Junimo Xiao chuckled lightly and said, It's nothing. I appreciate your hard work this time, Zhou Darren. However, Junimo Xiao has already made up his mind that he shall not intervene in this matter. Choosing instead to attribute the credit to Zhou Qingyuan. For the Grand Elder, let his own father deal with the headache. He is too weak to bear the repercussions of the Princess of Dungua's vengeance. Otherwise, should he attract the attention of that Gao'er Yimeng, he would find himself in a dire predicament. By the way, Zhou Darren, where is my bodyguard? Before Junimo Xiao could await Zhou Qingyuan's response, he pressed on with another inquiry. Oh, right, that bodyguard returned with us, yet his whereabouts remain unknown. At this moment, Junimo Xiao's thoughts were no longer occupied by the Grand Elder. He needed to ascertain the condition of Wu Ming first. Zhou Darren, I shall leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. With that, he strode directly to his quarters. At this time, Junimo Xiao resembled a worried old man, his heart weighed down with concerns for Wu Ming. According to Wu Ming's usual habits, he would surely report back to him upon his return. However, with Wu Ming's absence, combined with their recent visit to Yimeng Xianfang, Junimo Xiao, drawing on his 10 years of experience as a bibliophile, speculated that Wu Ming might have sustained injuries. Upon entering his room, Junimo Xiao spotted a dark figure lying on the floor. It was indeed Wu Ming. At this moment, Wu Ming's lips were tinged with purple, and his complexion had turned ashen. Junimo Xiao could hardly be oblivious to the signs of poisoning. The Wandu Jiao, as its name implies, is a sect well versed in the use of toxins, and Wu Ming's current state was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Grand Elder. Without a moment's hesitation, Junimo Xiao approached and lifted Wu Ming onto the bed. At this juncture, Junimo Xiao could no longer concern himself with the exposure of his own cultivation level. He immediately began to circulate the Zhao Hua Xian Shenjing, drawing out the toxins from Wu Ming's body. As half of the poison was absorbed, Wu Ming slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Junimo Xiao in that moment, shock flickered in Wu Ming's eyes, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He suddenly sat upright, gripping Junimo Xiao's arm tightly, urgently asking, Your Highness, how could you? His voice trembled slightly with excitement and surprise. Do not speak. Before Wu Ming could finish, Junimo Xiao swiftly interrupted him. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Wu Ming fell into contemplation, his gaze flitting over Junimo Xiao as he sought answers in his expression and demeanor. Junimo Xiao paid no heed to Wu Ming's thoughts, continuing to focus on drawing out the toxins until, shortly thereafter, the poison was entirely extracted from Wu Ming's body. Rising, Junimo Xiao cast a deep glance at Wu Ming before exiting the room. Standing at the doorway, he directed his gaze towards the location of the dark guards, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Junimo Xiao was uncertain whether the dark guards had noticed the events within the room, but it mattered little, for only the dead could truly keep secrets. As the door swung open, a recovered Wu Ming stepped out. Junimo Xiao regarded him and then glanced towards the dark guards, saying, "You know what to do, correct?" Wu Ming did not respond. He was aware of the dark guard's presence and understood Junimo Xiao's intent. With a flicker, he vanished from sight. Upon Wu Ming's return, Junimo Xiao suddenly drew his sword, piercing it through Wu Ming's chest. Meanwhile, he himself turned ashen, his body turning purple, collapsing to the ground. In Junimo Xiao's own words, "I am merely inflicting harm upon myself, playing a game of self-torture, seeking a breakthrough. Help! Something has happened to Lord Jun." The voice of the person who shouted was as loud as a trumpet, reverberating through the air. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed beside Junimo Xiao. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, the emperor was not reviewing memorials today but rather enjoying his breakfast. Suddenly, a faint yet distinctive sound of footsteps approached, breaking the tranquility. Initially, the footsteps seemed to emerge cautiously from the distant palace corridor, carrying a somewhat hurried rhythm. Although the pace was somewhat urgent, it was evident that the individual was striving to maintain the composure befitting an audience with the emperor. The emperor furrowed his brow, raising his head slightly to await the report from the visitor. Moments later, a figure rushed into the imperial study. It was Chief Eunuch Chen Ju. Chen Ju hurriedly approached the emperor, his face betraying urgency. Just as he was about to bow, the emperor interrupted him directly. "What has transpired?" Chen Ju hastily replied, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Sixth Prince has encountered misfortune in Yuzhou." Anger flickered across the emperor's calm and authoritative visage as he exclaimed, "What has befallen the Sixth?" Chapter 34. The court meeting stirs up storms. The princes seek to unravel intentions. The supervisory court successfully uncovered the White Lotus sect's hideout in Yangcheng, Yuzhou, and initiated a cleansing operation. However, an unexpected assailant appeared, slaughtering the Dark Guards and severely wounding the Shadow Guard Wu Ming. Unfortunately, His Highness the Sixth Prince has also been poisoned and has fallen into a coma. He is currently on his way back to the imperial capital. The old servant has dispatched court physicians to meet him en route, and they are expected to encounter His Highness today. Upon hearing Chen Ju's words, the emperor's anger gradually subsided, replaced by a hint of concern. He then spoke, "Ensure that the Sixth is treated promptly, and also conduct a thorough investigation of the Wan Du Jiao strongholds within the realm." Chen Ju acknowledged the command and bowed as he exited the imperial study. While the emperor and Chen Ju conversed, Junimo Xiao was lying in the carriage on his way back to the imperial capital. This ploy of self-inflicted injury was riddled with flaws, yet why must it still be played out? Upon hearing the name Yimeng Xianfang, he had sensed that Yuzhou was anything but ordinary. It was a vortex, and he could not afford to linger. He needed to make a swift exit. Although the title of Yimeng Xianzi was not widely recognized at present and would only gain fame in over a decade, intelligence organizations like the Dark Guards could not possibly be unaware of Yimeng Xianzi. The emergence of Yimeng Xianfang in Yangcheng, even if merely a coincidence of names, would not escape the Dark Guards' notice. Thus, there must be a traitor among the Dark Guards. With a traitor, the dealings must cease. Furthermore, he did not wish to confront that Yimeng Xianzi at this moment. Additionally, the beauty from the Ying Sha Hall undoubtedly possessed ties that could implicate the forces of Deqi. He too must avoid drawing attention to himself, striving to remain out of Deqi's line of sight. Considering all these factors, Junimo Xiao had no choice but to make a hasty departure from Yuzhou. Moreover, this departure could not be accompanied by accolades, so aside from feigning a coma, there were no other options. As for the pretense, he had already informed Wu Ming while pretending to be unconscious, thus there was no need for excessive concern over exposing the ruse. The subsequent detoxification would not pose a challenge either. The poison Wu Ming had been afflicted with was a diluted form of the gu poison. This toxin was effective only on those with spiritual meridians, rendering it useless against someone like him. It would at most leave him in a stupor for a time. Under such circumstances, executing a self-inflicted injury ploy was perfectly timed. Moreover, the wound he inflicted upon Wu Ming did not reach any vital points and would instead serve as Wu Ming's protective charm. Alas, one could say that he was now akin to a zombie from the future. In the carriage, the seemingly unconscious Jun Maxiao silently lamented within it. At this moment, Jun Maxiao's complexion was indeed ashen. Lips tinged with a purplish hue, resembling a veritable corpse, save for the absence of 2 teeth. However, the endeavor to detoxify Wu Ming had yielded commendable results. After absorbing the toxins within Wu Ming's body, Jun Maxiao found his cultivation subtly enhanced. Upon returning to the prince's residence, he was placed upon a bed, thus beginning his life of feigned death. During this period of lying in repose, the entire Yuzhou was rife with tension. The inspection division, the envoy's office, and various other armed forces were mobilized with great frequency. Following the capture of the White Lotus sect in Yang'an City, Zhou Qingyuan swiftly traced the roots of their influence throughout Yuzhou. Furthermore, through the investigation of a talented woman from the Shadow Hall, he identified her instructor, leading to the dismantling of several Shadow Hall strongholds. However, as the members of the White Lotus sect were unearthed, the influence of the sect in the other 12 provinces was rapidly implicated, with some factions tied to former dynasties and officials. Upon hearing the report from the Inspection Institute, the emperor was incensed, and several prominent figures felt a twinge of unease. The next day, a grand court assembly convened, during which the court ordered the Inspection Institute to spearhead an extensive purge and arrest operation. With the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, local inspectors, and provincial governors fully cooperating. Soon after, the White Lotus sect was entirely eradicated, although a few stragglers managed to escape, fleeing back to the Great Kingdom alongside the Grand Elder. A month passed, and Jun Maxiao remained in slumber, not for lack of desire to awaken, but because he could not. Having resolved to let Zhou Qingyuan take the blame, he could not possibly awaken before Zhou Qingyuan received his due accolades. At the very least, he must wait until Zhou Qingyuan had reaped the rewards of his achievements before rousing. Moreover, he had crafted an opportunity for the female lead, should she wish to draw closer. This was indeed a rare chance. The complete annihilation of the White Lotus sect was an outcome Jun Maxiao had anticipated upon returning from Yuzhou. In the original narrative, the sect had not been extinguished after Situ Hong's demise, with some of its members later entering the court to thrive. This was due to the sect's division into 2 factions, led by the female protagonist and the Grand Elder respectively. However, the current situation was different. The sect had lost both its saintess and its leader, while the Grand Elder had yet to consolidate power. Jun Maxiao's shrewd maneuvering had led the court to uncover the White Lotus forces through the scapegoat hero. Coupled with Jun Maxiao's poisoning, this had truly incensed the emperor, resulting in a more vigorous investigation. As for the 7 great clans, they would certainly not assist the White Lotus sect, being one of the chief culprits behind the downfall of the Great Li. A confluence of these factors ultimately altered the original narrative's conclusion. Thus, Jun Maxiao's reluctance to awaken stemmed from this. Once the credit for the sect's downfall fell upon him, he would undoubtedly become the target of public ire. His objective of obliterating the White Lotus sect had been achieved, simultaneously conveying a message to the emperor. Furthermore, the current state of affairs rendered his stance irrelevant, in the eyes of the masses. Apart from the emperor, he had no power to rely upon. Nevertheless, he speculated that the rewards would not be meager. While a title of nobility seemed distant, as a 4th-rank official, how could he be further elevated? He found it truly difficult to fathom how the emperor would choose to compensate him. Days later, the court's rewards were announced, and, as anticipated, Zhou Qingyuan was promoted to the inspector of Yuzhou and concurrently appointed as deputy censor of the Inspection Institute. However, the emperor's reward carried deeper implications. While others received some rewards, Jun Maxiao was notably absent from mention. Upon learning this news, Jun Maxiao understood that he would soon be able to awaken. I've been lying here for nearly 2 months. It's quite taxing. Alas, that old 8 is truly something else, even wiping his snot on me. Damn it. The King of Chu was the last to arrive. And it's been quite a few days since. The days of feigning death are truly arduous. Had it not been for cultivating the transformation profound scriptures, which allows me to mask my breathing, I would truly be at a loss as to how to continue this charade. During this period of unconsciousness, not only were there shadow guards and hidden sentinels by my side, but also 3 or 4 court physicians closely monitoring me. Not to mention the spies from the prince's residence. It was indeed a matter of life and death. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, the emperor perused memorials while inquiring of Chenju beside him. "How has the 6th prince been faring lately, Your Majesty? The 6th prince's condition has been improving day by day. I believe he will awaken soon," Chenju replied. The emperor's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "During the 6th prince's period of unconsciousness, which princes have visited him?" Chenju answered. "All have paid their respects. The 8th prince was the first, followed by the crown prince, and lastly, the king of Chu." Listening to Chenju's report, the emperor furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of displeasure. "How shall we reward the 6th prince in this instance?" Chapter 35. In the throes of death, one suddenly awakens. The goddess arrives, June revives. The moment these words were uttered, both the emperor and Chenju fell into a contemplative silence. Chenju was at a loss for how to respond, unaware of the emperor's thoughts. The emperor, on the other hand, was quite troubled by the matter, his mind in disarray. Originally, this had been a simple probe, yet the probe had failed, and the White Lotus sect had indeed been eradicated. The affair of the talented woman could be of great significance or trivial. The emperor's initial intention was to gauge Jun Maxiao's stance on the White Lotus sect. Bearing the bloodline of the Great Li, it was presumed that the sect would inevitably seek contact with him. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, Situ Hong had succumbed to poison. The White Lotus sect was suddenly engulfed in internal strife, while the Inspection Institute seized the opportunity to obliterate it entirely. All of this unfolded as swiftly as a torrential flood, abruptly dismantling the emperor's meticulously crafted schemes. Among the princes, each had their supporters. Even the 8th prince had the formidable Dugu Wuji backing him. The other princes were no different, possessing both maternal and marital support. Now, only the 6th prince remained utterly isolated. Were Jun Maxiao to comprehend the emperor's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. The probe was a ruse, while the push to elevate him was genuine. "That old man is quite cunning." The emperor, faced with failure, sought a second strategy, which was merely to elevate Jun Maxiao further. Regrettably, he would be disappointed, for Jun Maxiao would not fall into the trap. Having read the original text in the future, power arises from the barrel of a gun. Truth exists only within the canon's range in this world. Those with higher cultivation are the ones who wield the truth. And that is the stark reality as the emperor sank into contemplation. Significant events were unfolding elsewhere within the great and kingdom. In the depths of a shadowy forest, a narrow path meandered like a serpentine dragon, winding its way to the mountain summit. On either side of the path, poisonous thorns and brambles stood as fierce sentinels, lining the way from the summit. One could gaze down upon various regions teeming with venomous creatures, menacing centipedes, venomous snakes flicking their tongues, vibrantly colored poison dart frogs, fearsome cobras, and the exceedingly toxic chicken mother pearl, resembling a terrifying kingdom of poisonous entities. Poison ivy, how have you come to this state? A man of ordinary appearance, yet exuding an air of authority, inquired of the elderly figure kneeling before him. This man was Mo Yulin, the leader of the poison cult, a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of Earth Profound. The elderly figure bore a shadowy visage, his face marred with blemishes reminiscent of scattered stars, and his body was bruised. He was none other than the Grand Elder, Poison Ivy. "Master, I have failed in my mission. Please punish me." Poison Ivy's voice resonated like the somber tolling of a bell, filled with remorse. Upon hearing Poison Ivy's words, Mo Yulin felt as though struck by a colossal boulder. He was utterly astonished. Logically, Poison Ivy had infiltrated Dayu with the intent of deploying a metamorphic poison, which, even if an Earth Profound practitioner fell victim to it, would be inescapable. How could it have failed? Explain, how did it come to pass? Mo Yulin managed to suppress his astonishment, speaking with a steady tone. Poison Ivy, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted the events. Situ Hong's demise, the turmoil within the White Lotus sect, and the subsequent capture operations by the Dayu Inspection Institute. Upon hearing all this, the astonishment within Mo Yulin ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a frown that seemed to knot like intertwined ropes. He then inquired, who orchestrated this capture? It was a man named Zhou Qingyuan. He serves as the right censor of the Dayu Inspection Institute, Poison Ivy respectfully responded. After absorbing this information, Mo Yulin's right index finger began to tap rhythmically against the armrest of his chair. As he delved into deep contemplation, after a brief pause, he finally spoke. I shall report this matter to the princess. You may leave for now. Once Poison Ivy exited the grand hall, Mo Yulin rose from his seat. His gaze directed beyond the hall's confines, murmuring, Zhou Qingyuan? Zhou Qingyuan, as he muttered. He strode out of the grand hall, presumably to report to the princess, who was none other than the ethereal dream fairy. Gao Yimeng Dai. In this turn of events, Zhou Qingyuan had truly become the scapegoat, unwittingly bearing the blame. Were Jun Maxiao present, he would undoubtedly quip to Zhou Qingyuan, Brother Zhou, it's all on Benzema. Look at this hefty round pot of blame you've taken on. You're carrying it with sheer strength. Keep it up, go for it. At this moment, having just arrived in Yuzhou, Zhou Qingyuan, the newly appointed inspector, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if foreboding an impending misfortune. Of course, he had no inkling that a heavy burden loomed over him. Much like a dark cloud ready to descend, it would be inaccurate to entirely label this burden as unjust, for it was indeed Zhou Qingyuan who led the charge against the White Lotus sect. Thus, he bore this weight without any grievance. In the imperial capital, at the residence of the sixth prince, Jun Maxiao remained sprawled upon his bed, resembling a tranquil statue. His heart was heavy with frustration. 3 days had elapsed since the emperor's bestowal of rewards, yet the heroine remained elusive, akin to a star that had vanished from the heavens. He even found himself questioning whether she had simply forsaken him or, heaven forbid, met a tragic fate. Despite such possibilities, he steadfastly believed that she had not perished. In the original narrative, the heroine had encountered even more heart-wrenching tribulations, yet persevered with unwavering resolve, never succumbing to despair over trivial matters. Jun Maxiao's conviction regarding the heroine's eventual appearance was not without foundation. The Luo family of Wuyang County, though a modest clan, shone like a hidden gem in the shadows, possessing remarkable medical prowess. They were custodians of a medical tome titled Qingnong Medical Canon, which contained a plethora of miraculous healing techniques and unique insights into the mysteries of the human body. Healers who mastered this text could treat a myriad of ailments and even restore life to the deceased, enabling the wounded to recover swiftly. The origins of such a remarkable medical manuscript were a mystery, especially given the Luo family's humble stature. Perhaps it was merely a narrative device. The heroine, too, had studied the Qingnong Medical Canon. In the original tale, she ascended to the position of a teaching physician in the Imperial Medical Academy through her mastery of its teachings. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her skills akin to those of Yi-Wan in the realm of medicine, effortlessly vanquishing any disease that dared to confront her, regardless of its complexity. One could almost draw parallels to the character of Li Young-ae in the renowned Korean drama De Jangjeom. Thus, he was convinced that the heroine would grace the sixth prince's residence. After all, every occurrence necessitates a reasonable explanation. Once she arrived, matters would be straightforward. Although he had been cured, lingering ailments remained, warranting the presence of a personal physician. Everything from her arrival to her stay would align perfectly with reason. News of his poisoning should have spread by now. Once the heroine reached the imperial capital, she would undoubtedly be aware. Yet, why had she not yet arrived? Unable to fathom the delay, Jun Maxiao resolved to remain in repose for another 7 days. If the heroine had not appeared by then, he could awaken at his leisure. 3 days later, Jun Maxiao continued his feigned stupor. On the 4th day, he remained inert. On the 5th day, he still lay motionless. At this juncture, his heart, once filled with hope, had gradually morphed into disappointment, and he anticipated that despair would soon follow. He could not help but sigh. Dreams are lush, yet reality is stark. One can share but a fraction of one's thoughts. One must not lay bare the entirety of one's heart. I had intended my heart to reach the bright moon. Yet alas, the moon only illuminates the gutter. It seems the so-called heroine is not infallible after all. The following morning, a servant entered to report, "My lord, a lady has arrived at the estate's entrance. Claiming she can cure His Highness's poison, I dared not make a decision on my own and have come to seek your guidance." At that moment, Jun Maxiao, still languishing on his bed, felt a sudden jolt of excitement upon hearing the servant's announcement. Nearly springing to his feet, she had come. It was indeed a case of the dying man springing up in astonishment as the chilling wind swept through his window. Without hesitation, Jun Maxiao commanded, "Quickly, bring her inside." He reconsidered and added, "No, I shall go myself." Having uttered these words, he swiftly exited his chamber to summon the lady. Chapter 36. The arrival of Wu Nian, a clever disguise. Jun Maxiao's heart was filled with joy. Shortly thereafter, a graceful woman, her face veiled, quietly followed behind Jun Maxiao as she entered the room. She resembled a mysterious lotus, shrouded in secrecy, yet her elegance was unmistakable despite the obscuring veil, feigning unconsciousness. Jun Maxiao was unable to employ his mystical perception. However, as a formidable practitioner, his sensitivity was akin to that of a keen-eyed hawk, allowing him to discern the lady's attire with clarity. She wore a flowing gown of azure, the fabric billowing softly like delicate mist. Although loose, it did little to conceal her alluring figure. Particularly striking were her ample curves, subtly hinted at, adding to her enchanting allure. Today, the lady had not employed any disguise. From the outline of her features visible beneath the veil, Jun Maxiao instantly recognized her as Luo Wunian. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, echoing like the resounding drums of war within his chest. He had longed for Luo Wunian, much like the wolf eagerly awaiting the sheep. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his feelings had evolved beyond mere admiration for a loyal subject. Unbeknownst to him, he had quietly developed a fondness for this woman, though he had yet to fully realize it. "This young lady, you are surely aware of His Highness's condition. I apologize for the trouble." Wu Ming softly addressed the woman, then stood beside the bed, gazing intently. He was acutely aware of his master's condition. Though concern subtly flickered across his face, his inner composure resembled the profound stillness of a deep lake. Yet, the sudden appearance of this woman left him uncertain whether she was friend or foe, compelling him to adopt the vigilance of a wary wolf, fully alert and fixated on her every move. He silently prepared for any eventuality, resolved to act decisively should she attempt any harm against his master. Since Jun Maxiao had saved Wu Ming from poison and he had pledged his loyalty thereafter, Wu Ming's allegiance was now unwavering. Previously, though he had devoted himself to protecting Jun Maxiao, the fact that Jun Maxiao was unable to cultivate was a heavy shackle that left him feeling conflicted and helpless. However, upon discovering that Jun Maxiao not only could cultivate but had surpassed him in skill, the remnants of his discontent and helplessness dissipated like wisps of smoke. The reason behind his earlier discontent remained an enigma. Even to the perceptive Jun Maxiao, who could sense Wu Ming's dissatisfaction but could not fathom its origins. After all, the original text provided no detailed account, and Wu Ming's demise following his capture sealed the mysteries of his inner world forever. At times, Jun Maxiao even pondered whether the tragic fate of the original owner had unknowingly influenced Wu Ming, leading to his untimely end. The woman glided gracefully toward the bed, her gaze soft as the gentle moonlight that caressed Jun Maxiao's form. His visage was akin to a meticulously carved jade, sharply defined and strikingly handsome, with a nose that rose majestically like a towering peak, adding depth to his features. His brows, like swords, arched elegantly, and though his eyes were concealed, one could easily imagine their brilliance upon opening. An otherworldly aura emanated from him, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. The woman found her heart racing, involuntarily reminded of that night when Jun Maxiao had held her arms in an intimate embrace. Her cheeks flushed, akin to the delicate hues of dawn, but she swiftly regained her composure through sheer rationality. At that moment, she was yet to ascertain whether the man from that night was indeed Jun Maxiao. After all, the rumored sixth prince was reputed to be a non-cultivator, and the signs before her cast doubt upon her assumptions. Her presence here was not without reason. Having arrived in the imperial capital over a month ago, she had been clandestinely investigating the identity of that enigmatic man. Yet, all evidence pointed unerringly toward the sixth prince's residence. Initially, she had believed that the mysterious figure was Wu Ming, but upon meeting him, her keen intuition and observation led her to conclude that he was not the one. Although Wu Ming exuded an ethereal quality, he lacked the masculine vigor expected of a man. Moreover, based on her studies from the Qingsang medical canon and her innate intuition, she deduced that Wu Ming's true identity was not that of and it was indeed remarkable how this world operated. The original owner had spent a decade with Wu Ming, yet remained oblivious to his gender, while Gongsun Wanner and Luo Wunian could discern it at a glance. Luo Wunyan approached the bed and delicately settled into the physician's chair, turning to Wu Ming with a clear indication that she was about to take his pulse. Wu Ming nodded slightly in response, his expression shifting to one of intense focus, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the woman's every movement, wary of any irregularities. Luo Wunyan placed her hand upon Jun Maxiao's pulse. And the moment she made contact, memories of that night surged unbidden into her mind. She shook her head slightly, striving to suppress those thoughts and commence her examination. However, the diagnosis left her somewhat astonished. Jun Maxiao exhibited no signs of poisoning at all. Little did she know that Jun Maxiao's unique cultivation technique allowed him to alter his physical state at will. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she instinctively channeled her martial energy to probe further, only to be even more surprised when she discovered that Jun Maxiao truly possessed no martial veins. As the rumors suggested, in this world, it was common knowledge that to become a martial artist, one must possess martial veins. Without them, one was akin to a bird with clipped wings, forever confined to the ground, rendered a mere invalid. Typically, there were 12 veins, and only by unblocking them could one embark on the path of martial cultivation. Most individuals were born with these 12 veins, but for those from humble beginnings, even if they possessed veins, the lack of resources and techniques made it exceedingly difficult to cultivate them, thereby hindering their ascent as martial artists. Individuals like Jun Maxiao and Jun Jiangwen, who were born without veins, were not uncommon. Had they been born into lower strata, they might have lived ordinary lives. After all, those from the lower class, even with veins, often lack the resources and skills necessary to unblock them. Compared to the veinless, they merely had an illusory opportunity. However, unlike Jun Maxiao and Jun Jiangwen, who hailed from the royal family and should have had ample resources and techniques, their lack of martial veins rendered them idle within the palace. Even if they possessed exceptional talents that allowed them to stand out, grasping the throne would be nearly impossible. Even if they were fortunate enough to ascend, they would be easily targeted for assassination. And of course, in the original narrative, a decade later, the 8th prince ascended the throne due to various factors. Firstly, the female protagonist lent her support. By then, she had reached the earthly profound realm, making it trivial for her to protect a seemingly useless emperor. Secondly, the noble families could no longer tolerate the emergence of another formidable emperor like Jun Zhantian, who had previously dismantled 3 families during his reign. Thirdly, the emperor's legitimate son had fallen from grace, and the crown prince's downfall led to the 8th prince's rise. Thus, through a fortuitous confluence of circumstances, the 8th prince became a puppet elevated to the throne by the various factions. As for Jun Maxiao, his lineage from the Great Li dynasty raised concerns among the noble families about potential retribution should he ascend. After all, the emperor of Great Li, Jun Maxiao's maternal grandfather, had been slain by the noble families. Moreover, being neither the emperor's legitimate son nor possessing the throne's rightful claim, his chances were slim. Returning to Luo Wunyan, she was now filled with astonishment. Just as she thought she had misidentified him, a sensation suddenly coursed through her arm. Out of sight, she felt a finger from Jun Maxiao gently tracing her skin. Guanfengya. Chapter 37. Maxiao conceals schemes amidst peril. Wunyan delves into secrets and emotions. Luo Wunyan was utterly astonished. Having examined Jun Maxiao's body and knowing he possessed no martial veins, he should have no cultivation. Just moments ago, she had concluded that the man from that night could not be the 6th prince before her. Yet, why did this 6th prince possess knowledge of Guanfengya? Could it be that the man was sent by the 6th prince, hence his awareness of this matter? Luo Wunyan pondered silently. As she remained lost in thought, her arm was once again graced by the gentle stroke. Luo Wunyan focused intently, and soon discerned several words forming in her mind. It is I, do not make a fuss. I will awaken tomorrow. The meaning of these words sent waves of shock through her heart. She mused. It truly is him, but why does the 6th prince possess cultivation? Nevertheless, considering Wu Ming's presence, she quickly calmed the tumult within her and restored her composure. Yet, how could Wu Ming not perceive this exchange? A surge of murderous intent began to rise within him. He felt it was time to reveal his true skills, which revolved around eliminating those who posed a threat to his master. In his eyes, this woman must have uncovered his master's secret. Otherwise, why would she display such astonishment? Previously, the physicians had come, performed their assessments, and left with mere head shakes and a few prescriptions. Even those who had used their inner force to examine him had found nothing amiss. However, this woman's reaction starkly contrasted with that of the physicians. She too had conducted an examination, yet her face bore astonishment, which inevitably raised Wu Ming's suspicions. Wu Ming had not witnessed Jun Maxiao's actions, and his thoughts arose naturally. That surge of murderous intent was swift to emerge and dissipate. Yet Luo Wunyan also sensed it. After all, as a peak ninth-grade martial artist, she was but a step away from the transcendent realm, and with her keen intellect, it was not difficult for her to deduce Wu Ming's thoughts. She mused. It seems this person is someone he trusts. Luo Wunyan gently rose from her chair, turned to Wu Ming, and spoke. In a moment, I will need to administer acupuncture to the sixth prince. Tomorrow, he shall surely awaken. With that, she cast a glance toward the door and then back at Wu Ming. Her words and actions were laden with significance. Upon hearing her, Wu Ming quickly grasped the implications. The first message was that Jun Maxiao was indeed poisoned and she would treat him. The glance signaled that they should keep this matter discreet. Wu Ming turned to Luo Wunyan and said, "Very well, pray tell what you require, and I shall procure it forthwith. I will need some boiling water. As for the rest, it is not yet necessary." Luo Wunyan softly spoke, calling out to the servants outside to prepare boiling water. Lying on the bed, Jun Maxiao, upon hearing Luo Wunyan's mention of hot water, couldn't help but marvel. The female protagonist's medical skills were indeed advanced. She even knew to use boiling water for disinfection. She was truly far ahead. Light years ahead, however, considering the days to come when he would no longer see Luo Wunyan after his recovery. A sense of emptiness suddenly filled his heart. It seemed he would have to remind Luo Wunyan to leave a lingering ailment, requiring injections every 10 days. Although Luo Wunyan had agreed to be his strategist, his heart felt uneasy knowing she wouldn't reside at the prince's residence. What if she declared him fully recovered later? That would be quite awkward. Should he remind her or not? Just as Jun Maxiao pondered this, the servants entered the room, carrying freshly boiled water. Luo Wunyan took out a bundle of silver needles from her sleeve and placed them into the water. After a while, she retrieved the needles and began administering them to Jun Maxiao. Approximately 15 minutes later, once the injections were complete, Luo Wunyan cleaned the needles in the water and returned them to her sleeve. Wu Ming looked at Luo Wunyan and said, "As the prince has yet to awaken, I shall arrange a guest room for you. Mississippi, do you have any specific requirements?" Luo Wunyan knew that she could not leave the prince's residence until Jun Maxiao awoke, so she no longer declined. Just a quiet space will suffice. Upon hearing her request, Wu Ming instructed someone to make the arrangements. Shortly thereafter, a servant reported that the guest room had been cleaned. Wu Ming then led Luo Wunyan as they walked toward the guest room. Not long after they departed, Jun Maxiao slightly shifted his sore body. However, to the outside observer, it merely appeared as a subtle tremor. A sign that he might soon awaken. Jun Maxiao sighed, reflecting on how exhausting it was to feign death. One careless moment could lead to being discovered by hidden eyes. Now, with a reasonable excuse, he could afford to make slight movements. He had been contemplating whether to alert Luo Wunyan, suggesting she inform others that he had left a lingering ailment. Yet, during Luo Wunyan's administration of the needles, he remained utterly unresponsive. At this moment, he feared that if he reminded her, her astute mind would surely deduce his intentions. What if he inadvertently offended the female protagonist, causing her to take offense and move out? That would seal off his options. It would be better to occasionally feign illness, allowing her to come and treat him in due time. He could speak to that emperor and request a female official from the Imperial Medical Institution for Luo Wunyan to remain by his side. Wouldn't that be delightful? With such thoughts, Jun Maxiao felt a surge of joy within. A real-life version of Daijangjiam. How delightful, moreover. The entire process was gradual, so even if the female protagonist understood his intentions, she would not outright refuse. He could not help but wonder if in the future, upon realizing the truth, Luo Wunyan would exclaim, "I once believed this was a chance encounter of love, only to discover it was a meticulously crafted scheme." Much like the wolf chasing the lamb, it seemed a pursuit of love, yet was fraught with intricate plots, while Luo Wunyan was akin to the unsuspecting lamb, unwittingly stepping into the wolf's den. Yet wherever they went, the two in love might be filled with calculations regarding one another. It begins with beauty and is sustained by character. If this world were populated solely by ironclad men, it would surely perish. How could there be so many love stories otherwise? When one endeavors to win another's favor, is this not a form of calculation? As Luo Wunyan and Wu Ming arrived outside the guest room, Wu Ming turned back to Jun Maxiao's chamber. This was a two-story small building, with lush flowers and plants below, and a small lake beside it, filled with blooming lotus flowers. It was now August, and the lake was adorned with blossoming lotus. The broad leaves clustered tightly together like verdant plates, with lotus flowers peeking through, some only revealing 2 or 3 petals, akin to shy maidens gently tilting their heads. Others had fully unfurled petals, exposing tender yellow seed pods, resembling graceful fairies dancing lightly in the breeze. There were also buds, swollen and on the verge of bursting. Luo Wunyan stood quietly by the lakeside. Clad in a flowing blue dress that harmonized beautifully with the scenery, the hem danced lightly in the wind, reminiscent of clouds drifting across the sky. She stood there, her gaze fixed upon the blooming lotus in the lake. The flower's vibrant hues reflected in her clear eyes as she slightly tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if engaging in a silent conversation with the lotus. The gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of the flowers, causing her garments to flutter, transforming her into a celestial being who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, creating an exquisite tableau with the lotus. Jun Maxiao, what sort of person are you? Chapter 38. June awakens with joy. The palace also hears the news. As the saying goes, a chance encounter leads to a lifelong bond. When a woman grows curious about a man, it is akin to a seed of love being quietly sown, often marking the beginning of a downfall. Some matters and some people require just a single glance to appear as a mysterious seed quietly taking root in the heart, blossoming into a brilliant flower of love. Just like Lu Ruyan, who, after merely gazing at King Chu, fell into a love akin to a moth drawn to a flame. This vividly illustrates the sentiment. However, at this moment, both Jun Maxiao and Luo Wunyan were entirely oblivious to this. Luo Wunyan, standing by the lake, seemed to be gazing at the lotus flowers, yet her heart was already stirred with ripples of emotion. Truly, it is said that a mysterious feeling can lead to one's demise. Regarding Jun Maxiao's cultivation, she no longer dwelled on it. After all, no one is perfect. Who can attain omniscience? It was only natural to be unaware of certain matters. She pondered deeply why Jun Maxiao chose to feign poisoning and why he sought her out specifically. Without Jun Maxiao's perspective, she found it difficult to grasp the reasons behind it. Yet, being a woman of quick wit, she was not easily stumped by such matters. From her deductions, it was clear that since Jun Maxiao recognized her as the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect and could surmise her original plans to enter the palace, he likely wielded a mysterious and formidable power. Otherwise, how could he have uncovered such secretive affairs with such clarity? The ability to investigate events from over a decade ago in such detail speaks volumes of the terrifying nature of this force. Furthermore, analyzing Jun Maxiao's 3 conditions alongside the subsequent downfall of the White Lotus sect suggested that its destruction was orchestrated by him. Initially, she thought he would absorb the White Lotus sect for his own use. Yet he chose to annihilate it, indicating that the sect held little significance in his eyes. But what benefit would its destruction bring him? Perhaps as a strategist backed by a mysterious force, possessing hidden cultivation. Thus, the answer was clear. He sought to claim the highest position. All his schemes were preparations for seizing the throne. Thus, the downfall of the White Lotus sect merely conveyed his stance to the emperor and the noble families, or both. But why feign poisoning and unconsciousness? If the destruction of the White Lotus sect was his design, why was there no recognition or reward for his efforts? Was he deliberately avoiding the emperor's accolades, relinquishing credit to conceal himself? Others may be unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the sect's downfall, but Luo Wunyan was well aware. If it weren't for Situ Hong's death, her own departure, and the arrest of that shopkeeper, how could the court have eradicated the White Lotus sect in such a short span of 1 month? Thus, from the moment he laid eyes on her, he had been meticulously planning the sect's downfall. Undoubtedly, the female protagonist was exceptionally astute, capable of inferring Jun Maxiao's thoughts from the smallest details. However, to assert that Jun Maxiao was backed by a mysterious force was not entirely incorrect. The enigmatic power behind him was none other than the captivating, smoothly written narrative of a novel, where the protagonist was unexpectedly the antagonist. The author, I revived in 2023, was a beloved beauty in her prime. As for Jun Ma Xiao feigning unconsciousness, it was indeed a means of hiding himself. However, the more significant reason was likely to prevent himself from prematurely entering the sights of Qi and Dun, thereby remaining concealed. Once he entered their line of vision, drawing their attention to himself, he would be ensnared in endless disturbances, such as probing, assassination, and surveillance. If such disturbances led to an exposure of his strength, he would face even more daunting troubles. In simple terms, this world does not permit the existence of such formidable individuals. At 18, a person in the earthly profound realm would not be tolerated by the noble families, nor by the other two nations, and even the three heavenly profound realm experts would not permit it. The only ones who might allow it were the Emperor and Chenju. But how could they contend with the forces of the entire world? Having not seen the old Ba from 30 years hence, he too was still targeted, wasn't he? The earthly profound realm, though seemingly formidable, is but a larger ant when compared to the celestial profound realm. Those three celestial profound beings would not allow an ant to suddenly transform into an elephant. Thus, until he breaks through to the celestial profound realm, Junimo Xiao would not easily reveal his strength. Looking upon the lotus flowers in the lake, Luo Wu Nian sighed softly. I have already boarded this pirate ship, and there is no turning back. Knowing so many of Junimo Xiao's secrets, how could he allow her to leave so easily? At this moment, Luo Wu Nian had already envisioned Junimo Xiao as a cunning old fox, and she, a little lamb being eyed by a terrifying demon king, felt utterly outmatched in terms of cultivation, backing, and wits. In truth, she had overestimated Junimo Xiao. Apart from his superior cultivation, he was not necessarily her equal in other respects. His sole advantage lay in his godlike perspective, knowing certain hidden truths and being able to make adjustments based on the original narrative. Now, having altered part of the storyline, his advantage would gradually diminish. It was imperative for him to find a quick-witted individual to devise strategies for him, which is why he had set his sights on Luo Wu Nian. She was the most suitable candidate, intelligent, formidable in cultivation, and devoted in her affections. Deep down, he had already earmarked her as his future queen. However, given Junimo Xiao's character, whether he would actually assume the role of emperor remained uncertain. After all, he was well aware of Jun Zhantian, who spent his days either in the imperial study or on the way there, enduring a burden more arduous than the modern-day 996 work culture, a truly terrifying existence. Having come to terms with these matters, Luo Wu Nian felt a sense of relief, though she gazed at the fish in the lake with a hint of reluctance. Softly stating, "You wish for me, Luo Wu Nian, to submit? Heh, just wait, Junimo Xiao, the true nature of the wolf and the lamb shall be revealed in time." Indeed, at that moment, her expression seemed to scream internally, "Your Majesty, I am not resigned." With that, she gracefully made her way toward the guest house. The following morning, Junimo Xiao slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of uncontainable joy evident within them. He attempted to raise his arms slowly. Though the motion felt stiff and sluggish, he mused to himself, 2 months have passed. It feels as though I have been imprisoned. In a hoarse voice, he called out, "Wuming." Upon hearing Junimo Xiao's summons, Wuming darted in like a bolt of lightning. "Your Highness, you have awakened." Observing a hint of mockery in Wuming's gaze, it was as if the look conveyed, "My admiration for you flows like a river." But in reverse, Junimo Xiao forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown and said to Wuming, "Help me sit up." With Wuming's assistance, he slowly propped himself up, his joints emitting faint cracking sounds, his face reflecting a sense of relief akin to that of a survivor of a calamity, inwardly exclaiming in gratitude. At last, he could move. The sensation was exhilarating, as if he had been reborn. "I, Hu Han San, have returned." He greedily inhaled the air around him. His eyes filled with a longing for the freedom of movement and a newfound appreciation for health, even as an earthly profound expert. Lying motionless for nearly 2 months was an unbearable ordeal. It has been challenging. I feel like a mere supporting actor in this grand play of life, striving to perform each arduous scene to perfection. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, the emperor remained engrossed in reviewing memorials. Just then, the chief eunuch, Qianzhu, entered and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, the 6th prince has awakened." Chapter 39. A laugh awakens, igniting the emperor's thoughts. Who truly knows the emperor's difficulties? Oh, the emperor raised an eyebrow. According to the reports from the Imperial Medical Bureau, Jun Imo Zhao's condition was peculiar, leaving many physicians at a loss. How then had he awakened? Had anything transpired in the interim? The emperor fixed his gaze upon Chen Ju, who, sensing the scrutiny, began to explain. Your Majesty, a woman visited yesterday to treat the sixth prince. This morning, the sixth prince awakened. I have dispatched someone to investigate her identity. After delivering his report, Chen Ju bowed, awaiting the emperor's command. The emperor, after listening, remained silent for a moment before instructing, I understand. You may leave. Once Chen Ju departed, the emperor rose from his seat and strolled to the window, gazing outward. His eyes, calm as water, concealed the thoughts swirling within. In truth, while an emperor may appear cold-hearted, who can genuinely be devoid of emotions? Behind the emperor's stern demeanor lay a fervent and compassionate heart. Hidden within his sharp words were unspoken concerns, and beneath his resolute actions was a profound devotion that, while appearing unfeeling, radiated warmth akin to the sun on a frigid night. Though that warmth remained encased in a tough exterior, for 2 months he had refrained from visiting Jun Imo Zhao, not out of a lack of desire, but rather an inability. Should he take such a step? Others would inevitably speculate. For instance, the other princes, the noble families, and numerous court officials. The emperor's every word and action required careful consideration. Even the slightest gesture could create immense ripples. As the saying goes, a prince's words stir waves, an emperor's intentions can startle the seas. This encapsulates the essence of a sovereign. How might he atone for this? The emperor pondered as he gazed out the window. His brow furrowed. The sixth prince's residence. Jun Imo Zhao regarded the person before him, a fluttering sensation stirring within his heart. This humble girl, Luo Wunyan, has the honor of meeting His Highness. The sixth prince. Jun Imo Zhao remained silent, recalling that in Yuzhou, she was merely a young lady, and now she had been reduced to a common girl. This served as a reminder of their differing statuses, cautioning him against harboring inappropriate thoughts. Oh, has she awakened the traits of a proud maiden? Quite intriguing indeed. However, I find it quite appealing. Jun Imo Zhao gazed at the young woman and finally spoke, You are my savior. There is no need for excessive formality. Upon hearing this, Luo Wunyan contemplated inwardly. Ha! A savior, you say? You must be scheming against me. No, it is already a scheme. She lowered her hands from the act of bowing, straightening herself with poise. Meeting Jun Imo Zhao's gaze, she spoke slowly, Your Highness is overly gracious. I cannot bear such a title. It is merely that the sixth prince is blessed by fate. Since you have awakened, I shall take my leave, she concluded and turned to depart. Yet, Jun Imo Zhao would not let her go so easily. While she had made her stance clear, offering to strategize for him, the location of such strategizing remained uncertain. It was quite possible that he would need to seek her out whenever he faced a dilemma. With this in mind, Jun Imo Zhao softly remarked, his tone neither warm nor cold. Oh, the poison has been dispelled. Yet why do I feel a dull ache in my head upon awakening? Luo Wunyan, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. How could she not be aware of the state of Jun Imo Zhao? He was not unwell. No, he was not sick at all. Perhaps the depth of his thoughts was too profound. She had not managed to cure him. Jun Imo Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Was she insinuating that he lacked intelligence? Was he pretending to be ill? He might have genuinely forgotten his wits back on Earth. Otherwise, he would not be engaging in this banter with the female lead. He turned his gaze to the lotus in the lake, gently raising his right hand and pointing with his index finger. Look at that white lotus. How beautiful and pure it is. What say you, Miss Luo? Luo Wunyan frowned, internally cursing Jun Imo Zhao for his shamelessness. She had never encountered someone so brazen. His words seemed to highlight her identity as a saint of the White Lotus sect, a thinly veiled threat. It was well known that the White Lotus sect had been eradicated, so she had no reason to fear exposure. Yet, words from an official can carry weight, especially when the individual in question is a prince, and whatever he claims becomes the truth. Moreover, even if she declared that Jun Imo Zhao was not poisoned, revealing all past events would likely lead no one to believe her due to his bizarre cultivation method. It was a perplexing situation. While she was indifferent to her own predicament, it would certainly spell disaster for the Luo family. He had just referred to her as the daughter of the Luo family, not as Miss Luo, a threat. This was an unabashed threat. Then I shall attend to His Highness once more. Luo Wunyan maintained a calm demeanor. Concealing the tumult within, Junimo Shao smiled mischievously at her, akin to a wolf eyeing a lamb. Heh, little one, do you still wish to spar with me? Let us see what you can do. The two proceeded toward Junimo Zhao's chamber, with Wu Ming trailing behind. Observing the interplay between them, Wu Ming wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He understood not a word of their exchange, yet this did not hinder his enjoyment of the spectacle. At this moment, he simply required a small stool to fully assume the role of an eager spectator. Once inside the room, Junimo Shao settled into a chair, his gaze still fixed on Luo Wunyan with a smile. Feeling his attention upon her, Luo Wunyan was instantly engulfed in a rage, her heart seething. How shameless! It was simply too shameless. The gaze of Junimo Shao was that of a victor, reflecting an aura of triumph. Presently, he sat while Luo Wunyan stood, embodying the very essence of a conqueror. Indeed, in their initial confrontation, Junimo Shao had decisively knocked out Luo Wunyan. He extended his right hand, resting it on the armrest of his chair, patiently awaiting Luo Wunyan's pulse diagnosis. She delicately placed her fingers, akin to sheep-fat jade, upon the point of his pulse. However, her approach was markedly different this time. Instead of laying her fingers flat, she lightly tapped them. The corners of Junimo Zhao's mouth, tinged with a hint of amusement, involuntarily twitched. This truly was a formidable avenger of a girl. Luo Wunyan gazed at Junimo Shao, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as if to convey, "Now you understand the might of your aunt." Her voice, soft and elegant, flowed forth. "Your Highness, do you still feel unwell? Would you like me to administer acupuncture once more? Though I must warn you, it may be somewhat painful. I wonder if you can endure it." Her words. A jolt of apprehension surged through Junimo Shao. This was no mere acupuncture, but an act of retribution. Who could fathom the depths of her methods? He promptly replied, "I feel much better now. Acupuncture is unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Luo Wunyan withdrew her fingers from his pulse, stating, "Since your Highness is no longer in distress, I shall take my leave with that." She placed her left hand upon her right wrist, her hands resting gracefully before her chest, slightly bending her knees in a respectful bow, before gliding out of the room with the lightness that belied her presence. Her silent departure, though swift, resonated with an air of joy, a joy that belonged to a victor. Indeed, an avenger who would not suffer even the slightest loss. Junimo Shao mused as he watched her retreating figure. In the second round, Luo Wunyan delivered a knockout to Junimo Shao. He lifted his gaze to the enigmatic Wu Ming, who, unbeknownst to him, had quietly taken a seat at the nearby table. Observing him with an expression of peculiar intrigue, on the table, a plate of sunflower seeds lay invitingly. Wu Ming had become a most competent spectator, eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. Witnessing this, Junimo Zhao's smile faltered. Caught in an awkward moment. Chapter 40. Junimo Zhao's suspicion of Wu Ming's oddity. The female lead's reflections on the marquee. Glancing at Wu Ming, Junimo Zhao appeared conflicted, as if grappling with a bout of discomfort, his pupils dilating in shock. This Wu Ming had indeed grown increasingly peculiar of late. Ever since he had aided Wu Ming in detoxification, a distinct aura had begun to permeate Wu Ming's demeanor, a quality uniquely feminine, akin to a spark igniting a fire, roaring ever brighter, as if a coal had fallen into a stack of dry twigs, igniting a blaze. Could it be that this lad is on the verge of transforming back into a woman? Junimo Shao pondered inwardly. He couldn't help but wonder how stunning he might be upon regaining his original appearance. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Better to leave things as they are. The mere notion of a transformed Wu Ming, juxtaposed with the current image of a 30-year-old man, sent chills down his spine, reminiscent of a horror show featuring Su Jinjiang in drag Wu Ming. Junimo Shao called out, "At that moment, Wu Ming's mind was adrift, preoccupied with thoughts of the connection between Junimo, Shao and Luo Wunyan. He mused to himself, having been by the sixth prince's side all along. How could he possibly know Luo Wunyan? He simply could not fathom it. Just then, he heard Junimo Zhao's voice, instinctively responding, "I'm here." Immediately, he sprang upright, as if jolted by electricity, reverting to his usual aloof guardian demeanor. This series of actions did not escape Junimo Zhao's notice, yet he remained immersed in his own thoughts, too preoccupied to scrutinize Wu Ming. "How did you manage to drive off the Grand Elder?" Junimo Xiao inquired. Wu Ming paused, momentarily bewildered, pondering, "What Grand Elder? Who was that? I have no recollection." Before he could contemplate further, Junimo Xiao clarified, "Ah, the one you encountered at Yimeng Xianfang, the man with a face full of pockmarks." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes widened in realization, and he began, "That man is a peak extraordinary level warrior, though he bears injuries. Despite his prowess, his skills are rather lacking. However, his mastery of poison is formidable." After just 2 exchanges, he was swiftly forced to retreat. He then revealed a look of unease, continuing, however, "It was unexpected that he had already poisoned his subordinates." He bowed deeply to Junimo Xiao. Refraining from further elaboration, after listening to Wu Ming's account, Junimo Xiao began to piece together the situation. He had long harbored doubts about why Zhou Qingyuan had emerged unscathed. Now, it was clear. It seemed the Grand Elder was merely a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. A mere fade, like waterlogged pork, appealing but utterly useless. Such a Grand Elder would be incapable of making an impression, even if General MacArthur himself appeared. Junimo Xiao mused inwardly. One could only wonder how the poisonous vine would react to Junimo Xiao's assessment. Would he be enraged enough to wield his 40-meter-long sword and charge from the west to the east, seeking to vanquish Junimo Xiao? Oh, but I digress. The poisonous vine would hardly stand a chance against Junimo Xiao. Junimo Xiao understood Wu Ming's unspoken intentions. With Wu Ming now declaring himself a subordinate, it was clear he had genuinely pledged his allegiance. As for why Wu Ming had not disclosed the detoxification incident, Junimo Xiao comprehended. There were ears everywhere, and caution was paramount. "Very well, you may go," he instructed as Wu Ming exited the room. Junimo Xiao sank into his chair, experiencing a profound sense of tranquility. The arrival of Luo Wunyan was akin to a potent sedative, silencing the restless thoughts that had plagued him. Junimo Xiao resembled an ailing individual, with Luo Wunyan as his soothing remedy, restoring serenity to his heart. Unbeknownst to Luo Wunyan as she departed the 6th prince's residence, this little healer had once again caught the unwavering gaze of the formidable Junimo Xiao. As the saying goes, serenity leads to far-reaching aspirations. In this moment of inner calm, Junimo Xiao realized it was time to thoughtfully consider the events to come. According to the original narrative, it was time for the 5th brother to be bestowed a title this year. As for the whereabouts of his brothers, they had undoubtedly been dispatched to various posts. Of course, the 7th and 8th brothers, like him, remained obediently in the capital Indu. The titles of nobility were not only ranked but also categorized into actual and nominal titles, which essentially pertain to the differing methods of land revenue collection. Actual titles allowed princes to directly govern and collect their own revenues, possessing perpetual estates and a retinue of approximately 1,000 guards. Nominal titles, however, entailed that the land revenue was collected by the court before being allocated to the prince. Devoid of perpetual estates and guards, unlike princes, those bestowed with noble titles gained the right to establish their own offices. In simpler terms, they could openly recruit advisors to strategize on their behalf. Take Junimo Xiao, for instance. His current sources of income primarily derived from imperial grants and the stipends from the Supervision Bureau. The expenses for the entire prince's residence were conventionally allocated by the ancestral hall. Once elevated to a noble title, however, the situation would change drastically. The ancestral hall would cease its allocations, and all expenses from the residence would need to be self-sustained. Naturally, the sources of income would stem from land revenues and personal earnings, with the former likened to annual dividends, while the latter pertained to official salaries. At present, only the crown prince enjoyed the benefits of an actual title, with a staggering income from 10,000 households and a guard force exceeding 3,000. In this realm, 10,000 households equated to a scale comparable to 3 counties. Unlike the modern world, households here were not merely 3-person units. Small farming families averaged around 3 members, while larger clans could encompass dozens or even hundreds. 10,000 households represented a colossal population, nearing 300,000 souls. The crown prince's guard stipends were issued by the court, with selections meticulously made from the military, not conscripted from land revenues. Conversely, nominal titles, like that of the Duke of Chu, while possessing 3,000 households, did not allow for direct governance or a personal guard. Nevertheless, such circumstances would soon be overturned, in Junimo Xiao's view. The title of nobility offered little beyond land revenue. It seemed to invite envy. After all, the difference between a king and an emperor was but a crucial step. He himself was not in dire need of additional land revenue. Having over 1,000,000 taels of silver nestled within his ring, not to mention several 100,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of gold equated to 1,000,000 taels of silver, highlighting the staggering magnitude of his wealth, utterly extravagant. If there were a Forbes list of individual fortunes in this world, Junimo Shao would be the invisible Musk, far surpassing any competition. At this moment, he could only exclaim with pride, "Gratitude to my uncle for the 1,000,000 in assets. Even if Brother Ma were to arrive, he would have to call me father." It is likely that this represents the accumulated wealth of the White Lotus sect over several decades. However, what piqued Ling Junimo Zhao's curiosity was the fact that such vast riches of the White Lotus sect were concealed within a brothel storeroom, and astonishingly, there were no skilled guardians to protect it. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much, assuming this was a legacy intentionally left for him by his uncle. In the imperial palace, within the royal study, the emperor remained engrossed in reviewing memorials, which was quite absurd. At that moment, the grand eunuch entered and spoke. "Your Majesty, we have uncovered the identity of that woman." Chapter 41. "You want a wife or not? Just speak up." "Oh?" The emperor slightly raised his chin, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. "D'Hotel." Chunju's face was adorned with a broad smile, as if he were delivering momentous news. "This woman is the daughter of the Luo family from Wuyang County. The Luo family has been practicing medicine for generations. Though a modest family, they hold considerable renown in Wuyang County. She is the sole daughter of the Luo family, her lineage as pure as a pristine sheet of white paper. Furthermore, she participated in the selection of talented maidens, though she was ultimately not chosen." Upon hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly, as he keenly sensed that there were hidden stories lurking within. Noticing the emperor's frown, Chunju immediately understood and preemptively spoke before the emperor could inquire further. "Your Majesty, the selection of talented maidens did not include a medical examination. The records indicate that her dancing skills were deemed insufficient." Once Chunju finished his explanation, the emperor's brow gradually eased. If Junimo Shao were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is a deception, all of it. What do you mean her dancing skills were insufficient? In the original story, she captivated the world through her dance. Give her a dance, and she conquers the world with it." In the original narrative, the rise of Luo Wunyan was akin to a courtly tale of advancement, where she captured the attention of influential figures with her exceptional dancing and, through fortuitous circumstances, showcased her remarkable medical skills, ultimately rising to the position of head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Even the likes of De Changjin and Du Lala would have to call her father. However, in the early stages, the protagonist indeed faced trials akin to those of Wu Meinyang due to her entanglement with the White Lotus sect. Their conversation concluded here. However, the true spectacle was yet to unfold. The following day, Junimo Shao entered the palace early to pay his respects to the emperor. Upon entering the royal study, he found the emperor intently gazing at a colossal map hanging on the wall. Witnessing this scene, Junimo Zhao's heart tightened, and he pondered. Could it be that the emperor truly intends to confer a title upon himself ahead of schedule? At this time, the Great Yu was experiencing a period devoid of any military conflict, and the emperor's scrutiny of the map could signify only one possibility. He was searching for suitable lands to bestow as fiefs for noble titles. As for why he might be considering conferring a title upon himself? Logically, Prince Junjian and should be the first in line for a title, as he would turn 20 this year. Junimo Shao had yet to reach the age for such honors, so it would not be his turn just yet. The emperor must have already devised plans regarding the fief for the fifth prince, yet here he was, perusing the map. What could this mean? Of course, would the emperor truly permit a prince to languish in idleness? The answer is an emphatic no. Absolutely not. Given the emperor's modus operandi, even if you were a mere pig, he would find a way to make you soar. Am I to become that flying pig? This marked the third time the emperor had raised the stakes for him. First, it was the Lu family, then the White Lotus sect, and now another title? TSK. The calculations are echoing from miles away. Junimo Shao halted his musings and respectfully bowed to the emperor, saying, "Your humble son pays his respects to his majesty." The emperor turned, casting a calm gaze upon Junimo Shao. Ah, you've arrived. No need to kneel. Please, have a seat. Junimo Shao stood up but did not take a seat. Why do you not sit? The emperor inquired, noticing Junimo Zhao's hesitation. At that moment, Junimo Shao dared not sit, fully aware that once he did, the matter of the title would likely become a foregone conclusion. Your Majesty, your son has committed offenses and seeks your punishment. Junimo Shao quickly knelt again, attempting to divert the topic. Oh, what offenses do you speak of? The emperor smiled slightly, regarding Junimo Shao with curiosity. Your son awoke yesterday and should not have delayed his visit until today. That is the first offense. Your son, relying on your grace, lingered in brothels and taverns, tarnishing the royal reputation. That is the second offense. Your son has developed feelings for an inappropriate woman. That is the third offense. I implore your Majesty to punish me. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression was one of bemusement, and he silently scoffed. Do you not know you should have come yesterday? Why wait until today, knowing it would tarnish the royal reputation? What have you been doing all these years? You have feelings for an inappropriate woman? The emperor suddenly turned his gaze toward Chenju. Seeing the emperor's attention, Chenju bowed and subtly shook his head, clearly indicating that he was unaware of the matter as well. The emperor stifled a chuckle within, realizing that this sixth prince had learned to use others as scapegoats. Naturally, the emperor could deduce Junimo Zhao's intentions. He was merely seeking a justification to refuse. Since you wish to find a scapegoat, I shall allow you to turn fiction into reality and see if you dare to play tricks on me. Which lady are you speaking of? She is the young lady of the Luo family from Wuyang County, Luo Wunyan. Upon hearing the name Wunyan, the emperor's pupils dilated slightly, and he seemed to freeze in place, as if ensnared by distant memories. While others were oblivious to the reason, Junimo Shao knew well why Situhong had named her Wunyan. The world knew the empress as Dugu Shi, yet few were aware that her true name was Dugu Wunyan. Upon hearing the name Wunyan, the emperor naturally recalled the empress Dujiu.as for Chenju. He was fully aware that the Luo family's daughter was named Luo Wunyan, but he had intentionally avoided mentioning this name during his report. Junimo Shao contemplated. This is a masterful diversion, a stroke of genius. This move is secure. He deliberately brought it up, knowing the significance of the name Wunyan and its importance in the emperor's heart. However, the emperor's next words left him astounded. Excellent. Chenju, draft an edict. I, by the will of heaven, shall govern the 13 provinces for the benefit of the people. Today, we have the young lady Luo Wunyan of the Luo family from Wuyang County, whose character is gentle and whose virtues and beauty are unparalleled. I have observed that she is a perfect match for the royal son Junimo Shao. Out of compassion, I wish to unite them in a lifelong bond. I decree that they shall be wed within 6 months, to fulfill familial duties and meet the wishes of the people. After their marriage, they are to regard each other with respect, uphold propriety, and assist the royal family in supporting the common folk. The decree is issued, and all officials, military personnel, and citizens must comply. Junimo Shao was unsure how he managed to exit the palace. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself back in his residence. Have I attempted to steal a chicken only to lose the rice? The true fool here is me. Alas, but how delightful. Upon entering his room, Junimo Shao began to meticulously review the entire affair. He understood that the emperor would undoubtedly increase his demands, yet when he witnessed the emperor examining the map, he realized the emperor was indeed planning to confer a title ahead of time. Junimo Shao was aware of the emperor's scheme to cultivate princes, encouraging them to vie with the crown prince, ultimately leading to a grand melee. The emperor was quite invested in transforming the crown prince from a mere pawn into a formidable player. What a pity, what a pity. The crown prince was utterly oblivious to the deeper intentions. Moreover, there was a demon lurking within his heart. Oh, old man, you've truly gone too far. Chapter 42. Wunyan receives the imperial edict in shock, her heart bewildered as if she has lost her soul. Junimo Zhao's choice to use Luo Wunyan as a scapegoat was deliberate, targeting the special significance of the name Wunyan to the emperor. Would the emperor suspect Luo Wunyan's identity? The answer is certainly yes. However, after conducting an investigation, the emperor would likely dismiss his doubts. After all, it had only been a few years since the empress's passing, while the name Luo Wunyan had existed for 18 years. Furthermore, a small family like the Luos could hardly be expected to know the empress's true name. Thus, to everyone else, it all seemed merely coincidental. Sidu Hong must have anticipated this as well, and the death of the empress was undoubtedly linked to him. It was an elaborate scheme spanning 18 years, and Junimo Shao had even suspected Situ Hong of having a hand in his mother's demise. After all, the arts of poison and the ailments of the soul were the domain of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Is it normal for both myself and the 8th prince to lack martial prowess? Returning to Junimo Shao, he originally intended only to divert the emperor's attention and soothe his emotions, making it difficult for the sovereign to easily broach the subject of conferring titles. By presenting a request of his own, he believed the emperor would prioritize this matter before discussing the titles. In this way, the emperor would both acknowledge his contributions and feel that he was not devoid of desires, achieving a splendid compromise. He had considered using other women as a shield, such as Shangguan Luan's daughter, Shangguan Wan'er. After all, the emperor would not easily agree to marry Shangguan Wan'er on his behalf. Firstly, it was uncertain whether Shangguan Luan would consent. Secondly, the supervisory bureau was too unique. Even if the emperor wished to make a concession, he would not use the bureau as leverage, nor could he excessively interfere with the supervisory system. If he could simply present the emperor with a conundrum, this matter would likely be resolved. The reason for using Luo Wunyan as a shield was that, should the emperor refuse, he could take the opportunity to secure her a position in the Imperial Medical Department. To his surprise, the emperor actually agreed. Alas, I have planted flowers with intent, yet they do not bloom. I have unwittingly inserted willows that flourish. I have unwittingly brought about my own downfall. The emperor has turned the tables on me. I am truly in awe of this cunning old fox. Junimo Shao believed the emperor would never acquiesce to Luo Wunyan's request. Firstly, he was still betrothed to Lu Ruyin. How could the emperor possibly agree? Secondly, the Luo family was merely a minor clan. It was a rare occurrence in reality for a prince to marry a woman from such a family, a scenario more fitting for a novel. Thirdly, the name Wunyan was too sensitive for the emperor to approve. What a joke! If I cannot comprehend it, why dwell on it? I shall simply inquire with the heroine later. Why waste my mental faculties? A storm is approaching. I must gather my garments. My little Luo Ishian, you cannot escape the grasp of this demon king. Heh. While Junimo Shao spoke thus, his heart harbored different thoughts, preparing to face the heroine's vengeance. At that moment, he seemed to hear Luo Wunyan declaring, I have returned home. Everything that belongs to me this time, I shall reclaim in full. At noon, 3 eunuchs entered the 6th prince's residence, their movements resembling 3 little penguins waddling about. The leading eunuch held a bright yellow imperial edict, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, while the 2 following closely behind resembled a pair of eager shadows. Wu Ming entered from outside. Your Highness, someone has arrived from the palace. If someone were to ask Junimo Shao at that moment, if murder were not a crime, whom would you wish to kill first? The answer would be that he was currently hiding under the bedclothes. I understand. After speaking, he rose from the bed, donned his shoes, and stepped out of the room. Upon reaching the hall, the 3 eunuchs awaited him, the same trio who had previously delivered the edict. Your Highness, please receive the edict. Junimo Shao was already well acquainted with the process of receiving edicts, especially since he had heard the contents before. Thus, he knew precisely how to proceed. Before long, the edict was read aloud, and Junimo Shao accepted it. Congratulations, Your Highness. Best wishes, Your Highness. The 3 continued to offer their congratulations, and Junimo Shao understood their intentions. Unlike the last time, he now produced 3 red envelopes containing 100 taels each, handing them to the 3 eunuchs. The leading eunuch's eyes instantly sparkled, his high-pitched voice brimming with excitement. Thank you, 6th Prince, for your generous gift. He hurriedly reached out to accept the envelopes, his hands trembling with anticipation, realizing the weight of the envelopes, likely thinking, this is truly a stroke of luck. The other 2 eunuchs, witnessing this, quickly bent their bodies in gratitude, their faces alight with barely contained joy, as if to say, what a lucrative windfall. They clutched the envelopes tightly in their hands. The 3 eunuchs exchanged glances, each seeing satisfaction and pride reflected in the other's eyes, resembling 3 little mice that had pilfered oil. They bowed deeply once more to the 6th prince, and the leading eunuch said, Your Highness is exceedingly generous. We are profoundly grateful and shall ensure your virtues are widely proclaimed. There is no need for that. The 3 of you have traveled far. Your efforts are appreciated, Junimo Shao replied. At this moment, The leading eunuch understood Junimo Zhao's meaning all too well. Your Highness, we must also convey the edict to Miss Luo.as for the envoy to Wuyang County. They have already set out. They are likely to arrive by tomorrow. Might you have any instructions for us to relay? This indicated to Junimo Zhao that the three would not be traveling to Wuyang County, as there was another group assigned to that task. Junimo Zhao retreated to his room, shortly returning with a note for the leading eunuch. I apologize for the trouble, Your Excellency. Once the instructions were conveyed, the three eunuchs took their leave. In the capital, within an inn, Luo Wunyan was leisurely savoring tea when she suddenly heard a sharp voice call out. Where is Luo Wunyan? His Majesty has an edict. Lifting her gaze, she saw the three eunuchs in palace attire stepping into the inn. A jolt of alarm coursed through her, but she could only rise, smoothing her azure silk skirt, inwardly lamenting. Here I am, sitting at home, yet the edict descends from the heavens. I am caught in the crossfire. Are you Miss Luo Wunyan? The leading eunuch inquired. Indeed, I am, she replied. Miss Luo, please receive the edict. Dazed, Luo Wunyan performed a salute toward the edict. The leading eunuch unfurled the decree, his sharp voice resonating within the inn, piercing the air like an arrow. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, today, the young lady of the Luo family from Wuyang County, Luo Wunyan, is deemed a perfect match with Prince Junimo Zhao. The emperor, filled with benevolence, wishes to forge a beautiful union and bestows upon Luo Wunyan the privilege of marrying Junimo Zhao for a lifetime. Furthermore, they are to wed within 6 months to fulfill the heavenly principles and meet the desires of the people. As Luo Wunyan listened to the marriage decree, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. The tranquility she had enjoyed while sipping tea was shattered, and her mind involuntarily echoed the lines. How much sorrow can one endure? It flows eastward like a river in spring. Everything around her seemed to blur, with only the eunuch's voice reverberating in her ears. Once the leading eunuch finished reading, Luo Wunyan slowly knelt, mechanically responding, I accept the edict. At that moment, she felt as though her soul had been extracted, leaving only a shell to mechanically confront the situation. The eunuch continued to speak, yet she felt as though she had gone deaf, only observing the leading eunuch's mouth moving. Miss Luo? Miss Luo? Hearing the eunuch's call snapped her back to reality. The leading eunuch produced a piece of paper from his robe and handed it to Luo Wunyan. Miss Luo, this is a message from the 6th prince for you. Luo Wunyan accepted the note, intending to retrieve silver coins from her pouch, but was stopped by the leading eunuch. There is no need for that, Miss Luo. The 6th prince has already provided a reward. I must return to the palace to report. With that, the leading eunuch departed with the other two. Once the eunuchs had left, discussions erupted on the street. A young woman exclaimed, Wow, I envy that Luo Wunyan, for she has become the 6th prince's consort. A vegetable vendor chimed in. What use is it to envy others? Look at Miss Luo. She has both grace and beauty. What do you have? I could cry. Woe is me, another added. Oh, have you forgotten that the 6th prince still has a fiancée? You mean the Lu family's young lady? Didn't she break the engagement? Ah, you old woman, what do you know? That marriage decree is still valid. How could it possibly be rescinded? So, does this mean our 6th prince has 2 consorts? Huh. Yes, why would there be 2 consorts? Never mind that. Didn't you see the edict for Miss Luo states they must marry within 6 months? Do you think Miss Luo might also break her engagement? Listening to the chatter along the roadside, Luo Wunyan felt a wave of frustration and retreated to her room. Contemplating the sudden marriage decree and the uncertain future, she felt like a pawn in a game of chess, powerless in her circumstances. Yet, she understood that the situation had reached this point, and she could only take it step by step. Perhaps this was a form of fate's arrangement. Just as the saying goes, when the mountains are heavy and waters are deep, a path may still reveal itself amid the shadows of willows and blossoms. Perhaps a new opportunity awaited her. She gathered her emotions, preparing to face the impending circumstances, for life must continue. She could not allow this unexpected bombshell to overwhelm her. With that thought, Luo Wunyan opened the note, which read, The world speaks of misunderstandings that are hard to resolve, intentions deeply hidden within the heart. Like stars obscured in the dark night, not all are as they seem for you. Upon reading the contents of the note, her expression froze, disbelief evident in her eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her lips instinctively pressed together. she finally spoke. Junimo Xiao, you have gone too far. Chapter 43. The original host has perished, and you have chosen Ru Yin. This is a seemingly splendid yet genuinely troublesome misunderstanding. The poem penned by Junimo Xiao conveys a message as obvious as lice on a balding head. It is meant to inform Luo Wunyin that this affair was not of my intention. It must be said that Junimo Xiao's desperate maneuver is akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. Indeed, the jester is none other than myself. Junimo Xiao perhaps does not fully comprehend the intricate nature of women. It is essential to recognize that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. She is a paradoxical amalgamation. If one were to declare her a pig, she would certainly bristle with indignation. Yet if one were to affectionately call her little pig, she would beam with delight. Call her foolish, and she would become incensed. Yet, label her a little silly, and her spirits would soar. Even if a woman endures 7 days of bloodshed each month, she can remain as resilient as a warrior. When a woman becomes earnest, her imagination flourishes, rivaling even Van Gogh. When she seeks to provoke, her intellect soars, nearly matching that of Einstein. Junimo Xiao initially believed that an explanation to Luo Wunyin would mitigate the misunderstandings between them. However, could events truly unfold as he envisioned? Luo Wunyin had already resolved to bow to fate, for this was a decree of marriage bestowed by the emperor, a command that could not be defied. Unlike Lu Ruyin, who was ensnared by romantic notions, she is a woman of wisdom. In terms of her own prowess and her family's influence, they are but eggs against a stone when compared to the imperial family. Even to shield the Luo family from implications, she would not openly resist. After all, those who understand the times are truly remarkable. To be born of humble origins is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true heroine. Moreover, she harbors a genuine fondness for Junimo Xiao. Otherwise, her demeanor would not reflect such complexity. Yet now, due to a single poem, her fighting spirit has been reignited. To her, the message of the poem conveyed a sense of disdain. Should Junimo Xiao become aware of Luo Wunyin's interpretation, he would likely exclaim, "Enough already, please spare me," while internally lamenting. Before outsiders, she is a frosty queen. Before family, a sweet little bunny. Before friends, she is unhinged, and before her close confidants, a rogue. At this moment, Junimo Xiao resembles a white pot covered by a black lid, forever tainted despite his attempts to cleanse himself. This ensures that for a considerable time, the two shall engage in mutual conflict once more. Luo Wunyin can only silently lament. I have laid my heart bare, yet you choose to stab me further. The potential for their cosmic confrontation remains uncertain. Yet the turmoil surrounding the marriage decree continues to escalate. The Lu family. Ever since the emperor pronounced the marriage decree, Lu Zhengnan has sat in his study for an extended period. The emperor has reallocated a marriage for Junimo Xiao while not rescinding the engagement to Lu Ruyin, which appears peculiarly bizarre. Yet Lu Zhengnan is acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Lu Ruyin's fate is now sealed, and she has met her doom. At this moment, Lu Zhengnan is filled with regret, lamenting his indulgence towards Lu Ruyin. However, he finds himself powerless to amend the situation. He has attempted to rectify it, yet Junimo Xiao has propelled the Lu family toward the abyss. The marriage decree bestowed upon the Lu family now hangs like a sword over their heads, poised to fall at any moment. The only entities capable of wielding this sword are the emperor and Junimo Xiao. As long as the decree remains unrescinded and the emperor reigns, Lu Ruyin shall have no hope of marriage, and the Lu family shall remain in the shadows. Before the Lu family lie only two choices. First, to act as though nothing has transpired, beseeching Junimo Xiao to marry Lu Ruyin. Second, to maintain the status quo and bide their time. It must be said that Lu Zhengnan now finds himself precariously walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Akin to a city gate ablaze, inadvertently ensnaring innocent bystanders. But, are there truly innocent parties in this world? Not necessarily. Those close at hand must possess their share of blame, and those who are blameworthy must endure their share of sorrow. Indeed, the emperor's grace is as thin as paper, requiring no hatred for artistry. Chang'e ought to regret her theft of the elixir, as her heart aches beneath the azure sky each night. Regret comes too late. No one will wait for you at the station. The path Lu Ruyin has chosen must be traversed, even if it means crawling on her knees. should Junimo Shao discover that his former prospective father-in-law is currently in such turmoil. He would undoubtedly quip, "Stop struggling. While the emperor reigns, anything your Lu family does will be deemed incorrect." Lu Ruyin ought to reflect deeply and grasp the meaning of unyielding imperial proclamations. Ultimately, the root of all these issues lies in power. Were the Lu family to possess a formidable ally, akin to an entity of the earthly profound realm, perhaps the emperor would occasionally weigh his options. As long as the benefits were substantial enough for negotiation. Just as Lu Zhengnan wrestles with his inner turmoil, Lu Ruyin enters. "Are you Yin? You have arrived. Father, are you troubled by the matter of the sixth prince?" Lu Ruyin inquires. Following the proclamation of the decree today, she is fully aware of the situation. She also realizes that she has become a hot topic in the imperial capital, making headlines today. The emperor has not rescinded the decree concerning her, mandating that Luo Wunyin must marry within 6 months. 6 months, is it not the very interval since her own engagement was annulled? Since the events that transpired last time, Lu Ruyin has long lost her former arrogance. Although the king of Chu promised to assist her in annulling the engagement, he has since vanished as if he never existed, leaving her unable to reach him. The once unwavering vows now resemble mere bubbles, easily burst, and at this juncture, she finally comprehends that she has merely been a tool for others' exploitation. "Ruyin, your father does not wish for you to marry the sixth prince. Yet the decree stands, and our Lu family is left powerless." Lu Zhengnan states with a face full of helplessness. "Father, I am willing to marry." Lu Ruyin replies resolutely. Lu Zhengnan's eyes widen in astonishment as he exclaims, "What did you say? Were you not vehemently opposed to this marriage before?" Lu Ruyin takes a deep breath and slowly articulates, "This moment is not the same as the last. After enduring so much, I have come to understand that relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Since I cannot change the current situation, I must accept reality. Regrettably, comprehending this now is far too late. As the old adage goes, once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. After a change of heart, trust is hard to regain. Some opportunities, once missed, can never be reclaimed. The original host has perished, and you have chosen Ru Yin. The demise of the Lu family is certain. The king of Chu cannot be retained, as Junimo Shao has stated. Chapter 44. Lu Yan's dream dissolves into an illusion, while the king of Chu proves to be a talentless fool. Junimo Shao sits in a chair, cradling a cup of tea, his brow furrowed, and a hint of perplexity in his gaze. He is unaware of the internal affairs of the Lu family. Yet he harbors suspicions regarding the emperor's subsequent decree. This world is peculiar. Imperial authority is not absolute, yet the emperor's will cannot be dismissed lightly. Once a decree is issued, it is nearly impossible to alter. Naturally, the Lu family's weakness contributes to this predicament. Were they a powerful clan, the decree would have been rescinded, and no marriage would have been arranged. He squints slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. And the mockery within him intensifies, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of derision. The king of Chu offers you a few cheap oaths, worth less than a few hundred coins in a month. What sort of gamble is Lu Ruyin engaging in? He muses inwardly in his mind. The image of Lu Ruyan's actions to annul the engagement emerges, an affront to the emperor, undermining the dignity of the royal family. Is this not a case of digging one's own grave? However, the emperor's actions are enigmatic, each step laden with profound intentions. Is he attempting to coerce the Lu family into rebellion, thereby justifying their eradication? Or does he wish for the Lu family to align with a particular prince? The balance of power within the court is of utmost concern to the emperor. Does the Lu family believe they can remain aloof? Such notions are mere fantasies. As Junimo Shao contemplates, disdain fills his eyes, his lips curling in a sneer, arms crossed, bearing an expression of clarity regarding the entire situation. At this moment, Junimo Zhao's persona can be encapsulated in a poem. With the universe in hand, the ages are determined, the sun and moon illuminate all creation. The waves of the seas are guided by my will, the winds and storms are judged by my heart. Strategies are but mist, easily dispelled. The affairs of the world are but smoke, easily cleared. To master the cosmos is to be my domain. To traverse the heavens and earth is to follow my path. As for Lu Ruyin, a complex sentiment stirs within Junimo Shao. In the original narrative, the original host's fate was fraught due to her, leading to his demise. He has no desire to meet a similarly tragic end. Though I harbor no feelings for you, Lu Ru Yin, the prospect of marrying you is a resounding no, an absolute impossibility. How shall I enact punishment? He finds himself mired in contemplation. Truth be told, when he traversed into this realm, the original host was on the brink of consuming his last meal, and he acquired only fragmented memories, devoid of any emotional resonance. This presents a conundrum. His impressions of Lu Ru Yin stem solely from the original narrative, leaving him utterly indifferent to the Lu Ru Yin of reality. Could it be that I am a saint? Such a venomous female antagonist deserves to be vanquished, yet why do I lack such thoughts? Should I kill her, inflict humiliation before the act? Or, akin to the original host, marry her and let her pursue her own love? At this thought, Junimo Shao involuntarily shudders, feeling a wave of coldness wash over him. Since I shall not take her life, yet despise her, alas, I can only ignore her. However, should she attempt to play her tricks on me, let her meet her demise. Indeed, you have chosen Ru Yin. In his heart, he made a resolute decision, no longer dwelling on Lu Ru Yin, but instead recalling the figure of King Chu behind her. Tio Jun Ma Xiao, King Chu was nothing more than a worthless individual, arrogant and selfish. Without the assistance of Ouyang Yao, what achievements could King Chu possibly claim? Yet, the Ouyang family and Ouyang Yao were ultimately cast aside by him. Lu Ru Yin, in her attempts to flaunt herself before King Chu, truly believed herself to be exceptional? In the end, was she not the one who met the most tragic fate? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of the King Chu's residence. Inwardly scoffing, King Chu? Ha! He merely married a good wife. Humph! A man of incompetence, relying entirely on the support of the virtuous. With this realization, a deep envy filled his eyes, for Ouyang Yao was indeed a remarkable woman. Alas! If only someone in future generations could wed a woman like Ouyang Yao.it, would likely cause his ancestors to awaken from their slumber, rising to congratulate him, while adding, one should marry a wife akin to Ouyang Yao, whose virtues illuminate the household. His heart sighed once more. Alas! No, I am a man with a heroine for a wife. Why should I envy King Chu? Have I lost my senses? Have I left my mind on the ground? Suddenly, Jun Ma Xiao's expression turned melancholic, not for any other reason, but because the original text mentioned 10 women. 10 women, aside from Lu Ruyan, were no ordinary characters. They were not only intelligent but also as treacherous as serpents. Once the opportunity arose, they would reveal their fangs. In just 2 years, they would take the stage of political intrigue and contention. He rubbed his temples in frustration, furrowing his brow, and briefly closed his eyes. As if that might alleviate his headache, he sighed helplessly, his mouth downturned, inwardly lamenting. These women are as troublesome as fox spirits cultivated over a millennium, full of schemes. Have I unwittingly entered the lair of a female demon? Forget it. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. With a heroine as my wife, what need do I have for such mental exertion? Regarding the emperor's decree of marriage between himself and Luo Wunyan, he had his own speculations. The emperor's actions were never impulsive. Every decision was calculated. Jun Ma Xiao was well aware that it was a trap, yet he willingly stepped into it. After all, Luo Wunyan held a unique allure for him. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and his lips involuntarily curled upwards, his gaze softening. The emperor's decree of marriage, the name Wunyan carried profound significance. It was something the emperor cherished deeply, and he understood the underlying implications as vast as the abyss. With Luo Wunyan healing him, the emperor's decree of marriage would publicly demonstrate his benevolence. The name Wunyan bestowed upon him was akin to an invisible crown, granting him a unique status amid the tumultuous circumstances. This signaled to the other princes, as if the emperor were saying, "Sixth prince, I have high hopes for you." Contemplating this, Jun Ma Xiao's lips curved into a smile, his eyes sparkling with light, inwardly conjecturing. This profession of a little healer is likely to become quite popular. The prince's residence will surely be in an uproar over this matter. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation for the forthcoming changes in the situation. In the East Palace, the crown prince sat in the main seat, his countenance grim, brows tightly knitted, his gaze sweeping over those below like a blade. A flicker of anger glimmering in his eyes, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. He was exceedingly concerned about the emperor's decree of marriage, secretly speculating, "Is this a test from my father? Or has my father already favored another prince?" His hands gripped the armrests tightly, knuckles turning white, his expression revealing tension and anxiety. He desperately sought a way to find solace, his lips trembling slightly while he endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. Coldly, he commanded, "Speak." To the left and right of the hall sat some of the crown prince's advisors and supporters, each wearing a frown. Upon hearing the crown prince's command, one individual stood up. He bowed slightly, confidently stating, "Your Highness, I believe there is no need for concern. That woman is merely the daughter of a small family, posing no threat." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, confidence sparkling in his eyes as he calculated that the sixth prince posed no threat, and that this woman could stir no waves. Moreover, the sixth prince was incapable of cultivation. He puffed out his chest, convinced his analysis was sound. Another person stood up in agreement. "Your Highness, I too believe that Lord Chai's words are most astute. There is no cause for worry, for the sixth prince's inability to cultivate poses no threat to your Highness." As he spoke, he cast a flattering glance at the crown prince, a smile of ingratiation dancing on his lips, secretly grateful for the opportunity to align himself with Lord Chai, thus demonstrating his loyalty. Following this, the crowd engaged in back-and-forth exchanges, each appearing as an unparalleled strategist, save for one exception. The crown prince's sharp gaze settled on Dongfang Shuo, the chief strategist, who usually provided unique insights but remained silent today. He raised an eyebrow, dissatisfaction and confusion evident in his eyes. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his stare on Dongfang Shuo, speaking in a low voice. "Dongfang, why are you so silent today?" Chapter 45. The Impetuous Little Ball. Jun Wudao. Dongfang Shuo pondered briefly, his brow furrowing, his gaze piercing. Every decision made by the emperor held profound significance, yet the essence remained elusive to him. He slightly bowed, his expression respectful, clasping his hands in response. "Your Highness, do not fret. Allow me a moment to ponder." His demeanor was solemn, left hand resting behind his back, right hand slightly raised, gazing into the distance while gently rubbing his right fingers. Speaking to himself, the name Wunyan is indeed of great nobility. His Majesty's actions must carry intentions of support, as well as a subtle pressure upon your Highness. Secondly, His Majesty has yet to reach a conclusion regarding the daughter of the Liu family, perhaps harboring ulterior motives against them. Thirdly, this could be His Majesty's way of projecting an image to the outside world, as if to say, "Any who contribute to the imperial family and the empire will be duly rewarded." Having finished his explanation, he turned his gaze towards the crown prince, inquiring, "Your Highness, do you know what cultivation level this new sixth prince's consort possesses?" "I have already instructed someone to investigate. She is at the pinnacle of the 9th rank." The crown prince asserted with authority, "Fear not, it will not be long before she surpasses the 9th rank and becomes extraordinary." Dongfang Shuo replied earnestly, confidence evident in his tone. Seeing the crown prince's gaze upon him, Dongfang Shuo elucidated, "Your Highness, henceforth, the sixth prince's consort will represent him." At the Chu king's residence, King Chu lounged carelessly in his chair, his heart ablaze with an unquenchable fire. He thought to himself, that useless sixth prince. Why does he deserve the emperor's favor? How could the emperor bestow a woman bearing the name of my mother upon him? This is nothing short of an insult to my mother. In my view, she should be killed. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his fury growing uncontrollably like wild grass. He believed himself to be the most outstanding prince. The emperor should grant all benefits to him. I shall see what is so special about this woman named Luo Wunyan. The intertwining of curiosity and rage in King Chu's heart made him eager to meet this Luo Wunyan. King Chu rose to his feet, striding purposefully out of the room, calling for his attendants and guards with urgency in his voice. "Come with me to see Luo Wunyan." A throng of people surged forth, ready to step out of the Chu king's residence. "Why, lord, you must not." A sharp female voice suddenly rang out. King Chu was startled by the voice, his anger igniting further. Frowning, he turned to the speaker, inwardly pondering, "Who dares to block my path?" Upon recognizing the visitor, his frown deepened as he asked, "My dear consort, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than the Chu princess, Ouyang Yao. She gazed at King Chu with deep affection, her heart filled with helplessness. Sighing inwardly, "How can my lord be so impulsive? Does he not realize the trouble this will bring him?" Ouyang Yao looked at King Chu, forcing a smile onto her face as she said, "My lord, no matter the anger, what purpose does it serve to go now? Do you truly believe you can kill Luo Wunyan? Furthermore, has my lord forgotten the earlier decree of marriage? It would surely lead to the emperor's wrath if you were to go now, my lord. Heed my counsel and return." Upon hearing Ouyang Yao's words, King Chu's fury intensified. Feeling as though his dignity had been challenged, he thought, "This bothersome woman talks too much. Does she wish to embarrass me in front of everyone? Why does she not mind her own business as the Chu princess?" King Chu replied, "What do you mean, my consort? That woman has appropriated my mother's name. This is a grave disrespect to her, as her son. Is it not my duty to investigate?" Ouyang Yao, upon hearing King Chu's words, felt her head spin. Despite her confusion over his recent behavior, she had not anticipated that he would be so irrational. "What is wrong with my lord? Has he been possessed? Why is he acting so recklessly?" Ouyang Yao pondered to herself. Observing King Chu's stubborn expression, she realized that simple persuasion would likely prove ineffective. Thus, she raised her voice. "My lord, if you truly go to see that woman today, I fear you may find yourself demoted to a commoner by tomorrow." When Ouyang Ruo uttered those words, a sense of helplessness welled up within her. She understood that perhaps, at this moment, only such venomous language could bring the Chu Wang to a semblance of calm. Upon hearing her words, the Chu Wang's heart jolted violently. His brows knitted tightly together, as if they could tie into a knot, and his eyes blazed with an inferno of anger, nearly bursting forth. Yet he forcibly suppressed it. Internally, he was gripped by fear. Acutely aware that Ouyang Ruo's words were not without merit, in that moment, he was ensnared in a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, his rage. On the other, the potentially grave consequences he might face. His lips were pressed tightly together, the corners turned down slightly, and the muscles in his jaw bulged, akin to a wild beast trapped and yearning to struggle, yet too fearful to make a rash move. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in heavy gasps, each inhalation resembling a fierce battle between his simmering anger and his trepidation. After a moment of standing there, the Chu Wang, resembling a deflated balloon, waved the crowd away and retreated into his chambers. Ouyang Ruo gazed at the retreating figure of the Chu Wang, her brows arching slightly, her eyes harboring a blend of helplessness and sorrow. The dissatisfaction within her nearly spilling over, yet she forced herself to hold it back. She pondered when the prince might finally gain some understanding. A bitter smile graced her lips, laden with resignation towards the Chu Wang's arrogance and hubris. Her hands unconsciously twisted at the hem of her garment, fingers tightly entwined in the fabric, the silk crumpling under her grip. The Chu Wang's consort, her fate was irrevocably intertwined with his. Thus she followed him into the room in the original narrative. While the Chu Wang was indeed proud and arrogant, cruel and ungrateful, driven by small gains while forgetting greater loyalties, he had not yet descended to such depths. The current Chu Wang was nothing short of a tempestuous little prince. It is noteworthy that the original text depicted 8 princes, each with their own distinct personalities, and the Chu Wang was the most exceptional among them. The crown prince, Jun Shengqian, the Chu Wang, Jun Wudao, the third prince, Jun Yixian, the fourth, Jun Jianxi, the fifth, Jun Jianan, the sixth, Jun Ma Xiao, the seventh, Jun Jingbian, and the eighth, Jun Zhangwen. Each character's personality was starkly different, and one could say that each was aptly named. Returning to the heart of the matter, within the confines of the room, the prince queried, "Wang Fei, why did you obstruct me just now?" Ouyang Ruo regarded the familiar figure before her, yet he felt strikingly alien at this moment. Had he indulged in a few more peanuts, he would not have uttered such words. "Wang Yi, does His Majesty know of this matter? Why not take this woman into the harem? Why has His Majesty specifically arranged a marriage for her?" Furthermore, had the Chu Wang forgotten that Luo Wunyan was currently the betrothed of the 6th prince? As she spoke, Ouyang Ruo's tone turned slightly frigid, and after finishing, she turned to leave the room, the latter part of her statement lingering unspoken, whether he intended to snatch away another's fiancé once more. Yet she ultimately refrained, for she was well aware of the situation between the Chu Wang and Lu Ruyan, and a flicker of anger ignited within her. Despite the era's acceptance of men taking multiple wives, What woman would willingly resign herself to such a fate? It was merely an acquiescence to the pressures of the times. Moreover, even the emperor had only a handful of consorts. The crown prince had but one primary wife and two secondary wives. Yet the Chu Wang, he already had her as his primary consort. Not to mention two secondary wives, 6 favored consorts, and 10 attendants. Ouyang Ruo, at this moment, felt an undercurrent of resentment towards Lu Ruyan. After all, it was only after Lu Ruyan's arrival that the Chu Wang had transformed into his current self. To her, Lu Ruyan, though beautiful, was capable of breaking off an engagement with the prince. Such actions could not merely be judged by appearances, but rather indicated a lack of substance and a penchant for self-destruction. Who could say if Lu Ruyan was a harbinger of misfortune, influencing the Chu Wang? Otherwise, how could such a dignified prince behave in such a manner? Were Jun Maxiao present, he might quip, "Second brother, have you been afflicted by a dimming aura of intelligence? You ought to learn to gauge your own worth, handsome. For beauty is ubiquitous, but an intriguing soul is rare indeed." Heh heh heh. It is often said that marrying the wrong wife can ruin 3 generations. And this adage bears its truth, however. It seems the situation has deviated from the expected course point. One could only wonder if Lu Ruyan had suddenly awakened some extraordinary quality, for the current emperor was no longer the Lu Ruyan of yore. Perhaps she had absorbed the essence of the Chu Wang's intellect or matured through her experiences. Chapter 46. It is time to unveil true prowess. Wu Ming, please invite Miss Luo to the manor. Tell her I have matters to discuss, Jun Maxiao instructed Wu Ming. After Wu Ming departed, he stood by the lotus lake, gazing at the blooming lotuses, whispering softly, what could the emperor possibly mean? Just moments ago, he discovered that the members of the Shadow Guard had been recalled. Ordinarily, the Shadow Guard, being the emperor's special intelligence agency, would not depart without the emperor's directive. Jun Maxiao pondered, his brow furrowing tightly. While this matter seemed trivial, it was riddled with inconsistencies that left him perplexed. Naturally, he had several hypotheses, yet summoning Luo Wunyan was primarily a desire to see her. After all, he had long harbored intentions towards the female lead, Luo Wunyan. Who wouldn't adore a woman as enchanting as the goddess of willow? Heh heh heh. As Luo Wunyan stepped into the prince's garden, her gaze was instantly drawn to Jun Maxiao. Standing by the lake, with his back to her, he appeared somewhat desolate, while the lotuses in the water bloomed quietly, a gentle breeze carrying their fragrance. Luo Wunyan gracefully approached Jun Maxiao. Upon hearing her footsteps, he stiffened slightly but did not turn around. Luo Wunyan followed his gaze to the lotuses, their pink petals glistening vividly against the green leaves. In that moment, Luo Wunyan's heart was awash with complex emotions. She recalled that letter and the hurtful words within, leading her to believe that Jun Maxiao viewed her with disdain. Jun Maxiao stole a furtive glance at Luo Wunyan and, upon seeing her tightly pressed lips and slightly sorrowful eyes, felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. His brows knitted together in confusion. What has happened to my willow goddess today? Why this expression of deep sorrow? He opened his mouth, yet found that his throat felt constricted, unable to articulate a single word. Luo Wunyan clenched her hands within her sleeves, her fingers instinctively gripping the embroidered cuffs, as if seeking strength from them. Taking a deep breath, she broke the silence first. Your Highness, do you see these lotuses? They bloom so beautifully, much like myself. While it seems fortunate to have entered this prince's manor. In truth, Luo Wunyan paused, continuing, in truth, it is merely an illusion, a facade, for I am not cherished here. After speaking, she gently bit her lower lip. Jun Maxiao's heart tightened at her words, as though an invisible hand had seized him. He looked at Luo Wunyan, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? Is there some misunderstanding? Luo Wunyan smiled sadly, her expression rife with self-mockery. Misunderstanding? Your Highness, the words on that letter were clear as day. Though I may not be the brightest, I can comprehend. Her gaze bore a hint of defiance as she looked directly at Jun Maxiao. Upon hearing this, Jun Maxiao was utterly perplexed, and he began to meticulously recall the content of that poem. Indeed, its essence was to convey that such sentiments were not my true intention. Was there a misunderstanding? Otherwise, why would Luo Wunyan react in such a manner? It could only be said that he had underestimated the complexity of a woman's reasoning. And the most crucial point was that the current Luo Wunyan was not the Luo Wunyan of 10 years hence. He had overly projected the character of the female lead, assuming that the present Luo Wunyan mirrored the composed, profound, decisive, and wise woman she would become. Yet he had forgotten that the present female lead was merely 18, sensitive to matters of the heart. In Luo Wunyan's eyes, the emperor had already arranged a marriage. When one states that it is not their intention, it implies that they look down upon me, does it not? What fault do I possess? If this is not disdain, what is it? Jun Maxiao's face flushed crimson. He paced back and forth anxiously, his boots thudding against the wooden floor of the pavilion, producing a dull sound. That letter does not convey what you think it does. His voice trembled with a hint of panic. Yet he was at a loss for how to clarify, understanding the underlying cause and lamenting. Truly, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. A straight man is forever a riddle, pricking when one seeks to grasp it and piercing the heart when one lets it slip. The air around them seemed to freeze, with only the lotuses swaying gently in the breeze, silently narrating the misunderstandings and entanglements between the two. In that moment, Jun Maxiao yearned to plunge into the lake before him. I am at my wit's end, feeling a profound disconnect from this world. Perhaps it would be better for me to vanish entirely, to cease existing in this place. I feel utterly disenchanted, as if love may never bloom again. Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Standing by the lotus lake, Luo Wunyan's demeanor exuded a sense of detachment. Jun Maxiao realized that the misunderstanding wrought by that letter had erected an insurmountable chasm between them. Any explanation would only lead to endless entanglement. After exhaling heavily, he recognized that this could not continue. Drawing upon his decade of experience as a bookworm, he instinctively knew what needed to be done. Taking a deep breath, he appeared to summon great resolve. It is time to unleash my true skills. Suddenly, Jun Maxiao stepped forward with a swift motion, his arm extending rapidly to encircle Luo Wunyan's slender waist. Before Luo Wunyan could react, Jun Maxiao's face was abruptly close. And immediately after, his lips pressed firmly against hers. Luo Wunyan's eyes widened in astonishment and shyness. Her body stiffened momentarily, her mind blank. The unfamiliar sensation and intimate gesture left her utterly flustered. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the fiery glow of a sunset. Jun Maxiao held her tightly, feeling her trembling, his heart brimming with tenderness and urgency. He hoped this audacious act would convey his genuine feelings to Luo Wunyan. After a brief moment, Jun Maxiao slowly released her. Luo Wunyan stumbled back a few steps, resembling a startled deer. Her lips quivered slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, uncertain whether it stemmed from embarrassment or emotion. Jun Maxiao gazed at her, his eyes burning with intensity and determination. Wunyan, you have misunderstood that letter. My feelings for you have never wavered. This is my true heart. I, Jun Maxiao, may not be a good man, but from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell for you. You know my uniqueness. To me, all pretense is in vain. Luo Wunyan raised her hand to gently touch her lips, her gaze still carrying a hint of panic, yet beneath that turmoil, a different emotion seemed to quietly blossom. She bit her lower lip, and after a long while, she finally spoke. Jun Maxiao. This is far too reckless. Though her tone carried a hint of reproach, it lacked the previous coldness. At that moment, the lotus flowers in the lake seemed disturbed by the scene, the gentle breeze causing the lotus leaves to sway lightly. As if sighing for the complex emotions between the two. However, they appear to have forgotten that a third person was present behind them. Wu Ming stood silently to the side, witnessing the kiss between Jun Maxiao and Luo Wunyan, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Someone's jaw just dropped. Chapter 47. As long as I don't suffer social death, the one who does will be others. Wu Ming stood like a silent tree, quietly observing the changes of the world around him. At this moment, however, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Jun Maxiao and Luo Wunyan, who had audaciously kissed by the lotus lake. A complex expression instantly spread across Wu Ming's face. His eyes widened slightly, filled with surprise, as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Upon noticing Wu Ming's gaze, Jun Maxiao momentarily felt flustered. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. As if everything was under his control, he mused to himself. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the one who feels awkward is others. I lack morals, thus I cannot be shackled by them. This was undeniably a perfect embodiment of as long as I don't suffer social death, the one who does will be others. In stark contrast, Luo Wunyin's face immediately turned crimson, the flush akin to a blazing flame, rapidly spreading from her cheeks to her ears as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. The shyness and reproach in her eyes were swiftly replaced by fear and frustration. She resembled a frightened rabbit. Instantly leaping away from Junimo, shy in her heart, a wave of shame surged forth. She had never anticipated that such a private moment would be witnessed by another. At that moment, she felt as though the embarrassment could make her dig her toes into the ground for a 3-room apartment. Observing this, Junimo Xiao couldn't resist teasing her. When you get shy, you resemble a little turtle retreating into its shell, afraid to poke its head out. Upon hearing his playful jab, Luo Wunyin couldn't help but scoff, casting Junimo Xiao a significant eye roll. Junimo Xiao, witnessing this, felt a surge of admiration. You truly are a treasure of a girl. Your fleeting smile is like a sweet plum sauce, making you shy enough to dig your toes into the ground. The spring mountains conceal their shyness in silence. The deep emotions are hard to articulate before others. When encountering a gentleman, one desires to speak but lowers their head to smile. As a jade hairpin falls into the water, Luo Wunyin's lips trembled like delicate petals swaying in the gentle breeze, betraying her inner unease and confusion. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her skin like white snow. Her waist akin to a slender silk ribbon, her teeth like hidden pearls. Such descriptions of Luo Wunyin were perfectly fitting. However, she remained unaware that at this moment, Junimo Xiao had already been captivated by her. M3, you know what I mean. Simultaneously, Junimo Xiao became aware of a pressing issue. He needed to completely liberate himself from the original narrative, refraining from viewing matters through the lens of the original text. Life is unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapping around a small one. After all, people are bound to change. Haven't you noticed how those who used to send red envelopes to their girlfriends have shifted from 520 to 520? With changes in environment and experience, no one can predict how the characters in the original story will evolve a decade from now. Just like Luo Wunyin, she too might transform into someone entirely different, perhaps even becoming a virtuous wife devoted to her family. My girl is simply delightful. If she can change, what about others? For instance, the emperor, Lu Ruyin, or even the crown prince, and indeed, others as well. At this moment, Junimo Xiao felt a profound calmness, accompanied by a sense of urgency. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyin had already undergone a complete transformation, evolving from a naive sweetheart to a woman of clarity. In the future, she might even be referred to as Nuhulu Ruyin. She had transitioned from once having traversed the vast seas, no water can compare, except for the clouds of Wushan, to despite countless trials. I remain steadfast, regardless of the winds from the east, west, south, or north. This was undoubtedly the rhythm of tenfold strength in darkness, diminished threefold in purity. Turning back, Junimo Xiao instructed Wu Ming, be vigilant of our surroundings. Although the hidden guards had been withdrawn, Junimo Xiao dared not let his guard down. After all, caution begets longevity, and the disintegration of a spaceship could merely be due to a loosened screw. Glancing at Luo Wunyin, Junimo Xiao said, that day, I intended to secure an official position for you, but my father directly arranged a marriage. I clearly see the schemes at play. Yet you have borne the brunt of it. After speaking, he reached out to grasp Luo Wunyin's hand, only to have her deftly evade him. Naturally, after being caught off guard by the unexpected kiss, Luo Wunyin was now prepared and would not allow Junimo Xiao to take advantage. Junimo Xiao felt no embarrassment. After all, the timing was not yet right, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. You will become my only wife. There are certain matters I must inform you of in advance. Upon hearing this, Luo Wunyin felt a flicker of emotion within her. In this era, for a man to utter such words to a woman was a form of assurance. Moreover, the one speaking was a prince, potentially even a future emperor. She harbored no doubts about Junimo Xiao's ability to attain that position. With a solid background and a mysterious force behind him, how could he possibly fail? In truth, Junimo Xiao's words were not false. She would indeed be his only wife. However, he seemed to overlook the fact that, as a prince, while a wife could be singular, concubines were another matter entirely. This highlighted the divergence between modern and ancient perspectives, as both of them unconsciously overlooked this issue. The Dayu Empire appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath it lay turbulent currents. After Junimo Shao finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Luo Wunyan. Noticing his attention, she wore a contemplative expression before inquiring. Are you referring to the aristocracy or the princes? Junimo Shao shook his head, a hint of gravity crossing his face as he continued. If one possesses the strength of the earth's profound peak, these matters are not to be feared. What I speak of is above the earth profound. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers. Upon hearing Junimo Zhao's words and seeing his gesture, Luo Wunyan's previously serene expression rippled with waves of emotion. Her eyes widened slightly, akin to stars suddenly twinkling in the night sky, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Her brows furrowed slightly, resembling a painting that had been gently crumpled, a serious aura gathering between her brows. Now she finally comprehended why Junimo Shao had kept her hidden so deeply. However, after a moment, her expression transformed into one of confidence, as if she held a crucial insight. Junimo Shao felt puzzled, thinking, is she not shocked? Is she this self-assured? Little did he realize that Luo Wunyan's demeanor stemmed from her thoughts of the mysterious force behind Junimo Shao. Since he could be aware of so many matters, that force must also possess equivalent standing, hence her composed expression. With her wisdom, she naturally refrained from inquiring about the mysterious force behind Junimo Shao, for their relationship had yet to reach a stage where they could entrust their backs to one another. Did you summon me merely to discuss this matter? Luo Wunyan asked. Junimo Shao did not hesitate to inform her of the existence of the hidden guards. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wunyan responded, it seems there is an issue within the ranks of the hidden guards. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Junimo Zhao's eyes as he nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Luo Wunyan's assessment. This was indeed the most plausible explanation. He spoke with a relaxed tone. The sudden withdrawal of the hidden guards, coupled with recalling the events at Yuzhou Yimingxianfang, confirms that this possibility is indeed the greatest. Yet, he pondered, how did this concern him? Chapter 48. The hidden meaning behind the decree of marriage. The emperor arrives, adding another twist. In the Dayu dynasty, the hidden guards represented a unique entity. This mysterious department would never be entrusted to others by the emperor, ultimately resulting in a self-investigation. Junimo Shao contemplated the affairs of the hidden guards, his thoughts drifting to the Ming dynasty's Jinyue and the Qilingdong air factory. What do you ask me about the Xichong? The Dongchang cannot solve the cases. Allow me to handle them. The Dongchang dares not kill, yet I shall. I shall take charge of matters that the Eastern Depot dares not handle. In summary, I will oversee what the Eastern Depot can manage, and I shall take on even more what they cannot. Execute first and report later, as sanctioned by imperial authority. This is the essence of the Western Depot. From the Jinyue to the Eastern and Western depots, is it not a grand spectacle of power division and oversight? Must an alternative Eastern Depot emerge? Jun Maxiao murmured to himself. The establishment of the Eastern and Western depots during the Ming dynasty was primarily due to the emperor's paranoia, compounded by his distrust of the Jinyue, all exacerbated by the overwhelming influence of eunuchs at the time. However, the Dayu dynasty is markedly different. Although the emperor possesses a strong desire for control, his formidable martial prowess dispels any doubts. Furthermore, the Dayu does not exhibit signs of eunuchs wielding power. While the supervisory court operates independently, it lacks such authority, and more importantly, Shangguan Luan is not of the emperor's lineage. Thus, it seems likely that the emperor's next target could be to establish a new department or consolidate the supervisory court. Has the narrative begun to diverge from the original text? Jun Maxiao pondered in silence. The adjustments within the Dark Guards bore no impact on Jun Maxiao. After all, when has he not lived under surveillance? Turning to look at Luo Wunyan, he softly inquired, is there any way I can assist you? My cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough, and I do not require assistance for the time being. Luo Wunyan understood well what Jun Maxiao meant. Aside from matters of cultivation, there was nothing else. That person left a message for you. He said he is sorry. Luo Wunyan's tone carried a hint of melancholy. She struggled to assess Situ Hong. He had given her everything yet was also responsible for her parents' demise. Sometimes, the weight of 10 months' kindness cannot be balanced against 18 years of affection. A flicker of complexity crossed Jun Maxiao's eyes, though his emotions remained largely unchanged. His actions are related to my mother's death, aren't they? Luo Wunyan nodded, her expression intricate. A person blinded by hatred is indeed loathsome and utterly incomprehensible. You cannot awaken someone who feigns sleep, especially if they are a madman, Jun Maxiao remarked with a hint of resignation. He had suspected as much before, yet hearing the truth compelled him to reflect on the complexity of human nature. However, Situ Hong could no longer be considered human. Devoid of emotion, consumed by hatred, he had transcended the realm of humanity, becoming a mere shell of a being. Upon entering this world, Jun Maxiao feared becoming such a person himself, isolated without any kin, ultimately left with only himself. He extended his hand, grasping Luo Wunyan's tightly. His fate terrifies me. I consider myself human, yet I fear becoming a soulless entity like him. Upon hearing Jun Maxiao's words, Luo Wunyan instinctively leaned against his chest. Life is often filled with misfortune, yet it eventually dissipates like fleeting clouds. Why must you force yourself? I fear a fate that is dictated by others more than death. Luo Wunyan was taken aback, lifting her gaze to Jun Maxiao. Seemingly questioning his reasoning, Jun Maxiao refrained from elaborating. He could not simply divulge that he had traversed into this world and felt profoundly alone. Tio voiced this would render him a mere fool, viewed as an oddity by others. Moreover, he could not tread the same path as the Na'vi, exposing his secrets indiscriminately. Nor could he become a source of trouble for himself, if only life were as it was at first sight. Why must the autumn winds lament over the painted fan? Jun Maxiao mused, perceiving his encounter with Luo Wunyan as a twist of fate, yet fraught with uncertainty. I must take my leave, Luo Wunyan stated. I am but a worthless prince. No one will pay heed, even if I remain here. Luo Wunyan rolled her eyes in silence. Your reputation is already notorious, yet I, Luo Wunyan, am a virtuous maiden. Who can compare? Hearing this, Jun Maxiao once again found himself astonished at her boldness, as she unabashedly acknowledged her own audacity. Wuming, please escort Wunyan out. Upon receiving the command, Wuming followed Luo Wunyan out of the prince's residence. In this era, although not as rife with regulations as some historical dynasties, unmarried women were still prohibited from staying overnight in a man's household. The emperor's decree of marriage, leading up to the wedding, involves 4 stages of etiquette: the proposal, name inquiry, auspicious date confirmation, and the final agreement. Today's meeting already contravened royal decorum, which was why Jun Maxiao opted not to accompany her, and it was likely that Luo Wunyan would be dispatched back to Wuyang County the following day. Alas! It seems I shall not see her for at least 3 months. Had I known, I would have held her hand a little longer. After all, she will soon be my wife. Why the rush? Jun Maxiao chuckled helplessly. Initially, he believed it would take years to win over Luo Wunyan, yet the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. The emperor's decree of marriage sealed the matter's fate. Truly, under imperial power, all are equal. Power derives from strength, and under strength, all are indeed equal. This time, it was Luo Wunyan who was subjected to the whims of fate. Would he too one day find himself in such a predicament? While Jun Maxiao basked in his fortune, Zhou Qingyuan faced dire straits. Due to being scapegoated for Jun Maxiao's actions, he experienced varying degrees of harassment. That night, he was ambushed by a peak 9th-grade warrior. However, with his formidable early-stage prowess, he naturally retaliated against the assassin. Although such incidents were commonplace in this world, they were distinctly different for Jun Maxiao. While he was untroubled by such harassment, the critical question remained. If the assailant's strength far surpassed Wuming's, should he intervene? To act would risk exposure, yet to remain passive would invite further attempts on his life. It is only 100 days for a thief to operate. How can one defend against a thief for 1,000 days? The martial world is not merely about fighting. It is a realm of human relationships and social intricacies, as evidenced by the current situation. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind's assault. A person fears fame as a pig fears growing fat. He would not become the conspicuous target. Subtlety and quiet prosperity are the true paths. Hone your strength in obscurity, refrain from recklessness, and strike decisively when the moment is ripe. Conduct oneself discreetly, await the opportune moment. The grass thicket is an ideal hiding place, essential for ambushing others. Time flies. Nearly a month has passed since the emperor's marriage decree. During this month, Jun Maxiao has been spared from laboring at the supervisory court. Enjoying a well-deserved respite. One day, a palace messenger informed Jun Maxiao that the wedding is set for the 16th of the upcoming 3rd month. This date is significant, coinciding with the return of several princes to report on their duties before the year's end. The implications are clear. He understands why the emperor insisted on an expedited marriage within half a year. He is evidently awaiting this moment. It truly is a tightly woven scheme. Perhaps the emperor has yet another trick up his sleeve. Jun Ma Xiao lamented. The emperor is indeed restless, orchestrating schemes one after another, leaving Jun Ma Xiao in a whirlwind of responses, yet he finds amusement in the chaos. A great figure of later generations once said, "Engaging in contest with others is endlessly delightful, but battling against fate is even more exhilarating." While Jun Ma Xiao contemplated, a servant announced, "Your Highness, Miss Lu has arrived." Chapter 49. Do I possess the potential of Fei Yongyang? Who do you speak of? Lu Ruyan? Jun Ma Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, his expression akin to witnessing an extraordinary event. Indeed, it was Miss Lu Ruyan. The servant stood respectfully, head bowed. At this moment, Jun Ma Xiao's mind was awash with questions, as if entangled in a chaotic mess. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Such confusion churned within him, yet regardless, he decided to meet her first. Steadying his thoughts, Jun Ma Xiao walked out of his chamber with measured steps. The sunlight bathed him, yet could not dispel the doubts lingering in his heart. Upon entering the grand hall, his gaze was instantly captivated by the woman seated on the guest chair, Lu Ruyan. This once familiar yet now unfamiliar woman radiated an entirely different aura. Upon noticing Jun Ma Xiao's arrival, she gracefully rose, reminiscent of a blooming orchid. She averted her gaze slightly, her lashes lowered, her eyes humbly resting on the ground before her. Embodying the utmost reverence toward the prince, she took a few delicate steps forward, coming to a halt, bending her knees slightly, her hands neatly stacked to her right side, and gently curtsied, performing a standard bow of respect. Simultaneously, she softly spoke, "I, Lu Ruyan, pay my respects to His Highness the Sixth Prince. May His Highness be well." After completing her greeting, she rose gracefully, maintaining her demeanor of deference, patiently awaiting Jun Ma Xiao's words. Throughout the entire exchange, Lu Ruyan's movements were elegant and composed, exuding the grace and propriety of a noble lady, as if she were a breathtaking painting. Inside, Lu Ruyan felt like a tranquil lake stirred by a gentle breeze. Rippling with emotions, she was acutely aware of the folly of her past choices. Now standing before Jun Ma Xiao, she felt both shame and a glimmer of hope. She silently resolved to restore her image in his heart, even if only a sliver of hope remained. She understood that her family was currently in dire straits, and Jun Ma Xiao might be her only lifeline. There is no need for excessive formalities. Jun Ma Xiao's voice resonated with a steady strength as he spoke and made his way to the main seat. Slowly settling down, his gaze once more fell upon the woman below. She stood there, exuding an air of mystery, as if shrouded in a veil of fog, rendering her elusive and enigmatic. Her complexion was porcelain pale, yet it emanated a faint chill, reminiscent of a woman emerging from the depths of ice and snow, elegant and noble. Jun Ma Xiao surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was indeed in his own Prince Six residence, which allowed him to relax. Yet, he pondered inwardly, am I still awake? Or have I wandered into the wrong scene? Miss Lu, please, have a seat. Jun Ma Xiao finally spoke, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny, as if attempting to peer through Lu Ruyan's exterior to discern the depths of her heart. I dare not. Lu Ruyan replied, her voice tranquil, akin to a serene lake, unruffled by even the slightest ripple. She averted her gaze from Jun Ma Xiao, allowing her lashes to cast shadows upon the ground. Jun Ma Xiao regarded Lu Ruyan with a sense of bewilderment, silently questioning, has Lu Ruyan been possessed? He remained silent, waiting for Lu Ruyan to speak first, aware that in this game of chess, the one who speaks first is the one who loses. At that moment, Lu Ruyan lifted her head, scrutinizing Jun Ma Xiao anew. Clad in dark garments, Jun Ma Xiao resembled a specter in the night, both mysterious and imposing. His chiseled features were complemented by a high forehead and a straight nose. With thin yet resolute lips and sharp brows framing his star-like eyes, he bore an ethereal quality, as if untouched by the mundane world, truly, a figure of unparalleled grace. Lu Ruyan found herself momentarily entranced. Her heart filled with regret. Was I truly blinded by foolishness to have once favored the king of Chu? Why did I cast aside such a man and inflict pain upon him? A wave of profound remorse surged within her. She berated herself internally for her previous blindness, lamenting her failure to recognize the merits of the sixth prince. Now, she yearned to rectify her mistakes, willing to pay any price. Originally, I believed the King of Chu was my destined match, only to discover he was a misguided fate. How could my eyes have been so blind? Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly. However, she quickly regained her composure and performed a graceful bow to the exalted Jun Maxiao once more. Her movements were slow and dignified, each detail infused with respect. I have come today to atone for my previous transgressions. Your Highness, it was I who failed to recognize your worth and inadvertently offended you. Jun Maxiao, seated above, was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Lu Ruyan below, offering no response. Yet waves of turmoil surged within him. It was not I who had stumbled into the wrong scene. Rather, Lu Ruyan had misread the script. This woman is truly peculiar. Could it be that she has severed ties with her former husband? Though his heart was tumultuous, he continued to regard Lu Ruyan coolly, replying, "This prince does not comprehend what Miss Lu is articulating. If there is nothing further, I must ask you to take your leave." His voice was frigid, akin to a chilling wind in the dead of night, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, understood the outcome yet remained unperturbed. She looked toward Jun Maxiao and slowly spoke. "I have come today to inquire about a matter, and I hope your Highness will enlighten me." Her eyes glimmered with a glint of anticipation, her slightly raised eyebrows betraying her inner unease. Jun Maxiao remained silent, yet his mind was calculating. To him, the Lu family was easily extinguishable, but was it necessary? The world of martial arts is not solely about bloodshed. It involves human sentiments and connections. I simply wish to ask when your Highness intends to visit the Lu family to seek auspiciousness. Jun Maxiao was taken aback, inwardly reflecting. Do I appear to be a scapegoat or a fool destined to take on burdens? This woman's actions disgust me, and so he replied coldly, since ancient times, marriages have been dictated by parental arrangements and the words of matchmakers. As for your inquiry, it is best directed to the current emperor. Please forgive this prince for being unable to assist you. I have pressing matters to attend to. Miss Lu, please make your own arrangements. With that, Jun Maxiao exited the hall, his strides resolute, the edges of his garments billowing slightly in the wind, signaling his determination. Truthfully, he had exercised considerable restraint that day. Despite his disdain for Lu Ruyan, had it not been for the original owner's demise, he would never have traversed into this world. Yet he was not a character of extreme resilience. Why should he concern himself with this Empress Ruyan? No, she should now be referred to as Nyogalu Ruyan. Some individuals live yet are already dead, and for Jun Maxiao, Lu Ruyan epitomized such a person. With Luo Wunyan by his side, he felt content. Why then provoke further entanglements? I, Jun Maxiao, am merely a pawn. Upon Jun Maxiao's departure, Lu Ruyan rose and exited the hall. As she passed the lotus-filled lake, she could not help but pause, turning to approach the water's edge, standing quietly by the lake shore. The water shimmered like 1,000 mirrors, reflecting her silhouette. Her heart was a tumult of thoughts. I have indeed been egregiously mistaken. King of Chu, wait for me. What you have caused me to lose, I shall reclaim bit by bit. Jun Maxiao, you are destined to be mine. As she spoke, her fists clenched tightly, her nails embedding into her flesh without her noticing. Crimson droplets cascading into the lake, creating gentle ripples. Lu Ruyan's heart brimmed with resolve. She vowed to obtain Jun Maxiao, for herself and her family. In the distance, an unnamed observer noted this scene, his brows furrowing slightly. Yet he made no move to reveal himself. His presence here was not due to Jun Maxiao's orders, but rather a sixth sense warning him that this woman would stir trouble, prompting him to follow her discreetly. Upon entering the Lu family hall, Lu Ruyan found Lu Zhongnan seated, sipping tea. Following the engagement's dissolution, the Lu family had already begun to decline, with many clans reluctant to associate with them. Furthermore, the emperor's decree to wed Luo Wunyan had only exacerbated their plight. Indeed, it was true that misfortunes seldom come singly. When Lu Zhongnan saw Lu Ruyan return, he set down his teacup. Ruyan, I heard you visited the sixth prince's residence. Did he give you any trouble? His gaze was filled with concern, the slight furrow in his brow revealing his anxiety. The sixth prince did not trouble me, she replied. Then why do you appear so disheartened? Lu Zhongnan inquired, perplexed. Father, it is precisely because the sixth prince did not trouble me that I feel this way, Lu Ruyan responded. Lu Jingnan's confusion deepened. Should not the absence of trouble be a cause for joy? With a soft sigh, Lu Ruyan continued, Father, when compared to the sixth prince, the king of Chu is but a firefly beside a bright moon. I truly cannot comprehend why I ever favored the king of Chu. Was it for his age, his lack of hygiene, his marital status, or perhaps simply because he pales in comparison to the sixth prince? Her voice carried a note of helplessness, a tremor betraying her inner turmoil. Lu Ruyan silently vowed to demonstrate her transformation to the sixth prince, to earn his acceptance. Lu Zhongnan, taken aback, stepped closer, scrutinizing Lu Ruyan intently, and uttered a remark that was both shocking and unyielding. You truly are my daughter. Chapter 50. Lu Ruyan's trifold dilemma. No matter how folded, it is toxic. Lu Ruyan's autumn-like eyes shifted towards Lu Zhongnan. Father, I believe there may be a glimmer of hope in this matter. Her voice was clear and resolute, reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, albeit tinged with seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongnan's pupils constricted sharply, akin to prey caught in the gaze of a predator, his heart filled with uncertainty. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lu Ruyan continued, Although I, Lu Ruyan, have wronged Jun Maxiao, do not forget that the emperor's decree remains unrevoked. I am still Jun Maxiao's fiancée. Lu Ruyan slightly raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with determination. I ask that you spread the word, saying that I was coerced into the annulment. Whether others believe it or not is of no consequence. Her tone was resolute, as if she had made a firm decision. Tomorrow morning, I shall sound the drum of public announcement. Lu Ruyan's declaration was akin to a boulder cast into a placid lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Hearing her intent to sound the drum, Lu Zhongnan was taken aback. You must not. His face was etched with worry, as if he foresaw an impending storm. Father, what difference does my current state hold against death? Moreover, with the imperial decree, I am still half a daughter-in-law of the Jun family. Who would dare to lay a hand on me besides the emperor? Lu Ruyan's eyes shone with unyielding resolve. Like an unquenchable flame. Daughter, have you truly thought this through? Lu Zhongnan's voice trembled slightly. Lu Ruyan gazed out the door, her thoughts drifting far away, as if she could glimpse her destiny flickering in the distance. She nodded at Lu Zhongnan, her resolute demeanor akin to a warrior on the battlefield, poised to face the impending conflict at that moment. An essence reminiscent of the chilling wind of the Ishui River and the sentiment of a hero departing never to return enveloped Lu Ruyan. She was acutely aware that the path ahead was uncertain, yet for the sake of the Lu family and herself, she had to take the plunge. Given that the Lu family had fallen to such depths and she found herself in a similar predicament, why not fight for it? If she were to lose, death would merely be the outcome. Sometimes, living could be far more agonizing than dying, could it not? It is essential to understand that in this world, all affairs run bustlingly for profit. The commotion arises solely for gain. And at this moment, Lu Ruyan's actions were not devoid of a glimmer of opportunity and advantage. The following morning, the sound of drums reverberated through a significant portion of the imperial capital. Akin to thunder, this drumbeat seemed to be a summons from fate, shattering the tranquility of the capital. Jun Maxiao, residing within the prince's residence, naturally heard the drum's call, his heart filled with bewilderment. Could something have gone awry? He pondered silently. He was well aware of what this drum signified. It was practically the air raid siren of this era. The Dingwen drum was a type of grievance drum established by the emperor, distinct from the regular grievance drums used in official courts. Not only was this drum unique, capable of carrying sound over great distances, but striking it would reach the heavens, allowing the emperor to preside over public trials. Since its establishment, no one had ever dared to strike the drum. It seemed that everyone had forgotten its existence. As for why this was so, there were prerequisites for striking the drum. Regardless of whether one was a martial artist, one must first endure 30 lashes before being permitted to strike the drum. Do not presume these 30 lashes to be simple. They could not be resisted with martial prowess. The reasoning behind this requirement was akin to He Shan adding sand to kanji. After enduring 30 lashes, one might not necessarily die on the spot, but they would likely be left severely weakened. At that moment, a servant rushed through the door, moving with haste as if pursued by a hunter. Your Highness, someone has struck the Dingwen drum, and the one who did so is Miss Lu. You should hurry to see, the servant urged, urgency lacing his voice, upon hearing that it was Lu Ruyan who had struck the drum. Jun Maxiao's curiosity was piqued. Truly, is it because she ignored me that she seeks to report me to the emperor? This seems rather absurd. He felt a torrent of questions flood his mind. But recalling that he had not wronged Lu Ruyan in any way, he began to ease his worries, deciding to dismiss the matter. Let her report as she wishes. I am merely passing through. What concern is it of mine? After about half an hour, a eunuch dashed into the sixth prince's residence. Like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, I pay my respects to His Highness. The sixth prince. His Majesty requests your presence at the Dingwen Hall. The eunuch's voice was high-pitched and tinged with anxiety. Jun Maxiao, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Is she truly reporting me? He thought helplessly, shaking his head while internally muttering about Lu Ruyan's intentions. At this moment, he truly felt like he could not see the full picture, as he was ensnared within the confines of this situation. Following the eunuch, Jun Maxiao made his way to the Dingwen Hall. From a distance, he spotted the emperor seated behind the high desk, reminiscent of a towering mountain, exuding an air of authority. In the hall, a woman knelt, drenched in blood, resembling a flower ravaged by a storm, yet still emanating an indomitable spirit. He did not need to think to know that this bloodied figure was none other than Lu Ruyan. Observing this scene, Jun Maxiao couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Alas, Lu Ruyan's plight is indeed tragic. However, I must see what she intends to accuse me of." Navigating through the gathered onlookers, Jun Maxiao moved gracefully, akin to a swimming dragon, until he reached the front of the hall. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. The emperor did not open his eyes but merely uttered a soft mm. Stand to the side, he instructed. Jun Maxiao complied and stepped aside, keenly observing the emperor's expression. The emperor's countenance remained unchanged, serene and inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet Jun Maxiao understood that this was the most unusual state. The calm before the storm, he withdrew his gaze and began to reflect on the events that had transpired between him and Lu Ruyan the day before, yet he found no fault to be found. His brows knitting together like storm clouds gathering overhead. What is the meaning of this? I suggested she consult the emperor, and she resorts to this method of inquiry. Which emperor could withstand such an approach? How bold! Whose subordinate is this? Jun Maxiao silently critiqued. Just as he was lost in thought, someone entered the hall. The newcomer had a flushed complexion, and apart from his protruding belly, bore a resemblance to the emperor, none other than King Chu. King Chu promptly approached, bowing to the emperor. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. His voice was robust yet tinged with apprehension. However, after a moment of waiting, the emperor offered no response. It was not until a while later that the emperor lifted his eyelids, furrowing his brow, casting a deep glance at King Chu before fully opening his eyes. Kneel down. The emperor's voice was flat, lacking any trace of emotion. Upon hearing this, King Chu's heart skipped a beat, akin to a stone dropping into a deep pool, yet he obediently complied, kneeling beside Lu Ruyan. Despite having endured 30 lashes, with blood staining her lips and her entire body drenched in crimson, Lu Ruyan still resolutely struck the Dingwen drum. Since Jun Maxiao's arrival, she had been observing the shifts in the crowd. Though Jun Maxiao had not cast a direct glance her way, his gaze had flicked in her direction several times. While King Chu had not acknowledged her presence even once since entering the hall, I, Lu Ruyan, have indeed been blind, she thought to herself with a cold smirk, although she had long abandoned any illusions regarding King Chu. At that moment, her feelings of resentment, anger, and humiliation drove her to the brink of madness. 1,000 sails pass by the sinking boat, and a myriad of trees bloom before the sickly tree. She resolved to cast aside her past and fight for her future. The emperor regarded the two figures before him, his second son and the sixth prince's consort. Although he would no longer acknowledge this arranged marriage in his heart, it was still a union he had ordained, and until the imperial decree was rescinded, she remained the sixth prince's consort. Now that King Chu has arrived, speak, the emperor commanded, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Lu Ruyan's face, marked with traces of blood, paled slightly. She did not glance at King Chu but boldly directed her gaze toward the emperor, proclaiming, "This guilty woman wishes to accuse King Chu of coercing her to renounce her engagement to the sixth prince. I implore your majesty to investigate." Her voice, though frail, pierced the air like a sharp blade, striking at the hearts of all present. The moment Lu Ruyan's resolute declaration echoed through the hall, declaring her intent to accuse King Chu. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The onlookers outside, who had been eagerly anticipating the proceedings, seemed to be under a spell, their expressions frozen, transformed into genuine bystanders oblivious to the unfolding drama. What a spectacle this was, indeed, a grand scene of intrigue. The emperor's previously unruffled expression tightened, his brow furrowing like dark clouds gathering, a hint of astonishment mingling with his authority. Jun Maxiao was equally astonished, questioning whether he had fallen into a waking dream. Lu Ruyan is accusing King Chu? Am I still asleep? He rubbed his ears and eyes, his gaze wide with disbelief. Initially, he had speculated that Lu Ruyan would either request the emperor to arrange a new marriage due to his rejection or seek to rescind the imperial decree. Yet as King Chu stepped into the hall, he had thought Lu Ruyan might be seeking the emperor's favor for a union with King Chu. But this situation was entirely unexpected. What kind of plot twist is this? This development is utterly unforeseen. Jun Maxiao silently lamented. One must admit, Lu Ruyan's maneuver was truly audacious, courageous and unafraid of challenges. Her gambit of placing herself in a dire situation to emerge reborn was indeed daring. As the crowd gradually regained their composure from the shock, the onlookers outside gaped, as if they could fit a goose egg in their mouths. Although we were mere front-row spectators hoping for a small drama, we never anticipated this plot would expand so dramatically. This is a cosmic-sized melon, and one wonders if it will ripen at all, as the crowd had yet to fully recover from their astonishment. Lu Ruyan composedly retrieved a stack of blood-stained letters from her soiled sleeve, the crimson stains lending the papers an appearance reminiscent of a battlefield's blood scroll. Junimo Shao could ascertain that these stains were none other than the remnants left from the beating prior to the sounding of the drum of justice. Lu Ruyan raised the letters high above her head, her voice ringing clear and resolute, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the void. This was a correspondence from the King of Chu to the accused maiden, containing evidence of the king's deceit towards the young woman, as well as his instructions for her to call off the engagement. The maiden, feeling weak and powerless, dared not voice her grievances, and to preserve her own innocence before the sixth prince. She had no choice but to feign compliance with the king of Sichu. As the Lu family was merely a small clan, they could not afford to stand against the king. Thus, the maiden, in a state of helplessness, verbally annulled the engagement to placate the king, all in an effort to safeguard her honor. Tears shimmered in Lu Ruyan's eyes, sparkling like stars in the night sky. The maiden still remained pure, and your majesty may command the palace attendants to verify this. Yet, the maiden's heart still harbored affection for the sixth prince, while he, in turn, suffered ridicule from the world due to her plight. The maiden sought neither your majesty's nor the sixth prince's forgiveness, willing to atone with her life. Today, as the drum of justice is struck, she earnestly implores your majesty to adjudicate fairly between the sixth prince and herself. She articulated the circumstances with unyielding clarity, resembling a fearless warrior awaiting the emperor's decree. The emperor exchanged a glance with Chanju, who understood and swiftly retrieved the letters to present to the emperor. As the emperor perused the letters, his expression shifted to one of incredulity, as though he had encountered something utterly extraordinary. At that moment, Junimo Shao gazed at the letters, filled with curiosity about what content could provoke such a reaction from the emperor. Shortly thereafter, the emperor, having finished reading, gestured for Chen Ju to pass the letters to the King of Chu for verification. Upon receiving the letters, the King of Chu's countenance first flushed crimson, then turned as pale as a sheet. After he had read through them, Chen Ju reclaimed the letters, yet the King of Chu knelt down and implored, "Father, this is merely my unintentional remark. I beg for your forgiveness." Before the King of Chu could finish, the emperor coldly interrupted, "Enough, King of Chu. Did you write this letter?" The King of Chu, unable to lie, could only lower his head, his face reddening as he admitted, "It was I." Observing the king's reaction while reading the letters, the emperor had already deduced the truth, but upon the king's admission, the emperor's expression changed dramatically, his reddened face resembling a blazing flame. Subsequently, the emperor hurled the letters at the King of Chu, the papers scattering like fallen leaves. Junimo Shao quickly activated his mystical vision to inspect the letters. After reading the contents, his expression too became slightly unnatural, and he cast a deep glance at both Lu Ruyan and the King of Chu. This sequence of events was certainly more injurious than it was damaging, yet it bore an immense insult. Lu Ruyin, noticing Junimo Zhao's gaze upon her, maintained her calm demeanor, though a hint of cunning glimmered in her eyes, akin to that of a sly fox, prompting Junimo Zhao to hastily avert his gaze. At that moment, the emperor's voice resounded. The king of Chu, lacking virtue, shall reflect upon his actions in isolation for 3 months, receive no salary for a year, and have his title reduced by 1 rank. The daughter of the Lu family, having called off the engagement with the 6th prince, ought to be punished for defying the imperial edict. However, as this matter has its reasons, she shall be demoted from the primary consort to a secondary consort. As the emperor spoke, he suddenly directed his gaze at Junimo Zhao and continued, "Furthermore, upon confirming her innocence, you shall wed the 6th prince Junimo Zhao within 3 months." After the emperor's declaration, he cast one last penetrating look at Lu Ruyin before turning to depart. Yet, upon hearing the emperor's final proclamation, Junimo Zhao felt as if struck by lightning. Barbecue. Soon after, the crowd dispersed, leaving the hall enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Wu Ming entered from outside, positioning himself behind Junimo Zhao. Lu Ruyin had already risen, her face adorned with a beaming smile as she gazed at Junimo Zhao, resembling a great wolf watching a tender lamb. The young man stood dazed, his eyes devoid of life, as though the world had lost its color in that instant. The woman's gauzy attire was stained with blood, her lips bearing crimson traces, yet amidst her disheveled hair, her exquisite visage remained evident. She smiled cheerfully at the entranced man, the scene both eerie and laden with narrative. Another figure quietly observed this uncanny spectacle from the side. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Junimo Zhao regained his senses, suddenly catching sight of the woman before him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as he involuntarily shivered, perceiving her as a ravenous demon. Junimo Zhao remained silent, turning to leave, but just as he lifted his foot, he heard the woman's voice call out, "Husband, are you leaving all alone? Can you bear to leave Yenner behind?" Upon hearing this, Junimo Zhao quickened his pace, with Wu Ming swiftly following suit as they exited the hall, heading towards the prince's residence. At that moment, the hall was left with only Lu Ruyin, who watched Junimo Zhao's retreating figure, a smile playing upon her lips, with traces of dried blood still visible, rendering the sight increasingly sinister. "My dear husband, in 3 months, you shall belong to me. Do wait for me." Chapter 52. The Jianghu is a matter of human relationships and affairs. Upon returning to the prince's residence with Wu Ming, Junimo Zhao dismissed him and retreated to his chamber. Plunging into profound contemplation, Junimo Zhao was not a man content to remain confined within the 4 walls of his abode. He yearned to explore the world beyond. Reflecting on his past life on Earth, he had once dreamt of traversing the world with sword in hand. However, the harshness of reality had forced him to abandon such aspirations due to financial constraints. In that world, he was subjected to the daily torment of his boss's PowerPoint presentations and was frequently summoned to partake in various alignment meetings. Where would he find the time to embark on that coveted journey along the 318? Junimo Zhao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards those employers, deeming them the wholesalers of dreams, the manufacturers of wishful bubbles, and the masters of empty promises. His pent-up frustration could only be summarized with a sigh of calcium oxide. Yet now, he was vastly different. He had entered the early stages of the Earth's profound realm. And within this realm, there were few who could pose a threat to him. He longed to don a traveler's pack, much like a free-spirited hero, wandering amidst mountains and rivers, reveling in the majesty and splendor of nature. Roaming this vast expanse, if only he could travel at will, he would first head to the Ouyang family to acquire that treasured item. How could he then be confined within this room? As if trapped in a dark cell, however, whenever he recalled the existence of those 3 individuals, that thought would be ruthlessly extinguished. It was only within this room that he felt a semblance of safety. Perhaps the emperor felt similarly. Otherwise, why would he seclude himself in the study day after day? Moreover, the entire prince's residence was riddled with spies. A moment's carelessness could lead to exposure. As for why he didn't eliminate these spies, Junimo Zhao understood well. Killing this batch would only invite the next. He was no tyrant, intent on slaying until no one dared claim superiority. Furthermore, while the emperor was indeed formidable, Why did he not eradicate those noble families? Because the emperor understood that mere violence could not resolve the issues at hand. The Jianghu is not merely about violence. It is a matter of human relationships and affairs. In Junimo Zhao's view, only the weak would incessantly pursue violence, for they could not extinguish their foes within the bounds of rules. True strength lies not only in being able to eliminate enemies within the confines of rules, but also in possessing the ability to exert absolute suppression. Just like those three experts of the heavenly profound realm, though they could slay the emperor, they might not necessarily be able to govern this empire. Junimo Zhao was self-aware. He knew he was not exceptionally clever, and only through diligent cultivation could he ensure his own safety. At this moment, Lu Ruyin. No, she should now be referred to as Nyogwa Lu Ruyin. The events of today struck Junimo Zhao like a heavy blow, resonating profoundly within his heart. The transformation of Nyogwa Lu Ruyin revealed to him the true meaning of washing away weakness by 3 parts, while amplifying strength tenfold. That fierce determination was indeed too ruthless. Too brutal. Junimo Zhao brewed himself a cup of tea, slowly settling into a chair as he began to review the events that transpired in the Hall of Justice today. The actions of Ru Yin Emperor appeared as a desperate gamble, yet the calculations behind it, along with her precise grasp of human nature, were truly astonishing. He could not help but exclaim, "Who the hell still dares to call Lu Ruyin a Navi simpleton?" I couldn't care less, of course. Had he witnessed the emperor's gaze upon Lu Ruyin, he would likely have felt his heart turn to ashes. That was a gaze of acknowledgement, of affirmation. Why would the emperor suddenly recognize Lu Ruyin? Junimo Zhao could surmise part of the reasoning. Previously, Lu Ruyin and the Lu family had indeed reached the end of their tether. So how did Lu Ruyin manage to turn the tables in such dire circumstances? As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Junimo Zhao's earlier bold maneuver had thrust Lu Ruyin and the Lu family into despair, while the emperor's marriage decree to Luo Wunyin had further propelled the Lu family into an abyss. Yet, it was precisely that push that had enabled Lu Ruyin to make a triumphant comeback. The emperor had not rescinded the decree, which meant Lu Ruyin remained the betrothed of Junimo Zhao. As she was still his fiancée, Lu Ruyin had every right to seek redress. After all, this matter, stemming from the imperial decree, had morphed back into a familial affair. Lu Ruyin portrayed herself as a victim of royal persecution. Yet she remained unyielding to fate. Did she not repeatedly refer to herself as a wronged maiden, speaking of her desire to preserve her honor and her affection for the 6th prince? Her withdrawal from the engagement was attributed to the coercion of the king of Chu. In the eyes of the common folk, this was an instance of the strong bullying the weak, and her actions successfully garnered sympathy and compassion from the lower classes. Tio put it eloquently. This is called empathy. To speak bluntly, it is moral coercion. It is indeed a conundrum. What truly baffles the onlookers is that the evidence she presented compelled the emperor to acknowledge and bow his head. The contents of the evidence were, in fact, rather simplistic. They detailed the myriad of oaths and sweet nothings the king of Chu had professed to her, along with promises of future benefits. It was akin to what modern individuals might proclaim, uttering declarations of undying love while dismissing the yellow-faced woman at home. Do you grasp the implication? What genuinely piqued the emperor's interest were not these flowery declarations, but rather the more telling phrases. Once I ascend to that position, you shall be my sole empress, and that yellow-faced woman will be cast aside. All you need to do is annul your engagement with that useless 6th prince, and I shall take care of matters once I am in power. Logically, upon encountering such content, the emperor should have been consumed with rage. Yet, why did his countenance appear so peculiar? This leads us to ponder why only the king of Chu wrote to Lu Ruyin. And what became of her reply? The crux of the matter lies here. Lu Ruyin asserted her innocence and demanded a physical examination to prove her purity. This move was nothing short of an ace, effectively annihilating the king of Chu. This explains why the repercussions for the king of Chu were so severe. Regardless of whether he acted with intent or recklessness, he audaciously committed words to paper without a second thought. To think he would become emperor, only to cast aside Ouying Yao and eliminate Junimo Zhao. How audacious! Not only was the king of Chu stripped of his title, but his reputation would likely be irreparably tarnished. This was a classic case of karma. Such was the reason for Junimo Zhao's strange gaze directed at the king of Chu. As for Lu Ruyin, though stained with blood, she continued to beat the drum. Remaining enamored with the sixth prince despite the threats from the king of Chu, she sought to preserve her innocence for the sake of the sixth prince, enduring grievances solely for the sake of purity and love. The entire sequence of events was intricately linked, showcasing her unyielding spirit against tyranny, wisdom, vulnerability, and fervent devotion. Point one must ask, is this not remarkable? In Junimo Zhao's eyes, Lu Ruyan's maneuvering was simply deserving of the highest accolades. As for why the emperor decided to remarry, does one really need to ask? Such a formidable woman, the emperor deemed worthy of Junimo Zhao. Simultaneously, the emperor's unfinished edict found a flawless resolution. Upon reflecting, Junimo Zhao sighed. I must admit, Lu Ruyan's cunning is truly a gift from the heavens, a rare talent indeed. Chapter 53. Once devoted heart to a beloved, only to exchange for endless tears while Junimo Zhao fell into deep contemplation. The atmosphere at the Lu household was quite the opposite, filled with a celebratory spirit. In the grand hall, light streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the floor. At this moment, Lu Zhongnan wept tears of joy, the deep creases in his face seeming to harbor the trials and tribulations of years past, now mingled with contentment. His heart swelled with excitement. Feeling an overwhelming sense of paternal pride, Ruyan, you have grown. Your father is immensely proud, Lu Zhongnan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with affection and satisfaction. Having weathered this tumultuous storm, it felt as though his daughter had matured overnight, rendering every sacrifice he had made worthwhile. Father, I am truly sorry for the burdens you have borne on my behalf. These years must have been quite arduous for you. Lu Ruyan spoke softly. Fully aware of the immense pressure her father had endured due to her, as their family faced isolation from others, her own reputation having plummeted. Yet, her father, this seemingly unremarkable man, never once abandoned her nor leveled a single reproach against her. Foolish child, what nonsense is this? No matter how you may change, your father shall steadfastly stand by your side. Lu Zhongnan gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder, his gaze resolute, reminiscent of a vow made by a hero to his beloved. I will remain by your side. Even if the world should end, the father and daughter embraced, tears flowing freely, their warm embrace appearing capable of dispelling any shadow. After a moment, Lu Zhongnan gazed at Lu Ruyan, a complex expression crossing his face as he slowly spoke. In 3 months, you shall wed the sixth prince. Your father fears you may suffer indignities. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's mind involuntarily drifted to the figure of Junimo Zhao, and no matter her actions. He never uttered a word. She recalled when she sought to annul their engagement, he remained silent, only to fall into unconsciousness upon his return. Yet, upon their meeting yesterday, his eyes had reflected no trace of her existence. Other men gazed upon her with desire, yet Junimo Zhao appeared entirely indifferent, his eyes filled only with apathy and resignation, as if he regarded her as a mere pawn in the emperor's decree. Love, she scoffed lightly. Lu Ruyan had long ceased to believe in love. She had given her all to the king of Chu, only to be left utterly defeated. Did true love even exist in this world? Yet, when she beheld Lu Zhongnan, her heart inexplicably trembled. Indeed, it was not that love was absent, but rather that she had simply encountered unworthy suitors, misplacing her affections. Father, throughout my life, I have watched you, often reminiscing about my mother. You have endured over a decade alone, a testament to your unwavering commitment to love. I once believed all men were like you. How gravely I misjudged. A hint of melancholy flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Upon first meeting the noble gentleman, his qualities etched into her heart. The traces of time linger on, binding her for a lifetime. She had once bestowed her genuine heart upon a beloved, only to exchange it for countless tears. From that moment forth, love became a fleeting dream, leaving her skeptical of the existence of true passion in this world. This encapsulates Lu Ruyan's current reality. It could be said that 2 men shaped her present character, one, the devoted Lu Zhongnan, and the other, the scoundrel king of Chu. Should Junimo Zhao be aware of Lu Ruyan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly lament, do not assume all crows are of the same hue. Do not forget there are white doves in this world. Lu Ruyan stifled her thoughts and turned to her father, murmuring, I remain pure. I still have a chance, however. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was unaware that marrying Junimo Zhao would be her gravest error. It could be likened to, I am the star watching over the night sky, silently observing your joys and sorrows on earth. I love you, yet cannot approach. I can only twinkle from afar, illuminating your path. Naturally, that is a tale for another time. Father, your daughter is no longer the person she once was. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall persevere. Lu Ruyan's eyes gleamed with determination. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhengnan felt a pang of pity. At that moment, a flicker of regret ignited within him. Had he not been so indulgent with his daughter, perhaps she would not have sought to annul her engagement. Nor would she find herself in such dire circumstances. Ruyan, the failures of a father lie in his inability to educate. I must bear some responsibility. Lu Zhengnan sighed softly, as the two were lost in introspection. Steady footsteps echoed from outside. Master, a female physician from the palace has arrived. Upon hearing this, both Lu Zhengnan and Lu Ruyan understood that the purpose of the physician's visit was to examine her. Lu Ruyan cast a determined glance at Lu Zhengnan. Father, I shall proceed now. Very well, do not be anxious, Lu Zhengnan replied, his gaze softening as he watched Lu Ruyan exit the hall. After all, such matters were not appropriate for a man to involve himself in. Given that his daughter had made a promise in the hall, he had faith in her integrity. Before long, several female physicians entered the hall, clad in matching attire, their expressions solemn. The leading physician slightly bowed. Congratulations, General Lu. Best wishes, General Lu. Lu Zhengnan responded with a polite smile. I appreciate your efforts, ladies. He then summoned a servant to fetch some silver, distributing it among the physicians while exchanging pleasantries, before bidding them farewell. This illustrates that the court is not solely a realm of conflict. It is also rife with human connections and social intricacies. Indeed, within the imperial harem, survival relies not merely on beauty and talent, but also on the delicate navigation of social dynamics. At the king of Chu's residence, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The king, like a defeated rooster, slumped in his chair, his once grand seat failing to convey any semblance of authority. Instead accentuating his desolation, the annulment of the engagement struck him like a heavy blow. First, he was countered by Junimo Shao, and then he received a fatal strike from Lu Ruyan, causing his burgeoning influence to teeter on the brink of collapse. This turn of events was not anticipated by the king of Chu, nor by Junimo Shao, and perhaps even the emperor had not foreseen it. Initially, the king of Chu's power was on the verge of rivaling that of the crown prince. Yet Lu Ruyan's uproar had swiftly reversed this advantage. Why must the prince fret? The matter is not as grave as it seems. A melodious female voice rang out as a woman clad in apricot-yellow palace attire entered, a vision of grace. Yet with a hint of concern, the king of Chu, recalling the words from the letter, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Summoning his courage, he addressed Ouyang Yao, my beloved. What brings you here? His voice was subdued. Tinged with weariness, I feared if I did not come, you might undertake some astonishing act. Ouyang Ruo furrowed her brows slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. In her heart, she silently shook her head. Although she was unaware of the contents of the letter, she could surmise its essence. Whatever had incited the emperor's wrath undoubtedly touched upon certain taboos. One could only wonder if, when Ouyang Ruo eventually learned of the letter's implications regarding herself, she would still maintain her current demeanor. It would not merely signify an emotional betrayal, but rather a betrayal of interests and truth. The emperor's punishment was more thunderous than substantive. Ouyang Ruo spoke softly, attempting to comfort Prince Chu. Upon hearing her words, Prince Chu's spirit brightened, his eyes sparkling with a fervent desire for power. Why, beloved? What do you mean by this? He inquired eagerly, his voice laced with anxiety and anticipation. His gaze fixated on Ouyang Ruo, resembling one who is utterly bewildered yet seeking enlightenment. With a wise glimmer in her eyes, Ouyang Ruo replied slowly, though His Majesty's punishment may appear harsh, it is not truly struck at the core. Her voice was steady and resolute, exuding confidence and a profound understanding of the situation. Prince Chu's expression clouded with confusion, his brows knitting together like a gathering storm. A demotion of rank? Does that not seem severe? The halting of my stipend merely reduces my income. Has it truly affected my influence? Ouyang Ruo replied unhurriedly. Indeed, it has not. Prince Chu reflected for a moment, then spoke, his tone lightening, his countenance softening, and a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After her statement, Ouyang Ruo feigned an intention to leave the room. Yet she was secretly awaiting Prince Chu's next move, her figure as graceful as a falling petal. However, at that moment, Prince Chu was consumed by thoughts of power. Lost in a reverie, akin to a palate overwhelmed by flavor, it was as if he were proclaiming, "I have waited 3 years for this opportunity. I must reclaim my dignity, not to prove my worth, but to assert that what I have lost must be restored." Noting Prince Chu's lack of response, Ouyang Ruo felt a pang of disappointment as she exited the room, pondering, "Have I grown old? It seems the prince has lost all interest in me." Her eyes reflected solitude and helplessness, akin to autumn leaves swaying in the wind, her steps heavy with a profound sense of loss, as if she had been cast into the cold palace. Love blooms like spring flowers, yet after marriage, it withers like autumn leaves in the grave of affection. The years lament joy and sorrow. Ouyang Ruo mused, recalling Lu Ruyan, who had once harbored resentment towards her. Now, she could not help but envy Lu Ruyan's fortune. At least she had not married Prince Chu nor borne his offspring. As for herself, she had wed Prince Chu, borne him heirs, and entwined her family with his, their fates irrevocably linked, leaving her with no choice but to support him. If Jun Maxiao were to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim, "You claim to be old at 20? You have yet to encounter the golden leftovers of future generations. Now that is true excess." Ah, indeed. Once one enters the depths of marriage, love becomes a mere passerby. It feels as though love has turned stale, akin to expired bread, devoid of its initial freshness and flavor, reduced to a bland existence. Before marriage, one enjoys the beauty of the moonlight and flowers. After marriage, it devolves into the clatter of pots and pans. Of course, were Jun Maxiao to assume Prince Chu's role, he would prioritize affection with his wives and concubines above all else. After all, a harmonious home fosters prosperity, and the adage of resolving conflicts in the bedroom holds true universally. Yet he was not Prince Chu. Prince Chu had strayed further along the path of power, gradually losing himself, becoming a quintessential example of misguided efforts yielding no results. Attitude determines height, and perspective dictates outcomes. Details decide success or failure. These words carry immense weight in the realm of political intrigue. Much like the emphasis placed on vital matters repeated thrice in the Eastern Palace, within the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince displayed a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of helplessness, as though a faint mist lingered upon his visage. Silently narrating his struggles, his gaze betrayed a flicker of worry. Though he smiled, it did not reach his eyes. A perfunctory facade. He could not fathom the emperor's thoughts, but felt a swell of discontent he could not express, his brow furrowing in confusion and reluctance. Though a demotion in rank may seem severe, for the emperor, such matters were but words. As for the halting of stipends, it was even more ludicrous, with the Ouyang family backing him. How could Prince Chu care for a mere pittance? As this thought crossed his mind, the corners of his mouth lifted in a sardonic smile, though a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "You have your stratagems, and I have my means," the Crown Prince thought to himself. Someone, summon Mr. Dongfang. Moments later, Dongfang Shua entered the chamber, his stature upright and his stride steady, exuding an aura of reliability. His eyes reflected calmness and respect as he slightly bowed to the Crown Prince. "This subordinate, Dongfang Shua, pays his respects to your highness." The Crown Prince raised a hand, saying, "Enough, Dongfang. There is no need for such formalities. I have summoned you to discuss a matter of significance." His tone was warm yet laced with authority, his gaze brimming with trust, as if to convey, "I rely on you, my brother." "What matter brings your highness to summon me?" Dongfang Shua inquired, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as if capable of discerning all truths. Resembling the sagacious Zhuge Liang, the Crown Prince directly articulated his concerns. "Your Highness, there is truly no need for anxiety regarding this matter." Dongfang Shua pondered briefly before offering his conclusion, his voice calm and self-assured. "Oh? And why is that?" the Crown Prince asked, furrowing his brow. "Your Highness, it is precisely because of the Emperor's actions that you need not worry. Prince Chu's punishment is merely for show. In truth, the Emperor continues to support him, indicating that he will not lend his aid to others in contesting you. Moreover, while Prince Chu appears to be held in high regard, he has already lost the people's hearts. Lu Ruyan was once favored by Prince Chu. Yet after her family's misfortune, he cast her aside like a worn-out shoe. Such callousness will inevitably disappoint the Ouyang family and chill the hearts of his followers. This is Prince Chu's greatest folly. Dongfang Shuo delivered his analysis methodically, his words piercing the heart of the issue, revealing his wisdom and confidence. Therefore, Your Highness, you need only wait patiently, he concluded, his gaze filled with determination, as if to assure the crown prince. Stay steady. We shall prevail. Upon hearing this, the crown prince felt a wave of clarity wash over him, dispelling the shadows of doubt that had loomed over his heart, no matter how the emperor favored Prince Chu. As long as Prince Chu remained a floundering fool, he need not worry excessively. A relieved smile graced his face, and a sense of ease flickered in his eyes. However, he soon sighed deeply, a trace of sorrow returning to his brow. The sigh seemed to lament, truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Noting the crown prince's change in demeanor, Dongfang Shuo inquired with concern, Your Highness, do you harbor further worries? Dongfang, the time is drawing near. They are returning. The crown prince replied slowly, his voice heavy with gravity, his eyes revealing a mix of concern and complexity. At this pronouncement, a silence enveloped them. The time was approaching when Wang Xiaoyao and Duke Duan would return from their provinces, likely bringing with them yet another set of troubles. Wang Xiaoyao, the third Prince Jun Yixian, lived up to his name, carefree and unrestrained, was appointed by the emperor to serve as the governor of Yangzhou. Duke Duan, the fourth Prince Jun Jianxia, was equally as his name suggested, steadfast yet dull, seemingly incapable of producing even a feeble punch, consumed solely by his obsession with peculiar crafts, as Jun Maxiao would say. These two were a juxtaposition of a debauched Li Bai and a modern-day engineer. They stood out in the imperial capital, both unique yet equally burdened. In the original tale, the fourth prince fared relatively better, ending up merely confined to a small dark room, while Jun Yixian was driven to take his own life under the emperor's duress. Jun Maxiao could only lament their fates, exclaiming, Alas, life is not worth it. Chapter 55. Against the wind, understanding intentions, easily unyielding to destruction. Time quietly flows by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have swiftly passed. Indeed, time is relentless, indifferent to day and night. In just a month, the day of Jun Maxiao's grand wedding will arrive. During these 2 months, Jun Maxiao's life has been remarkably mundane. Besides the occasional light-hearted visit to the Supervisory Institute, nothing of significant consequence has transpired. After all, the King of Chu is nothing more than a pure troublemaker, currently confined to a dark room, and Jun Maxiao is entirely indifferent to him. As he himself stated, the King of Chu is simply inconsequential. And that is that. However, the affairs of this world are often filled with uncertainties, akin to unboxing a mystery box. One can never predict what lies within. The one who truly warrants Jun Maxiao's attention is none other than Ouyang Yao. Although her intelligence may not rival that of the leading lady, she is nonetheless a person of considerable talent. While Jun Maxiao is not Cao Cao, it does not diminish his appreciation for Ouyang Yao. As for other women, well, Gongsun Wanner is best avoided. She is a purple enchantress, and it is wise to keep one's distance from her. One can only wonder if Jun Yixian will cross paths with this female demon. Should that occur, Jun Maxiao would silently mourn for Jun Yixian for 3 seconds, feeling the sting of sympathy, each second a quiet lament. Wuming, have there been any noteworthy events in the city recently? Jun Maxiao casually inquired. Your Highness refers to what? Wuming replied, a look of confusion adorning his face, ever the eager learner. Jun Maxiao nonchalantly responded, Niu Gularuya. Ah, you mean Lu Ru Yin. Has anything transpired with the Lu family? Jun Maxiao elaborated. Not particularly, but I have heard that the palace is following through with procedures, and it should be nearing completion, just awaiting the wedding. Wuming replied earnestly, his eyes fixed on Jun Maxiao. Eager to glean any insight from his expression, Jun Maxiao remained oblivious to Wuming's gaze. At that moment, having heard Wuming's account, a wave of helplessness surged within him. He recalled the scene at the Dengwentang. Back then, Lu Ru Yin was akin to Li Macho, albeit perhaps slightly more agreeable. It was a pity she could not utter the classic line. What is love in this world, that binds life and death? Lu Ru Yin, black tea like smoke, carries a hint of Gongsun Ru Yan's essence, infused with an air reminiscent of Niu Gulu Yan, in essence. She is a complex amalgamation, utterly elusive. If only life were as it was at first glance. Why must the autumn wind lament the painted fan? Jun Maxiao mused, pondering whether Lu Ruyin was attempting to emulate Hua Fei from Zhan Huanzhuan. Jun Maxiao questioned himself. He is not a protagonist from a novel. How could every woman possibly be enamored with him? Thus, Niugulu Ruyin must be approached with caution. Noticing Jun Maxiao's occasional frowns and closed eyes, Wu Ming could not help but voice, "Your Highness. Are you worried about Lu Ruyin?" "Indeed, it is quite bothersome," Jun Maxiao replied casually, only to realize afterwards, turning to Wu Ming, pondering. When did Wu Ming start to inquire so proactively? Yet, considering that Wu Ming is a woman herself, consulting her could prove beneficial, saving him from endless speculation. After all, women understand women better. This is a matter of professional relevance. That day, Lu Ruyin gave me an odd impression, as if she were an entirely different person. I even mistook her for Gongsun Wanerdado. Gongsun Waner is the young lady from the Emotion Pavilion. Just a reminder, we should refrain from provoking her for the time being. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming paused in surprise, furrowing his brow but choosing not to probe further. It is entirely normal for the sixth prince to possess certain undisclosed secrets. After all, Jun Maxiao has shown signs of cultivation. And Wu Ming is no stranger to such matters. He even deduced a bit about Jun Maxiao's acquaintance with Luo Wunyan, as it was only during their time in Qinghe County that Jun Maxiao had dismissed him. I am not familiar with Miss Lu's situation, but once she marries, I shall keep a watchful eye, Wu Ming stated solemnly. He too sensed that Lu Ruyin was unusual, though he could not pinpoint the exact reason. In any case, he felt there were too many peculiar individuals to concern himself solely with Lu Ruyin. When there are too many lice, one does not feel the itch. When there is too much debt, one does not worry. Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Jun Maxiao's expression fell into disappointment. Is that all? This is the extent of your insights? I was expecting a thorough analysis, and this is the outcome. Is your highness so fragile that you cannot withstand a little scrutiny? Jun Maxiao inwardly grumbled, rendered speechless as for the notion that Lu Ruyin might harbor feelings for him. Jun Maxiao deemed it impossible. Moreover, he would not reciprocate her affections, regardless of whether her feelings were genuine or born out of coercion. She ultimately caused the demise of the original host. Although he held no hatred towards her, he certainly found her presence intolerable. After all, he considers himself a champion of pure love, and while he may carry the habits of his previous life, it does not mean he is devoid of empathy. Sometimes, the distinction between right and wrong between individuals is indiscernible. The essence of right and wrong fundamentally lies in differing stances. Because she harmed me, she is in the wrong. Because she infringed upon my interests, she is in the wrong. This is the crux of the matter. With just a month remaining until the wedding, time flies swiftly, unbeknownst to me. The pond's spring grass streams, while the leaves of the wudong tree on the steps already herald the sound of autumn. Jun Maxiao reflected. Before he knew it, he had been in this world for nearly half a year. Truly, time flies and the years weave swiftly, making the days feel like an unyielding breeze, easily unyielding to destruction. Wu Ming, hearing Jun Maxiao's sentiments, found himself reflecting on his own journey. Unbeknownst to him, he too had been safeguarding Jun Maxiao for 10 years. Watching him transform from a mere child into a young man. Perhaps in the future, he would witness him transition from youth to middle age, and then to old age. Lost in thought, a flicker of melancholy passed through Wu Ming's gaze. Noticing the change in Wu Ming's expression, Jun Maxiao understood that he likely felt a similar sentiment, lamenting the passage of time. Wu Ming, would you like me to find a man for you? Unnecessary, Wu Ming blurted out. However, upon realizing the implications of his words, he furrowed his brow and asked, Your Highness must have misspoken. Shouldn't it be a woman instead? Yes, a slip of the tongue, Jun Maxiao smiled, brushing off Wu Ming's concern. Yet inwardly he thought, Aha, you've revealed your true self. He further added, In a few days, I shall find you several wives. After my grand wedding, I will arrange a splendid ceremony for you. You can rest assured. It will be truly magnificent. Wu Ming remained silent. Feeling he had teased Wu Ming enough, Jun Maxiao ceased his banter and headed directly back to his chamber. Next, he needed to take stock of this year's significant events. Though his arrival would undoubtedly create a butterfly effect, certain major matters would remain largely unaffected, such as the fifth prince's conferment of title. It was likely he would still be named the Prince of An. In the original narrative, the fifth prince was conferred the title of Prince of An, while he himself was granted the title of Prince of Leshian. The seventh prince was named Prince of Jing. and the 8th prince received no title at all. The emperor's conferral of titles is rather peculiar. Only the king of Chu's title is exceptional, while the titles of others are related to their names and personalities. For instance, the 4th prince, the Prince of Duan, signifies his adherence to rules and emphasis on propriety. The 5th prince's title often also carries similar connotations. Yet, his own title is rather intriguing, Prince of Lexian, which implies a life of idleness. Prince of Lexian? Jun Maxiao chuckled, "O Emperor, you bestow the title of carefree prince upon the 3rd prince, yet ultimately push him onto the stage. How absurd, desiring to be something without establishing a proper foundation." As thoughts of his title crossed his mind, a wave of reflection washed over him. Ha ha ha, hurry back, but alas, while you arrived in good spirits, you cannot return. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. Born into this imperial family, everyone is but a pawn on the chessboard, tugged by the threads of fate. And he, too, is struggling within this intricate game. Chapter 56. Poverty limits my imagination. A month has passed. Truly relentless, indifferent to day and night, as the wedding day of Jun Maxiao and Luo Wunyan approaches, it is just around the corner. Wuyang County lies over 500 miles away from the imperial capital. To ride a horse at a normal pace, one must take a day and a night. However, if one were to travel by carriage, it would take approximately 7 days. Given the traditionally large entourage for a wedding, the round trip would inevitably consume at least a month's time. As for the matter of fetching the bride, do not mock, for as a prince, it is unnecessary for you to take part personally, unless the bride's family resides in the imperial capital. Otherwise, a prince cannot travel freely. Nevertheless, according to the customs of Dayu, it is customary for the groom to return to the bride's home after the wedding, which will afford you an opportunity to indulge in some leisurely escapades. With 6 days remaining until the wedding, the prince's residence underwent a remarkable transformation. The grand entrance of the estate boasted a magnificent structure, with its vibrant vermilion doors gleaming brightly, adorned with polished brass studs. A pristine red carpet, embroidered with auspicious floral patterns, led from the entrance to the main hall. The courtyard was replete with exotic flowers from various regions, such as peonies, tree peonies, and flowering crabapples, arranged in various artistic formations and decorated with colorful ribbons. A colossal colorful canopy was erected in the front courtyard, primarily in hues of red and gold. Its roof covered in glazed tiles, furnished with tables and chairs, and draped with satin. The main hall and reception area were festooned with symbols of joy, and the reception area featured a dragon and phoenix candelabrum. The bridal chamber was adorned with a double-layered red canopy, with fragrant sachets placed in the corners. The marriage bed, crafted from rosewood, was dressed in brocade bedding embroidered with images of mandarin ducks swimming together, surrounded by a mosquito net inscribed with auspicious motifs. The bridal chamber also included an exquisite vanity, with a jewelry box made of yellow rosewood, inlaid with pearls and gems. After traversing the entire estate, Jun Maxiao could not help but exclaim that this traditional Chinese layout was indeed tenfold superior to any painting. He had initially thought that, having come from a future time, he would surely be able to introduce some novel ideas and make significant modifications. Alas, with his limited knowledge, he found it difficult to pinpoint any flaws. The creativity behind such elaborate arrangements made him marvel at the ingenuity of those responsible. He had to admit that it was astonishingly perfect. One could only imagine that women from future generations would exclaim, "Oh my goodness, poverty has limited my imagination." Such arrangements would surely leave those who spent millions on weddings in modern times in awe. "Wu Ming, what do you think?" Jun Maxiao inquired. Wu Ming, taken aback, thought to himself, "Your Highness, you are the one getting married. Why are you asking me for my opinion? What sense does that make?" Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to respond. "I am not certain, but Your Highness, this decoration is already the most luxurious configuration. I have not seen such arrangements in ordinary households." Upon hearing this, Jun Maxiao slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "What was I thinking? You've never seen anything like this, so why do I even ask you? After all, we are both experiencing marriage for the first time." It was indeed a source of exasperation. The original host had attended the weddings of the Crown Prince and the King of Chu, and Jun Maxiao naturally had memories of those events, noting that the decorations were quite similar. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that he needed to add some personal touches. What should he add? Jun Maxiao pondered. recalling scenes from the future. Rings, wedding photos, balloons were out of the question, but fireworks. Wu Ming, go. Jun Ma Xiao instructed Wu Ming and discreetly provided him with some silver coins before returning to his room. Fireworks, after all, should be kept under wraps. Alas, my dear Wu Yan, you cannot disappoint her. She has gone to great lengths for you, nearly pulling out her undergarments. He chuckled to himself in a playful tone. That demeanor was, in a word, mischievous. If Lu Wunyan were to witness Jun Ma Xiao in such a state, she might very well say, "You are so naughty. I really like it." As for the production of gunpowder, those who frequently read novels could likely recite the recipe. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, and a dash of 7-Eleven. However, the real issue lay in where to ignite it, to ensure the disappearance of all evidence as for the potential exposure of the gunpowder affair. It was of little consequence, for no one could prove it was his doing. 5 days later, a massive board covered with red cloth appeared at the entrance of the estate. Simultaneously, there was a similarly wrapped bundle above the grand entrance. As to the nature of these two objects, no one could ascertain at that moment. Jun Ma Xiao was reclining on his bed, catching up on much-needed sleep. The past few days had been exhausting, but fortunately, the dark guards were still conducting self-inspections and had not resumed surveillance of the estate. Otherwise, he would have been utterly worn out, truly a blessing from the heavens. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the palace. Wu Ming's voice broke through his slumber. Groggily, Jun Ma Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at Wu Ming, and weakly replied, "Understood." With the emperor's summons, he could not afford to tarry, so he dragged his weary body into the carriage dispatched by the emperor and headed straight for the imperial palace. Along the way, Jun Ma Xiao couldn't help but wonder if the emperor had discovered what he had been up to these past few days. However, upon careful reflection, he found no evidence of any oversight and thus dismissed the thought. He could not afford to let any mishaps occur. Since it was a carriage sent from the palace, it sped along the route, quickly entering the imperial grounds. Upon disembarking, he saw Chenju approaching, leading him through the courtyard to a secluded pavilion. This was a 2-story building surrounded by peach trees. This time of year, the trees were bare, but by the following March, it would surely bloom into a breathtaking peach blossom grove. Although Jun Ma Xiao had never witnessed the scenery of this locale in March, he could not help but recall a certain poem. In the peach blossom dock lies the peach blossom temple. Within the temple dwells the peach blossom fairy. The peach blossom fairy plants peach trees, exchanging blossoms for wine money. Sober, I sit before the flowers. Drunk, I sleep beneath them. Half awake, half drunk, day after day, blossoms fall and bloom year after year. May I grow old amidst flowers and wine, not wishing to bow before carriages and horses. The dust of carriages and the hooves of horses delight the wealthy, while the wine cups and flower branches are the fate of the poor. If we compare riches to poverty, one is on level ground, the other in the skies. If we compare poverty to carriages and horses, one must rush while the other enjoys leisure. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at their inability to see. I do not see the tombs of the heroes of Wuling, only flowers and wine tilling the fields. Of course, with Jun Ma Xiao's intellect, he could only recall Tang Bohu's peach blossom temple. But if the fair maidens of future generations were to arrive, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wow, what a celestial place this is." However, what astonished Jun Ma Xiao was that this 2-story building bore an uncanny resemblance to the small pavilion by the lotus flower lake in his own estate. Upon witnessing this scene, he was taken aback. What a remarkable coincidence! Yet, it suddenly dawned on him that the small building in his residence must have been modeled after this one. While Jun Ma Xiao was lost in thought, Chenju stepped forward, urging, "Your Highness, please hurry inside. His Majesty awaits you upstairs." At Chenju's prompting, Jun Ma Xiao promptly made his way along the path through the peach grove, entered the building, and ascended to the 2nd floor of the pavilion. Chapter 57. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield. Jun Ma Xiao. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? As Jun Ma Xiao entered the room, he looked around and discovered that it was nearly 200 square feet in size. Inside, writing implements were neatly arranged, a tea table stood quietly, and a chessboard lay undisturbed, with everything one could need present. However, the most striking feature of the room was the wooden walls adorned with over a dozen portraits of women. At that moment, a man clad in a deep black robe with a gray-blue mink coat caught his eye. Had it not been for the few strands of white in the man's hair, Jun Maxiao would have almost gasped in recognition. Mei Changsu, you are my deity. The man stood with his back to the door, his gaze intently fixed on a large portrait on the wooden wall. The portrait depicted a beautiful woman, smiling, standing amidst a grove of peach trees. The painting was so lifelike that as Jun Maxiao stood at the doorway, he could sense a hint of sorrow in the woman's smile. The woman bore a resemblance to Jun Maxiao, but what stunned him further was that her features were strikingly similar to Lu Wunyan's. Jun Maxiao nearly cried out, the name Lu Wunyan almost escaping his lips. With 10 years of experience as a devoted reader, he concluded that this woman could only be his biological mother. The emperor had summoned him to the palace prior to the wedding. And upon arriving at such a place, coupled with previous events, it could only be his mother. Yet at that moment, Jun Maxiao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him in utter disarray. A sense of unease and dread crept into his heart. Not for any other reason, but the woman in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Wunyan, which sent waves of anxiety through him. He couldn't help but think of Duanyu from Demigods and Semidevils, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. Could it be that Lu Wunyan is the sister I lost as a child? What a bewildering situation. Or perhaps I am not the emperor's biological child, and Lu Wunyan is. This plot twist is utterly outrageous. Or could it be that Lu Wunyan is actually a princess, and I have merely been swapped like something out of a drama? What a pure tragedy. Countless thoughts raced through Jun Maxiao's mind. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Trying to calm himself, he endeavored to recall the details of the original story but found no answers. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the emperor had already turned around. The emperor furrowed his brows, gazing at Jun Maxiao, and asked, "Why are you standing there foolishly? Hurry and come meet your mother." The emperor's voice disrupted Jun Maxiao's reverie. Coming to his senses, he stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the emperor, and then to the portrait. Once he had positioned himself, the emperor walked over to the window. Gazing outside, with his back turned to Jun Maxiao, he slowly spoke, "Your mother's name is Situyu, the youngest princess of the Dali dynasty in that year. My imperial aunt had just wed the Emperor Li. She was 3 years my senior, and I still recall my childhood days, trailing behind your mother, calling her cousin with every breath." Upon hearing this, Jun Maxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment and thought, "Wait, what do you mean by cousin? Does that imply I am a product of a consanguineous union? This is quite like pure barbecue." Though he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them and continued to listen to the emperor's narrative. As the emperor recounted the tale, Jun Maxiao came to understand that the downfall of the Great Li was shrouded in numerous secrets. The demise of the Great Li was not merely due to Emperor Li's folly, but rather stemmed from other profound reasons. When Emperor Li ascended to the throne, the realm was even more expansive than it is now, comprised of dozens of noble families and various sections. In an effort to weaken the aristocracy, Emperor Li devised a plan for their annihilation. However, before the implementation of this scheme, it was discovered by the noble families. Upon learning of it, they rose in rebellion, uniting with numerous experts of the earth, profound realm to slay Emperor Li at the pinnacle of his power. Following the assassination, the noble families found themselves at odds. Some believed a puppet from the Situ family should continue to reign, while others harbored ambitions of seizing the throne for themselves. Consequently, chaos erupted throughout the Great Li. After the noble families annihilated one another, the Jun family emerged victorious among the remnants, ultimately founding the Great Yu Empire. Although the Great Yu Empire was established, its territory had diminished significantly, and after the Great Conflict, only a little over 10 noble families remained, which has now dwindled to a mere 7. The other families and sects of the Great Li either faced extinction or fled to the Great Qi and Great Han nations. Those two nations transformed from insignificant realms into formidable powers capable of contending with the Great Yu. Jun Maxiao had heard some tales of the Great Li dynasty, yet the true intricacies remained a mystery to him. Listening to the emperor's account, he could not help but reflect. How chaotic it is! The map resembles the Three Kingdoms, the structure mirrors the Tang dynasty, and the system is a blend of the Ming and Tang. It is utterly a convoluted mess. Even a donkey from a production team would not dare to be this chaotic. The critical factor is that this is a world of martial prowess. If Elbu, Xiaofeng, and Zhuge Liang were to arrive, they would likely be at a loss. Suddenly, Jun Maxiao became aware of a troubling question. At that time, Jun Wudi was merely at the early stages of the Earth's profound realm. How could he establish the Great Yu? Would the other noble families acquiesce? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Thus, there is but one truth. The Jun family must possess other formidable figures, and what of his grandfather, Jun Wudi? Where had he vanished after being imprisoned? Surely he could not be dead. Goodness, author, you have caused no small amount of trouble. Why not provide more detail? You understand the art of leaving things unsaid, yet this has left me in a quandary. Furthermore, the twists in this world are rather severe. My life, akin to a roller coaster, has left me in a similarly tumultuous emotional state. Purely emo indeed. Yet, the Emperor's voice continued. 20 years ago, your mother suddenly lost all her cultivation, and her health began to decline at that time. She had already been found to be with child. Had she received proper treatment, she might have recovered, but that would mean you. The Emperor glanced at Junimo Shao as he spoke. Junimo Shao, upon meeting the Emperor's gaze, instinctively understood that in order to heal her, he would likely have to venture into the underbelly of the city. I could not persuade her, and could only let her go in the twilight of her life. She entrusted me to ensure your safe and sound growth. Yet, she likely did not foresee that you would be born without the meridians of a martial artist. Perhaps that is the arrangement of fate. Upon hearing this, Junimo Shao inwardly scoffed. To hell with your fate, you who seeks to battle heaven, and yet you speak of destiny? The Emperor continued. Junimo Shao, this is the name she left for you. Hearing this, Junimo Shao could not help but softly recite. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield, who returns from the wars of old? Situ conveyed this to the Emperor, imploring him not to let this child tread the path of power and greed. Truly, the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. Upon hearing Junimo Zhao's recitation, the Emperor turned to him, gazing intently. Little Six, I never anticipated you possessed such talent. Chapter 58. Each is a talent. Their words are melodious. Within the majestic imperial palace, the Emperor's tone was complex and inscrutable, tinged with a hint of satisfaction yet shadowed by a touch of regret. The satisfaction stemmed from Junimo Shao not being as inept as he appeared. This was something the Emperor had long known. However, the regret lay in the stark reality that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Those unable to cultivate are destined to struggle for survival, as the saying goes. To cross the Yellow River when ice chokes the river, one must ascend the Taihang Mountains where snow blankets the hills. Junimo Zhao's predicament mirrored the essence of this verse. The path ahead was fraught with difficulties. Just as the Emperor was lost in his myriad thoughts, Junimo Shao unexpectedly interjected. Father, are you certain I am your biological child? The moment those words escaped his lips, the Emperor's countenance froze. Suddenly, the Emperor seized a potted plant from the windowsill, poised to hurl it at Junimo Shao. Reacting instinctively, Junimo Shao dodged. Yet, to his astonishment, the Emperor gently placed the pot back down and meticulously brushed off the soil that had spilled over the edge. As if caressing the face of a beloved, Junimo Shao understood. Perhaps the Emperor was loath to ruin everything in this place. After all, it was where his mother had once dwelled. Leave, the Emperor bellowed. Junimo Shao, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily made his way toward the stairs. As he stepped out, he heard the Emperor's voice call after him. After your grand wedding, do not forget to bring her along. Let your mother have a glimpse of her. Junimo Shao hurriedly descended the stairs, exited the pavilion, and headed straight for the palace gates. However, upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a significant dilemma. He had arrived in fine form but could not return. He had arrived in a royal carriage, yet having offended the Emperor, there was no carriage to take him home. Nevertheless, recalling that since his arrival in this world, he had yet to truly explore the imperial capital, he resolved to walk back. Who would have thought that I, Junimo Shao, a dignified prince, would have to walk home? How embarrassing for the brothers who have traversed realms. Junimo Shao lamented helplessly. The journey is fraught with difficulty. The journey is fraught with difficulty. So many divergent paths. Where now lies my way? At this moment, Junimo Shao shared such sentiments. His recent visit to the palace had deepened his understanding of this world and the Emperor. The questions that had once baffled him were gradually finding clarity. Why had he been confined to the imperial capital? Why was he not permitted to venture forth? It seemed he had finally discovered the answers. Point one cannot deny that Jun Zhantian is indeed a good father and husband. He must have been a romantic in his youth as well. From the furnishings in the small building to the numerous portraits of his mother adorning the walls, Junimo Shao easily drew conclusions. He could ascertain that his mother had likely been a vessel of poison, perhaps even entwined with the haunting specter of a lingering ailment. These two poisons were the secret concoctions of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Moreover, considering Situ Hong's last words before his demise, it was not difficult to deduce that this matter was indeed the handiwork of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Though Jun Jiantian was a good father and husband, Junimo Shao was acutely aware that he was also an emperor. As the saying goes, the seat determines the mind. While the princes may coexist harmoniously in their youth, once they establish their own households, it is likely to become a life-and-death struggle. It is not merely a matter of being born into royalty. As stated in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the world's great affairs, after prolonged division must unite, and after prolonged union must divide. How could royal brothers be any different? Given that both Yu and Liang were born, why should one be favored over the other? The princes would endlessly vie for the highest position. One must admit that the emperor's intentions are noble, yet the true terror lies within the human heart in a bid to cultivate a Gu king. He continually augments his son's power, inciting them to compete while he orchestrates from the sidelines. This is the emperor's strategy, and in doing so, he ensures the princes' lives while simultaneously fostering internal strife among them, illustrating his profound foresight. Ideals may be bountiful, yet reality is often stark. Regrettably, the crown prince was established too early. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to taking his own life due to the weight of failure. Jun Yixian's plight was even more tragic, as he succumbed to self-destruction due to dissatisfaction with life. As for the seventh prince, it is unnecessary to elaborate. To thrust a mere soldier into the treacherous realm of political machinations is akin to courting death. Reflecting upon himself, he mused. It seems he and the eighth prince are the most comfortable in this situation. However, Junimo Shao found it curious. Was suppressing the noble families truly that vital? The Jun Jiantian of 10 years hence was not so different from the Emperor Li of 30 years ago, merely that the great Yu had not met its demise in the original narrative. The eighth prince 30 years later was also subject to certain provocations, leading to unforeseen calamities. As Junimo Shao pondered, he ambled along, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to his estate. Upon seeing the grand portrait covered with bright red cloth at the entrance, a satisfied smile graced his face as he entered the residence with a spring in his step. Yet, he forgot that this very portrait might bring considerable trouble to Luo Wunyan. If life were only as it was at first sight, why lament the autumn winds that mourn the painted fan? What twists might this painting bring forth? Shortly after his departure, the emperor gazed at Situ Yu's portrait and softly remarked, "Yuer, our child has grown and tomorrow shall wed. I have seen that girl. She bears a striking resemblance to you, and is also at the pinnacle of the 9th rank at 18, likely nearing the extraordinary realm. With such a girl by little Six's side, he may finally find a reason to smile." The emperor, upon finishing his words, gently caressed the cheek of the woman depicted in the portrait. Whether it was an illusion or something else, her smile seemed to grow even more radiant, and the strands of sorrow that lingered in her brows faded away with a serene grace. Junimo Shao returned to his residence, intending to indulge in a brief nap. However, a servant arrived to announce that officials from the Ministry of Rites were present and awaiting him in the parlor. Upon entering, Junimo Shao beheld a middle-aged man seated upright in a chair, his hands resting on his knees, occupying only half of the seat. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in formal official attire, his demeanor stern and rigid, indicative of someone who adhered strictly to protocol. Upon noticing Junimo Zhao's arrival, the man rose to offer his respects. "I am Minister Kong Yuli, and I pay my respects to His Highness, the 6th Prince." Recognizing the man's attire as that of a 4th-rank Deputy Minister of Rites, Junimo Shao noted the importance he placed on etiquette. He raised a hand in a gesture of courtesy, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Minister Kong. Your Highness, I have come regarding the matter of your consort." According to established protocols, the selection of a secondary consort should occur only after your return home. However, His Majesty's decree requires the wedding to be completed within 3 months, and given the auspicious timing, our ministry has deliberated and decided to proceed with the selection of a consort after your wedding. May I inquire your thoughts on this, Your Highness? Minister Kong articulated his purpose with respect and clarity. Junimo Shao nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "I see no objection to this matter." With his response, A look of relief washed over Minister Kong's face, and he bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your understanding. Your Highness, I shall take my leave." Watching Minister Kong's departing figure, Junimo Shao smiled faintly. To be honest, he held a fair degree of fondness for the officials of the Ministry of Rights. At the very least, their demeanor in dealing with matters was quite pleasant. This led Junimo Shao to recall the words of internet celebrity Zhou XX, "Working is simply not an option. It is impossible to work for a living in this lifetime. I cannot run a business either. It's only through petty thievery that I manage to sustain myself. Life in detention feels much better. There's no one at home, no friends, just a girlfriend. Inside, everyone is talented and speaks beautifully. I truly enjoy being there." Alas, it must be said, those from the Ministry of Rights are indeed impressive individuals. Just as Zhuge Liang from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms once remarked, "I observe this individual. His words are exaggerated and therefore he is not fit for great tasks." Yet, the people of the Ministry of Rights defy such notions. Proving to be quite remarkable in their own right, Chapter 59. The customs and rituals of the Ministry of Rights hold their reasons. Junimo Shao contemplates with innocent intent, to the public eye. The Ministry of Rights often appears as a bastion of rigidity and obstinacy, seemingly keen to disrupt what should be beautiful romances. However, Junimo Shao harbored a starkly different perspective in his heart. The rules that seem to bind human nature possess an alternative significance. They serve as an invisible barrier, offering protection at certain moments. He understood well that without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Consider, if you had a daughter enamored with a poor scholar. In novels, this may be depicted as a poignant love story. But does reality truly mirror this? Have you not seen how often the impoverished scholars in stories abandon their wives and children? Is it fair to generalize? As a concerned father, one naturally wishes for their children's marriages to be appropriate in social standing. These customs, to some extent, ensure just that. Reflecting on this, one might argue that it is, in fact, a good thing. As for why people gravitate towards tales of love between impoverished scholars and wealthy young ladies, it is merely a form of intoxicating fantasy. In later generations, although such explicit customs have faded, individuals still unconsciously develop their own codes of conduct. For instance, one may consider a potential partner's income or insist on the presence of a car and house, all while lacking parental figures. Is this not a reflection of the laws of the heart? Indeed, the human heart is rather sordid. Junimo Shao mused. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind the Ministry of Rights' decision. Tomorrow would mark the 16th, and following the wedding, he would turn 20. The Grand Court Assembly commenced annually on the 22nd. There was simply no time for further consort selection, hence the current proposal. At this moment, Junimo Shao sank into profound contemplation, while Wu Ming lamented beside him. Noticing Wu Ming's unusual demeanor, Junimo Shao inquired, "What troubles you so?" Wu Ming shook his head slightly and sighed. "Your Highness, the affairs of this world are often unpredictable. If Miss Lu truly enters the manor, one cannot foresee the ripples it may create. The nature of love is the most elusive of all. If life were but as it was at first glance, what sorrow would autumn winds bring to painted fans? It is easy for hearts to change, yet one laments how easily they do so. In this current situation, who can guarantee that hearts will remain steadfast? Just as it is said in novels, the world is vast, and the human heart is inscrutable. As for love in this world, as articulated in the legend of Zhan Huan, the misfortunes of life never cease. They are merely commonplace. One could only wonder how Miss Lu currently feels. Your Highness, the distinction between a primary consort and a secondary one is profoundly significant. Wu Ming sighed again. Curiosity filled Junimo Shao. To him, marriage seemed largely uniform. He genuinely did not grasp the underlying differences. Pray tell. Your Highness, firstly, a secondary consort does not have a wedding ceremony. Secondly, as Wu Ming slowly elaborated, Junimo Shao gradually comprehended the true nature of a secondary consort in this grand universe. In reality, the status of a secondary consort here could not be compared to that of a concubine in films. Firstly, there is no need for a matchmaking ceremony. Instead, the woman voluntarily presents herself. Secondly, a secondary consort must enter through a side door, never through the main entrance, and there will be no lively gatherings of friends to celebrate. Thirdly, once a secondary consort enters the household, she holds no authority to interfere in any affairs within. These regulations left Junimo Shao speechless. explaining why the original memories held no recollection of attending any secondary consort weddings. Incredible, he thought, unable to suppress a sigh. Dramas have truly misled people. This is hardly a secondary consort. She is even lesser than a mistress. Besides being favored by her husband, what remains is akin to the courtesans depicted in films. It is utterly ridiculous. Junimo Shao furrowed his brow and asked, if this secondary consort bears such low status, does she not possess any advantages? Wu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. Your Highness, to speak of benefits, they are not entirely absent. Should the secondary consort earn your favor, she may find some support at certain times. But ultimately, it is quite limited, as he listened to Wu Ming's account. Junimo Zhao's thoughts wandered. The favored are cherished, the compassionate remain unscathed. But how long can such favoritism endure? Just as the book states, flourishing like a dream, favor is difficult to maintain, and similarly. In the legend of Zhen Huan, it is said, to win favor through beauty, how long can one truly benefit? Suddenly, Junimo Shao snapped back to attention, turning to Wu Ming with a questioning gaze. Did you not claim to be ignorant of such matters? Is this your definition of ignorance? Wu Ming merely smiled without responding. Junimo Zhao's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to Lu Ruyan. He felt a sudden headache, having initially thought she would become Nyogwa Lu Ruyan. It now seemed that current circumstances simply did not permit that. He could only wonder what scheme she might concoct. To speak frankly, Junimo Shao did not harbor hatred towards Lu Ruyan. Rather, he felt a sense of injustice for the original owner. After all, it was not he who had suffered the indignation, nor had he truly experienced the pain. Moreover, since his arrival in this world, neither Lu Zhongnan's attitude nor Lu Ruyan's demeanor displayed any hint of arrogance. Junimo Shao felt primarily fearful that Lu Ruyan would transform into the kind of person depicted in the original narrative. He considered himself a champion of pure love, only accepting 1v1 relationships. Should Lu Ruyan enter the manor and behave with propriety, that would be acceptable. However, if she were to infringe upon his interests or cause him harm, Junimo Shao would not hesitate to eliminate her himself. His tenderness would only be bestowed upon those who posed no threat to him. As for those who endangered him, he would not hesitate to ensure their humane eradication. Alas, he wondered if those male protagonists of time-traveling tales might label him as a saint. So be it, he thought. Junimo Shao was filled with perplexity regarding those time travelers. How could they, having likely never witnessed bloodshed beyond their own, resort to violence so readily? Although he had also taken 2 lives, it had not resulted in much bloodshed, and when he first arrived at the Yuzhou Inspectorate's prison, he too had taken quite some time to gather himself. At present, Junimo Shao envied those who could kill mercilessly upon their arrival in this world, for he found himself utterly incapable of such actions. Coming from a peaceful era, he held a profound respect for life. This is akin to how those living in Huaxia can never truly comprehend the suffering of those in the Middle East or northern Myanmar. Junimo Shao believed the adage to be quite astute. Without investigation, one cannot claim authority. Without experience, one cannot have a say. His purpose for entering this world was not to become the greatest, but rather to avoid being exterminated by others, thus being compelled to become the greatest. Alas, I am too emotionally driven. It feels as though this is the end of the line, and I cannot rise again. Junimo Shao possesses a keen self-awareness. He understands that while he is not a simpleton, he certainly does not belong to the realm of those whose intellect borders on the supernatural. His greatest asset lies in his modern perspective as a future individual, the imaginative capacity of a decade-long bibliophile, and his grasp of certain nuances from the original text. Beyond these, he truly has nothing. The incident involving Lu Ruyan has served as a clarion call for him, underscoring the fact that he cannot anticipate every outcome. He never considered that Lu Ruyan could orchestrate such a remarkable turnaround. Consequently, he must bolster his own capabilities, exercise greater caution in the future, and strive to cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing his adversaries. He is determined to embody this seemingly harmless persona. Chapter 60. A wealthy man is a hero, while a poor man struggles. Tomorrow marks his wedding day. His 7th and 8th brothers have already visited the residence, and tomorrow at noon, they will accompany him to fetch the bride. Although there is no need for a mid-journey pickup, they must still await the arrival of the wedding procession at the city gate before making a grand entrance into the city. On the following morning, Junimo Shao rises early, attended by an elderly palace maid who meticulously prepares him. The attention to detail in his grooming is truly astounding. To his surprise, she even retouches his eyebrows and applies a touch of rouge. Junimo Xiao can't help but feel bewildered. While eyebrow shaping is one thing, what is the purpose of lipstick? Yet, bound by convention, he acquiesces. Once his makeup is complete, Junimo Xiao gazes at his reflection in the mirror. His prominent nose and well-defined forehead further accentuate his striking sword-like brows and starry eyes. His lips, enhanced by the application of a deep red hue, appear even more defined and sculpted. One cannot deny that the makeup artistry of ancient times is quite impressive. The skills of these palace maids in applying lipstick would surely compel even modern makeup artists to exclaim, "Absolutely stunning, great master, please take me under your wing," or perhaps, "Great master, please accept this humble supplicant's admiration." This era is indeed harsh, yet it also possesses its own merits. At the very least, culturally speaking, it embodies the grandeur of ancestral heritage. Once his makeup is finished, Junimo Xiao steps out of his chamber. Clad in a resplendent red ceremonial robe, the vivid crimson symbolizes festivity and nobility. The robe is intricately embroidered with auspicious patterns of dragons and clouds, signifying royal dignity and grace. Adorning his head is a golden crown, while a jade belt cinches his waist, from which hangs a piece of white jade ornament. The overall design is solemn and elegant. His features, meticulously refined, display brows like ink paintings and eyes that shine like bright stars. His hair is neatly tied back, adorned with a golden hairpin, and he wears black boots embellished with exquisite decorations. This entire ensemble radiates a regal aura, exuding solemnity, opulence, and a sense of ceremony. Should anyone from the future witness this spectacle, they too would be astonished, for such attire not only conveys celebration but also imbues a weighty seriousness, embodying the essence of YYDS, eternal deity. Before long, four individuals enter the residence, none other than his seventh and eighth brothers. Accompanied by their guards, "Sixth brother, how do you feel about becoming the groom?" inquires a youth of about 16 or 17, dressed in elegant black attire. Standing at an impressive 9 feet tall, approximately 2.1 meters, it is none other than Jun Jingbian, the seventh brother. "Next year, it will be your turn. Why the rush?" Junimo Xiao responds slowly, shifting his gaze to the eighth brother. This boy appears to be merely 8 or 9 years old, seeming particularly shy and reticent. "Eighth brother, why do you act like a little girl, clutching your garment?" Junimo Xiao asks with a smile, though internally he marvels at the irony. Who could have imagined that this bashful, timid boy would, 10 years hence, ascend to the throne as a formidable emperor? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Life is a winding journey where one can never foresee the next turn. Sixth brother, "I am not a little girl. Father has said that in the future, I must become a man," the eighth brother replies in a hesitant yet defiant tone. "Well, do you have any money?" Junimo Xiao teases. A smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, the eighth brother shakes his head weakly. "No, none. Then allow me to impart some wisdom. To become a man, one must possess wealth," Junimo Xiao states. His smile fading at this moment, the seventh brother interjects. "Sixth brother, we are warriors. What need have we for money? When the time comes, we can venture beyond the borders and acquire everything we desire through valor." Junimo Xiao, upon hearing this, falls silent, unable to suppress a sigh. The seventh brother remains as he was in the original text, his mind consumed with thoughts of glory and achievement, speaking without a filter. He lacks the discernment of when and where certain words should be uttered. "Let us depart," the trio declares as they make their way outside the residence. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation they just had has etched a profound impression upon Jun Jianwen's mind. Particularly the phrase "a wealthy man is a hero, while a poor man struggles," which the future eighth brother will come to revere as a guiding principal point. One cannot help but marvel at the intricacies of life. A single phrase or moment can alter the course of one's existence. Much like in the films, life is replete with surprises, and one can never predict where the next turning point lies. As depicted in the narratives, the wheels of fate turn unexpectedly, leaving no one capable of foreseeing the future's trajectory. Upon exiting the residence, they find a grand wedding procession and officials from the Ministry of Rites awaiting them. Junimo Xiao immediately spots the Deputy Minister of Rites, Kong Yuli. Upon the appearance of the three princes, all present bow in greeting, to which the princes reciprocate. Given the day's significance, despite the hierarchical differences. The officials regard the princes with the reverence one would show a half-emperor. However, the ministers present today are more akin to guests at Junimo Zhao's celebration, thus necessitating their acknowledgement. Esteemed gentlemen, Imo Xiao extends his gratitude, he proclaims, referring to himself as Imo Xiao rather than His Highness, which carries substantial significance. The crowd immediately bows in response. Your Highness, you honor us with your humility. They cannot help but marvel at the sixth prince. Although he lacks the ability to cultivate martial skills, he displays impeccable etiquette in his dealings with others. They have never witnessed a prince express gratitude towards them in such a manner, making Junimo Zhao's behavior quite rare among his siblings. This, in turn, enhances their favorable impression of him, though some may remain indifferent. Yet for Junimo Xiao, such opinions are of little consequence. What matters is that he maintains this attitude. Let us set forth. Chapter 61. The red veil and golden canopy reflect the grand hall. Steeds whinnying in the wind to escort the bride, the wedding procession sets off in grand fashion, with each participant harboring their own thoughts and emotions. The fiery seventh prince, Jun Jingbian, brimming with youthful exuberance, impulsively shouts, "Let us depart." This exclamation leaves Junimo Xiao utterly astonished as he inwardly muses, "Ah, finally, it seems my time has come, though the moment is not yet ripe." The wedding party appears momentarily bewildered. Jun Jingbian scratches his nose sheepishly, stammering, "I thought we were heading to battle." The expressions of those present shift from confusion to resignation, as they collectively sigh, "Oh dear, big brother, do you truly consider this wedding a battlefield?" Nonetheless, no one holds it against him, for the seventh prince is merely 17, a naive child at heart. Only the deputy minister of rights, Kong Yuli, casts a curious glance in his direction. After this minor episode, the procession gradually begins to move. Ahead, someone brandishes a large avoid sign, reminiscent of a modern police escort. Along the journey, silence envelopes the group, save for the steady sound of hooves and footsteps reverberating softly in the air. Clad in a vibrant red robe and mounted on a magnificent steed, Junimo Xiao exudes an undeniable air of gallantry. However, his posture appears somewhat awkward. Logically, this should be his third experience riding, yet he struggles to maintain a natural position. Unbeknownst to the others, during his previous 2 excursions to Yuzhou, he had relied on subtle manipulation of his internal energy to cover great distances. Now, in the presence of others, he must conceal his abilities and rely solely on instinct, resulting in an unusual posture. As he rides, Junimo Xiao quietly resolves to procure a saddle and stirrups in the coming days. Though seemingly inconspicuous, these 2 items would prove immensely useful. After all, in this world, most soldiers are martial artists of the 6th rank or lower, and these accessories would significantly benefit them. It is only the truly extraordinary warriors who possess the strength to create a marked difference. Of course, should Junimo Xiao acquire a saddle and stirrups, the others would merely conclude that he could not endure the discomfort of riding, never suspecting any ulterior motives. As for horseshoes, those can wait, lest they arouse unnecessary suspicion. Before long, they arrive at the city gate, dismounting to await the arrival of the bride. It is now the final hour of the morning, and in half an hour, it will be noon. INDU. Marriage customs are quite elaborate. The bride must enter the home precisely at midday. As the yang energy flourished during that time, it symbolized the firm standing of men. Jun Maxiao stood tall like a pine, gazing expectantly towards the official road outside the city. The gentle sunlight bathed him, outlining his noble and handsome silhouette. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose along the official road, and the cheerful sounds of drums and music gradually became clear. Jun Maxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if a playful fawn was leaping joyfully within him. She has arrived, bringing with her a bounty of happiness. The wedding procession drew nearer, and the magnificent carriage was the first to catch his eye. The carriage, adorned in a splendid blend of crimson and gold, was exquisitely decorated like a dreamlike tapestry. The intricate patterns shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Surrounding the carriage were the escorting troops. The guards, clad in neatly arranged armor, stood spiritedly like valiant knights, safeguarding their cherished treasure. The maidens, dressed in colorful attire and holding flowers, radiated joy akin to the warmth of spring. The carriage at the center of the procession was particularly striking. Colorful silk drapes hung from it, swaying gently in the breeze, as if tenderly whispering tales of endless sweetness and anticipation. A beaming smile lit up Jun Maxiao's face, his eyes brimming with hope and affection. He silently mused, at last. It is my turn. As the procession reached the city gate, Luo Wunyan's wedding entourage was both solemn and splendid. With banners fluttering and melodies soaring like heavenly music, he felt an irresistible urge to step forward, longing to catch a glimpse of Luo Wunyan in this moment. However, his desire was difficult to fulfill. Just as he was about to approach, Kong Yuli softly reminded him, "Your Highness, it is now noon. We should enter the city." Upon hearing Kong Yuli's words, Jun Maxiao realized that today his fate had been orchestrated by others. Yet, this arrangement filled his heart with delight. The crowd slowly entered the city gate, with Luo Wunyan's carriage trailing closely behind. Jun Jingbian and Jun Jiangwen also rode on horseback, their spirits high as they followed closely behind Jun Maxiao. The three formed a triangular formation, exuding an extraordinary aura, akin to a sturdy castle of love. Upon entering the grand streets of the imperial capital, they were met with throngs of citizens lining both sides of the road, dressed in festive attire. Their faces glowed with excitement and curiosity, resembling radiant blossoms in full bloom. Occasional exclamations of admiration erupted from the crowd, captivated by the grandeur of the wedding spectacle. Ah, this is indeed the wedding of the sixth prince. As magnificent as a dream. An elder stroked his beard, reminiscing about romantic tales of yore. Indeed, look at this wedding procession. The carriage is so splendid, as if it has emerged from a fairy tale. A woman beside him echoed, her eyes shimmering with envy. "I have inquired, and this bride is a miss from the Luo family. She must be an unparalleled beauty." A young lad spoke with eager anticipation, as if envisioning his dream goddess. Naturally, a woman marrying the sixth prince must be extraordinary. Their love is surely legendary. Another chimed in, his tone filled with reverence and blessings. Throughout the streets, soldiers stood at every 5 steps and every 10 steps, their postures upright and expressions solemn, akin to loyal guardians, safeguarding this grand wedding. Their presence not only maintained order within the procession, but also added a touch of solemnity and dignity. Meanwhile, seated within the lavish carriage, Luo Wunyan wore a resplendent crimson bridal gown. The gown, crafted from fine silk, felt as smooth as clouds, shimmering with delicate luster under the light. The collar was embroidered with exquisite golden phoenix patterns, each feather vividly detailed, bringing the phoenix to life. A wide golden belt cinched her waist, adorned with intricate designs that accentuated her slender figure while bestowing an air of nobility and gravity. As if she were a queen of love descended upon the mortal realm. Her hair was elegantly styled into a delicate updo, adorned with several gold hairpins that jingled softly, producing a melodious chime. A vibrant red veil gently draped over her head, embroidered with exquisite mandarin duck motifs, symbolizing marital bliss and everlasting harmony. Beneath the veil, her visage appeared ethereal and enchanting, shrouded in mystery. Through the edges of the veil, her fair skin and luscious red lips could be discerned, while her slightly lowered gaze flickered with shyness and bewilderment, resembling a fawn lost in the woods of love, awaiting her prince to rescue her. Am I truly marrying myself off in this imperial capital? Chapter 62. The clouds yearn for garments, the flowers for beauty. Spring breeze caresses the lattice, dew blossoms abound. At this moment, Luo Wunyan sat within the palanquin, her heart a whirlwind of confusion. Yet amidst this bewilderment, there was a faint glimmer of anticipation. Before entering the prince's residence, she had conducted a thorough investigation into Jun Maxiao. Though he often frequented the taverns and brothels, she had never heard of him staying out all night or any scandalous rumors about him. In Luo Wunyan's eyes, all of Jun Maxiao's actions seemed designed to keep the masses at bay. Am I truly marrying into this life? It felt as if it had all transpired yesterday, or perhaps it was merely a dream. If Jun Maxiao were to know the thoughts swirling in Luo Wunyan's heart at this moment, he would undoubtedly sing a heartfelt tune to the original owner. Thank you for being you, for warming my heart, Wunyan. Thank you for making the world more beautiful. I want to thank you, for your love resides within my heart. Thank you for passing on happiness. Though Luo Wunyan pondered these thoughts, an inevitable anxiety about marriage lingered within her. In truth, the ancient Luo Wunyan was fortunate to encounter the modern-minded Jun Maxiao. He bore no semblance of male chauvinism. All he hoped for was that Luo Wunyan would refrain from striking him in the future, and he would feel immensely grateful, having witnessed countless men devoid of familial standing in the modern world. He recalled a man once saying, "My position at home is akin to that of the small mat beside the family dogit appears to exist, yet can be overlooked at any moment. With a mere command from my wife, I must obediently comply, lest I lose even the status of that small mat." This illustrates just how fortunate women were in the modern era. Of course, if you were to ask them if they were happy, they would undoubtedly exclaim, So, one must ask, is Luo Wunyan not fortunate? And Jun Maxiao, too, is quite fortunate. The procession advanced slowly, traversing various streets, until it finally arrived at the prince's residence. Coming to a gentle halt. In the customs of Dayu, there exists a ritual known as the changing of the palanquin. Upon arriving at the groom's residence, the bride must be transferred to a brand new palanquin. After the bride takes her seat, 8 bearers will lift the palanquin and carry it through the gates. This is what is termed the 8-bearer palanquin and signifies a formal marriage. However, there is a process involved. The bride must be invited into the palanquin, and once inside, she must also be invited to disembark. This so-called invitation requires a certain finesse. Without the bride's nod of approval, she would not ascend or descend. Naturally, this is merely a custom. Were it not for the Luo family standing in the capital, Jun Maxiao would have had to urge for her to adorn herself. However, typically, regardless of the groom's lack of talent, once he speaks, the bride will willingly comply. After all, she is already married. Would she dare to make things difficult? To do so would likely result in discomfort within her new home. Jun Maxiao dismounted from his horse and exchanged a glance with the nameless attendant, who immediately vanished from sight. Moments later, gasps of awe echoed from the surrounding crowd. Wow, what a beautiful lady! Indeed, they are a perfect match. Who would have thought that Miss Luo would be so exquisite? Yet, as some in the crowd discerned the beauty of the woman, their brows furrowed deeply. In contrast, 2 individuals in the crowd gazed on with profound envy. Of course, another person burst into laughter, seated in the carriage. Luo Wunyan heard the commotion outside and, curious, asked her accompanying maid, Yun Ro, Xiao Ro, what is happening outside? Inside the carriage, a girl of about 13 or 14, with delicate features and a gentle demeanor, sat at the front, her eyes wide with wonder as she fixated on a massive painting beside the entrance of the residence, murmuring, "The young lady is so beautiful, and the prince is so handsome." Following her gaze, Luo Wunyan noticed a grand portrait erected beside the entrance. The painting depicted a man and a woman by a lotus lake, abundant with blooming lotuses. The man gazed into the distance with piercing eyes, while the woman pressed her face against his chest, tilting her head to look up at him. The figures in the painting could only be Jun Maxiao and Luo Wunyan, without a doubt. Yun Ro, regaining her composure from the painting, replied to Luo Wunyan's inquiry. "Miss, there is a massive portrait outside, and the individuals depicted are none other than the prince and yourself." Upon hearing this, Luo Wunyan realized that it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Jun Maxiao. A mix of helplessness and sweetness blossomed within her heart. At that moment, Jun Maxiao looked towards Luo Wunyan's carriage and gently spoke. "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty, spring breeze caresses the lattice, dew blossoms abound. Had I not seen you atop the Jade Mountain, I would have encountered you under the moonlight of the Yao Terrace in the tranquil embrace of the riverbank." The gentle cries of the mandarin ducks echoed, "A graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman's ideal match." The unevenly growing water plants drift alongside the current. The elegant maiden, in both wakefulness and dreams, seeks her beloved. Yet, her yearning remains unfulfilled, as she ponders in both wakefulness and slumber. With a sense of languor, she tosses and turns restlessly in the face of life and death. "We have forged our vows, hand in hand. We shall grow old together." These verses, undoubtedly, are a preparation by Jun Maxiao, for with his modest literary prowess, he could not have composed them himself. It is hardly conceivable that he would profess his love to Luo Wunyan with a mere phrase akin to "like a mouse loves rice," or declare, "I love you, you are my Juliet. I wish to become your Liang Shan Bo," or perhaps utter something like, "My affections for you have long been planned." Thus, it is evident that borrowed poetry serves him best. Fortunately, this world is still graced with mandarin ducks. Otherwise, he would truly have to find another verse, Jun Imo Zhao's poetry resonated through the crowd. An initial silence enveloped them, as if time had momentarily frozen. This was soon followed by a hushed murmur of admiration. An elder, stroking his beard, nodded slightly and remarked, "The sixth prince's affection for Miss Luo is indeed profound. These lines are simply heart-stirring." A woman nearby, her eyes brimming with envy, whispered, "Look at this sixth prince, such talent." "Miss Luo is truly fortunate," a young scholar sighed. "In the gentle cries of the mandarin ducks by the riverbank, the graceful lady is indeed a gentleman's ideal match." Such deep emotion is truly moving. Another passerby chimed in, "Indeed, the sixth prince and Miss Luo are a match made in heaven." Amidst the crowd, whispers of admiration for the sixth prince's heartfelt talent and blessings for the couple filled the air. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Luo Wunyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she peered through the veil, her heart swelling with sweet ripples of joy. Yet, two individuals in the crowd fixed their envious gazes upon Junimo Xiao and Luo Wunyan's carriage. As Junimo Xiao recited his tender verses, their eyes gleamed with deep envy. These two were none other than Lu Ruyan and Ouying Yao. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a complex glow, envy towards Luo Wunyan, yearning for a beautiful romance, and a hint of ineffable solitude. Ouying Yao, on the other hand, unconsciously clasped her hands together, as if trying to grasp the warmth she had never known. Her gaze remained fixed on Junimo Xiao and the carriage. Observing the overflowing affection between them, her heart weighed down with emotion. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, one that carried both blessings for them and a sense of resignation towards her own loneliness. She sighed softly, silently thinking, "Luo Wunyan is truly fortunate." Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual chuckled as they watched Junimo Xiao, their gaze akin to that of a famished wolf eyeing its prey, sparkling with a peculiar light. This person must have thought, "Indeed, I am utterly captivated by Junimo Xiao." With Xiao Rou's support, Luo Wunyan gracefully descended from the carriage, her movements as light as a fluttering swallow. Although her visage was obscured by a red veil, it could not conceal the shyness and happiness radiating from within. This scene was nothing short of a visual feast. Just as she was about to step into the sedan chair, petals rained down from above, cascading like celestial flowers. The petals of the daffodils, pure as snow, floated gently, resembling a host of lively fairies, carrying a refreshing and delicate fragrance, landing softly upon Luo Wunyan's shoulders and red veil. The plum blossoms, vivid and striking, danced in the air like scattered red plumes, their proud demeanor in the frost conveying wishes of resilience and courage for the newlyweds. The camellia petals, vibrant as flames, layered upon one another, fervently expressing endless love and joy. This scene was simply breathtaking. The petals twirled and fluttered, resembling a resplendent rain of flowers. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting a dreamlike glow upon Luo Wunyan. She paused momentarily, seemingly captivated by the sudden beauty surrounding her. The guests around her gasped in awe, lost in this ethereal spectacle. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the petals to sway lightly, as if celebrating this beautiful moment. Witnessing Luo Wunyan embark upon a new journey of happiness, this sight was nothing short of extraordinary. She extended her hands to catch the petals, her heart brimming with sweetness. With her pinnacle of ninth-grade cultivation, she could naturally sense the beauty of the falling petals. Alas, her realm was insufficient to discern the finer details. Having stepped out of the carriage, she felt the presence of a grand portrait at the entrance. Though unable to discern its specifics, its outline remained clear. Luo Wunyan inwardly cursed, her cheeks flushed, wishing to find a crevice to hide within. Thankfully, the red veil shielded her face, and the sedan chair provided a refuge. She quickly freed herself from Xiao Rou's grasp and darted into the sedan, leaving the little girl bewildered. "Is my lady in such a hurry?" she murmured, unaware that Luo Wunyan's retreat was born of embarrassment. This maneuver was indeed a masterstroke. "Lift the sedan." With Luo Wunyan settled, the officiant announced the ceremony, and 8 palace guards steadily raised the sedan, entering the mansion. The crowd gradually followed, trailing behind the sedan into the estate. However, Lu Ruyan stood alone, her expression one of melancholy, rooted to the spot. She had no need to enter the mansion at this moment. Moreover, her heart was far from tranquil. In her eyes, Junimo Xiao appeared increasingly perfect. While today's spotlight should have been hers, now claimed by another. Unable to seize love, she could only watch it slip away. Happiness seemed abundant in the world. Why could she not be one of them? At this moment, Lu Ruyin embodied the essence of a solitary love song. The depth of her envy towards Luo Wunyin was matched only by her resentment towards Prince Chu. What do we call this? It is not merely professional. It is a contradictory self-projection. She could not bring herself to resent Luo Wunyin, nor Jun Imo Xiao, nor even herself. Her ire was solely directed at Prince Chu. One could only wonder if Prince Chu, upon learning of this, would find a quiet place, close his eyes and breathe deeply, only to eventually cry out, "I am wronged. Oh, great emperor, spare me. I truly suffer unjustly. This is not my fault. Why must I bear all of this? Heaven above, I am so wronged. Who can comprehend my pain? I have done no wrong. Why must I be treated thus? I protest. I am too wronged. Of course, this is merely a whimsical daydream of 2023. Dear readers, feel free to disregard it. What a pure case of being utterly wronged. As the sedan entered the prince's residence, it settled smoothly upon the path adorned with red carpets, for the next step was for Jun Imo Xiao to invite the bride down. The formidable Jun Imo Xiao had clearly prepared for this moment, as he stepped forward and addressed the sedan, slowly saying, "I have composed a poem for my dear wife, to convey my heartfelt sentiments. Dear wife, please lend me your ears as I recite it." With that, Jun Imo Xiao cleared his throat, took a step upon the red carpet, and began to recite with measured grace. "I wandered the peaks and cliffs, and chanced upon a fair maiden. Her name is Luo Wunyin, unmatched in talent, surpassing all in wisdom. Her form is like a celestial being, ethereal and graceful, moving like a startled swan. Her brows arch like distant mountains. Her eyes resemble autumn waters, radiant in their glances. Her visage is like a peach blossom, her laughter like the spring breeze, captivating the heart and soul. Her demeanor is as elegant as orchids, pure as snow. In her gentleness, she is like the warm sun of spring, soothing the heart. In her resilience, she stands like a proud plum blossom against the frost, earning admiration. I recall the past, by the lotus pond, where we sealed our affection with a kiss, as poetic as a painting. Her lips, soft as petals. Her love, deep as the lake's ripples. Her hair, dark as night, is styled high, adorned with jewels, dazzling in their brilliance. Clothed in silk, she floats like an immortal, her every step a blossom, ineffably beautiful. My heart yearns solely for her. I wish to walk hand in hand through this life, regardless of the storms we may face. We shall never part, always bound together. May I and Yin Wu share love as in days of yore, never to be separated in our old age. Together, we shall admire the beauty of mountains and rivers, savor the richness of time, like mandarin ducks flying in unison, like phoenixes singing in harmony. This love is eternal, never to fade." Having completed his recitation, Jun Imo Xiao added, "This poem is titled The Ode to the Luo Goddess. It must be said that the Ode to the Goddess of Luo is truly exceptional, albeit somewhat flawed." When the bride, Luo Wunyin, seated in the palanquin, first heard that Jun Ma Xiao had penned an ode for her, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with an indescribable sense of emotion. The light in her eyes sparkled with surprise, as if brilliant stars were blooming within. A delicate blush gradually graced her exquisite features, and her lips instinctively curled into a gentle, sweet smile. Luo Wunyin gently bit her lower lip. Her thoughts drifting towards Jun Ma Xiao, she envisioned his deeply affectionate gaze and focused expression, imagining him filled with love for her as he composed the ode. Her heart raced uncontrollably, the rhythmic pounding echoing clearly in the stillness of the palanquin. She extended her slender fingers to lightly brush the palanquin curtains, as if hoping to glimpse Jun Ma Xiao's figure through the veil. In her heart, she silently reciprocated his deep affection, vowing never to betray his love in this lifetime. Little did she know that upon discovering this so-called ode was merely copied by Jun Ma Xiao, she might exclaim, "The longest road I, Luo Wunyin, have ever traversed is the intricate schemes of you." Jun Ma Xiao. In this moment, the author would bestow upon Jun Ma Xiao the title of the most adept literary thief. Of course, Jun Ma Xiao had invested considerable effort. His heart was truly in it. This scheme is simply masterful. Chapter 64. The Goddess of Luo stirs waves and opinions unfold. In this world, there are no three kingdoms, and naturally, no legendary ode to the Goddess of Luo. Jun Ma Xiao understood deeply that while the original text may consist of only a few classic lines, perhaps somewhat rough around the edges, what of it? For Luo Wunyan's surname is already Luo, which serves as a marvelous source of inspiration for his creation. Once this ode made its debut, it was akin to a boulder crashing into a serene lake, instantly creating tumultuous waves. Like a flash of lightning, it suddenly sliced through the dark night sky, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant radiance. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Mouths slightly agape, as though under a spell of immobility in their eyes. An incredulous light flickered, a genuine admiration for Jun Ma Xiao's talent. Some shook their heads gently, privately lamenting. The sixth prince, though unable to cultivate, never ceases to amaze with such talent. Others nodded slightly, their faces alight with appreciation, contemplating that while this young man may lack martial prowess, his brilliance is undeniably commendable. Exclamations of astonishment erupted. The sixth prince's ode is truly astonishing. The talent of the sixth prince is beyond praise. The reactions of the women present were equally captivating. Their eyes shimmered with complex emotions, filled with envy towards Luo Wunyan, tinged with a hint of jealousy. One consort bit her lips slightly, thinking to herself, "How fortunate is Luo Wunyan to wed such a talented individual." Another gently stroked her sleeve, feeling a pang of bitterness, reflecting that while her husband held a high position, he lacked such extraordinary talent. Their gazes were fixed on the palanquin, as if trying to pierce through the curtains to catch a glimpse of Luo Wunyan's face, seeking to uncover her secret. Some mused in their hearts, "How wonderful it would be if I could have such a husband." At this moment, Jun Ma Xiao wore a confident smile upon his face. Observing the crowd's reaction, he felt an extraordinary sense of pride. Yet, he silently lamented, "Brother Chao Ji, I owe you an apology." However, amidst this sea of admiration and envy, one individual's reaction stood in stark contrast. This individual was none other than the meticulous young official. Kong Yurai, as the lines of the ode drifted into his ears, he initially nodded along to the rhythm, marveling at its brilliance. Yet, upon hearing the phrase about a fateful kiss, his countenance darkened instantly. His face tightened, brows furrowed deeply, and his eyes narrowed, revealing unmistakable displeasure. What had once been a relatively calm demeanor now resembled a visage shrouded in frost, stern enough to deter any approach, cold enough to instill fear. Inside, anger and discontent surged like a turbulent tide, an unquenchable fire burning within. He deemed the poem audacious and uninhibited. Its descriptions of kissing a blatant challenge to propriety. In his view, customs and decorum were the bedrock of societal stability and must not be so easily transgressed. The fact that Luo Wunyan, the object of praise within the poem, so blatantly disregarded etiquette was utterly intolerable to him. He believed such behavior would corrupt public morals and set a poor example for society. As the Deputy Minister of Rights, he felt a profound responsibility to uphold the dignity of decorum and could not remain indifferent. However, he refrained from taking further action, recognizing that today was the sixth prince's wedding day, and addressing such matters would not align with proper etiquette. Yet, he had firmly etched Luo Wunyan's name in his mind, determined to keep a close watch on her in the future to prevent any indiscretions. Naturally, as a consort, he had no authority over her, but there were still the imperial clan court to consider. At this moment, Kong Yuri had unwittingly assigned himself the role of a private investigator. One wonders, if Jun Ma Xiao were to learn of his current thoughts, would he exclaim, "Brother Kong, please be a decent person." Nonetheless, he would be grateful for the vigilance. Of course, if Luo Wunyan were to find out, she might sigh, "I am merely seated in the palanquin, yet troubles descend from the heavens, just like the unpredictability of life, a convoluted affair." Just moments ago, she admired him, thinking how eloquent Kong Yuri was. Yet now, he resembled nothing more than a meddlesome old crone, as the saying goes. Just moments ago, I called him little sweetheart, and now I refer to him as Madam Cow. Humans are indeed fickle. The distinction between good and bad, right and wrong, is merely a matter of perspective. How could Jun Ma Xiao be any different? How could the audience be any different? One moment calling someone baby, and the next calling them dog author. At this moment, Ouyang Yao stood quietly, listening to Jun Ma Xiao's ode to the goddess of Luo. The poetic and picturesque verses seeped into her heart like a gentle rain, stirring endless waves within her soul. Her face tightened slightly, her gaze fixed on the distance, momentarily flashing with astonishment. The beautiful words seemed to vividly embody the deep affection between Luo Wunyan and Jun Maxiao, prompting her to feel an involuntary sense of envy. Her thoughts drifted far away, memories flooding her mind like a surging tide. Once, upon first meeting the King of Chu, she had been profoundly captivated by his literary talents. His graceful demeanor and eloquent expression had instantly captured her heart. Yet, she could not discern when everything had changed. The King of Chu now appeared to harbor a hint of disdain towards her. The talent that once made her heart flutter seemed no longer destined to bloom for her. A wave of desolation washed over her, feeling like a flower gradually wilting, losing its former brilliance. She questioned within herself why fate seemed so fond of playing tricks, and why she could not possess the happiness that Luo Wunyan enjoyed. Her heart was filled with anguish and helplessness, as though ensnared by an invisible net. Yet, amid this despair, a streak of determination emerged. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. At this moment, Ouyang Yao was indeed the very embodiment of a lemon spirit. Fortunately, Emperor Yuyin was not present. Otherwise, she might not merely be a lemon spirit, but rather transform into a vengeful warrior. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the seemingly tempestuous King of Chu possessed talent, which was truly surprising. One could imagine that if this poem were to be sung by scholars, the name Luo Wunyan would surely resonate widely, destined to debut in an instant. Just as the crowd was immersed in the shock and reflection brought about by the ode to the goddess of Luo, a sudden voice pierced through the romantic atmosphere. "Sixth brother, with your level of skill, you managed to write such an article. That's quite impressive." This voice was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing ripples to spread. Chapter 65. This is a rather serious chapter. The seventh brother, Jun Jingbian, spoke, and his words, akin to a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred layers of ripples, in the entire assembly. He was perhaps the only one who could be called a quintessentially straightforward man. Upon hearing this, Jun Maxiao did not feel anger. After all, compared to the original work's more outrageous moments, this was hardly significant. At this moment, Jun Maxiao felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, finally relishing the treatment of a protagonist. He paid little heed to whether he might expose himself in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme. A modicum of literary talent had no bearing on his status as the sixth prince. Reflecting on the day's events, he mused that the young ladies and brides would likely find it difficult to sleep that night. Among those present was another who greatly appreciated the unfolding scene. At this moment, that individual had ceased their previous giggles, now emitting a sinister laugh reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a little lamb. After the seventh brother spoke, the crowd regained their composure, and Luo Wunyan gracefully emerged from the palanquin. She moved with a lightness akin to a swan, her crimson veil trailing delicately, evoking the image of a vibrant flower swaying gently in the breeze. Junimo Shao strode forward confidently, taking her left hand in his grasp. The two walked side by side along the resplendent red carpet, gradually making their way towards the grand hall. At that moment, radiant sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting a cascade of dappled light upon the red carpet. It seemed as though a magnificent golden path had been laid out for the newlyweds. Junimo Shao slightly lifted his chin, inhaling deeply, a look of rapture illuminating his face. He then grasped Luo Wunyan's hand more firmly, cherishing this hard-won happiness. Luo Wunyan appeared to sense the enchanting atmosphere. Nodding gently, the veil swayed with her movements, reminiscent of a delicate flower, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Though her visage remained concealed beneath the red veil, one could easily imagine the bashful smile and lively gaze hidden within. Inside the hall, splendor overflowed, with the emperor seated in a position of authority. Clad in a black dragon robe adorned with golden dragons, he exuded an air of formidable majesty. The emperor's countenance was stern yet tinged with anticipation. Casting glances towards the hall entrance, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the concubines of the imperial harem sat gracefully. Today, they were all adorned in resplendent gowns, their postures straightened, exuding an air of solemn elegance. Their gazes frequently fell upon the newlyweds, revealing expressions of either joy or sentiment. After all, according to etiquette, they could be considered half-mothers to Junimo Shao. In the center of the hall stood a vermilion wedding table. Draped in golden satin, its edges embroidered with dragon and phoenix motifs, at its center, a pair of red candles flickered gracefully, while incense wafted from a burner nearby, its fragrance curling like invisible ribbons that entwine the heart. On either side, vibrant flowers bloomed, akin to heralds of spring, bringing boundless vitality. The Minister of Rites, Kong Wenda, stood rigidly beside the table, presiding over the wedding of the sixth prince on this day. He stood tall as a pine, his expression serious, resembling an unyielding mountain peak. Several princes, royal kin, and ministers occupied seats on the lower sides. Their eyes sparkled with diverse emotions: anticipation, speculation, jealousy. Musicians, dancers, and attendants waited quietly behind, resembling soldiers on standby. The ministers wore smiles, yet each harbored their own schemes. The prince's emotions were even more complex, some envying Junimo Xiao, while others appeared indifferent, as if this wedding had no bearing on them. The crown prince gazed intently at Luo Wunyan, pondering. This woman shares the same name as the empress mother. What profound meaning lies behind the emperor's choice? He furrowed his brow slightly. Like a traveler lost in a fog, striving to find direction, in contrast, the Prince of Chu wore a grim expression, harboring resentment. The shared name with his mother deeply offended him. He contemplated the emperor's intentions, his gaze cold as ice, keeping others at a distance. At this moment, the crowd remained unaware of Luo Wunyan's appearance. Having been inside the residence, they could not have seen the portraits outside. Should they later discover that Luo Wunyan bore a striking resemblance to the favored consort Yu, it would surely stir up a tempest. After all, her name contained the characters Wunyan, reminiscent of the former empress, and her beauty echoed that of consort Yu. The emperor's decree of marriage must hold significant meaning, leading many to indulge in boundless speculation. Junimo Xiao led Luo Wunyan, her head adorned with a red veil. As they made their way down the red carpet, he stood tall as a white poplar, his face radiating happiness. Holding Luo Wunyan's hand tightly, felt as though he grasped the entirety of the world. At that moment, the light within the hall seemed to shine even brighter, the glow of the red candles illuminating the faces of the newlyweds, bestowing upon them a sacred brilliance. Junimo Xiao instinctively straightened his chest, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Luo Wunyan slightly tilted her head, as if attuning herself to Junimo Xiao's presence, embodying the sentiment of holding hands and growing old together. Though she could not see his face, her heart was tumultuous. Her heartbeat quickened like a rapid drumbeat, a tide of nervousness and shyness surging within her. Feeling the warmth of Junimo Xiao's palm, she found solace in this solemn setting. Memories of their shared moments sparkled in her mind like brilliant stars. She felt both anticipation and trepidation at the thought of becoming a member of the royal family, with responsibilities and pressures looming ahead. Yet, Junimo Xiao's steadfastness filled her with courage. She resolved to stand by him through thick and thin, come what may. The pair arrived at the heart of the hall, where the emperor, noticing Junimo Xiao, nodded slightly. The Minister of Rites stepped forward, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the auspicious moment has arrived." With a smile, the emperor replied, "Let us begin." Kong Wenda then called out loudly, "The auspicious moment has arrived. The newlyweds may step forward." Junimo Xiao released Luo Wunyan's left hand, gently guiding her arm as they approached the altar in a royal wedding. Such matters could not be entrusted to maidservants. Junimo Xiao's movements were tender yet firm, and Luo Wunyan subtly shifted her steps to align with his guidance. Standing side by side, they were filled with hope. They bowed to heaven and earth, turning to face the hall's entrance. They bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for the blessings of heaven and earth, and praying for a harmonious marriage, akin to devout believers paying homage to the divine. Junimo Xiao and Luo Wunyan bent gracefully, their motions synchronized and dignified, resembling a couple of celestial birds in the sky or intertwining branches on the earth. Junimo Xiao's expression was reverent, while Luo Wunyan's demeanor was elegant. Their actions painted a scene of exquisite beauty. They bowed to the high hall. Facing the emperor and the concubines, they bowed in gratitude for their nurturing, pledging to honor their parents. The concubines nodded slightly, their faces adorned with tender smiles. They bowed to each other as husband and wife. As they faced one another and bowed, their eyes met amid the fluttering of the veil, brimming with love and resolve. Like two rivers converging. Upon the completion of the ceremony, Kong Wenda announced, "The rites are complete." Instantly, the hall erupted in cheers. The music resounded joyfully as musicians stepped forward, playing jubilant melodies, while dancers twirled gracefully. Embodying the vigor and joy of a rushing river, their movements light as butterflies, adding a romantic and warm ambience to the wedding day. In that moment, the wedding hall was filled with song and dance. With the emperor's signal, guests began to clink glasses and whisper among themselves. After the ceremony, the women returned to their new chambers to await, while the men returned to the wedding site to entertain guests. Junimo Shao gently held Luo Wunyan's hand, escorting her to the new chamber. Chapter 66. The beans boil, tears floating in the pot. Junimo Shao firmly grasped Luo Wunyan's delicate hand. Moving forward slowly, sunlight poured down, their silhouettes appearing as a breathtaking painting, warm and beautiful. Their steps were unhurried, as though measuring the path of happiness in life, steady and resolute. Eventually, they arrived at the door of the new chamber. Brimming with anticipation, Luo Wunyan raised her gaze slightly, her eyes filled with tenderness. She spoke softly, "You should go. The guests will be arriving." According to tradition, Junimo Shao could not enter the new chamber at this time. He must wait until nightfall, when the mysterious and romantic moment would allow him to enter. "I understand, but I still wish to spend a moment longer with you, Nyan Junimo Shao replied. His eyes filled with affection. Luo Wunyan felt a sweetness in her heart, yet she was acutely aware that traditions must not be broken. She slowly said, "If you linger any longer, my reputation will be at stake." Upon hearing this, Junimo Shao instantly realized that Luo Wunyan was intentionally provoking him. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "If you want me to come over, you must first call me husband for me to hear." In an instant, Luo Wunyan's face beneath the veil flushed crimson, and she chose to ignore Junimo Shao, instead addressing the maid behind her. "Xiao Rou, assist me inside." Xiao Rou quickly trotted forward, supporting Luo Wunyan steadily as they made their way into the room. A throng of maidservants seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. Closely following behind, Junimo Shao quietly watched the retreating figure of Luo Wunyan, her graceful silhouette fading into the distance. A smile graced his face as he inwardly mused, "Ah, women can still be shy. Tonight, I will have you call me husband, and tomorrow morning, my lord." Hee. In his previous life on Earth, though Junimo Shao had never experienced marriage, he had heard countless stories, as numerous as the stars. He clearly understood the distinction between girls and women, which was not merely physiological but also psychological. Junimo Shao slowly turned and retraced his steps along the store-laden path back to the grand hall. At this moment, the hall had transformed into a lively banquet scene. Laughter and chatter filled the air, the sound of merry voices seeming to leap within the atmosphere, joyous and vibrant. Upon inquiry, Junimo Shao discovered that the emperor had quietly departed with the concubines. He was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment rising within him, but he quickly grasped the reasoning behind it. In ordinary households, the head of the family would warmly receive guests. However, the emperor could not do so. In this case, no one could bear the burden of personally entertaining the emperor unless it were sovereigns from other nations. Moreover, with the emperor present, it was likely that everyone would feel constrained. Unable to fully relax, it was better for him to return to the palace, especially since Junimo Shao and Luo Wunyan would surely need to visit the palace to pay their respects the following day. Just as Junimo Shao re-entered the grand hall, several princes immediately surrounded him. He naturally understood that they were there to drink, so he quickly declined. "I still need to welcome guests. Let's drink later tonight." At that moment, the seventh prince eagerly spoke up, "Sixth brother, father has already arranged for Chunju to receive the guests. What are you still busy with? Come and drink with us." The crown prince interjected at the opportune moment, saying, "Indeed, sixth brother, even as we prepare to welcome our guests, it would not be amiss for us brothers to indulge in a few cups first." Upon hearing the crown prince speak, Junimo Shao immediately broke into a smile. "Very well. Since elder brother has suggested it, I shall join you all for a few drinks, and later in the evening, I shall showcase my prowess." At that moment, Junimo Shao appeared particularly carefree, even addressing the crown prince as elder brother. With the crown prince extending his goodwill, it was only natural for him to show respect. "Sixth brother, you are not being fair. When the crown prince speaks, you listen, yet when I speak, you disregard my words." Old Seven pouted, his face a picture of discontent. Junimo Shao turned his gaze toward Old Seven, his eyes filled with earnestness. Old Seven with your temperament? He shook his head slightly before continuing. The crown prince is not only the heir to Dayu, but he is also our eternal elder brother. Old 7, do you wish to command 6, brother? What are you thinking? Junimo Shao understood that Old 7 was merely jesting. Yet such banter was ill-suited for the occasion. Had Old 7 not heard him just refer to the crown prince as elder brother? With this statement, Junimo Shao aimed to convey to all present that he, Junimo Shao, not only recognized Jun Changqian as the crown prince but also regarded him as an elder brother, signifying that he harbored no ambitions toward the throne. Any conflicts over it were for others to contend with. Furthermore, it served as a reminder to Old 7 that if he bore no aspirations for power, it would be best not to express himself too freely. All present exhibited no significant reactions. Save for the king of Chu, who appeared rather sullen. He furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. 6th brother, your words today are rather inappropriate. Junimo Shao looked at the king of Chu. A hint of confusion in his gaze. 2nd brother, did 6th brother say something amiss? Upon hearing this, the king of Chu's expression grew awkward. This question was quite difficult to answer. To agree would implicate him in acknowledging the crown prince's authority. To disagree would suggest a disregard for brotherly bonds, and no matter how he responded, he would find himself in a quandary. Ultimately, the king of Chu could only return to his seat with an embarrassed expression. The previously lively atmosphere grew considerably quieter. To the onlookers, it seemed Junimo Shao was lending support to the crown prince. However, some astute individuals would perceive it differently. Junimo Zhao's words, while appearing to endorse the crown prince, were essentially a testament to his allegiance to whichever brother held the title. Today, he was merely supporting his elder brother, a matter befitting the hierarchy among siblings. After speaking, Junimo Shao grasped the wine jug, which seemed to come alive in his hands. He poured himself a glass, the clear liquid shimmering with a mysterious glow, bright yet profound. He raised his cup and declared, "Today marks a day of great joy for me. Should my hospitality fall short, I hope all of you will forgive me." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp, his bold demeanor eliciting admiration from those present. He then filled his cup once more, holding it aloft as he took confident strides, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. Upon completing the 7 steps, Junimo Shao recited, "Bean sprouts ignite the fire to boil, bean tears float in the pot. All are born of the same kin. How can we rest while we harm each other?" The moment these words left his lips, an uproar ensued in the hall. The poem was so fitting for the moment. Chapter 67. The article is naturally formed, gained by a master's hand. Once the poem was recited, the expressions of the crowd varied, yet all were duly noted by Junimo Shao. His decision to recite this poem at such a critical juncture was not merely for fleeting amusement. He had his own calculations. Firstly, this poem would undoubtedly be disseminated, and the emperor would surely learn of it, feeling greatly pleased. Secondly, it served to remind everyone that he valued brotherly bonds above all, establishing his own character. Thirdly, it was a supplement to his earlier remarks, for within his heart, he hoped that in the pursuit of power, there would be no need for life and death struggles among them, encouraging a sense of restraint. And of course, Junimo Shao was acutely aware that this was merely a wishful thought. He could only do as much as he could. At the moment he finished reciting the poem, a complex expression instantly crossed the crown prince's face. A flicker of guilt and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The calculating demeanor he often bore was, at that moment, temporarily concealed. He knew all too well that he harbored feelings for those brothers. Yet in the maelstrom of power, he could not afford to let his guard down, for he feared that his brothers might indeed turn against him. At this moment, hearing the poem, the softer side of the crown prince's heart was quietly stirred. The sensation was bright and comforting, tranquil and harmonious. His thoughts drifted far away, recalling the joyful times spent with his brothers. Those innocent years seemed to be right before him. Within reach, he sighed softly, the sound of his sigh seemingly laden with endless concerns. Junimo Shao understood the crown prince's sentiments. Indeed, as depicted in the original text, he was not a cold-blooded individual. Yet, alas, the demons within the crown prince occasionally stirred, and the emperor would sometimes provoke him. If substantial changes did not occur, the crown prince would ultimately meet the same fate as in the original narrative. The king of Chu, upon hearing the poem, was momentarily taken aback. That instant of astonishment felt as if time itself had frozen. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdain, as if to say, "This poem is nothing more than a lament without cause." His gaze exuded determination and coldness, signaling to the world that he would not relinquish his ambitions for the sake of brotherhood. In his heart, Junimo Shao shook his head. A man who openly displays disdain upon his face is utterly foolish. Old 3, Junisian, who had initially worn a carefree expression, now appeared somewhat serious. His previously relaxed demeanor seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom. Though he had no desire for power struggles and simply wished to live freely, he still held deep feelings for his brothers. This poem stirred countless emotions within him, as he envisioned the tragic outcomes of brotherly strife born from the pursuit of power. He shook his head slightly, a gesture filled with helplessness and sorrow. His resolve to distance himself from power struggles solidified. He longed only to live freely in this world. But would the emperor grant him this wish? That remained an uncertain question. Junjian she displayed little change in expression. He stood quietly, resembling a silent mountain, steady and resolute, leaving others perplexed about his thoughts. Junjian appeared lost in confusion. His heart was a tumult of complex emotions, and this poem plunged him deeper into turmoil. He found himself at a crossroads, to engage in the struggle for power or to withdraw from it all. Jun Jingbian, on the other hand, boldly proclaimed, "What use is poetry? We should focus on fighting well. Being a great general is the right path." His words brimmed with boldness and a carefree spirit, seemingly devoid of interest in power struggles, fixated solely on achieving merit on the battlefield. His gaze conveyed determination and bravery, signaling to the world that he fought solely for honor. The young Jun Jianwan, still naive, did not grasp the poem's significance. He merely stared wide-eyed, curiously observing everyone around him, his innocence evoking a sense of endearment. Yet, did he truly not understand? Perhaps only he knew the answer. At that moment, the officials nearby began to whisper among themselves. An elder statesman sighed inwardly. The meaning of this poem is profound. The current tension between the King of Chu and the Crown Prince is detrimental to the nation. A younger official daringly interjected, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Chu, and all esteemed princes, let us take this poem as a cautionary tale and cherish our brotherly bonds, working together for the prosperity of the Du Empire." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Indeed, someone had the audacity to speak up. It was the same official who had previously proposed Scholar Zhang as the governor of Yu province. Well, this individual was a unique presence. Junimo Shao? Now the center of attention, downed the wine in his cup before addressing the princes. "Everyone, my earlier words were rather reckless. I hope you can forgive me." At that moment, a man in white spoke up. "Sixth brother. I, third brother, consider myself quite talented. I never expected to witness you compose a poem in 7 steps today. I am truly impressed. Why not name this poem the 7-step poem?" The speaker, clad in white as snow, stood elegantly against the passage of time. About 25 or 26 years old, he was brimming with youthful vigor. His long hair was casually tied back, flowing gently in the breeze. His handsome face and bright, star-like eyes sparkled with a rebellious light. He carried himself with grace, moving effortlessly as if nothing in the world could hinder his stride. Holding a wine jug, he occasionally lifted it to drink, the wine spilling onto his white attire, yet he remained oblivious. This man was none other than Old 3, the carefree king, Jun Xian. Upon hearing the man's words, the crowd finally reacted. Indeed, the poem had yet to be named. 7-step poem, how fitting. One official commented, "Ha ha, third brother, you flatter me that I possess no true talent. This is merely something I jotted down in passing. After all, this article is naturally formed, gained by a master's hand. Sixth brother was merely fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. As for the poem's title, let it be as you say, third brother." Upon hearing this, Junisian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a marvelous phrase. The article is naturally formed, gained by a master's hand. This line deserves to be highlighted. Come, third brother, let me toast you. With that, Junisian filled his cup to the brim and raised it toward Junimo Shao. Do not laugh, dear Jun, for even in jest, one must raise a cup in return after drinking. With Jun Ishian setting the tone, the gathering soon erupted into a lively exchange of toasts. However, not everyone shared in this merriment. Take, for instance, the several second-rank officials present. Though smiles adorned their faces, it was evident that these were mere facades. Each harbored their own schemes. After the emperor's departure, they had already caught a glimpse of the bride. Luo Wunyan.an unsettling feeling began to brew within them. What could the emperor's intentions be? As seasoned members of the court, they were well aware of the connections between the Empress Duga Wunyan and the Yu concubine. The sixth prince's bride, Luo Wunyan, bore the name Wunyan, reminiscent of the Yu concubine. Logically, such a woman, even if not to be brought into the palace, should not be betrothed to Junimo Shao. Was this a means to support the sixth prince? Or perhaps a form of compensation for Junimo Shao? Before long, the sounds of ceremonial chanting echoed from the entrance. The arrival of the Duanmu family, Chapter 68, Life is but a play. Reliant on performance, as the proclamation of the Duanmu family's arrival resonated, all eyes turned towards Duanmu Rue, the official's gazes seemingly interrogative. Is it not you, Duanmu Rue, who stands here to represent the Duanmu clan? Perceiving the collective scrutiny, Duanmu Rue chuckled heartily. It must be my daughter who has arrived. Upon hearing this, Junimo Shao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly sprang to his feet, hastening towards the estate's entrance. The Duanmu family was a formidable force not to be underestimated. Such esteemed guests warranted his personal reception. At this moment, the eighth brother, Jun Jiangwen, also trailed closely behind Junimo Shao as he exited the hall. Junimo Shao, noticing his presence, paused slightly. Eighth brother, what brings you here as well? Jun Jiangwen pouted, his voice childlike. Sixth brother, you are all adults, while I am merely a child that it's no fun inside. It's far better to stay by your side. Observing the expression on Jun Jiangwen's face, Junimo Shao swiftly deduced his thoughts. It was understandable. Surrounded by a group of men indulging in drink, a mere child would indeed find it difficult to blend in. No wonder the original tale depicted him as one who preferred the company of girls, a quintessential example of a child deprived of affection. Junimo Shao mused silently, pondering how Jun Jiangwen would react if he were to discover that he had usurped his beloved from the original narrative. However, with the plot now thoroughly altered, such considerations seemed trivial, as the saying goes. Once the wheels of fate begin to turn, none can halt their relentless advance. The two soon reached the estate's entrance. Just in time to hear the officiant announcing the gifts. The Duanmu family presents a ginseng root, a purple coral, and a pair of agate. Listening to the list of offerings, Junimo Shao felt a twinge of disappointment. While these were indeed precious items, they amounted to little more than basic medicinal herbs and ancient treasures. Originally, he had hoped to leverage this grand wedding to gain a significant advantage through the gifts. Alas, it appeared that his plans had been dashed. Yet, upon reflection, he soon found solace in the realization. First, everyone was aware of his inability to cultivate. Thus, it was only natural that they would refrain from presenting him with any extraordinary resources, akin to gifting a comb to a monk. It would serve no purpose. Second, such cultivation resources were incredibly valuable, and no one would part with them lightly. Even princes would hoard them for their own kin, reserving them for those with whom they had a vested interest. Junimo Shao sighed inwardly. In this world, all is hustle and bustle, driven by profit. All is chaos, stirred by gain. As he continued to listen to the list of gifts, he stepped forward to greet the guests. From the carriage emerged a young woman clad in a light blue ceremonial gown. His heart exclaimed in astonishment, "By heavens! The blue moon jade rabbit!" The maiden appeared to be around 15 or 16, her oval face as pale as jade, resembling a delicately sculpted piece of sheep-fat jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her slightly uplifted eyes sparkled with vitality, as if concealing a universe of stars. Her gaze was akin to a clear spring, reflecting the world around her with luminous clarity. Below her petite nose, her cherry-red lips bloomed like springtime peach blossoms, resplendent and luscious. Her long, inky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, with wisps occasionally dancing in the breeze, whispering tales of endless tenderness. Her slender figure was accentuated by the flowing blue gown, enhancing her gracefulness. Her delicate waist seemed almost fragile, moving with a willowy elegance, yet exuding an undeniable vigor. Her poise radiated refinement, unmistakably the demeanor of a lady of noble upbringing. Yet, only one familiar with the original tale would discern that beneath this gentle exterior lay a mischievous and playful spirit. akin to a little imp, for no other reason than that this young lady was none other than Duanmu Li, one of the 10 most beautiful women in the capital, known by the moniker Blue Demon, Miss Duanmu. After such a long journey, please, Junimo Xiao greeted with utmost politeness, appearing particularly formal and reserved. Your Highness, you are too kind. I am here to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your joyous occasion. Duanmu Li replied, slightly lowering her head, her hands gracefully clasped at her right side, before elegantly curtsying in a standard gesture of respect. Her movements were both graceful and dignified, as if a beautiful painting were unfurling before one's eyes. Throughout her bow, she maintained an air of serene charm, radiating a tranquil and exquisite aura. Yet, Junimo Xiao discerned a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. He mused silently. Those who first encounter you are surely to be deceived. This is no blue demon. She is undoubtedly a consummate performer. Junimo Xiao could not help but recall his classic adage. In this world, appearances often beguile the masses. Only by perceiving the essence can one remain invincible. He too returned the courtesy with decorum, donning a polite smile. Duanmu Li also offered a bow to Jun Jiangwen, who reciprocated with the appropriate respect, albeit with a hint of bashfulness on his countenance. At that moment, a spark ignited in Duanmu Li's eyes. Junimo Xiao, sensing the shift, thought to himself, alas, eighth brother, you are doomed. The blue demon has set her sights upon you. As he prepared to usher Duanmu Li into the estate, she instead turned her gaze towards the grand portrait at the entrance, her eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. Miss Luo is truly fortunate to wed His Highness the Sixth Prince, she remarked wistfully. Upon hearing this, Junimo Xiao maintained his solemn demeanor, replying earnestly, Miss Duanmu, you flatter me. It is I who am fortunate to marry a woman of Wunyan's caliber. Please, Miss Duanmu, do come inside, he continued, performing a formal gesture of invitation. With light, graceful steps, Duanmu Li proceeded through the estate's entrance. Her movements and demeanor were the epitome of gentility and grace. Soon after, upon entering the grand hall, she was welcomed by Chen Ju, who guided her to the area designated for the ladies. This was due to the absence of appropriately ranked female guests. To welcome her with a mere maidservant would be a slight. Additionally, as a eunuch, Chen Ju was fittingly suited to enter the ladies' quarters. As Duanmu Li was ushered into the ladies' area, Junimo Xiao swiftly made his exit from the hall, standing at the entrance. Eighth brother continued to follow closely behind him, observing the peculiar shift in Junimo Xiao's demeanor with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Sixth brother, earlier you, Junimo Xiao, well aware of eighth brother's impending inquiry, remained silent, instead wearing a radiant smile. Within that smile lay a sense of pity for eighth brother, as if to convey, you do not comprehend? Yet misfortune may soon befall you. Silently he mused. Life is but a play, reliant on the art of performance. Eighth brother, may you seek your own fortune. Jun Jiangwen regarded Junimo Xiao's smile with unease. Feeling as though he were under the watchful eye of some lurking demon, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, as fate would have it, Duanmu Li, nestled among the other ladies, was lost in thought. She mused to herself, humph, this Junimo Xiao is terribly dull, merely a blockhead. That eighth prince, however, is quite charming, I have decided. I shall tease him henceforth. Oh dear, this world is far too mundane. I must seek some amusement. Her thoughts drifted as she recalled Junimo Xiao's demeanor, finding it utterly astonishing. Initially, she had been reluctant to attend such an event, but her father's insistence had compelled her. He had stated that at 16, she ought to make an appearance, hence her presence here. Having heard rumors of Junimo Xiao's handsomeness and charisma, often indulging in the pleasures of the city, Duanmu Li felt a mischievous urge to playfully torment him. Alas, the tales had been misleading. Junimo Xiao was clearly a dullard, who had spread such rumors. She resolved to make him pay upon her return. As for the eighth prince, he seemed quite agreeable. Yes, he would do. Chapter 69. The city is a deep labyrinth. I yearn for the countryside. Duanmu Li was nothing short of extraordinary. At the tender age of 16, she had ascended to the 9th rank, her prowess rivaling that of Luo Wunyan. Meanwhile, the eldest sister, Gong Sun, while possessing a remarkable cultivation level, was nearing her 30s. The Duanmu family, as one of the 7 great families of Qingzhou, held a commendable status. As the only scion of the main lineage, Duanmu Li's standing was indeed impressive. The Duanmu clan, aligned with the imperial faction, were undoubtedly loyal supporters of the emperor. Junimo Shao could not help but ponder. Could eighth brother be destined to become the betrothed of Duamuli? This is simply the moment when the pure love warrior's defenses are instantly breached, and why thoughts drifted far away in an instant. Among the numerous princes, only the seventh and eighth remain unwed. The eighth prince, merely 8 years old, will turn 9 after this year, and in comparison to Duanmuli, he is significantly younger in the original text. Aside from Ouying Yao and Lu Ruyin, the other women did not marry until they approached 30, with a few remaining perpetually single, true members of the noble class. Once his imagination was set free, a plethora of bizarre thoughts surged forth like a barrage of comments, unbeknownst to him that this scene was witnessed by the eighth prince. Jun Jiangwen. Although young, Jun Jiangwen possessed a certain understanding. He enjoyed mingling with Junimo Shao for 2 reasons. Firstly, his mother passed away when he was merely 2, and the emperor was perpetually preoccupied, while his brothers were engaged in power struggles, leaving no one to care for him. Growing up amidst the women of the palace, his sensitivity was heightened, and he harbored a slight Oedipal complex. Secondly, both he and Junimo Shao were incapable of cultivation, rendering them as underachievers, thus solidifying their bond as brothers in adversity. In his eyes, sixth brother Junimo Shao never looked down upon anyone. In the original narrative, Junimo Shao is cast as cannon fodder a decade later, a mere warning from the king of Chu to Jun Jiangwen. He mused that he was akin to a weak chick, while Jun Jiangwen resembled a skin monkey, solely due to their unique emotional connection. At that time, as emperor, Jun Jiangwen could not even protect a useless prince, which was filled with sheer helplessness. Nevertheless, Junimo Shao remained stubborn, declaring that even if fate tormented him 1,000 times, his destiny was his own, and he must carve out his own place in this world. He turned to face Jun Jiangwen, who happened to glance back at him, and they exchanged smiles, albeit with entirely different meanings. Junimo Shao smiled at the thought of Jun Jiangwen being targeted by Duamuli, while Jun Jiangwen chuckled at Junimo Zhao's previous foolish expression. Eighth brother, do you want a wife? He asked with a mischievous grin. Jun Jiangwen first appeared bewildered, followed by a wave of embarrassment. Sixth brother, I am barely over 8 years old. Marriage must wait until I am 18. It seems rather premature to discuss this now. Junimo Shao was, of course, aware that in this world, one must be at least 18 to marry. He was merely jesting, with the thought of Duamuli. He warned Jun Jiangwen, you have already caught the eye of a demon. Upon hearing this, Jun Jiangwen promptly turned to check, relieved to find no one watching him, though the uneasy feeling lingered. Sixth brother, is there something watching me? Should I stay at your residence tonight? Jun Jiangwen timidly inquired. Junimo Shao could not agree, for in the original text, Luo Wunyin was to become Jun Jiangwen's future wife. Moreover, Jun Jiangwen was akin to a human magnet, and Duanmuli, like a large pin, could appear at any moment. You are overthinking. Today is a day of great joy for me, and I must attend to my bridal chamber tonight. Hurry and leave. If not, seek refuge with our father. The palace is undoubtedly safer than my princely residence. With that, he proceeded to the entrance to greet the guests. Little did he know, his words would become prophetic. Once Duanmuli arrived, the guests began to arrive in droves, as if they had activated a speed boost, all notable figures and officials. At that moment, a group sauntered in, led by an ancient carriage, followed by a long procession. Upon presenting the ceremonial gifts, the officiating herald proclaimed, the Gongsun family has arrived. The Gongsun family presented gifts, a snow lotus from Tianshan, a divine herb, and 300-year-old ginseng roots. An elder alighted from the carriage, appearing to be over 100 years old, his hair white yet neatly arranged. Time had etched deep wrinkles upon his face, yet his eyes remained bright and spirited, gleaming with wisdom. Although his posture was no longer upright, his movements exuded a unique steadiness and determination. Though aged, he radiated vitality, as if the trials of time had only bestowed upon him greater composure and openness. Junimo Shao did not recognize the elder but could surmise his identity. Given his advanced age, Junimo Shao would certainly not utilize his mystical vision to assess the elder's cultivation. While he could not ascertain the specifics of his prowess, he sensed that his aura did not exceed the earthly profound realm, and being a member of the Gongsun family, he was undoubtedly Gongsun Yuqing. Gongsun Wanner's father. Junimo Shao mused inwardly, is this an example of high-end maneuvering, low-key luxury with depth? He could not fathom Gongsun Yuqing's true intentions. Hastily, he approached to pay his respects. "Uncle Gongsun, you are too kind. Please, come inside and be seated." He dared not be dismissive towards Gongsun Yuqing, who was known for his ruthlessness. Gongsun Wanner had arrived early, and although Junimo Shao was aware, he feigned ignorance to avoid provoking the purple enchantress. Gongsun Wanner had already presented her gifts, and Gongsun Yuqing's additional offerings raised questions. What did this signify, especially with such extravagant gifts? Junimo Zhao's mind raced with suspicions. The city's schemes run deep. I long to return to the countryside. He couldn't help but lament. Could it be that the fool is me? I refuse to accept gifts from scoundrels. Noticing that Junimo Shao referred to him as uncle rather than grandfather, Gongsun Yuqing found it peculiar. Did this young lad know him? Haha, Your Highness the Sixth is too polite. Please. Chapter 70. Wishing for a soulmate, never to part in old age. He then entered the grand hall alongside Chinju, guiding Gongsun Yuqing. Upon Gongsun Yuqing's arrival in the hall, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Observing their reaction, Junimo Shao understood well. These individuals held a mix of fear and curiosity towards the Gongsun family. He was acutely aware of their mysterious and formidable nature, as well as the concerns of the assembled. At this juncture, Duanmu Rue rose to address Gongsun Yuqing. "Brother Yuqing, I did not expect you to join us." Duanmu Rue and Gongsun Yuqing were well acquainted, as the Gongsun family resided in Qingzhou, and they had exchanged visits often. However, the rest of the attendees remained silent for three reasons. Firstly, the Gongsun family was enigmatic and unpredictable. Although Gongsun Yuqing was merely at the late stage of the earthly profound realm, there was an incident in which a family sought to harm the Gongsun clan, only to find themselves exterminated the following day. With no survivors, this family, despite having two late-stage earthly profound experts, faced total annihilation overnight, leaving behind a scene of horror, ruins and corpses strewn about, eggs scrambled, worms split in half. The Gongsun family's power was indeed terrifying. It was only natural for the crowd to be wary. Junimo Shao inwardly mocked. The Gongsun family is akin to the Thanos of the martial world. With a snap of the fingers, a family is obliterated. Truly, the social landscape is dominated by the Gongsun family, ruthless and taciturn. In any other narrative, they would undoubtedly be the quintessential villainous clan. Secondly, despite the Yuqing in his name, Gongsun Yuqing was rumored to have killed his wife. Was he truly a man of affection? Junimo Shao could not help but wonder about Gongsun Yuqing's true character. With a smirk, he mused, could it be that Gongsun Yuqing was discovered by his wife hiding a stash of secret funds, leading to dire consequences? Thirdly, the Gongsun family's martial arts were peculiar. One moment a friend, the next potentially a victim of their emotions. Friendship is still a form of affection. Was this not akin to the small boat of friendship capsizing at a moment's notice? Junimo Shao shook his head helplessly. Dealing with the Gongsun family is like playing minesweeper. You never know when you'll step on a mine. Who would dare provoke such a family? Even the emperor would likely think twice. Thus, the Gongsun family became a taboo, and no one dared to speak of them. While many speculated about the Gongsun family's vast influence, few considered that they might have a heavenly profound expert among them. Junimo Shao, having read the original text, understood the Gongsun family's secrets and was aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the prominent figures present. You all wish for this old man to pass on? Haha, but he will surely surprise you. Junimo Shao chuckled inwardly. In the original narrative, Gongsun Yuqing passed away 5 years later. At that time, the Wang family of Langya coveted the Gongsun family's wealth and plotted in secret, with predictable results. The Wang family, in their foolishness, had invited their own demise, a classic case of knows when no die, provoking the Gongsun family. After ensuring Gongsun Yuqing was settled, Junimo Shao returned to the entrance to continue receiving guests. Various families sent representatives, including the distant Lin family from the south. Naturally, no one of greater significance arrived. Those who were meant to come did, while others did not. Observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, Junimo Shao was filled with myriad thoughts. The strife of this world resembled an unending farce, and he, amidst the tumult, endeavored to find his footing. Although he had reached the earthly profound realm, he still felt relatively weak. Even at the pinnacle of that realm, he could easily be besieged and killed. Standing at the entrance, he welcomed guest after guest with a polite smile, all the while calculating various matters in his mind. As the guests continued to arrive, the atmosphere within the residence grew increasingly lively. Junimo Shao busily navigated through the throng, engaging in pleasantries and salutations. As the afternoon wore on, guests began to depart. In this world, it was customary for no one to disturb the bridal chamber, and the princes returned to their respective homes. At this moment, Junimo Shao was thoroughly inebriated. Despite his cultivation, the lower alcohol content of the era could not withstand the relentless pouring at the tables. Sitting in a chair, sipping on a hangover remedy, Junimo Shao wore a pained expression, lamenting, "What is this, drinking? Even a water buffalo couldn't handle it. How to dispel worries? Only through the divine brew. Drinking brings fleeting joy. Yet the hangover is a funeral pyre. The wine evokes a complex blend of affection and resentment. At this moment, the Nameless One has already departed to execute a covert mission as arranged by himself. While Junimo Shao summons the steward. "What news from the prince's consort?" The steward respectfully replies, "Your Highness, provisions have been sent to the prince's consort, and I have also arranged for the maidservants to attend to her." "Very well, you may leave." Though the steward appears to be an ally, he has long been bribed by the king of Chu, a fact not lost on Junimo Shao. It is somewhat amusing to reflect upon. Aside from the Nameless One, not a single true ally resides within the entire prince's residence. A rather tragic state for the original owner. It seems that my very existence breeds unease among many. I am but a mere cripple now. Could I possibly stir up any tempest? Junimo Shao chuckles bitterly within. As for the king of Chu, Junimo Shao harbors no hatred, merely viewing him as a foolish jester. Yet if one were to inquire whether Junimo Shao would take the life of the king of Chu, the answer would be an unequivocal yes. One cannot deny that Jun Lao Lu is a hypocrite. Penning poetry at noon to advocate for brotherhood and boundaries, only to harbor murderous intentions by night. Human nature is such. As long as you do not encroach upon my cake, all remains well. Should you disturb my cheese, however, I regret to inform you that you may face a humane obliteration. There is no right or wrong in this matter. One stance dictates all. Each individual possesses their own position and choices, which in turn dictate their actions. Junimo Shao shrugs. The world is indeed so pragmatic. It is not innocence that defeats you, but rather ignorance. Collecting his thoughts, Junimo Shao straightens his attire and rises. Heading towards the bridal chamber with a buoyant stride. "My dear, I have arrived." He gently pushes open the door to the new chamber, his steps steady yet tinged with urgency. Inside, the flickering red candles cast a warm glow, illuminating every corner and creating a festive ambience. His gaze is instantly drawn to Luo Wunyan, who sits gracefully upon the bed, adorned with a red veil, patiently awaiting him. The red bedding, golden embroidery, and exquisite decorations exude an air of solemn romance. He approaches Luo Wunyan slowly, his heart brimming with joy and emotion, as if time has halted, leaving only the two of them enveloped in warmth. "At last, it is my turn." Junimo Shao muses. He gazes intently at Luo Wunyan, the figure beneath the veil stirring a wave of tenderness within him. His eyes shine like the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. Capable of melting hearts, he gradually moves to sit beside Luo Wunyan, his actions delicate, fearful of disturbing this beautiful moment. I in the quiet of the bridal chamber, only their breaths and the crackling of the candles intertwine, filling the air with sweetness and anticipation. Junimo Shao tilts his head slightly, observing Luo Wunyan beside him, his heart filled with dreams of the future and a sense of cherishment. His hand trembles slightly as he reaches towards the edge of Luo Wunyan's red veil. His heartbeat falters for a moment, anxiety and anticipation entwined. Gently lifting a corner of the veil, Luo Wunyan's exquisite features begin to reveal themselves. Her brows resemble distant mountains, her eyes like clear autumn waters, and her lips are naturally tinted a rosy hued. A blush graces her cheeks. Enhancing her captivating beauty, he gazes at Luo Wunyan, his eyes filled with awe and affection. The candlelight casts a warm glow upon their faces, as if draping them in a luminous embrace. He gently takes hold of Luo Wunyan's hand, their gazes meeting, a boundless tenderness blossoming in their hearts. "Nyenner, my beloved wife, I have long cherished you." Junimo Shao speaks tenderly. "May we be united in heart, never to part." Chapter 71. As long as life endures, so shall the struggle. Junimo Shao gazes lovingly at Luo Wunyan, gently picking up the 2 cups of wine that have been prepared on the table. He hands one cup to Luo Wunyan, grasping the other for himself. Their hands tremble slightly, yet their eyes remain locked in an unwavering connection. A subtle smile graces his lips as he softly declares, Wu Nian, from this day forth, we are one in marriage, never to be separated. Tears glisten in Luo Wu Nian's eyes as she nods slightly. Their arms entwined, they raise their cups in unison. Both drink deeply from the shared cup, the rich flavor of the wine spreading warmth throughout their being. Setting down the cups, Junimo Shao tightly clasps Luo Wu Nian's hand, as if seizing a lifetime of happiness. The flickering candles cast an intimate ambience within the chamber. He gently draws Luo Wu Nian into his embrace, savoring her warmth and softness. Luo Wu Nian lowers her head slightly, her blush deepening. Junimo Shao tenderly lifts her chin, his gaze filled with profound affection. He leans in slowly, placing a soft kiss upon her lips. This kiss, akin to the gentle touch of a dragonfly upon water, causes Luo Wu Nian's heart to flutter as he gazes upon her delicate beauty. He is overwhelmed with gratitude and reflection. How fortunate he feels to walk this path hand in hand with her. From their initial encounter's astonishment to their deepening bond, culminating in today's union. Each moment is a dreamlike treasure. At this instant, he wishes only to hold her close and protect her for all eternity. Luo Wu Nian's cheeks flush with crimson, her heart a mixture of shyness and sweetness. Memories of her relationship with Junimo Shao flood her mind, each cherished moment rushing forth like a tidal wave. Although she once experienced uncertainty, every woman is destined to marry. It is merely a matter of time. The man before her, seemingly cold and unfeeling, possesses a gentle heart. How fortunate she is! The flames of desire burn brightly in Junimo Zhao's eyes as he tenderly brushes Luo Wu Nian's hair. Filled with affection, his kisses fall like gentle rain upon her forehead, cheeks, and lips, each kiss brimming with love and longing. He feels her reciprocation, the flames of his desire intensifying. Luo Wu Nian trembles slightly, responding to Junimo Zhao's tenderness. Her heart is filled with love, accompanied by a hint of nervousness. Gradually, Junimo Zhao's hands begin to wander, gently exploring her form through her garments. Here, 100,000 words are omitted. Their bodies entwine, skin against skin. In this intimate moment where time seems to stand still, Junimo Zhao's hands move tenderly, igniting the flames deep within Luo Wu Nian's heart.